Chapter 1. The World of Star Cards Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The World of Star Cards Great Flame Country, Guangchuan City, at the end of January in the midst of winter. In Guangchuan 4th Middle School, in a classroom of over 40 students in Class 1 of Senior Grade 3, the bespectacled homeroom teacher Yang Jun was explaining the simulated test on the Star Beast Atlas. The last fill-in-the-blank question, the six-dimensional qualification of the fierce lizard. Yang Jun slightly lowered the test paper he was holding in his left hand, adjusted his glasses with his right hand, and looked up at the students in the class. Speaking of the fierce lizard, it has often appeared on exams in recent years. You need to grasp all its basic information and the corresponding ways to deal with it, not just its six-dimensional qualification. Who can explain it in detail for us? Seeing Yang Jun's question, the students below lowered their heads quietly. There were tens of thousands of types of star beasts on Blue Sea Star. Even in high school introductory courses, several hundred kinds were covered. The fierce lizard was relatively uncommon among these star beasts. It was manageable to talk about its six-dimensional qualification, but when it came to its basic information and coping methods, not many people could say it all. Of course, there were a few students in the class who looked confident. They seemed to know the answer but had no intention of standing up to respond. In any classroom, students willing to proactively answer questions were always a minority. Since no one was answering, he would pick a student to answer. Yang Jun's gaze quickly scanned the many students below and furrowed his brows when he saw the student by the window. Sitting in the second-to-last row by the window was a delicate-looking boy with black hair and black eyes. He was quietly staring at his desk's mock test paper. He looked serious, but upon closer inspection, he seemed a bit distracted. "Su Yuan, you try to answer." Yang Jun directly named the boy. Su Yuan heard his name and blinked, quickly snapping back to reality. Was he picked by the homeroom teacher? Su Yuan looked at Yang Jun, who was staring at him from the podium. He quickly realized the situation. The teacher had asked a question and luckily picked him. However, he had been distracted earlier and didn't know what the question was. Su Yuan slowly stood up. At the same time, his eyes quickly scanned the blackboard. The last line was, "Fluorescent butterfly gets attracted to tan water wood fragrance." Fluorescent butterfly. Su Yuan's gaze fell on the mock test paper on his desk, and he quickly locked onto the fluorescent butterfly. This was the second-to-last fill-in-the-blank question. Below the fill-in-the-blank questions were short answers, but Yang Jun usually explained the short answers directly without asking questions. Since the fluorescent butterfly had already been discussed, it was probably the last fill-in-the-blank question about the fierce lizard's six-dimensional attributes. Su Yuan roughly figured it out. As the information about the fierce lizard flashed through his mind and he was about to try answering, a low prompt came from his right side. The basic information and response methods for the fierce lizard. Hearing this prompt, Su Yuan's heart moved. After a brief thought, he began to answer. The fierce lizard, an ordinary grade star beast, has a six-dimensional qualification of strength. E agility, F defense, F constitution, E spirit, F star power. F it is a star beast with relatively outstanding physique and strength, generally at the star apprentice level or bronze level, never exceeding the silver stage. Its star skills include beginner stage frenzy ordinary, barbaric sprint ordinary. It usually lives in forests and swamps. Its weakness is the base of its tail, which is very fragile and causes it to lose balance when severely injured. Good, very well done. Hearing Su Yuan's detailed and accurate answer, Yang Jun's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and he appreciatively nodded. Yang Jun looked at Su Yuan and pondered, "Pay attention in class. Even if you can't awaken your soul card with your academic performance, you won't be short of opportunities after graduation." Su Yuan replied, "Thank you, Teacher Yang, for the reminder." Waving to indicate that Su Yuan could sit down, Yang Jun looked at this student who answered his question perfectly but couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Su Yuan, once a prodigy, had broken through to the sixth stage of Star Apprentice in the second semester of his first year, becoming the first sixth-stage Star Apprentice in Guangchuan 4th Middle School, gaining much fame and high expectations from the school. But since obtaining his Soul Awakening card at the sixth stage, he had been unable to awaken his soul card, causing his star power cultivation to progress slowly. Now, halfway through his third year, he was only at the seventh stage of Star Apprentice. Meanwhile, the students who he initially surpassed had rapidly caught up after awakening their soul cards, with many reaching the 7th or even 8th stage of Star Apprentice. What a pity. Yang Jun felt sorry for Su Yuan. Nevertheless, this child excelled in all subjects other than star power cultivation, consistently ranking among the top 3 in every academic mock exam. Yang Jun withdrew his gaze and picked up the test paper. Now, the next question, the short answer. Sitting back in his seat, Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost embarrassed myself. Recalling the earlier prompt, Su Yuan turned to his right. Sitting to his right was a neat and capable-looking girl with short red ponytail hair. She sat up straight, casually spinning a black pen in her right hand. Didn't expect Jiang Jun to help me. Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Guangchuan 4th Middle School had 4 Star Apprentice classes and 15 ordinary classes. Among the 4 Star Apprentice classes, only a handful had reached the 8th stage of Star Apprentice so far, all aiming to join the top 20 Star Power Cultivation Academies in Great Flame Country. Jiang Jun was one of them. Straightforward and a bit cold, coupled with her elite soul card and strong abilities, she didn't mix well with the girls in class, and the boys didn't dare to mess with her, leaving her without many friends. Su Yuan whispered, "Thanks." Jiang Jun glanced at Su Yuan expressionlessly, then looked back at the podium, showing no other response. This girl's personality is really cold. Su Yuan shook his head, not thinking much more, returning his gaze to the desk while secretly calling, "System." With a slight blur in front of his eyes, a semi-transparent panel that no one else could see appeared before him. Su Yuan. Level Star Apprentice 7th stage. Soul Card none. Stardust 9. Card Enhancement. What? 9 points of Stardust. Almost there. By the time class ends at 6, it should recover to 10 points of Stardust. 10 points of Stardust can boost once more. According to the pattern over the past year, this might be the final boost. I've waited so long for this day. Su Yuan's eyes faintly glowed with excitement. The reason he was distracted earlier was also because of this system. Speaking of which, he was originally an ordinary office worker on Earth who had just graduated not long ago. But due to an accident a year ago, he'd traveled to this world called Blue Sea Star. This place was different from Earth, not only matching Earth in technological advancement, but also filled with an extraordinary power called star power. Moving mountains and seas, changing the weather, calling the wind and summoning the rain, traveling miles in an instant. All those things that existed only in myths on Earth were achievable here, even more dramatically. Provided one could master star power. In Blue Sea Star's history, thousands of years ago, the world was ruled by various mythical star beasts. Humans, innately weak, could only struggle to survive in the shadows of these low-stage star beasts, barely maintaining their existence. Until one day, some extraordinary human pioneers created star cards to harness star power. Since then, these pioneers pushed forward, slaying star beasts, driving out alien races, expanding territories, establishing nations, and gradually rising to power, ushering in the era of human dominance. Now, standing proudly in the southeast of Blue Sea Star, Great Flame Country was one of the most powerful nations on this planet. And those who could arm their cards and command star power were known as Star Card Masters. Chapter 2, Above Perfect. Chapter 2, Above Perfect. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Above Perfect Star Card Masters were divided into Bronze, Silver, Gold, Shining Star, Radiant Moon, Burning Sun. Various levels. A high school student like Su Yuan had not yet reached Bronze level. He was just a Star Card Master Apprentice, laying the foundation for breaking through to become a Bronze Star Card Master. Star Card Master Apprentices were divided into 9 stages. The first 5 stages were relatively easier. However, starting from the 6th stage, the difficulty of each progression increased significantly. Those without talent might never become Star Card Masters. This so-called talent was the lifebound star card awakened from each Star Card Master's soul, also known as the Soul Card. From the Star Apprentice 6th stage onwards, the accumulation of star power was enough to support the awakening of the Soul Card. To increase the probability and potential of awakening the Soul Card, specially crafted Soul Awakening cards were often used. In Great Flame, Soul Awakening cards were white star cards that every high school student reaching the 6th stage of Star Apprentice was eligible to apply for. A strong youth meant a strong country. The more young people became star card masters, the stronger Great Flame Country's future would be, standing firm through various natural disasters. Although Soul Awakening cards were white cards that could be applied for, their high-level counterparts were extremely few in number and precious beyond measure. Including Soul cards, all star cards were graded into 6 tiers: Ordinary White card, Elite Green card, Master Blue card, Epic Purple card, Legend Golden card, and Myth Red card. All star cards had 5 skill levels: Entry Level, Skilled, Master, Great Success, Perfect. Generally, the Soul Awakening cards that all high school students could apply for were of entry level. Skilled level Soul Awakening cards were so rare that Guangchuan 4th Middle School could apply for only 10 from the Guangchuan Education Bureau each year. The rules for competing for these 10 skilled level Soul Awakening cards at Guangchuan 4th Middle School were simple. Whoever broke through to the 6th stage of Star Apprentice first would get them. Therefore, both Su Yuan and Jiang Jun, who had just given a reminder, received a skilled level Soul Awakening card after breaking through the 6th stage of Star Apprentice. As for master-level Soul Awakening cards, Guangchuan City had only 1 or 2, but they were usually monopolized by 1st Middle School and 2nd Middle School. Guangchuan 4th Middle School had no chance. If purchasing independently, a master-level Soul Awakening card cost an astronomical summa euros, impossible without a few million in hand. This price was even higher than most blue cards. Higher levels like Great Success and Perfect Level Soul Awakening cards were beyond most common people's reach, often available but with no market. As the most ordinary white card, the high price of a Soul Awakening card was due to its special manufacturing costs, and more importantly, its ability to increase the awakening probability and determine the quality of the awakened soul card. The quality of the awakened soul card was influenced by only 2 factors. First was the soul strength of the Star Apprentice. Second was the level of the Soul Awakening card. The greater the soul potential and the higher the level of the Soul Awakening card, the higher the quality of the awakened soul card would be. A year ago, Su Yuan had crossed over and inherited the memories of his past life. In his past life, he had a talent for cultivating star power, reaching the 6th stage of Star Apprentice early on. However, he repeatedly failed in awakening the soul card. The first time he used a skilled level Soul Awakening card issued by 4th Middle School, and he failed. His father, Su Yang, and his mother, Tang Xiang, encouraged him by spending tens of thousands to buy another skilled level Soul Awakening card from the market. Yet the second attempt of his past self also ended in failure. Su Yuan's family was not wealthy. His mother, Tang Xiang, was an elementary school teacher, and his father, Su Yang, ran a small fruit shop in the neighborhood. Though their family was not poor, they were far from well off. Spending tens of thousands was a heavy blow to the Su family, using up all their savings on that one skilled level Soul Awakening card. Even so, Su Yang and Tang Xiang gritted their teeth and borrowed 10,000 more to buy another entry-level Soul Awakening card for their past son. Generally, an individual's first awakening attempt had the highest probability of success if they had the talent to become a star card master. The probability decreased with each attempt. If unsuccessful after 3 attempts, there would be no further chances. That night, holding the Soul Awakening card, the past Su Yuan was overwhelmed and fainted from the pressure. At that moment, Su Yuan crossed over. It seemed as though he had inherited the will of his past self. Su Yuan not only crossed over but also brought along a system capable of enhancing cards. Suddenly finding himself in a transcendent world, Su Yuan was immensely curious about soul cards and star power. However, even with such curiosity, Su Yuan did not blindly use the 10,000 worth entry-level Soul Awakening card. He knew very well that his past self had failed twice with a skilled-level Soul Awakening card. How could he succeed with just an entry-level Soul Awakening card? Moreover, he had not adapted to anything after crossing over. Blindly awakening would be fatal. But most importantly, it was because of the golden finger. This system had an enhancement function, seemingly capable of enhancing cards, so he had to study it well. After a period of observation and experimentation, Su Yuan roughly grasped the enhancement function. The Omicron near Armenian, Hutzha inus Omicron. The system used stardust as energy, automatically recovering 1 point of stardust per day. Every 10 points of stardust could enhance a card already embedded in the star power vortex, commonly called a point addition. Without awakening, the Star Apprentice's Star Power Vortex could support only one Soul Awakening card. So Su Yuan could only experiment with the Soul Awakening card. When he elevated the entry-level Soul Awakening card to a skilled level with the first point addition, Su Yuan immediately realized his potential for success. Inheriting the memories of his past self, Su Yuan understood the significance of high-level Soul Awakening cards. He decided on the spot that regardless of whether he could successfully awaken the Soul card or how much time it took, he would enhance the Soul Awakening card to perfect level. Since then, Su Yuan embarked on the point addition path. 1 addition from entry level to skilled. 2 additions from skilled to master. 4 additions from master to great success. 8 additions from great success to perfect. A total of 15 additions, costing 150 points of star dust, and taking 150 days. When the card reached perfect level, Su Yuan prepared to awaken his Lifebound Star card, but found the Soul Awakening card still upgradable. This was completely unexpected for Su Yuan, as the highest level of star cards taught in the Star Apprentice class was perfect level. Although it was excellent that the Soul Awakening card could still be upgraded, it presented a dilemma for Su Yuan. The Soul card significantly accelerated the cultivation speed of star power. From the 6th stage of Star Apprentice onwards, each stage was much more challenging than the first 5. Without the Soul card, one could hardly move forward. Being surpassed by others did not matter. Still, if he failed to awaken the Soul card by the age of 18, he would never have another chance. Based on the previous point addition pattern, ascending to the 6th level beyond perfect would require 16 additions, around 160 €, almost half a year. And that was in an ideal scenario. If it required 32 or even 64 additions, it would take even longer. He might not achieve the 6th level by graduation. However, after contemplating for a short while, Su Yuan decided to try, aiming to make at least 16 more additions. After all, such an upgrade opportunity for the Soul Awakening card was unique. Not trying would waste the system's capabilities. If he did it, he would do it to perfection. If 16 additions did not reach the 6th level, he would use the perfect level Soul Awakening card to awaken, leaving him more than half a year to prepare for the college entrance exam. So Su Yuan embarked on the long journey of enhancing the Soul Awakening card again. Until today, the last day of the first semester of his senior year, Su Yuan had made 15 additions on the perfect level card, just 1 point shy of 16. Chapter 3 Transformation Realm Soul Awakening. Chapter 3 Transformation Realm Soul Awakening card. Chapter 3 Transformation Realm Soul Awakening card. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang. Class dismissed. Yang Jun put away his teaching materials, looked at the students below, and said with a smile, "Happy winter break." The students in the classroom immediately cheered. "Yay, winter break is here. Vacation, vacation. Xiao Feng, how about we go out for dinner tonight and then play some murder mystery games?" What followed was a month-long winter vacation, so the students were quite excited. Seeing the students so excited, Yang Jun couldn't help but remind them, vacation is fine, but don't slack on your cultivation. There's only 1 semester left before the college entrance exams. Also, don't forget about the joint trial with other schools at the beginning of next semester. Prepare well and practice your skills. The joint trial for middle schools was a trial for all the Star Apprentice class students in Guangchuan City. All students with awakened soul cards from Guangchuan 1st Middle School to Guangchuan 12th Middle School would participate, with an expected number of nearly 1,000. Ye Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 25 Omicron, S letter 1D11. Good performance in the trial could earn rewards from the Guangchuan Municipal Education Bureau. Don't worry, Teacher Yang, we won't slack on our cultivation. Exactly, we'll show the other schools what we're made of. What? Seeing the students still a bit excited and expectant, Yang Jun was not so optimistic. On average, 1st and 2nd middle schools were strong and steadily outperformed the other schools, so the highest rewards from the Guangchuan Municipal Education Bureau in previous years only went to 1st and 2nd middle schools. Additionally, the trial would be conducted in the secret realm, which contained many genuine bronze-level star beasts. There could be casualties, making it not so simple. Yang Jun shook his head slightly and turned to leave. Most of the students in the classroom did not leave immediately, gathering in small groups to discuss winter vacation dinner parties and outings. However, one person decisively walked through the crowd and quickly followed Yang Jun out of the classroom. It was Su Yuan. Su Yuan was excited because just at the moment the school bell rang at 6 o'clock, the amount of star dust on his system panel increased to 10 points. Unable to contain himself, Su Yuan quickly left the school and took the light rail home. Su Yuan lived in an ordinary residential area in the northern suburb of the city, named Four Seasons Garden, with the tallest building being only 6 stories high. Nearly an hour later, Su Yuan finally arrived home. "Mom, I'm back." As soon as Su Yuan entered the door, he greeted as usual while quickly changing into slippers. Su Yuan's mother, Tang Xiang, immediately responded from the kitchen, "Little Yuan, dinner will take a while." "Mom, I need to cultivate today. Don't worry about me. You and Dad can eat first later." Before Su Yuan finished speaking, he had already rushed into his bedroom with an excited heart. Mother Su hurriedly came out of the kitchen with a spatula in hand. Looking at the closed bedroom door, a hint of heartache appeared on her face. In the bedroom, Su Yuan sat at the desk by the window, stretched out his right hand, and with a swirl of star power, a white card appeared in his hand. The card was surrounded by white light, emitting a strong pressure of star power, making it clear that it was extraordinary. Soul Awakening card, ordinary. Perfect level can be enhanced. Let's begin. Without waiting any longer, Su Yuan tightly held the card in his hand and called out in his heart with some excitement and a bit of apprehension. "System, enhance this Soul Awakening card." After half a second of silence, a blue starlight dust emerged from Su Yuan's right hand and quickly gathered towards the Soul Awakening card in his hand. The starlight dust flickered slightly on the card's surface and then disappeared into it. The Soul Awakening card then burst out with an extremely intense white halo. Soul Awakening card, ordinary, level 6. Finally, a level 6 Soul Awakening card. Su Yuan's right hand, holding the Soul Awakening card, trembled slightly. Earlier, he had been worried about whether adding points this time would enable it to break through to beyond perfect level to level 6. Fortunately, it was successful, and he felt a sense of relief and joy. A level 6 Soul Awakening card, Su Yuan had never heard of such a level before. After all, typically, perfect level was already the highest proficiency level for a star card. If the Soul Awakening card could be enhanced to level 6, could other star cards also be enhanced to level 6? It was very possible. Su Yuan tried saying, "System, change the level 6 above perfect level to Transformation Realm." The information on the system panel about the Soul Awakening card became slightly fuzzy, and then it changed to Soul Awakening card, ordinary, Transformation Realm. Still user-friendly. Su Yuan nodded, his gaze landing on the star card. He couldn't suppress the strong excitement in his heart. After waiting for so long, today he would finally see the results. Suppressing his fluctuating emotions, Su Yuan took a deep breath and channeled the star power within him to the Soul Awakening card. "Come on, let me see what kind of effect the Transformation Realm Soul Awakening card has. Is the half-year's worth of cultivation needed to advance from perfect level to the Transformation Realm worth it?" As the star power was infused, the Soul Awakening card shone brightly. A substantial beam of dazzling starlight shot out from the card and entered Su Yuan's chest, reaching the depths of his soul. A peculiar sensation surged in his heart, making Su Yuan involuntarily close his eyes. Under the influence of the Soul Awakening card, strands of pure white light shot out from the depths of his soul, gradually forming a cocoon of light through dense interweaving, as if something was about to be born. Sweat beads formed densely on Su Yuan's forehead, and his lips turned slightly pale. It felt as if he was undergoing extremely high-intensity training, with rapid consumption of both physical and spiritual power. The awakening process usually lasts for 3 minutes. It'll be over soon. This had been mentioned in class and was common knowledge among all Star Apprentice class students. During the awakening process, the power of the Soul Awakening card would guide the Star Apprentice to explore their soul's nature, potential, and limits, step by step, nurturing the soul card within the light cocoon. It consumed both spiritual and physical power greatly. However, the longer this process lasted, the more potential was unearthed, and usually the stronger the soul card obtained from the awakening. Most people took 3 to 4 minutes. Those with higher talent could take 5 minutes, while it was rare to find anyone in Guangchuan City who took 6 minutes. As for above 7 minutes, not just in Guangchuan City, but in the entire Great Flame, it was like a needle in a haystack. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. What? Su Yuan, feeling his consciousness was about to blur, realized the awakening was not yet complete. He could only grit his teeth and persist. Crossing into such a transcendent world, if I can't master extraordinary power, how could I be content? Hold on a bit longer, I absolutely can't fall down here. Persevere. Persevere. What? Crack. At the 8-minute 6-second mark, a silver crack suddenly appeared on the light cocoon, which had been accumulating soul power continuously. Following this, countless cracks appeared. Moments later, accompanied by dazzling silver-white light, a blue bird with indifferent silver eyes and a body seemingly carved from blue liu li broke out of the cocoon with a gentle chirp and transformed into a non-physical small card embedded in the star power vortex at Su Yuan's chest. It's done. Su Yuan's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. At this moment, the system's somewhat mechanical voice echoed in Su Yuan's mind. Detected successful awakening of soul card by host. Now activating the subdiv. However, at this moment, Su Yuan's consciousness had reached its limit. He barely heard the system's indistinct voice before his vision went black, and he fell onto the bed. Chapter 4, Azure Sky Phoenix. Chapter 4, Azure Sky Phoenix. Chapter 4, Azure Sky Phoenix. After a long time, Su Yuan woke up again and glanced at the time. It's already been 2 hours. Fortunately, he had made an agreement with his parents in advance that once he decided to train, they would not disturb him. Su Yuan rubbed his temples. Although he still felt a bit dizzy, it didn't affect his movements. My soul card. Su Yuan couldn't wait to probe his consciousness inside himself. He saw a miniature card with a blue back quietly suspended at his chest. On the card face was the beautiful bluebird that had emerged from its cocoon earlier. At that time, he didn't see clearly. Now, upon closer inspection, the pattern on the card face looked more like a young phoenix than a bluebird. Blue card. It's actually a blue card. Su Yuan felt a joy in his heart. According to the awakening data from the Great Flame country, even those who could train to the 6th stage as a star apprentice had over half failed in their awakening. Among those who succeeded, 30% would awaken an ordinary grade white soul card during their first awakening. These people had lower talent and limited potential, and even if they became star card masters, it would be difficult for them to break the gold limit in their lifetime. Over 69% of star apprentices could awaken elite-grade green soul cards. These people had mid to high talent, with the potential to break through the gold and reach the shining star level, where they could undergo a second soul card awakening and further unleash their potential. Only less than 1% could awaken master-grade blue soul cards. These people had extraordinary talent and were considered geniuses. As long as they practiced steadily, they could at least reach the shining star level. As for purple soul cards, it's impossible to have a purple soul card during the first awakening. That is the limit for the human species. Only through continuous training and a second awakening at the shining star level can one break the limit. People who awakened white soul cards could never break the gold level no matter how hard they tried, while those who awakened blue soul cards could reach the shining star level as long as they practiced steadily. This was talent. It was realistic and cruel, with no fairness at all. Su Yuan suppressed the joy in his heart and probed his consciousness into his soul card, or rather, his life-bound star card. Soul card Azure Sky Phoenix. Grade Master. Species Phoenix. Element Space. Talent Azure Sky. Increases the power of space-related skills by 20%. 6 dimensions. Strength C, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution C, Spirit C, Star Power C. Soul Skill, Instant Movement, Master Entry Level. Space Type Soul Card. All 6 dimensions are C. Master Grade Skill, Instant Movement. The blue card itself was already a surprise, but the attributes of this soul card were even more dazzling. Leaving aside the rare and powerful space attribute and instant movement, the all-C 6-dimensional qualification was simply outrageous. The 6-dimensional qualification was extremely important for a star card master, determining their growth in various aspects. Strength determines strength magnitude. Agility determines movement speed, hand speed, and nerve reaction speed. Defense determines physical and star power defense capabilities. Constitution determines stamina, self-recovery ability, and resistance to abnormal states. Spirit determines spiritual power, strength, amount, and recovery speed. Star power determines star power, recovery speed, strength, total amount, and recovery speed. As realms advanced, the differences brought by the six-dimensional qualification for a star card master would become increasingly significant. Omicron U letter 25 Omicron, S0. Generally speaking, the grade of a soul card determined the upper and lower limits of the six-dimensional qualification. An ordinary white card at least had one E-level qualification. An elite green card had at least one D-level qualification, and a master blue card had at least one C-level qualification of Euros. Even among blue cards, there was a huge difference between having one C-level qualification and having all six. Having 1-2 C-level qualifications was low grade, 3-4 was mid-grade, and 5-6 was top grade. Being able to awaken a blue card was already very rare, but what's more exaggerated was that all 6 dimensions of his soul card were C-level. This is the legendary hexagonal warrior. Su Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a few seconds, he gradually calmed down from the shock, followed by uncontrollable excitement and ecstasy. To awaken a top-grade blue card on the first try, it really lives up to being the 6th-level soul awakening card. The wait was totally worth it. Su Yuan withdrew his consciousness from his body. He had been immersed in the joy of awakening his soul card, but now that he came to his senses, he immediately noticed the changes in himself. Although his physical appearance hadn't changed much, his strength, constitution, and other physical qualities had improved several notches. In addition, his star power was abundant, and his sensitivity to the surrounding star power had reached an unimaginable level, as sensitive as a baby's tender skin. Not only was it exceptionally clear, but there was no blockage in absorption. The bottleneck of the 7th stage as a star apprentice that he always had trouble breaking through now started to loosen by itself. In his delight, Su Yuan immediately sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and fully absorbed and refined the omnipresent star power of Euros. After a long time, with a slight surge of star power emanating from Su Yuan's body, he slowly opened his eyes. 8th stage as a star apprentice. I didn't expect to break through while awakening my soul card. Due to the awakening of his soul card, his physical quality, spiritual power, and star power had just surged. After breaking through to the 8th stage, they increased again. Su Yuan was extremely satisfied. Previously, due to not being able to awaken his soul card, his cultivation progress had lagged behind others, especially Jiang Jun and another top genius in the class, Chen Jiujun, who were already close to the 9th stage. Entering the 8th stage now meant he had somewhat caught up. Azure Sky Phoenix, worthy of being a top-grade blue soul card. This cultivation speed is simply amazing, faster than an average blue soul card. The higher the grade of a soul card, the faster the spiritual power cultivation speed. Generally, after awakening a white card, the absorption and refining speed of spiritual power would increase by about twice, with a green card increasing it by 2-fold and a blue card by 3-fold. But Su Yuan's Azure Sky Phoenix had brought nearly a 4-fold increase. Although he knew that the soul card would greatly enhance cultivation, it was only after experiencing it himself that he truly felt the difference. If it was a gently flowing stream before, now it was like a rushing river. Su Yuan got up from the bed, walked to the mirror by his desk, and took a good look at himself after the awakening. The young man in the mirror was wearing the uniform of Guangchuan 4th Middle School. A white inner shirt, a light blue long-sleeved cotton jacket and pants outside, and a pair of white sneakers. With a young face that wasn't exceedingly handsome but rather attractive, his appearance wasn't bad. However, the originally black-brown eyes of the Great Flame Country's significant characteristic had now turned silver, as cold and indifferent as the Azure Sky Phoenix, giving the previously ordinary young man a bit of a sharp aura. My eye color changed. It's very noticeable a Euros. Su Yuan scrutinized himself closely in the mirror. In the Great Flame Country, ordinary people typically had black hair and black eyes, but star card masters could be different sometimes. During awakening, under the influence of the soul card's power, star card masters could undergo certain changes themselves. For example, changes in eye and hair color, and some could even develop strange symbols or patterns on their bodies. So in the Great Flame Country, apart from those with colored contact lenses or foreigners, those with atypical eye colors were likely to be successfully awakened star card masters. Right, I remember the system seemed to say something before I fainted. Su Yuan recalled and called, "System, can you repeat the previous prompt?" However, the system didn't respond. Still no intelligence? Su Yuan shook his head, not surprised. After almost a year, Su Yuan had roughly figured out this system. It could follow simple commands and provide some hints at certain points, but it had almost no intelligence and couldn't even answer basic questions. Maybe I can find some clues on the panel. Su Yuan thought for a moment and opened the system panel, immediately noticing the difference. There were 2 new modules added after the original card enhancement: card decomposition and card extraction. I wonder what decomposition can decompose. Could it be Stardust? Chapter 5 Star Card Skills. Chapter 5 Star Card Skills. Chapter 5 Star Card Skills. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. Since it was the decomposition of star cards, what he obtained was probably the stardust required by this system. If it was indeed stardust, then this would be the second way to obtain it besides its natural increase over time. And it would be a way he could actively manipulate. With stardust, he could enhance star cards, which meant a higher skill proficiency level. Unfortunately, I don't have other star cards on hand, so I can't try it immediately. And then there's card extraction. Star card masters have the ability to extract star cards from star beast star cores. I'm not sure what this system's function does. Regardless, these 2 new functions must be tested as soon as possible, especially card decomposition, as it relates to whether I can quickly improve the star card skills embedded in my star power vortex. Su Yuan pondered for a while, then made a decision quickly. I'll act tomorrow. Nye Omicron U letter 1E5 letter 1D11 letter 1D04 Omicron. For now, let's try the space movement of the Azure Sky Phoenix. Su Yuan dispelled his thoughts, looked up, and his eyes shone with a silver light that rippled like water. His vision immediately transformed, becoming a transparent, 3-dimensional black and white world. All unobstructed areas turned white, while occupied spaces like desks and walls turned black. At this moment, there were black human shapes in both the living room and the kitchen. From their features, it wasn't hard to deduce that Su Yang was watching TV in the living room and Tang Xiang was washing dishes in the kitchen. Su Yuan looked towards the kitchen, focused his mind, and immediately star power surged from his body, turning into silver light around him. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. In the kitchen, Tang Xiang had just finished washing the dishes. She opened the warm cabinet, glancing at the green pepper beef and tomato scrambled eggs inside. Winter makes everything cool down quickly. Keeping it warm in the cabinet doesn't help much. Shaking her head, Tang Xiang took out the 2 plates. Little Yuan has been cultivating for so long this time. It's already past 9 and he still hasn't come out. I should reheat these dishes. Just then, a silver flash appeared in the kitchen, and Su Yuan materialized behind Tang Xiang. Watching her place the 2 plates on the table, Su Yuan softly called out, "Mom Tilda." Ugh. Though he had lowered his voice, his sudden call still startled Tang Xiang, causing her to shudder. Fortunately, she had already placed the dishes down, or else they might have fallen. Tang Xiang quickly turned around. "You scared me to death, little Yuan, how did you?" Before she could finish, she noticed Su Yuan's eyes had turned silver. Stunned for a moment, she quickly covered her mouth, her eyes growing moist. "Little Yuan, did you awaken?" Tang Xiang's voice trembled slightly. Non-black pupils meant awakening for the people of Great Flame. Though Guangchuan City was a remote 3rd-level city, there were still many star card masters. Tang Xiang had seen several with non-black pupils. Su Yuan nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Mom." Without the full financial support of Su Yang and Tang Xiang for his former self, Su Yuan wouldn't have awakened today. He was genuinely grateful. "That's wonderful." Tang Xiang hugged Su Yuan with excitement. "Son, you finally awakened. Brother Yang, come quickly, our son has awakened." Awakened? Su Yang, a sturdy man with thick eyebrows, leaped up from the sofa and strode over quickly. After a thorough inspection, Su Yang excitedly patted Su Yuan's shoulder several times. "You've truly awakened. Great, great. You're really my son. Our Su family will have a star card master. Ha ha ha." Feeling the force on his shoulder, Su Yuan winced internally. Su Yang's grip was strong. If Su Yuan hadn't successfully awakened as an 8th-stage star apprentice, enduring these pats would have been difficult. but Su Yang's excitement was understandable. Who in the Great Flame didn't want to be a star card master? Su Yang did too. But Su Yang had it worse than Su Yuan. He couldn't even gather star power, making it impossible to enter the star apprentice stage. Therefore, Su Yang had exhausted his resources buying soul awakening cards for Su Yuan. Beyond doing it for his son, it also carried his own dreams. Now, after all the struggles and hardships, his son had finally awakened. It's hard to imagine Su Yang's joy. Tang Xiang released Su Yuan and wiped away excited tears from the corner of her eyes. "Little Yuan, go sit in the living room. The food is cold. I'll reheat it quickly. Let's eat first." Su Yang also realized he had been overly excited. Pausing, he patted Su Yuan's shoulder and smiled. Yes, you just awakened. The energy consumption must be considerable. Eat first." Seeing the genuine joy from the bottom of their hearts, a warm feeling surged within Su Yuan. He wasn't just inheriting this body. He was inheriting the memories of its former owner. The blood is thicker than water, and the blood connection can't be severed. These two people in front of him were his parents. They were the only two people in this world he needed to protect. The next day, just after 7. "Mom, I'm leaving." "Little Yuan, be very careful. Don't go too deep. Shouldn't you reconsider and bring some classmates along?" "Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. Make sure to call when you're out." "Okay." Carrying a black nylon backpack and holding a long bag in his left hand, Su Yuan responded and went out. On the light rail to the east of the city, Su Yuan took out low-stage star beast skill evaluation, flipping through the skills he had marked. The green flame wolf small fireball, the saber-lying grasshopper's open and close slash, the rock melt beast steel flame finger. These are all star beasts in the Great Barbarian Mountain area. Unfortunately, I can't deal with flying demon beasts. Otherwise, the lightning raid of the rapid lightning falcon would be excellent. Among white card skills, it's quite superior. In addition to the chosen attack skills, the Earth Cave Spider's sky-binding net is also a powerful control skill. I wonder if I'll encounter it. Indeed, Su Yuan's goal this trip was to hunt star cards in the wild. First, to verify the system's 2 new functions. Second, to quickly improve his strength. Though he had awakened a master-grade soul card, he started nearly a year later than other students who had awakened successfully. In terms of realm, he barely caught up as he had just broken through to the Star Apprentice 8th stage. However, the strength of a Star Card Master didn't rely solely on the Star Power realm. The Star Power realm was the foundation, but another crucial module was skills. For Star Apprentices, successfully awakening the Soul Card not only provided a Soul Card skill, but also allowed the Soul Card to act as a core in the Star Power Vortex to embed other Star Card skills. By embedding Star Cards, a Star Card Master could master the skills within the Star Cards, harnessing the full potential of Star Power to greatly enhance their strength. Without Star Cards, one could only use the most basic and inefficient methods to release Star Power in battle, like a beast without claws. This is why only students who had successfully awakened in the Star Apprentice class could join the Unified Trials in the next semester. Without awakening, students wouldn't benefit from the Soul Card's enhancement and wouldn't have any skills, making them vulnerable against star beasts born with inherent skills. Participating would be pointless. Thus, Su Yuan was eager to acquire practical Star Card skills to boost his combat power. On Blue Sea Star, hunting star beasts was the mainstream method to obtain Star Cards. Star beasts had a different structure from humans, born with star cores and skills. After killing a star beast, a Star Card Master could use spiritual power to extract a star card with a random skill from the star core. Although the cheapest white cards could be bought for just a few $1,000, with the current state of the Su family, Su Yuan didn't want to ask for money anymore. Moreover, having now awakened and broken through to the Star Apprentice 8th stage, he had significantly enhanced strength and saw this as a perfect chance for practical training. Compared to other Star Apprentices, Su Yuan's Azure Sky Phoenix Soul Card had the skill of instant movement, a highly comprehensive skill. With instant movement, he could advance and retreat freely unless facing bronze-level star beasts adept in speed. Self-protection shouldn't be an issue. Chapter 6, First Battle with Star Beast. Chapter 6, First Battle with Star Beast. Chapter 6, First Battle with Star Beast. 2 hours later, Su Yuan arrived at the Great Barbarian Mountain area in the eastern suburbs of Guangchuan City. At this moment, the black backpack on Su Yuan's back was fully stuffed. Inside, it contained a large amount of compressed food and water, and some basic medicines, enough for Su Yuan to last for more than 10 days. The Great Barbarian Mountain Area, this is my first time coming here. Surveying the dense vegetation and faintly dangerous aura ahead, Su Yuan tightened his grip on the long bag in his hand. The Great Barbarian Mountain Area bordered the third-level cities of Guangchuan City and Liaoping City, as well as the second-stage city of Qinghai City, and was a low-stage, dangerous zone. There were more than 200 different types of star beasts in the Great Barbarian Mountain Area. The highest level one could reach was the Silver Stage, making it the only dangerous area around Guangchuan City. A dangerous zone referred to areas where star beasts roamed or where there were anomalies in star power. There were many such dangerous zones in the Great Flame Country. If the Great Flame Country wanted to flatten all the dangerous zones within its borders, it would certainly come at a high cost, but it could absolutely be done. However, the Great Flame Country had not done so. The reason was simple. While the existence of dangerous zones posed a threat to nearby cities, they also provided important renewable resources. Just the star beasts in these zones alone, whether it was their star cores or some of their materials, were indispensable treasures for star card masters and various industries. Not to mention, dangerous zones often gave rise to various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Considering many aspects, the Great Flame Country had cleared some densely distributed, hard-to-control dangerous zones, while the remaining dangerous zones were kept and monitored by the local city guard. The Great Barbarian Mountain Area in front of him was a common adventure spot for star card masters from Guangchuan City. The outer areas were less dangerous, so students from various middle schools in Guangchuan City often came here for training. This included Su Yuan's Guangchuan 4th Middle School. As far as Su Yuan knew, some of his classmates would sometimes form teams to come to the Great Barbarian Mountain Area. Slowly opening the long cloth bag, Su Yuan revealed a cold, long saber insignia euros, an E3 alloy standard longsword. For star card masters, especially low-stage star card masters, a handy weapon was equally important. Low-level attack skills like the ice cone technique and small fireball might not cause as much damage as using a sword or saber directly. All students in the spiritual disciple class had to choose a martial art, be it saber, spear, staff, or boxing, but they had to focus on one for training. This was also one of the subjects for Star Apprentice class students' college entrance exams. Su Yuan had chosen the longsword. This weapon was flexible, fast, and very sharp. The E3 alloy standard longsword in his hand was bought at a discounted price for educational purposes. The original price was over 20,000 yuan. After folding the cloth bag and putting it back in his backpack, Su Yuan gripped the longsword, took a deep breath, and resolutely stepped into the Great Barbarian Mountain Area. After quickly traveling a few kilometers, he officially entered the outer part of the Great Barbarian Mountain Area and soon encountered star beasts. Under a tree ahead were two yellow-haired large dogs about 1.3 to 1.4 meters long. These two yellow-haired large dogs had a mouth full of terrifying sharp teeth. Unlike ordinary dogs, both dogs had particularly large ears. Big-eared steel-toothed dogs, huh? Information about these two star beasts flashed through Su Yuan's mind. Big-eared steel-toothed dog. Grade ordinary. Species dog. Element none. Talent auditory enhancement. Possesses enhanced hearing, can accurately locate sounds, and can even avoid some sneak attacks through sound. 6 dimensions. Strength E, Agility E, Defense F, Constitution F, Spirit F, Star Power F. Skill, Steel Teeth Bite, Ordinary. In previous Star Beast classes, the Star Beasts I saw were all raised in breeding bases. This is the first time I've faced a real Star Beast in the wild. Judging from the star power fluctuations, they're about 7th stage. Unfortunately, they're just ordinary big-eared steel-toothed dogs. I can't use Steel Teeth Bite, but I can test the card decomposition feature on them first. Steel Teeth Bite could be used in battle. However, the idea of using teeth to bite opponents was unappealing, and more importantly, it could result in having one's head blown off in one hit. While Su Yuan was observing them, the two big-eared steel-toothed dogs noticed Su Yuan approaching through the sound of the wind. Without hesitation, they bared their teeth and charged at him. Their large bodies and fierce aura are quite intimidating. Su Yuan held his breath, his powerful dynamic vision locked onto the two big-eared steel-toothed dogs. He gripped the scabbard with his left hand, while his right hand rested on the saber's hilt. With dual E-rank strength and agility, the big-eared steel-toothed dogs were not slow. In just a moment, they were in front of Su Yuan. As faint star power fluctuations arose, the dogs' teeth turned a metallic silver gray, becoming solid and metallic. Skill, steel teeth bite. At this moment, the two big-eared steel-toothed dogs leaped forward, rushing at Su Yuan with bared teeth. Su Yuan, who had remained motionless, finally moved when the dogs leaped. With a speed far surpassing ordinary humans, he dodged the first big-eared steel-toothed dog and swiftly drew his saber, slashing upward at the second big-eared steel-toothed dog. Nye Omicron New Letter 2610, Omicron. The second big-eared steel-toothed dog never expected Su Yuan to be so fast. It wanted to dodge but couldn't change direction in midair. A flash of cold light and a spray of blood later, the second big-eared steel-toothed dog's head flew high without even a chance to scream. At this time, the first big-eared steel-toothed dog had just landed back on the ground. Seeing its companion dead, the remaining big-eared steel-toothed dog turned and looked. Its eyes shone with even fiercer determination. Woof! The big-eared steel-toothed dog howled in anger and charged at Su Yuan with renewed force. However, Su Yuan had already turned around. Seeing the big-eared steel-toothed dog attacking again, he advanced instead of retreating, swinging his saber directly at the dog's head. The big-eared steel-toothed dog was shocked. At the last moment, it managed to clamp its metallic silver-gray teeth onto the saber. Feeling relieved, it intended to use its strength to knock Su Yuan down. But what the big-eared steel-toothed dog didn't expect was the astonishingly strong force from the saber, which knocked it flying. Most of its sharp teeth were broken, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. Before the big-eared steel-toothed dog could regain its footing, a silver light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. In the next instant, he instantly teleported behind the dog and slashed. Hearing the sound of the wind from behind, the big-eared steel-toothed dog's large ears twitched. Thanks to its auditory enhancement talent, it sensed the danger and tried to roll forward. However, detecting danger was one thing, evading it was another. A line of blood appeared along the back of the big-eared steel-toothed dog, extending to its tail. Its body split open, spilling innards and blood everywhere. Though it avoided getting its head cleaved, it was still heavily injured. The grievously injured big-eared steel-toothed dog fell to the ground, quickly losing its strength. After a few whimpers, it closed its eyes and lay still. Chapter 7, Card Decomposition. Chapter 7, Card Decomposition. Chapter 7, Card Decomposition. Su Yuan took a slight breath, looking at the corpse of the big-eared steel-toothed dog. However, his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. After all, practice was practice. This was Su Yuan's first actual combat with a star beast. Fortunately, the result was as expected. After augmenting with the Azure Sky Phoenix's 6-dimensional qualification, my physical condition could crush ordinary star beasts of the same level. Not to mention, these two big-eared steel-toothed dogs were only 7th stage, with a single attack pattern, so they were not too difficult. The only difficulty in this battle was the number. The synchronization of the two big-eared steel-toothed dogs was very high. If he confronted the first one head-on, it would be hard to avoid the second one's bite. So Su Yuan directly ignored the big-eared steel-toothed dog that pounced at him and first killed the one behind. After reflecting on the battle process for a moment, Su Yuan walked to the big-eared steel-toothed dog that was split open and used his knife to cut out a white crystal core the size of an egg. Is this the star core? Su Yuan held the star core, and according to the Star Apprentice class teaching method, he explored it with his spiritual power. Soon, a faint glow appeared on the star core. It's responding. Su Yuan's eyes lit up, and he continued maintaining the output of his spiritual power. Before long, the star core gradually disintegrated from the outside to the inside into tiny bits of blue glowing dust. Finally, it turned into a star card that lay quietly in Su Yuan's hand. This star card had a white back, and on the front was a big-eared steel-toothed dog with silver-gray teeth, opening its mouth in a biting stance. Steel teeth bite. Element none. Grade ordinary. Introduction. Enhances the hardness, sharpness, and biting force of the teeth, leading to a highly destructive biting attack. It's indeed just steel teeth bite. According to the course taught in school, extracting star cards from star cores was random. drawing a skill from the existing skills of the star beast. The big-eared steel-toothed dog had only one skill, Steel Teeth Bite. Naturally, only Steel Teeth Bite could be extracted. Definitely not learning it. I'm just a star apprentice now, with a maximum of 5 star card skill slots. The more star cards embedded, the greater the burden on the soul card. Usually, star apprentices can only embed 3 to 4 star cards besides the soul card. Even if the Azure Sky Phoenix is of high quality, it would not exceed 5. Embedded star cards cannot be destroyed, but each level up grants more skill slots. Though quality over quantity is advised, and more skills are not necessarily better, nor will all skill slots be used, care should be taken to avoid waste. Space star cards are rare. Even if Su Yuan couldn't find a space star card temporarily, he would still choose good skills from the white cards. But if I don't use it, I can certainly try the system's decompose function. Looking at the Steel Teeth Bite star card in his hand, Su Yuan tried calling out in his mind, "System, decompose this star card." Half a second later, the Steel Teeth Bite shone with light again, and then it turned into bits of glowing dust, seeping from his palm into Su Yuan's body, disappearing. At the same time, the starlight dust number on the system panel sharply jumped from 0 to 10. It indeed decomposed into star dust, and it's 10 points. Su Yuan's eyes were full of joy. As previously speculated, card decomposition indeed converted star cards into system-required starlight dust, and this ordinary grade Steel Teeth Bite yielded a full 10 points of star dust, exactly the amount needed for one enhancement of a white card. This will really make me soar? Su Yuan could not help but swallow. Following the natural recovery rate of star dust, it restored 1 point per day, taking 10 days to raise one entry-level white card skill to skilled, 30 days to master, and 70 days to great success. This was already much faster than average, since training skill proficiency levels after embedding star card skills is not easy. Taking Guangchuan 4th Middle School as an example, most awakened star apprentice students had only one master-level skill now. Students with 2 or 3 master-level skills were rare. Those with great success were non-existent. But now, with just one white card, he could reach skilled, 3 for master, and 7 for great success. What kind of speed was this? Yeah, Omicron Nuke 0, letter 1D0 for Omicron. Not to mention perfect, a breakthrough to transformation realm could be achieved in a very short time. Su Yuan walked to the other big-eared steel-toothed dog's corpse, applied the same technique to extract a star card from its star core, and decomposed it into star dust. In this way, he had a total of 20 points of star dust in hand. At such speed. Su Yuan looked at the undulating mountains and forests ahead, his eyes full of passion. This great barbarian mountain area is endless proficiency points for me. Su Yuan lifted his long knife, and without hesitation headed into the depths of the forest. Most of the day passed, and along the way, Su Yuan encountered 4 types of star beasts: wild lizard, earth-ground pangolin, little tree demon, and double-ringed patterned snake. These were all 6th to 7th stage star beasts with only one skill each. They posed no threat to Su Yuan. He crushed them all with his physical prowess and obtained 4 white star cards. Wild Lizard's Monster Power Punch, Earth-Ground Pangolin's Ground Boring Assault, Little Tree Demon's Beginner Stage Vine Dance, Double-Ringed Patterned Snake's Poison Kiss. These skills did not meet Su Yuan's expectations and were all decomposed by him. Finding a barely satisfying white skill is not easy. Su Yuan walked on the hillside, glanced at the setting sun, and couldn't help but sigh, taking out a water bottle from his backpack for a few sips. At most, an hour more action, then I need to find a relatively safe place to spend the night. For Star Card Masters, staying in danger zones or secret realms for 10 days to half a month was common. Although Su Yuan was just a star apprentice, his school had already conducted numerous simulations on skills such as finding water sources, setting up guard lines, and shallow sleep. As long as supplies were sufficient, staying in the outskirts of the Great Barbarian Mountain area for a week was not a problem. However, being alone required extra caution. While pondering, Su Yuan suddenly sensed a strong star power fluctuation ahead and immediately became vigilant, looking forward. In the distance, beside a gray-black rock, a star beast about half the height of a man was leaning on the rock. This was a humanoid star beast, standing on 2 legs, composed entirely of black stone, with only 2 fiery red pupils. Seeing the appearance of this star beast, Su Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. It's a rock melt beast, My luck isn't bad after all. Rock Melt Beast. Grade Ordinary. Species Elemental Life. Element Earth Fire. Talent Solid Rock. Increases the density and hardness of body black rock to a certain extent. 6 dimensions. Strength E, Agility F, Defense E, Constitution F, Spirit F, Star Power E. Skills Black Rock Punch Ordinary, Steel Flame Finger Ordinary. This Rock Melt Beast was exactly the target Su Yuan had marked earlier in the low-stage Star Beast skill evaluation. Its Steel Flame Finger was a mid to high-level skill among ordinary white skills. It had high power and bursts. Given it was a skill of a humanoid Star Beast, it fit human use perfectly. Market price was around 20,000 to 30,000. Meanwhile, its other skill, Black Rock Punch, was valued at just 7,000 to 8,000. The steel teeth bite from the big-eared steel-toothed dog was less popular, fetching less than 4,000 on the market. Speaking of which, so far, all decomposed white cards yielded 10 points of star dust, while selling one Steel Flame Finger could buy several steel teeth bite. Using this method seems like a way to earn a lot of star dust for free. Su Yuan pondered, wondering if there was such a bug. However, he later learned that only star cards extracted by personally defeating star beasts could be decomposed. Star cards given by others or purchased were not decomposable. Chapter 8 Steel Flame Finger. Chapter 8 Steel Flame Finger Chapter 8 Steel Flame Finger. At this time, the rock melt beast beside the big rock had also discovered Su Yuan. Su Yuan suppressed other thoughts and scrutinized the rock melt beast carefully. Judging from the dispersing star power fluctuations, this rock melt beast should be at the Star Apprentice 9th rank. It might be tricky for other 8th stage Star Apprentices, Buta Euros. Su Yuan drew out his E3 standard long knife, holding his breath and concentrating on the rock melt beast. With my current 6th-dimension qualities, a rock melt beast of the Star Apprentice 9th rank is nothing much. Star power slowly started to flow within him. Su Yuan stepped forward and charged with his knife. The irritable rock melt beast was already displeased with someone daring to intrude on its territory. Sensing Su Yuan's intent to attack, it became extremely furious, waved its arms and legs, and charged towards Su Yuan in big strides. In just a few seconds, the distance of 200 to 300 meters was shortened, and they were about to engage in close combat. Up close, the rock melt beast became clearer in Su Yuan's eyes. The body made of black rock was small but firm and solid, with faint red light flowing on the surface, as if containing enormous energy. At this moment, the rock melt beast clenched its fist, and a large amount of star power gathered swiftly into its right arm. "It's coming, Black Rock Punch." Silver light faintly flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. He was about to dodge sideways as he took a step. However, the rock melt beast seemed unwilling to let Su Yuan escape. It roared angrily, increased its forward speed again, and suddenly leaped in front of Su Yuan. Its fist, as big as a sandbag, quickly and heavily punched forward. Just as the punch was about to land on Su Yuan, a silver light flashed, and Su Yuan inexplicably disappeared from the spot. The punch hit nothing. The rock melt beast's face showed some astonishment. It quickly stopped moving after a few steps, but suddenly sensed some movement from behind. Alarmed, the rock melt beast turned around hurriedly. But just as it turned, a point of cold light rapidly expanded in its eyes. Swoosh! Su Yuan swiftly thrust his knife, precisely stabbing the rock melt beast's face. For one of his intended targets, the rock melt beast, Su Yuan had already done his homework. Compared to the hard limbs and body, the face of the rock melt beast was relatively fragile. Being struck by Su Yuan's knife, even with the solid rock talent supported throughout its body, the fragile face didn't hold for long under Su Yuan's powerful thrust and was penetrated after slight resistance. A fatal blow. The body of the rock melt beast instantly stiffened, its arms drooped, and the light in its eyes gradually dimmed before it slowly fell to the ground. The intelligence of star beasts on Blue Sea Star isn't low a euros. Su Yuan looked at the dead rock melt beast and slowly pulled out his long knife. During the battle, the rock melt beast had held back initially, not using its full speed. Omicron new small cap G Armenian, Huoinus, Omicron. It suddenly accelerated only when it used the black rock punch. Although it wasn't a complex maneuver, this showed that even the lowest level Star Apprentice level Star Beasts had some combat consciousness. Moreover, the drawbacks of this entry-level instant movement are numerous. Slow casting, significant consumption, limited moving distance, and around a 7-second casting interval euros. Especially the nearly 1-second casting time is unbearable. It must be prepared in advance. But now it's only entry-level instant movement. If the skill is upgraded to skilled or master level, it should be significantly improved. It wasn't that Su Yuan didn't want to add points to instant movement. He had tried before, but even with 60 Stardust points, he couldn't enhance instant movement at all. How much Stardust does it take to enhance a blue skill? Only more star card decomposition can answer that. Su Yuan pushed his thoughts aside and began cutting the rock melt beast's body with the long knife. The star core of the rock melt beast should be in the chest area. Here it is. Su Yuan cut open the rock melt beast's chest and took out a black and red core the size of a duck egg, inspecting it closely. The rock melt beast's star core of Star Apprentice 9th rank, with E-level star power talent, indeed contains significantly more star power than the 6th or 7th stage star beasts before euros. Gripping the star core, Su Yuan infused his spiritual power to extract a star card. I hope to get Steel Flame Finger euros. Since star card masters extract a star card randomly from the star core, even with the same white skill, the probability is equal. Currently, Su Yuan had a 50% chance of extracting Black Rock Impact from this rock melt beast star core. If there were green or even blue skills, the higher the grade, the lower the extraction probability. Of course, a few star card masters have unique talents or secret techniques that increase the chance of extracting certain star cards. These few are known as professional card-drawing masters. Su Yuan was channeling spiritual power for extraction when the dormant system in his body suddenly reacted. Ding! First detection of multiple skill star beast star core. Reminder, do you want to use the extraction function? This star core contains skills. 1. Black Rock Punch. 2. Steel Flame Finger. You can consume 10 star dust to selectively extract one. 10 star dust for selective extraction. The skill star cards, generated randomly from the star core, can be chosen selectively. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this more of a card-drawing master than a card-drawing master? Card-drawing masters only marginally increase the probability, while he could randomly select through the system at the cost of some star dust. Even if the skills are of the same quality, there are good and bad among them. For ordinary white cards like Black Rock Punch and Steel Flame Finger, the difference might not be significant. But for elite green cards or master blue cards, even epic purple cards, the gap between unpopular skills and top skills could be vast. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yuan decided to test it. System, extract Steel Flame Finger. As soon as the command was given, the star dust points in the system immediately decreased by 10. At the same time, blue starlight dust poured into the star core through Su Yuan's arm. The star power inside the core surged, birthing black and red radiance which circulated around the surface. Within a few seconds, the star core slowly dissolved and vanished, leaving a white card with a drawing of the rock melt beast lying quietly in Su Yuan's hand. On the card, the rock melt beast extended its right index finger, completely fiery red, wrapped with strands of red flame. Steel Flame Finger. Element Fire. Grade Ordinary. Introduction. Transforms star power into fire attribute, concentrating it in the finger, unleashing a penetrating and burning strike. It really is Steel Flame Finger. This is awesome. Su Yuan was excited not because of Steel Flame Finger, but because he confirmed the system's extraction function. Being able to select any skill from the star core could greatly save resources and accelerate his growth, even if not used for profit. Let's use this Steel Flame Finger. Su Yuan held the Steel Flame Finger star card, channeling spiritual power to activate it. Soon, the Steel Flame Finger card vanished from his hand, turning into a white star hovering around the Azure Sky Phoenix Soul card. Su Yuan raised his right hand. With a thought, the Steel Flame Finger star card beside the Soul card emitted a bright light. Simultaneously, a large amount of star power surged to Su Yuan's right hand. Instantly, strands of red flame coiled around his index finger, radiating powerful energy. Surveying the area, Su Yuan walked over to the gray-black rock the rock melt beast leaned on and poked at the stone with his finger. Steel Flame Finger. It was like poking into coal. Su Yuan felt only slight resistance as his finger made a charred black hole, finger-thick in the stone. There wasn't a single crack around the hole. After the strike, the star power of the fire attribute on Su Yuan's finger was exhausted. What a powerful destructive force! The unexpectedly strong power of Steel Flame Finger amazed Su Yuan. The small hole precisely showed the concentrated power of the strike without any dispersion of euros, a feat Su Yuan couldn't achieve before. The stone surface would have cracked along with the hole. In fact, Steel Flame Finger is a close-range physical attack skill boosted by strength, influenced by strength and star power. Post-awakening, Su Yuan's sea-level strength and star power talents were far superior to ordinary people. No matter the skill, close or long-range, physical or energy, attack or defense, Su Yuan's six-dimensional all-see talents could exert the strongest effect. Feeling the star power within him, Su Yuan noticed the overall consumption wasn't much. He could use it several times at full capacity. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Yuan summoned the system to start adding points. System enhanced Steel Flame Finger 3 times. After using the extraction function and consuming 10 star dust, he still had 50 points. He could first spend 30 points to enhance Steel Flame Finger to master level. Starlight dust appeared within him, flowing into the mini star card of Steel Flame Finger. The card lit up 3 times, ascending to master level. Now the system panel showed Su Yuan's information as follows. Su Yuan. Level Star Apprentice 8th Stage. Soul Card Azure Sky Phoenix. Grade Master. Species Phoenix. Element Space. Talent Azure Sky. Enhances space-related skills by 20%. 6 dimensions. Strength C, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution C, Spirit C, Star Power C. Soul Skill Instant Movement Master, Entry Level. Skill Steel Flame Finger Ordinary, Master. Stardust 20. It's at master level already a euros. Su Yuan marveled at the system's power again. Today I got Steel Flame Finger. I'll rest for now. Starting tomorrow, I'll look for other skills and upgrade Steel Flame Finger and Instant Movement. Chapter 9 Rapid Improvement. Chapter 9 Rapid Improvement. Chapter 9 Rapid Improvement. The northwestern outskirts of the Great Barbarian Mountain area, sandwiched between Guangchuan City and the northeastern second stage city, Qinghai City, were ringed by both cities. In the dense forest within the mountains, a handsome young man in a green and black school uniform was swiftly moving through the woods. The 4 characters, Qinghai High School, were embroidered in gold thread on his uniform. Just as the young man was about to pass a tree that required 2 people to encircle, suddenly, a green shadow shot down from the tree. The young man reacted quickly. The black and red longsword in his hand immediately turned red-hot and slashed at the black shadow above his head as fast as a phantom, cutting it into 2 pieces that fell to the ground. It turned out to be a chameleon python skilled in ambush. The chameleon python could change its skin color for camouflage and hide its aura. The chameleon python, cut in half, was not dead yet. It twisted its upper body and attempted to leap again to bite the young man. 8th Stage chameleon python, truly courting death. The young man seemed to be in a bad mood. Seeing the python's futile efforts, he swiftly swung his longsword again. In just a few moments, the 3 to 4 meter long 8th Stage chameleon python was chopped into a dozen pieces scattered around. No sign of flame crystal stones, but an endless stream of these pesky things. According to the information provided by the Star Card Master Association, that flame crystal stone should be in this area near Guangchuan City, guarded by a bronze early-stage fire-stepping wolf. I've been here for 3 days and still haven't seen any trace of the fire-stepping wolf. The young man suppressed the frustration in his heart and sighed softly. Taking out a handkerchief to wipe off the snake blood from his sword, he casually retrieved the chameleon python's star core, then continued deeper into the forest. Time passed quickly, and a week had gone by since Su Yuan entered the Great Barbarian Mountain area. Besides killing numerous Star Apprentice-level star beasts, Su Yuan had also encountered a real bronze-level star beast yesterday, a wind-running weasel with incredible speed. Bronze-level star beasts were at least twice as strong in all aspects as Star Apprentice 9th-rank beasts, with terrifying strength. Fortunately, Su Yuan made rapid progress thanks to the system's points. His current strength far surpassed what it had been when he first entered the Great Barbarian Mountain area. Having enhanced the Steel Flame Finger 15 times, It had reached the perfect level. In addition, the instant movement had successfully been enhanced once, and just that one time cost a whopping 200 Stardust points. This meant that the enhancement cost of a blue card was 20 times that of a white card. However, the effect was also visibly significant. The casting time of instant movement decreased from 1 second to about 0.7 seconds, and the interval between casts reduced from 7 seconds to 5 seconds. As for the maximum distance of instant teleportation, which related to skill level and star power, it increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. It was imaginable that this blue skill would only become stronger in the future. Unfortunately, the stardust required for enhancements was too much. From a cost-effectiveness perspective, it was better to be patient for the time being. Additionally, Su Yuan had also acquired another rather good defense enhancement skill, hardened iron skin, from an iron-backed ape. With hardened iron skin quickly maxed to the great success stage, Su Yuan gained a lot of error tolerance in battles, especially when dealing with the wind-running weasel. As a bronze-level star beast skilled in speed, the wind-running weasel was exceedingly fast and even had a skill to increase movement speed, wind walking. Even Su Yuan couldn't match it. Luckily, the great success stage hardened iron skin could withstand most of the wind-running weasel's attacks, including Wind Blade, allowing Su Yuan to kill it with a combination of instant movement and steel flame finger after an intense battle of grappling and dodging. Finally, Su Yuan spent star dust to extract Wind Walking, embedding it into the star power vortex as his third skill. The value of Wind Walking was almost comparable to Steel Flame Finger Euros. Both were very useful skills among white cards. Just the entry-level Wind Walking further increased Su Yuan's speed by another 20%. I've been out here for over a week now. Supplies are running low, so I should head out to rest and replenish. Su Yuan now looked quite distressed. His clothes were torn in many places, mostly shredded by the wind-running weasel, and were stained red and green with the blood and fluids of numerous star beasts, looking like they had been dyed. Even washing in the stream couldn't clean them. Furthermore, he had a few injuries on his body, but they weren't serious. Thanks to the recovery ability of his C-grade stamina and some medication, most of them had already scabbed over. Too bad I haven't encountered any star beasts with healing skills, Su Yuan regretted slightly. Otherwise, learning a healing skill would allow me to be completely self-sufficient. Su Yuan examined the situation within his star power vortex. As he expected, he still had the capacity to learn 2 more skills. When he reached the bronze level, he would have 5 new skill slots, so Su Yuan didn't have to worry about wasting skill slots like others did. Generally, star card skills were secondary. They just needed to be useful. There was no need to think too much about them. The real focus should be on choosing soul skills carefully. Soul skills were star card skills directly embedded into the soul card, typically receiving extra boosts from talents. They came with an initial one upon awakening. Afterward, from the bronze level onward, a new soul skill could be embedded at each level, and only embedding a soul skill would allow cultivation to proceed to the next realm. This was the fundamental reason why awakening a soul card was a prerequisite for becoming a star card master. Besides speeding up star power cultivation, the core reason was that the inherent soul skill of a soul card opened the door to the bronze level. The quality, level, and compatibility of the soul skill with the soul card would also influence the strength of the soul card's second awakening. The first skill slot on the soul card would open at the bronze level. Though it would take some time, Su Yuan could start scouting for suitable skills. Compatibility had no fixed standard. However, for soul cards with attributes, a basic rule was to embed star card skills matching the attribute of the soul card. Therefore, Su Yuan needed high-quality space-related skills. Small Capen Omicron U letter 1E5 Armenian, he nus, Omicron. As for skill levels, with the system's help, they could always be increased, so that wasn't an issue. The issue was that space-related, time-related, and some other special attribute star beast skills were rare and generally higher in quality compared to elemental attributes, making them hard to find. There's no use worrying too much now. When the time comes, there will be a way. If worst comes to worst, when I enter the Star Power Academy with a larger platform, I'll definitely find some leads on space-related skills. Shaking his head, Su Yuan put on his deflated backpack, took out a map and a compass, determined his direction, and started heading back. After nearly half a day's walk, Su Yuan suddenly heard the rustling sound of someone moving quickly through the dense forest in the distance. He immediately became alert, turning to look. Soon, a young man in a school uniform came into view, fleeing in distress, while 7 or 8 gray wolves with green flames on their legs were chasing closely behind him. Sensing the Star Apprentice 9th rank aura from those gray wolves, Su Yuan couldn't help but pause. This guy, did he stir up a stepping flame gray wolf pack? Just then, miraculously, the young man noticed Su Yuan and his eyes lit up. He changed direction and ran towards Su Yuan, shouting loudly, "Brother, help me." Chapter 10, Students of Qinghai High School. Chapter 10, Chapter 10. Students of Qinghai High School, Chapter 10, Chapter 10. Students of Qinghai High School. Su Yuan's face darkened, but after observing for a while, he did not leave. On the periphery, star beasts were sparsely distributed. He could often only kill 7 or 8 in a day, but it was rare to see so many star beasts at once. These were all star dust. Moreover, although the young man ahead was being chased by so many fire-stepping wolves, he moved at a steady pace and showed no obvious signs of panic on his face. He was evidently not simple. After a brief thought, Su Yuan drew his long knife and quickly walked forward, with silver light flashing in his eyes. Instant movement was ready. If this person was just using him as a scapegoat, Su Yuan wouldn't mind using instant movement to leave immediately. Seeing Su Yuan approaching with a knife, Zhuang Zun showed a look of delight. "Good man, I knew anyone daring to venture here alone must be extraordinary. As expected, this guy is tough." Those beautiful and unique silver eyes made Zhuang Zun take a few more glances. However, now was not the time for observation. To show his sincerity, Zhuang Zun turned around and swung his sword into the wolf pack when Su Yuan was within 20 meters. Letter 1E45 Omicron New Letter 1E5 Letter 1D11 Omicron. Red flames entwined the sword, and the 2 leading fire-stepping wolves were immediately injured by the long sword. However, the wolves were quite tenacious. If you didn't kill them, you had to be prepared for a fierce counterattack. In just a short moment, Zhuang Zun was surrounded by a pack of wolves, left struggling to fend off attacks from both sides, surrounded by danger. Fortunately, Su Yuan's figure had already crashed into the wolf pack. With wind walking enhancing his steps, Su Yuan's movements were incredibly agile, and he swung his long knife toward the fire-stepping wolves. Su Yuan's arrival immediately attracted the attack of several fire-stepping wolves. Zhuang Zun felt the pressure lessen sharply, and while swinging his sword, he turned his head to look. Seeing that Su Yuan moved lightly and gracefully, the 4 fire-stepping wolves surrounding him almost unable to touch the hem of his clothes. Impressive. Zhuang Zun was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to randomly encounter a student near Guangchuan City whose strength seemed no weaker than his own. Guangchuan City was merely a 3rd-level city under Qinghai City. When had it become so extraordinary? Zhuang Zun shouted, "Good brother, thanks." Swinging his knife and killing wolves, Su Yuan replied without turning his head, "Let's deal with them first." Zhuang Zun smiled, the flames on his sword burning even hotter. "All right." With someone sharing the pressure, the remaining 3 fire-stepping wolves posed no threat to Zhuang Zun. Previously, because there were too many, even a genius student like Zhuang Zun from Qinghai High School could do nothing. Because Star Apprentices' star power was limited, they typically wouldn't learn high-consumption AoE skills during the Star Apprentice level. They would be out of power after a few uses, making it impractical. Moreover, even if they learned it, it wasn't very effective. Star Apprentices prioritized college entrance exams to get into top-ranked academies. There were too many other things to learn and practice, so AoE skills weren't a priority. Zhuang Zun wielded his flame-wrapped sword, pierced the last fire-stepping wolf beside him, and contentedly sheathed his long sword. Turning around, he noticed that not far away, Su Yuan had just ended the fight by thrusting steel flame finger into the forehead of the last fire-stepping wolf. This. Zhuang Zun looked at the 3 fire-stepping wolves, corpses around him, his eyes widening slightly. "I took down 3, he took down 4, and we ended the battle together." Judging by the star power fluctuations, wasn't he only at the 8th stage? And just now, wasn't that the steel flame finger? How did he so easily pierce the fire-stepping wolf's head? Was he a fire element enhancement talent? As a prominent figure in Qinghai High School, Zhuang Zun was a bit confused at this moment. Could there be a more outstanding student than him in Guangchuan City? This couldn't be. Just as Zhuangzun was thinking, Su Yuan had already collected the star core of the fire-stepping wolf and walked over. The fire-stepping wolf had two skills. One was fiery fire claw, and the other was small fireball. Among them, small fireball was a relatively common long-range attack skill, with a value comparable to the steel flame finger of the rock melt beast. Su Yuan thought that if there were no other choices, he could use this small fireball as a backup for his fourth skill. "Classmate, nice skills," Zhuangzun said with a smile. Seeing Zhuangzun's school uniform, Su Yuan asked, "A student from Qinghai High School." The area they were in now bordered Guangchuan City, far from Qinghai City. Zhuangzun smiled. "That's right, my name is Zhuangzun from Class 1 of Qinghai High School. What's your name?" "I'm Su Yuan from Guangchuan 4th Middle School." "4th Middle School? You're so good I thought you were a genius from Guangchuan 1st Middle School." Zhuangzun looked surprised. "But thanks a lot this time, otherwise, even if I could run away from so many fire-stepping wolves, I'd have to shed a layer of skin." Zhuangzun appeared a bit frustrated. Su Yuan asked, "But how did you provoke so many fire-stepping wolves?" "Well, it's a long story." Zhuangzun's expression turned a bit awkward. He had initially come to find flame crystal stone, but as he searched further and further, just when he was about to think it was false information or someone else had gotten there first, he really found it. However, what Zhuangzun didn't expect was that fire-stepping wolves, which were supposed to be at the initial bronze level, had evolved into green flame-white wolves. If they were only bronze-level fire-stepping wolves, Zhuangzun was confident he could handle them. But green flame-white wolves were elite star beasts, far beyond the combat power of fire-stepping wolves. Moreover, the green flame-white wolf had gathered many star apprentice-level fire-stepping wolves around it. Left with no choice, Zhuangzun could only retreat. However, the green flame-white wolf was too sensitive and noticed Zhuangzun retreating. It dispatched many fire-stepping wolves to chase after him, leading to the situation Su Yuan now saw. Zhuangzun seemed to think of something and suddenly brightened his eyes at Su Yuan. "By the way, Su Yuan, seeing you use the steel flame finger, you must be a fire star card master, right? Listen, I know there's a green flame white wolf ahead, an elite star beast evolved from the fire-stepping wolf. There's a chance it might drop an elite grade skill, the gray flame strike." "A green flame white wolf?" Su Yuan's expression changed slightly. "What level?" Zhuangzun laughed, "Just bronze early stage." Hearing this, Su Yuan quickly thought it over. The green flame white wolf was an elite star beast evolved from the fire-stepping wolf. Its representative skill was the green grade gray flame strike, a special skill only possessed by the green flame white wolf species, greatly powerful, with very fast projectile speed, making it hard to avoid. Generally, green star cards were priced at tens of thousands, and rare green cards might be worth 30 or 40,000. The gray flame strike could sell for at least over 20,000 if put on the market. Although he was not a fire star card master, obtaining a practical green card wasn't easy for Su Yuan in his current situation. This was a rare opportunity. Besides, with the system's help, he could extract the gray flame strike with 100% certainty. Su Yuan asked, "What do you want for giving me the green flame white wolf's intel?" "Rest assured, the gray flame white wolf star core is yours." Zhuangzun smiled, explaining, "To be honest, my target is a flame crystal stone occupied by that gray flame white wolf. This information was top secret intel I paid a high price for, and I came here quickly. If I leave empty-handed this time, the flame crystal stone might be taken by someone else. Su Yuan, you're strong. If we team up and solve the green flame white wolf together, the star core is yours and the flame crystal stone is mine. What do you say?" Flame crystal stone. No wonder, Su Yuan suddenly understood. Flame crystal stone was a second-stage fire attribute mineral. Though not a particularly high-grade material, its high demand made it often out of stock and hard to buy. "All right, no problem." Su Yuan didn't think much more and immediately nodded in agreement. The elite-level green flame white wolf was undoubtedly stronger than the wind-running weasel he encountered yesterday. Still, it wasn't impossible to handle. Unlike the speed-focused wind-running weasel, he had confidence in using instant movement to escape from the green flame white wolf if necessary. "Good!" Zhuangzun's eyes brightened. "Then let's go and recover a bit on the way." Chapter 11, Green Flame White Wolf. Chapter 11, Green Flame White Wolf. Chapter 11, Green Flame White Wolf Zhuangzun walked in front to lead the way, and Su Yuan followed closely behind. The two quickly moved through the forest for nearly half an hour. They finally found the Green Flame White Wolf that Zhuangzun had mentioned in a clearing. Zhuangzun immediately stopped and leaned against a large tree that three people could barely wrap their arms around. Lowering his voice, he said to Su Yuan, "Su Yuan, look, right ahead." Su Yuan came closer and looked from behind the tree. Sure enough, there was a huge green flame white wolf about as tall as a person. Yeah, Omicron Nuke Zero. He inus. The snow-white body had flame-like green patterns, and its eyes glinted with a fierce light, giving off a daunting presence. Green Flame White Wolf. Grade Elite. Species Wolf. Element Fire. Talent Wolf Nature. The more severe the injuries it sustains, the higher the damage it inflicts, up to a maximum of 24%. 6 dimensions. Strength D, Agility E, Defense E, Constitution E, Spirit F, Star Power D. Skills: Gray Flame Strike Green, Fiery Fire Claw Ordinary, Beginner Stage Healing Skill Ordinary. For mammalian star beasts, generally, the larger the size, the stronger the ability. At this moment, the massive green flame white wolf was lying on the ground, hugging a fist-sized crystal red ore, which was precisely the flame crystal stone Zhuangzun wanted. Su Yuan observed for a while and then whispered, "The star power fluctuations of this green flame white wolf are quite unstable. It seems that it has just recently evolved." Zhuangzun nodded and said, "It should be. The information I received mentioned only a bronze-level fire-stepping wolf." Su Yuan looked at Zhuangzun expressionlessly. "But earlier, you didn't mention that there were also 4 ninth-stage fire-stepping wolves here." Indeed, surrounding the green flame white wolf were 4 larger ninth-stage fire-stepping wolves. Zhuangzun laughed. "I thought 4 ninth-stage fire-stepping wolves wouldn't be much of a problem for us, right?" Su Yuan pursed his lips. This guy wasn't honest, hiding the truth just to make sure he would come along. Fine, dealing with 4 fire-stepping wolves is indeed not much of an issue, but to take on the green flame white wolf, we have to handle them first. Su Yuan pretended to ponder and then said, "How about this? I'll take care of the 4 fire-stepping wolves, and you handle the green flame white wolf alone." That should be manageable, right? Since they were already here, there was no reason to retreat without a fight. After all, the gray flame strike was still something they had to obtain. However, Zhuangzun played Su Yuan, so letting him off too easily was out of the question. Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhuangzun's face immediately darkened. Acknowledging his guilt, he coughed twice and then reluctantly agreed, "No problem, but you'll need to be quick." After a brief discussion, Su Yuan set down his backpack, drew his knife, and walked out, instantly catching the attention of the green flame white wolf and the 4 fire-stepping wolves. The green flame white wolf scrutinized the sudden appearance of the human. When it sensed Su Yuan's spiritual power fluctuations were only at the 8th stage, it arrogantly raised its head and roared. Instantly, 2 of the 4 ninth-stage fire-stepping wolves flung themselves toward Su Yuan. Zhuangzun watched closely from behind the tree. There was no clear view of Su Yuan's real strength earlier, as he was also surrounded by 3 fire-stepping wolves. Now it's the perfect time to observe. As the 2 fire-stepping wolves charged, green flames ignited on their 4 legs, enhancing their momentum. Before they got close, they opened their mouths and spat out 2 basin-sized green fireballs. For long-range attacks, dodge if you can. Su Yuan's feet gathered wind attribute star power. Clear wind swirled as he lightly swayed left and right, effortlessly dodging the 2 green fireballs. Boom, boom. The small fireballs landed on trees and the ground, creating loud explosions. "Darn it, Su Yuan, were you doing that on purpose?" Zhuangzun walked out from behind the tree that had a large hole blown out of it, looking displeased. However, he was unscathed, without a single speck of dust on him. Su Yuan ignored Zhuangzun. The 2 fire-stepping wolves had already reached him, and the leading one extended its flaming green claw, aiming to Strikia Euro's fiery fire claw. This scene is somewhat similar to that time when I first encountered those 2 big-eared steel-toothed dogs, but now I don't need to dodge anymore. Su Yuan's expression didn't change. He neither dodged nor evaded. Stepping up, he swung his scarred and battered long knife down. The long knife met fiery fire claw. After a brief stalemate, he forcefully pushed the charging fire-stepping wolf back. At this moment, the second fire-stepping wolf had already lunged within an arm's reach and snapped its jaws at him. Zhuangzun, observing the fight, slightly frowned. Such strength. He has strength qualification of at least D grade to possess such power at Star Apprentice 8th stage. But after repelling the first fire-stepping wolf, how is he going to dodge the second one's attack? Euro's huh? Zhuangzun's eyes widened in shock. He saw Su Yuan's left hand reach out and grab the snapping jaws of the fire-stepping wolf. What is he doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Zhuangzun was startled. However, the next moment exceeded Zhuangzun's expectations. Su Yuan actually grabbed the upper jaw of the fire-stepping wolf. Although the wolf's sharp teeth bit into his hand, they didn't sever it. What's going on? How could anyone withstand the sharp teeth and powerful jaws of a fire-stepping wolf with their bare hand? Zhuangzun was stunned. The next moment he noticed that Su Yuan's left hand, from the forearm to the grasping hand, had turned to a metal-like dark gray color. I see, his isn't fire element enhanced ability after all. Perhaps he specializes in defense. Damn, this isn't normal. Zhuangzun wouldn't have guessed that this was due to a C-grade defense qualification paired with a great success stage defense skill, hardened iron skin, which was beyond common understanding. Grasping the upper jaw of the fire-stepping wolf, Su Yuan didn't wait for the wolf to struggle. He twisted its jaw backward and over his shoulder, slamming it down to the ground. Die. Su Yuan rotated the long knife to a reverse grip and thrust it downward into the wolf's head. Blood sprayed. 9th stage fire-stepping wolf dead. Why does a casual outing lead to encountering such a monster? Zhuangzun swallowed hard. Killing a 9th stage fire-stepping wolf wasn't impressive, but Su Yuan's toughness was absolutely staggering. To subdue a 9th stage fire-stepping wolf barehanded Euros, what a monster. Zhuangzun suddenly realized that Su Yuan seemed even stronger than expected, possibly stronger than he was. And what was even more terrifying was that this person was only at Star Apprentice 8th stage. Where did this freak come from? I remember last time in Shuzhou Special Recruitment Exam that Fang Kun was from Guangchuan City. Luckily, I've kept in touch. I need to ask him. As Su Yuan killed this wolf, it enraged the distant green flame white wolf. Roaring furiously, the remaining 2 stationary fire-stepping wolves and the one that had been pushed back now rushed together towards Su Yuan. You handle the green flame white wolf for now. Without turning back, Su Yuan called out to Zhuangzun. Withdrawing his knife from the wolf's head, he moved to face the remaining 3 wolves, clashing with them instantly. Once Su Yuan had completely engaged the fire-stepping wolves, Zhuangzun also sprang into action, circling around the battlefield and charging toward the green flame white wolf with his sword. The green flame white wolf had already noticed Zhuangzun, but disdainfully didn't make a move. Now, seeing Zhuangzun approaching, its eyes grew fiercer. It released a surge of star power, causing the green patterns on its white body to light up and burn silently. While the fire-stepping wolves only had green flames on their 4 legs, the green flame white wolf was enveloped in a faint green fire during a fight. With a single bound, it transformed into a ball of green and white fire, ramming towards Zhuangzun. The terrifying oppression of a bronze-level elite demon beast could only be truly felt in this direct confrontation. Zhuangzun's expression turned serious. He shook his long sword, causing fiery flames to rise and wrap around the entire blade. Such overwhelming star power. I hope Su Yuan can wrap things up quickly, or I really won't last. Gritting his teeth, Zhuangzun charged, clashing with the incoming green flame white wolf. Chapter 12, Join Forces to Kill the Wolf. Chapter 12, Join Forces to Kill the Wolf. Chapter 12, Join Forces to Kill the Wolf. Su Yuan dealt with 3 9th stage fire-stepping wolves with relative ease, using wind walking and hardened iron skin while keeping an eye on Zhuangzun's battle with the green flame white wolf. This Zhuangzun, truly not simple. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuangzun had already demonstrated quick speed slaying the fire-stepping wolves. Now, facing the green flame white wolf alone, he remained calm and composed, advancing and retreating with skill. Fierce flames erupted from the black-red longsword, and various powerful sword moves imbued with the fire element were frequently unleashed. Even though the green flame white wolf had some flame resistance, it still suffered continuous burning damage when struck by the longsword. Additionally, Zhuangzun's fiery flame sword technique and flame explosion technique were used at just the right moments, making it so that he didn't fall behind at all for now. That fierce fire sword skill is at least of green grade, coupled with the green grade flame explosion technique and that black-red longsword. The burning trait of its attacks should also belong to this weapon. It's almost certain it's a green grade weapon card. Su Yuan's gaze fell on the black-red longsword in Zhuangzun's hand, and he silently clicked his tongue. Truly a wealthy young master. No wonder he doesn't care much about the demon core of the green flame white wolf. This entire set on Zhuangzun, even the flame explosion technique, was the cheapest, only around 200,000. Next was the fire sword skill. Skills like sword techniques, staff techniques, or blade techniques couldn't be extracted from beast cores of star beasts, but instead were produced in another way of euros, recorded by human experts. Because of higher costs and fewer numbers, their value was also higher, possibly twice that of the flame explosion technique. As for Zhuangzun's black-red longsword, it couldn't be compared to the standard long blade in Su Yuan's hand. It was a genuine star device, transformed from a weapon star card. Weapon star cards differ from typical skill star cards. They are a revolutionary craft created by humans. By integrating forging techniques with star cards, ordinary objects are sublimated into extraordinary items capable of fully unleashing star power, known as star devices. Throughout the process of driving away myth star beasts and consolidating human domination, star devices played a crucial role. Star devices could not only enhance the user's attributes, but also possess special traits, like the burning trait of this black-red longsword. Moreover, the rarity of star devices was higher than sword skills, and their prices far exceeded those of skill cards of the same grade. They were not much cheaper than even high-grade skill cards. Zhuangzun's green-black-red longsword was likely priced close to a low-tier blue skill card. So overall, Zhuangzun's entire set was worth at least 3 to 4 million. During the Star Apprentice stage, being able to casually spend millions meant almost certainly being a wealthy young master. It was hard to earn that much money during the Star Apprentice stage. However, Su Yuan didn't feel too much envy. After all, you have your money and I have my tricks. The battle between humans and wolves was extremely intense. Star power burst forth and dust flew everywhere. After a fierce battle, with a dull thud, Zhuangzun was knocked away by the green flame white wolf, flying more than 10 meters, and he groaned, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Truly powerful, worthy of being a bronze-level elite. The green flame white wolf was stronger than expected. Zhuangzun had been pressed hard the whole time, and now he was getting angry. Casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zhuangzun gathered star power again. The firelight on the sword, dispersed by the green flame white wolf's strike, reunited and was restored. Gritting his teeth, Zhuangzun prepared to charge again. But at this moment, the green flame white wolf seemed to be annoyed and unwilling to entangle with Zhuangzun any longer. It suddenly opened its mouth, and the immense star power within swiftly converged in its mouth, forming a highly compressed blue flame. Elite skill, gray flame strike. Zhuangzun immediately felt an intense sense of oppression. He wanted to dodge, but sensed that this strike would not be easily evaded. Gritting his teeth, Zhuangzun decisively withdrew his longsword and quickly rubbed a large flame ball with his hands to face it head-on. Although both were elite green skills, Zhuangzun's flame explosion technique compared to the green flame white wolf's gray flame strike showed a significant energy difference. The reason was simple. The disparity in star power was too large. Zhuangzun was merely at the 9th rank of the Star Apprentice stage, while the green flame white wolf was a bronze-level elite star beast with a D-class star power talent. In a matter of seconds, both sides were ready to strike, but as Zhuangzun's heart grew heavier, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. I was careless. Being a bronze-level elite star beast, I shouldn't have engaged. I was too young, thinking after killing 2 bronze early-stage ordinary star beasts, I could handle this green flame white wolf. Am I going to die here today? I'm still so young and handsome. I haven't even seen what a top star power academy looks like. Also, I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. It's all my mom's fault for being so strict, saying I couldn't date until I got into the top 20 academies. It's over, everything's over. I shouldn't have trusted anyone so easily. Su Yuan is completely unreliable. He hasn't even dealt with those 3 fire-stepping wolves yet. He's nowhere to be seen. Did he run away? But even if he returned, He would be no match for this green flame white wolf. Yeah, 0 new letter 1E50, Omicron. Huh. Above the green flame white wolf is that Su Yuan. Zhuangzun's somewhat dazed mind instantly cleared up. Looking again, it was indeed Su Yuan, who had somehow appeared above the green flame white wolf out of thin air. Earlier, Su Yuan had also noticed the bronze-level elite star beast's strength was greater than imagined, making it hard to confront directly. So after killing the 3 fire-stepping wolves, he decisively used the remaining star dust to enhance Steel Flame Finger to the transformation realm, awaiting the right opportunity. At this moment, with the green flame white wolf fully occupied by Zhuangzun, the opportunity had arrived, and Su Yuan used instant teleportation to arrive. As the green flame white wolf was about to unleash gray flame strike, Su Yuan's ironized, black-gray left arm suddenly turned crimson like metal being forged at high temperature. Then he suddenly turned his fingers into a claw and thrust all 5 fingers into the green flame white wolf's head. Awu! A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the green flame white wolf, in immense pain from the blow, began to struggle fiercely, completely neglecting the gray flame strike it had prepared. It inadvertently sprayed it onto the ground nearby, causing a huge explosion and leaving a crater several meters in diameter. Su Yuan unleashed all his star power to fend off the burning blue flames on the green flame white wolf. Despite its furious thrashing, he held its head tightly with his 5 fingers. A bronze-level elite demon beast wasn't indestructible. Despite its strong constitution, with such severe head injuries, survival was impossible. Within seconds, the green flame white wolf rolled its eyes, spewed blood from its mouth, and collapsed on the ground. Chapter 13, Departure Harvest. Chapter 13, Departure Harvest. Chapter 13, Departure Harvest. Finally, it's over. Su Yuan let go of his left hand. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered in burns and wounds, all inflicted by the green flame white wolf's desperate struggle. After all, the green flame white wolf had the wolf nature talent. Fortunately, it only lasted a few seconds. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure it any longer. Even though they are both bronze level, the difference between elite and ordinary is much greater than I imagined. Su Yuan felt a shiver in his heart. The green flame white wolf's strength was far higher than he had expected. This time, he had taken quite a risk. It might have been because he had suppressed himself for a year, and now, with his explosive growth in strength, and after killing the bronze-level wind-running weasel, he had become somewhat impetuous. I need to reflect on this carefully. After all, I only have 1 life. While Su Yuan was summing up, Zhuangzun walked over, dumbfounded. Looking at the corpse of the green flame white wolf lying on the ground, he skeptically asked, "This? You killed it just like that?" Su Yuan, still reflecting on himself, nodded casually, saying, "Killed it." Killing such a powerful green flame white wolf and still staying so calm, is this what a real expert is like? Seeing Su Yuan so composed, Zhuangzun secretly marveled. Indeed, I still don't have enough expert demeanor. Stay calm, it's just a green flame white wolf, no big deal. But how did Su Yuan get on top of the green flame white wolf? Could he possibly fly? Zhuangzun was still very puzzled. Earlier, while dealing with the gray flame strike, Zhuangzun had been fully occupied conjuring fireballs, paying no attention to how Su Yuan had suddenly appeared. Zhuangzun was about to ask further when Su Yuan had already leaned down to extract the green flame white wolf's star core. As we agreed earlier, the star core is mine, and the flame crystal stone is yours. Oh right, the flame crystal stone? Zhuangzun slapped his forehead. Seeing the flame crystal stone on the ground in the distance, he rushed over happily to pick it up without bothering to question Su Yuan any further. He held the flame crystal stone in his hand, studying it fondly for a moment. Suddenly, a white light flashed on his left hand, and the flame crystal stone disappeared from his hand. A space ring. No wonder he didn't even carry a backpack. Yeah, Omicron U letter 1E50, S letter 1D11. Truly a rich kid. Su Yuan's gaze fell on the ring on Zhuangzun's left hand, clicking his tongue. This thing is really convenient. I'll have to buy one when I have money. While Su Yuan was secretly thinking, he carefully put the green flame white wolf star core in his bosom, and then retrieved his backpack and scabbard from a distance, sitting down to rest. Zhuangzun, satisfied, clapped his hands and walked over to Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, thanks a million this time. You not only saved my life twice, but also killed the green flame white wolf to help me get the flame crystal stone." Su Yuan shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing, really. Besides, the reason we could kill the green flame white wolf so smoothly was mainly because you attracted its fire." Seeing Su Yuan say this, Zhuang Zun laughed and said, "All right, I won't thank you much more then. Let's exchange contact information. If you need any help in the future, just let me know." Su Yuan nodded, "Sure." The two exchanged contact information and then went their separate ways. Zhuang Zun headed directly back to Qinghai City with the flame crystal stone, while Su Yuan planned to replenish and rest in the suburbs of Guangchuan City, let his parents know he was safe, and then head back to the Great Barbarian Mountain area to hunt star dust. After all, whether it was the hardened iron skin, instant movement, or the soon-to-be-acquired gray flame strike, they all consumed a lot of star dust. With 3 weeks left in the winter break, he had to seize the time. After leaving the Great Barbarian Mountain area, he returned to a hotel in the eastern suburbs of Guangchuan City to rest for a day, replenished his supplies, and then returned to the Great Barbarian Mountain area to continue hunting star beasts. Time flew, and before he knew it, the winter break was almost over. Su Yuan left the Great Barbarian Mountain area again, took a good shower in the hotel, and then took the light rail home. Besides the time spent resting in the hotel and traveling back and forth, Su Yuan had spent almost 3.5 weeks in the Great Barbarian Mountain area. On good days, he could hunt a dozen or so star beasts. On bad days, only 5 or 6. This was because the outer areas of the Great Barbarian Mountain area were sparse with star beasts, and Su Yuan did not venture deep inside easily. After the battle with the green flame white wolf, Su Yuan realized he needed to develop more steadily. After nearly a month of hunting, Su Yuan had gained nearly 2,000 points of star dust, and his status panel had undergone tremendous changes. Host, Su Yuan. Level, Star Apprentice 8th Stage. Soul Card, Azure Sky Phoenix. Grade, Master. Species, Phoenix. Element, Space. Talent, Azure Sky. Enhances the power of space-related skills by 20%. 6 dimensions. Strength C, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution C, Spirit C, Star Power C. Soul Skill, Instant Movement, Blue, Mastered. Casting time reduced to 0.5 seconds. Casting interval 4 seconds. Teleportation distance affected by skill level and star power. Skills, Steel Flame Finger, White, Transformation. Hardened Iron Skin, White, Transformation. Wind Walking, White, Transformation. Gray Flame Strike, Green, Great Success. Stardust 160. The system panel elements had been directly color-coded by Su Yuan. The cost-performance ratio of the 3 white card skills was the highest, so Su Yuan had upgraded them all to the transformation realm, resulting in not only enhanced power, but also a qualitative change. The transformation level Steel Flame Finger could cover his entire palm and fingers and had been used against the green flame white wolf, showing strong lethality. The transformation level Hardened Iron Skin could turn his entire body into steel skin for a certain period, similar to the iron cloth in Earth's martial arts, making him almost impervious to blades and bullets. The transformation level Wind Walking allowed him to manipulate the wind to affect the trajectory of long-range attacks, thereby evading certain types of ranged attacks. Additionally, the green card Gray Flame Strike was upgraded to Great Success. It was highly consuming, but the power increased correspondingly. Although it was not as strong as the green flame white wolf strike, it was not far off. Lastly, the soul skill Instant Movement, due to the high stardust cost for upgrading blue skills, was only leveled up to Master. However, it became increasingly useful, further reducing casting time and interval and enhancing teleportation distance. After many upgrades, Su Yuan had also gained a deeper understanding of the system's functions. Enhancing a white card skill once required 10 points of stardust, a green card 40 points, and a blue card 200 points. If using the system's extraction function to choose directly, it would consume the stardust required for one upgrade. It's just that the E3 longsword is almost scrapped. With the joint trial coming up, I'll need to buy a new one. Su Yuan sighed slightly. This month of training had turned his nearly new longsword into a worn-out mess, and in the battle 2 days ago, it had even been broken by a star beast. Su Yuan had buried it in the woods of the Great Barbarian Mountain area as he left. It would be nice to have a weapon card, regardless of its attributes, At least star devices wouldn't be as easily damaged as mortal iron. Thinking of Zhuang Zun's black and red longsword with the scorching trait, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel envious. Tang Xiang, who had gotten the news of her son's return, waited early in the living room. As soon as Su Yuan came back, she quickly went up to check him all over, very worried. It took a full 2 hours before Su Yuan finally escaped from his mother's deep concern and endless questions. Returning to his bedroom, Su Yuan collapsed into bed in a big spread-eagle position and slowly closed his eyes. Overall, this trip to the Great Barbarian Mountain area was very rewarding. The rapid improvement in strength is quite addictive, but it's really exhausting both physically and mentally. The warm atmosphere at home quickly relaxed Su Yuan's continuously tense nerves, and as he lay there with his eyes closed, he fell into a deep sleep within a few seconds. In a short while, Tang Xiang came to his bedroom with a plate of freshly cut fruit. "Little Yuan, these are fresh fruits your dad brought back from the suburbs this morning." Tang Xiang opened the door only to find Su Yuan already asleep. She quickly stopped talking. He fell asleep so quickly, this child. There was pain in Tang Xiang's eyes, and tears involuntarily welled up. Su Yuan had spent a whole month in such a dangerous place as the Great Barbarian Mountain area. As a mother, how could Tang Xiang not feel pained and worried? But seeing her son work so hard, she and his father could only support him and try not to be a hindrance to his growth. Gently placing the fruit platter on the bedside table, Tang Xiang carefully pulled the quilt over Su Yuan, then quietly exited the bedroom. Chapter 14 Special Admissions. Chapter 14 Special Admissions. Chapter 14 Special Admissions. End of February, school opening day. Because his home was relatively far away, Su Yuan, as usual, got up early to go to school. On the first day of school, maybe everyone came late. When Su Yuan arrived at the classroom, there were only a few scattered people. Su Yuan walked to his seat and sat down. He took out Great Flame Geography, Blue Sea Star General Language, Star Power Cultivation Basics, and other books, recalling and summarizing the battles and gains in the Great Barbarian Mountain area over the past month. It's a pity that there might not be any chance to go to the Great Barbarian Mountain area to max out instant movement and Gray Flame strike in a short time. On one hand, the high-stakes exams were approaching, and the improvement in the realm had to be more urgent. Simply reaching the 8th stage was not enough. At least, he had to enter the 9th stage, or even formally step into the bronze level. On the other hand, preparation for the cultural subjects was also necessary. Overall, this semester's studies were relatively tight. If there were no accidents, it would be hard to find time to level up his skills in the Great Barbarian Mountain area. "You seem different from before." Have you awakened?" While Su Yuan was pondering, Jiang Jun's voice suddenly came from the side. Su Yuan had been fighting in the Great Barbarian Mountain area for nearly a month. He had just come out, and the bloody aura on his body had not completely dissipated. Jiang Jun, with her keen perception, immediately noticed Su Yuan's difference. When she saw Su Yuan's silver pupils, she confirmed it but didn't know what kind of soul card it was. Su Yuan turned his head to look at Jiang Jun, who had just sat down, and felt a slight movement in his heart. The star power fluctuations on her body were exceptionally intense. She had already reached the 9th stage, seemingly just recently breaking through, so she was not good at concealing it yet. "Yes, I was lucky. I had an awakening during the holiday." Su Yuan smiled and then said, "But you have already broken through to the 9th stage. No student in our 4th middle school has reached the 9th stage yet." "Yes, 0 new letter 15 Omicron, letter 18 Omicron." "Impressive, breaking through before the test. Getting into the top 10 should be no problem this time." "No, I'm not the first one to break through to the 9th stage." Jiang Jun's face showed a hint of confusion. "Don't you know? Chen Jiujun broke through to the 9th stage just before the winter vacation. He also took advantage of the holiday to participate in the special recruitment of Wanzhou Academy and passed smoothly." Oh, Su Yuan was a little surprised. Chen Jiujun got specially recruited by Wanzhou Academy. The cities of Great Flame Country were divided into 3 levels, directly governed by higher-level cities. For example, Guangchuan City was the lowest 3rd-level city, while Qinghai City, where Zhuangzun was a 2nd-stage city. As for the higher 1st-level cities, there were 19 in total, collectively known as 3 cities, 4 extremes, 12 states. From an administrative level, Guangchuan City belonged to Qinghai City, and Qinghai City belonged to Shizhou City, located in the southwest of the 12 states. As for Wanju City, where Chen Jiyujun participated in the special recruitment, it bordered Shaju City to the east. The higher the city's level, the more educational resources it had. So the star power academies in the 19 cities were undoubtedly stronger than those in other cities. Among them, Wanju Academy in Wanju City ranked 12th in the latest academy rankings, 2 places higher than Shaju Academy, which was 14th. It was absolutely an academy that all students in Guangchuan City dreamed of entering, and Chen Jiyujun had been specially recruited in advance. Su Yuan admired. No wonder he is a genius who awakened a blue soul card. Chen Jiyujun was the second student in Guangchuan 4th Middle School, after Su Yuan, to reach the Star Apprentice 6th stage. He was not only famous in 4th Middle School, but also well known among students throughout Guangchuan City. His father was a renowned gold-level star card master in Guangchuan City. It was said that, although Chen Jiyujun received a skilled level soul awakening card from the school, he did not use it. His father spent a considerable amount of money to prepare a master-level soul awakening card for him. And he lived up to expectations, even exceeding them, awakening a master-grade Thunder Attribute Soul card, becoming a top genius in Guangchuan City. As for the special recruitment of first-class star power academies, star card masters heavily depended on talent, and there were differences even among geniuses. To attract top talents, strong academies would identify some genius students in advance and recruit them before the high-stakes exams. This was known as the special recruitment. With the idea that better students should receive better education, the special recruitment by such academies was allowed by the Department of Education, but with some restrictions, leading to high requirements for special recruitment. The minimum threshold for special recruitment by the 19 academies: Star Apprentice 9th stage, low-grade Blue Soul card, and master-level martial arts. Among these 3 conditions, Su Yuan's soul card and martial arts met the requirements. Because he didn't have a soul card before, Su Yuan put more effort into cultural subjects and martial arts. The basic saber skill had long reached the master level. During this trip to the Great Barbarian Mountain area, his saber skill transformed through practical combat and reached the Great Success level. As for the soul card, the top-grade Blue Azure Sky Phoenix was self-explanatory. But in terms of the realm, Su Yuan was far behind. After all, he wasted a year and just broke through the 8th stage. However, Su Yuan did not envy the special recruitment. With his talent, Su Yuan was confident enough to get into any academy, even obtaining extra resources. Special recruitment or not, it made no big difference. Jiang Jun asked suspiciously, "Don't you usually check your phone?" When he was recruited, our class group chat exploded. I was busy during the winter vacation and didn't check my phone much. When I checked it these days, there was 99 plus unread messages in the group chat. Already scrolled up to the top. Su Yuan casually explained. He then heard a commotion outside the classroom. "Look, it's Chen Jiyujun. He was just admitted to Wanju Academy." I didn't expect our Guangchuan 4th Middle School to produce a special recruit for Wanju Academy. That's amazing. So envious, that's Wanju Academy. I have no hope of getting into such an academy in this lifetime. Are you kidding? There's no retaking in the Star Apprentice class. If you fail once, there's no second chance. But if you go reincarnate now, you might still be early. Screw you. Amidst the exclamations and discussions, a tall, handsome young man with a stern face walked into the classroom under the gaze of students inside and outside the class. Chen Jiyujun casually glanced at everyone in the class. His eyes paused on Jiang Jun's face for a half-second before he turned and sat in his seat. I must say, the gap is really big. Chen Jiyujun thought of the geniuses he had seen during the special recruit selection, and then looked at his classmates who hadn't even reached the 9th stage. He shook his head. There's really no comparison. Soon, in a few months, I will leave this countryside of Guangchuan and go to Wanju Academy, where talents gather, to compete with various geniuses. Having passed Wanju Academy's special recruitment, Chen Jiyujun was full of spirit now. He didn't even regard Jiang Jun, who was barely a competitor before, as worthy anymore. Having seen the talents outside, he knew Guangchuan was too small and too weak. No wonder Dad was so strict with me, saying that my opponents are not in Guangchuan but outside. In all of Guangchuan, perhaps only Fang Kun from 1st Middle School can be considered my opponent now. These past few months were filled with good news for Guangchuan Municipal Education Bureau. For the first time in over 10 years, 2 students were special recruits in first-class academies in one go. Fang Kun from First Middle School was specially recruited by Shuzhou Academy 2 months ago. Chen Jiujun from 4th Middle School was specially recruited by Wanzhou Academy during the winter vacation. With 2 special recruits in one go, doubling the education resources next year was not impossible. Chapter 15 Joint Trials. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Joint Trials. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Joint Trials. Not long after, the classroom gradually filled up. All the students occasionally glanced secretly at Chen Jiujun, who was sitting by the aisle but didn't dare to whisper in the classroom. When the bell rang, homeroom teacher Yang Jun walked in with a glowing face, immediately looking at Chen Jiujun and nodding with a smile. Okay, students. The 1-month winter break has passed. It's time to get serious, as the intense and exciting college entrance exam season will last all the way until June. On the first day of the new semester, it was essential to build psychological resilience, especially for the crucial second semester of senior year. Although Yang Jun was relatively young among the teachers, he had ample experience leading classes and rich teaching skills. After his speech, everyone in the class felt the tension and regained their usual study mode. By the way, I think you all know that Jiu Jun stood out in the special admission selection for Wanzhou Academy and successfully became a special admissions student of Wanzhou. Yang Jun gestured for Chen Jiujun to come up. Jiu Jun, come, share your experience with everyone. Or do you have anything you want to say to your classmates? The classmates immediately got excited. Great, the experience of a Wanzhou special admissions student. It must be very useful. I wonder what kinds of tests Wanzhou University's special admission exams have. I'm really curious and want to practice accordingly. Be quiet, Chen Jiujun is coming up. Listen carefully and take good notes. The students whispered, with quite a few taking out notebooks to take notes diligently. Chen Jiujun walked a few steps to stand beside Yang Jun and looked at his classmates below. After a moment of contemplation, he said, honestly, everyone here is far too behind the geniuses of top universities. Even if you practice day and night, no one can get into a top school. Give up those baseless illusions. Recognize your own strength and position. Maybe you can get into a good second-tier college. Chen Jiujun's words instantly made the room fall silent. Even Yang Jun beside him was dumbfounded, not expecting such bluntness from Chen Jiujun. In the next moment, the entire class exploded. While the girls were still silent, the boys couldn't hold back and each stood up shouting angrily. Chen Jiujun, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Yeah, what's with that attitude? Being a special admissions student makes you so proud. What the hell, really? Chen Jiujun seemed not to hear them, nodding to Yang Jun before returning to his seat. He didn't care how these mediocrities in the class viewed or thought of him. What he cared about were those geniuses outside who were on par with him. Although Yang Jun felt a bit embarrassed, he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right, quiet down. Opening his hands to signal everyone to stop, Yang Jun cleared his throat and said, Jiu Jun wants to give everyone a wake-up call. There are indeed many geniuses out there. If you remain grounded and work harder, it's not impossible to get into a top university in the future. Su Yuan saw that Jiang Jun, sitting beside him, remained calm and asked curiously, You have always wanted to get into Shuzhou College. Don't you get angry at what he just said? Jiang Jun replied indifferently, Whether I can get into a top university is determined by myself. It's not something Chen Jiujun can negate with a few words. Jiang Jun's gaze was firm and confident, unaffected by Chen Jiujun's words in the slightest. Su Yuan nodded secretly. Without considering strength, Jiang Jun's mindset alone already surpassed most people. A star apprentice 9th rank with a mid-grade green soul card. If she worked hard, there was still a significant chance to get into Shuzhou College. What about you? Aren't you bothered? Yeah, letter 1D11 U, letter 1E50, Omicron. After all, you used to be the top genius at 4th High. Jiang Jun pondered briefly before adding, even if it was just a brief moment of glory. I don't care, Su Yuan chuckled and shook his head. This girl, sharp with her words without any sign. In Su Yuan's opinion, Chen Jiujun was a bit conceited, especially after becoming a special admissions student of Wanzhou Academy. Nevertheless, what he had just said wasn't entirely wrong. He was merely stating a reality that most people in the class didn't want to hear. The day quickly passed with Star Beast Atlas class, cultivation class, combat training. The typical high school life. Nearing 6 o'clock, just before teacher Wang Ziyun was about to announce the end of the last Blue Sea General Language class, Yang Jun returned to the classroom. Today's lesson ends here. Teacher Yang has something to tell you about tomorrow's joint trial. Wang Ziyun tidied her teaching materials and pumped her fist to cheer everyone up. Good luck. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Wang Ziyun nodded, then walked out of the classroom, handing the lectern over to Yang Jun. Yang Jun spoke slowly. The joint trial will be conducted in the Rainforest Secret Realm in Guangchuan City, as in previous years. It will last 2 days and 1 night. I've mentioned the precautions many times, so I won't repeat them. However, I'll synchronize the latest list of participants in the joint trial again. This time, our class participants are Chen Jiujun, Jiang Jun, Zhao Wan, Li Pan, Ren Zhengqi, and Su Yuan, totaling 28. Su Yuan? Sitting by the aisle, Chen Jiujun looked at Su Yuan in surprise. I didn't expect he finally awakened. I hadn't noticed before, but awakening at this time is too late. He's no longer an opponent that needs my attention. The geniuses who were also admitted through special admissions are my focus. Chen Jiujun didn't look any longer and shook his head, withdrawing his gaze. Once, Su Yuan's breakthrough to Star Apprentice 6th stage could be described as stunning. No one expected this boy from an ordinary family to be the first to advance to the 6th stage. Chen Jiujun, the Star 2nd generation, had always been arrogant and didn't regard others. How could he accept a civilian surpassing him? So he worked harder and followed up, completing his breakthrough half a month after Su Yuan did. But this time, he had lost. Chen Jiujun was determined to awaken his soul card early and advance to 7th stage to prove he was more talented than Su Yuan. However, no one anticipated that Su Yuan couldn't awaken the star card for a long time, diminishing. Without Chen Jiujun needing to exert effort, Su Yuan had already stalled and was surpassed. This left Chen Jiujun feeling both regretful and disdainful. It was rare to meet someone in the school who could cultivate faster than him, but it turned out to be this. Yang Jun smiled and nodded at Su Yuan. This student had always been one of his favorites. Awakening at this time still provided a chance of getting into a second-tier college. He just hadn't had time to check what soul card Su Yuan had awakened and would have to see after this trial. Chapter 16, Generous Rewards. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Generous Rewards. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Generous Rewards. As for the trial rewards, Yang Jun paused briefly, then raised his voice. This time, the rewards are much higher than before. Much higher? Upon hearing this, the students in the class were immediately drawn in, looking at Yang Jun with eyes full of anticipation. Yang Jun did not keep them in suspense. Whatever the students earned during the trial, they can take it all with them, but that's not all. Additionally, this time the Education Bureau has really splurged, offering high-grade white cards to the top 200 and green cards to the top 20. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but begin murmuring among themselves. In the past, it was only the top 100 who received high-grade white cards, but this year it's the top 200. That's great. Now I also have a chance to compete. Yes, every year the white cards given out by the Joint Trial of the Education Bureau are worth over 20,000. Getting one is a real gain. Hearing about the rewards, Su Yuan's eyes also lit up. Currently, besides the Soul Skill Instant Movement, he had hunted and embedded 4 skills in the Great Barbarian Mountain area. Steel Flame Finger, Hardened Iron Skin, Wind Walking, Gray Flame Strike. The reason he still had 1 skill slot left was to keep it for the star card from this joint trial reward. 20 green cards, 10 more than before. I should be able to pick a satisfying skill, right? Su Yuan was somewhat expectant. The star card rewards provided by the Education Bureau were chosen based on ranking from front to back. The higher the rank, the greater the choice. I haven't finished yet, Yang Jun suddenly spoke again. There's more. The students in the class were taken aback. As per usual, the highest reward for the trials would be the green star card. Yang Jun's gaze paused on Chen Jiujun, and he said with a smile, for the top 3 competitors in this trial, the Education Bureau has additionally provided 3 green-grade weapon cards to choose from. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately stirred up a commotion. What? There are even weapon cards? Why so excited? It's not like weapon cards have anything to do with us. Wang Rui, one must have dreams. What? Regardless of the others, when the green weapon cards were mentioned, everyone's eyes, including Su Yuan's, Jiang Jun, S, and Chen Jiujun's, who was leaning against the window, flared with a burning desire. There are actually 3 weapon cards. Su Yuan was inwardly thrilled. He had just been envying Zhuang Zun's black-red longsword, and now this. Plans cannot always keep up with changes. If there were weapon cards, that was definitely the choice. Skills were just transitional, but a green-grade weapon card could be useful even up to the silver and gold levels. It appears Fang Kun and Chen Jiujun, these 2 special admissions, have indeed brought quite a few benefits to the Guangchuan Education Bureau. And these 3 weapon cards, if I'm not mistaken, should also be targeted rewards from the Education Bureau for both Fang Kun and Chen Jiujun, albeit in a different form. In terms of strength, special admissions indeed significantly excel over others, making it not too difficult to enter the top 3. Yang Jun continued, "Those are the rewards, everyone take good advantage of them, the chance is not small. Additionally, everyone needs to bring their own weapons for the trial. Other items like locators, dry food, etc. will be distributed tomorrow. All right, go back and rest early tonight. We will be staying in the secret realm for nearly 2 days." Yang Jun finished speaking and left, setting off a wave of discussions in the classroom. "Wang Rui, Pan Zai, let's form a team. Shall we divide the killing rewards equally?" "Sure, we are all 8th stage. Our strengths are not much different. Teaming up might even give us a chance to kill a bronze-level star beast. While weapon cards might not be easy to get, a green skill card is still worth competing for, especially since this time the top 20 all have green card rewards." "What? Wanner, shall we team up too?" "But I'm only at the 7th stage. Won't I hold you back?" "Not at all. Aren't you skilled in perception and healing?" "How could you hold us back?" "Well, okay then, thank you, Ying Ying." "What?" The joint trials didn't prohibit forming teams. From the experience of past events, although the rainforest secret realm in Guangchuan City used random teleportation, those who entered together would be teleported to the same location. This time, rewards were doubled, and everyone was hoping to make it into the top 200 to earn the white card reward. People from the class formed teams in groups of 2s and 3s, while Chen Jiujun naturally had no intention of teaming up and left the classroom directly. Behind him, a dozen students who hadn't awakened their soul cards also left early. Su Yuan packed up his things and prepared to leave. His old E3 longsword was already scrapped, and he planned to sell some undecomposed white cards at the mall after class and buy a new longsword. Su Yuan was about to leave when Jiang Jun suddenly said, "How about we team up? I don't have a teammate anyway." Me? Su Yuan was truly surprised. Jiang Jun was offering to team up without knowing his details. After all, Jiang Jun was already at the 9th stage, one of the strong contenders for the weapon card, yet she was willing to initiate a team-up with him. Although he had rapidly improved over the past month, only he knew about it. To his classmates, it seemed like his cultivation had stagnated for a year, so his strength shouldn't be considered strong. After a slight pause, Su Yuan said apologetically, "No need, I should act alone, and with your strength, you probably don't need a teammate either." Forming a team meant that rewards, including points and star cores, had to be split, and team actions weren't as free as those of an individual. Su Yuan estimated that with his current strength, he would be more efficient acting alone. After saying this, Su Yuan waved his hand and left the classroom. Watching Su Yuan's briskly departing figure, Jiang Jun slightly narrowed her eyes. "I don't know why, but this guy always seems more complex than he appears, even though he just a whacknet of euros." Shaking her head, Jiang Jun didn't team up with anyone else and quickly left after packing her things. At 10 o'clock at night, in an underground practice room in a residential area in the east of the city, a figure was still vigorously swinging a broadsword under the lights. This was a 17 or 18-year-old youth, bare-chested with a muscular build, much more robust than typical peers. This youth was Fang Kun, a specially recruited student from Guangchuan First Middle School from Shuzhou. Letter 1E45 Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1E5 Armenian, Nus, Omicron. Fang Kun brandished his sword swiftly. His saber skills were wide, powerful, and dominant, resembling a fierce tiger descending the mountain, displaying immense strength. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the table started ringing. Fang Kun paid no attention to it and didn't even glance at it, continuing to complete the entire sequence of saber techniques before stopping. He placed the broadsword on the rack, wiped his sweat with a towel, and then picked up the mobile phone. Zhuang Zun. One of the students who passed through the special recruitment from Shenzhou seems to be from Qinghai High School. Why is he suddenly calling me? With a bit of confusion, Fang Kun answered the call. Hello. Fang Kun. That's me, your Zhuang Zun from Qinghai High School, right? What's up? I want to ask about someone. Ask about someone. That's right, a student named Su Yuan from Guangchuan 4th Middle School. Su Yuan, 4th Middle. Fang Kun pondered for a moment. I haven't heard of him. Isn't Chen Jiyujun the only notable one from 4th Middle? Zhuang Zun seemed puzzled. Chen Jiyujun, who is that? Just accepted as a special admission by Wanzhou Academy. Oh. One city, Guangchuan. Not only has you and Su Yuan, but also another special admissions student. Fang Kun was quite surprised. Is this Su Yuan really that impressive, to be mentioned alongside me and Chen Jiyujun? Be mentioned alongside? Zhuang Zun's voice suddenly became a bit more solemn over the phone. No, in my view, he might even be stronger than you and me. Oh, Fang Kun frowned slightly. You're not kidding, are you? Of course not. Fang Kun paused slightly and said, well, we in Guangchuan City are having a joint trial tomorrow, so let me see for myself what this Su Yuan is capable of. A mysterious laughter came over the phone from Zhuang Zun. Then I wish you a triumphant victory. All right. Fang Kun hung up the phone. Stronger than us? Fang Kun thought for a while, a trace of eagerness rising in his eyes, and he broke into a smile. I'm really looking forward to seeing just how skilled this expert Zhuang Zun mentioned Isayuro's. Chapter 17, Heading to the Secret Realm. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Heading to the Secret Realm. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Heading to the Secret Realm. Early the next morning, the awakening students of the 4-star apprentice classes from Guangchuan 4th Middle School gathered on the school playground, totaling 104 people. Everyone had different emotions. Some were anxious, some were excited, some were worried. All the students carried a backpack issued by the school and held various weapons such as swords, guns, and sticks. The dean of Guangchuan 4th Middle School, Zhao Kang, distributed locators with functions like maps and points display to everyone. Su Yuan glanced at his, which was number 388, while Jiang Jun's next to him was number 389. It seems all the students participating in the trial from 1st to 12th middle schools must have consecutive numbers, Su Yuan thought to himself. Zhao Kang called out, if you're ready, get on the bus. Teacher Yang Jun from Class 1 will take everyone there. This trial focuses on honing your skills, so try to ensure your safety. Yang Jun took over. Come on, everyone, get on the bus. Under Yang Jun's arrangement, more than 100 students boarded the 3 buses parked at the edge of the playground and headed towards the Rainforest Secret Realm in Guangchuan City. In a certain place in the western suburbs of Guangchuan City, there was a low city guard base, with city guards of considerable strength standing guard at the entrance. Several buses were parked on the open space in front of the base buildings, with each bus labeled according to various schools like 1st Middle School, 2nd Middle School, and so on. Indeed, this was the entrance to the Rainforest Secret Realm, and most of the school's students had already arrived. Yeah, Omicron New Small Cap G0, Omicron. It wasn't long before the 3 buses from 4th Middle School also arrived one after another. Yang Jun led Su Yuan and over 100 students off the buses and into the base, following a city guard. After walking inside the base for less than 10 minutes, the group from 4th Middle School arrived at a spacious square, which was bustling with activity, already filled with teachers and students from various schools. Look, more people have arrived. This time it's the 4th Middle School. I heard someone from 4th Middle School got specially recruited by Wanzhou Academy. Who is it? Wanzhou Academy, really? It's true, it's that tall guy over there, see? That one, he looks kind of intimidating. Not really. I think he's not as good as Fang Kun from 1st Middle School. What? As soon as the group from 4th Middle School arrived, the students in the square started discussing in low voices, naturally focusing on the conspicuous Wanzhou specially recruited student, Chen Jiyujun, in the team. Chen Jiyujun snorted disdainfully upon hearing the discussions. Yang Jun lined up the people from 4th Middle School. We still have some time. 7th and 11th middle schools haven't arrived yet. Wait a bit. Everyone stay quiet and get adjusted. Not far away in the team from First Middle School, LV Xinghan asked Fang Kun, "Kun, are you confident in defeating this Chen Jiujun?" Apart from the specially recruited student Fang Kun, First Middle School also had another star apprentice ninth-ranked genius, LV Xinghan, who had previously gone with Fang Kun to participate in the Shuzhou special recruitment selection but wasn't selected. Fang Kun casually replied, "Hard to say, I haven't seen him in action, but he should have entered the 9th stage less than a month ago. In terms of level, I have some advantage." LV Xinghan noticed Fang Kun's gaze still wandering around the 4th Middle School's team, puzzled. "What are you looking for?" "Nothing." Fang Kun withdrew his gaze but secretly frowned. "What is Zhuang Zun doing?" "Didn't he say there was another expert? In this whole 4th Middle School, there's only Chen Jiujun at the 9th stage. Where's the other expert? Is he trying to trick me?" Fang Kun was puzzled, but he couldn't know that the expert Zhuang Zun mentioned was just an 8th stage. After a long while, the teams from 7th and 11th Middle Schools arrived one after the other. At that moment, a group of people dressed in the city guard uniform walked over from the depths of the base. The leader was a burly man with a stern face. His mere presence caused a faint fluctuation of star power, making Su Yuan and the other students slightly breathless. So strong. Not only Su Yuan, but everyone could feel the man's strength. The teachers from various schools enthusiastically greeted him. "Captain Zio." "Hello, Captain Zio. Long time no see." "What?" Zio Yang, the captain of Guangchuan City Guard, Gold Middle Stage Star Card Master. Zio Yang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the group, and asked the city guard responsible for the statistics beside him, "Is everyone here?" "Yes, Captain." "Good." Zio Yang glanced over the teachers and students. "Then let's cut to the chase. Follow me." Zio Yang turned and walked towards the depths of the base. The teachers immediately called their students to line up and follow behind. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, the group of over 1,000 teachers and students followed Zio Yang to the depths of the base, stopping in front of a silver light door made of energy, several meters tall. Zio Yang slowly said, "This is the entrance to the secret realm. It's now open. According to the rules, teachers will stay outside and wait. Students, line up and pass through one by one. This trial is under my responsibility. Whether or not you understand the trial rules, I will go over some points here again. After you enter the secret realm, you will appear randomly somewhere inside. Then you will start killing star beasts. Remember to use the locator in your hand to take a snapshot of the star beast's corpse after you kill it. It will record your killing points. After the trial, we will rank you based on the points recorded by the locators. The points for star beasts are as follows. Star Apprentice 6th stage, 20 points. 7th stage, 30 points. 8th stage, 50 points. 9th stage, 100 points. Bronze Early Stage, 1,000 points. Bronze Middle Stage, 2,000 points. Bronze High Stage, 4,000 points. Additionally, the points for elite star beasts are triple those for ordinary star beasts. Finally, the trial lasts for 2 days and 1 night, ending at 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you encounter life-threatening danger during this period, you can press the red button on your locator. Our people will come to your aid immediately. However, pressing the red button for help means failing this joint trial. Understood. The students responded loudly, "Understood." The points for killing star beasts of different levels were the same as in previous years, which all the students already knew. It was noteworthy that star beasts at the 9th stage were worth 100 points, while bronze early stage star beasts jumped to 1,000 points, a 9-fold increase. The reason for this point setting, besides the bronze-level star beasts being extremely strong, included 2 other reasons. One was to force students aiming for high rankings to actively hunt bronze-level star beasts, better showcasing their abilities. The other was to create a point disparity among students to avoid some winning by sheer quantity, hunting a large number of star apprentice-level star beasts to boost their rankings. Overall, the joint trial encouraged students to challenge stronger star beasts. Zio Yang saw the students' responses and waved his hand. "Then let's begin." The silver light door at the secret realm entrance was very wide, allowing over a dozen people to pass through at once. One by one, figures stepped into the silver light door. In just over 10 minutes, over 1,000 students had disappeared. "The trial assessment is entrusted to our team. We'll start our work now. Teachers, please wait outside." Xiao Yang left 2 team members to guide the teachers to the waiting room while he led the rest into the secret realm. Chapter 18, The Trial Begins. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, The Trial Begins. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, The Trial Begins. Su Yuan's vision blurred, and he found himself in the midst of an endless tropical rainforest. The air was humid and stuffy, the scorching sun was dazzling, and the sounds of various birds, beasts, and insects filled the surroundings. It's really hot here. Yeah, it's also particularly stuffy. Look, I'm already sweating just after this short while. Su Yuan turned his head and saw 2 students standing not far from him. Judging from their school uniforms, they should be students from Guangchuan City's secondary school number 11. For students long accustomed to the plains of Guangchuan City, this environment was indeed challenging to adapt to. Hey, student over there, are you alone? Among the 2, a tall and thin boy noticed Su Yuan and greeted him. Seeing that Su Yuan was alone, the tall and thin youth invited. It's fate that we landed together. How about we team up? Spending the night here with companions would be more convenient, don't you think? The tall and thin youth had just spoken when his green-haired companion immediately said, Old Wu, why are you asking him to team up? With our 8th stage strength, it shouldn't be difficult to get into the top 200 and earn the white card reward. Why bother with someone we don't know? The tall and thin youth lowered his voice. Anyone daring to act alone is probably a master. Having an extra person could be beneficial. Su Yuan had no intention of teaming up with anyone and smiled, saying, Thanks for the invite, but I prefer acting alone. As he spoke, Su Yuan opened the electronic map on his locator. The map marked various information, including the density distribution of star beasts, and indicated the danger levels of each area with green, yellow, orange, and red. According to the locator's tips, green indicated relatively safe areas without 6th stage star beasts. Yellow indicated areas with 7th to 8th stage star beasts. Orange indicated areas with 9th stage star beasts. As for red, it represented areas with bronze-level star beasts. Su Yuan quickly identified his location, in a yellow area at the southeastern corner of the entire rainforest. Not the best luck. It's nearly half a day's journey to the nearest red zone. I need to hurry. According to the rules, to strive for the top 3, one must target bronze-level star beasts. Su Yuan estimated that special students like Chen Jiujun and Fang Kun should have the ability to kill bronze-level star beasts. Among the remaining 9th stage students from the 12 secondary schools, some might also be able to kill bronze-level star beasts. So, even killing one bronze-level star beast might not guarantee a top 3 spot. To secure a top 3 position and obtain the green weapon card, he needed to seize every moment to kill more star beasts. Seeing Su Yuan engrossed in studying the map, the green-haired youth hummed and said, This guy is quite arrogant. From his star power fluctuation, he's only at the 8th stage, yet he rejected us. The tall and thin youth lowered his voice. Those who dare to act alone are definitely masters. If we can bring him over, it would be even better. 8th stage is that strong after all. Before the green-haired youth could finish his sentence, a clear wind suddenly blew. Their vision blurred, and Su Yuan, who wasn't far away, quickly left like a blurred shadow. In an instant, he disappeared into the depths of the rainforest, completely out of their sight. Such speed! The green-haired youth came to his senses, swallowed hard, and was so shocked that he could hardly speak. The tall and thin youth was also shocked. He had guessed Su Yuan had some strength, but didn't expect him to be this powerful. This trial is indeed full of hidden masters. We should hurry too, or we might not even get the white card. Right, let's go quickly. What? After leaving the 2 behind, Su Yuan controlled his thoughts, and the wild wind around him gradually calmed down, leaving only a few strands of clear wind entwined around his legs. Fully utilizing wind walking consumed a lot of energy, but for just hurrying, displaying only 2 or 3/10 of its power was enough, which could reduce consumption and still achieve a good acceleration effect. With his left hand on the long knife at his waist, Su Yuan moved forward while staying wary of his surroundings. Although he wasn't afraid of direct combat with ordinary bronze-level star beasts, the rainforest was fraught with dangers, and the dense trees obstructed his view. If he was ambushed by any star beast, it would be easy to suffer a hidden loss. Getting injured wasn't a big deal, but it could lower his efficiency in hunting star beasts. Before he had walked far, Su Yuan noticed a dense rustling sound in the waist-high bushes on both sides, indicating that something was rapidly approaching. Here they come. Su Yuan looked up and saw a relatively sparse open space not far ahead. He immediately leaped over, drew his long knife, and alertly gazed around. At that moment, the rustling sound became more intense, and the surrounding vegetation was successively knocked down. Then, 3 gigantic snakes covered with yellowish-brown spots emerged from 3 different directions and spat out clumps of yellow-green miasma at Su Yuan. Poison miasma giant snake. Grade ordinary. Type snake. Element poison. Talent enhanced toxicity. 6 dimensions. Strength F, Agility E, Defense F, Constitution E, Spirit F, Star Power F. Skills Miasma Ordinary, Poison Teeth Ordinary. 3/8 stage Poison Miasma Giant Snakes. Their synchronization is quite good. Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged. The clear wind entwining his legs suddenly intensified, surrounding him with a powerful wind element. The 3 clumps of yellow-green miasma approaching were dispersed by the surrounding wild wind before they could reach him. Too bad they're still too weak. Seeing their miasma being blown away, the 3 poison miasma giant snakes immediately coiled their bodies and opened their mouths wide, ready to launch a simultaneous attack. Su Yuan placed his right hand on the long knife, looked at the snake directly in front of him, took a step forward, and his figure moved like a feather in the wind, quickly reaching the snake's front and slashing with his knife. A flash of cold light and the snake's head flew. Jihuk Armenian, he Auginus, new letter 1E5 letter 1D11, Omicron. A large amount of yellow-green venom splashed out but was blown away by the wild wind around Su Yuan. Turning around, Su Yuan saw the other 2 poison miasma giant snakes had launched themselves at him, moving at an incredible speed. However, no matter how fast they were, he was faster. Wind walking, full power. With a burst of wind power, Su Yuan's figure blurred and slipped through the 2 poison miasma giant snakes. As they slightly brushed past each other, the 2 poison miasma giant snakes were severed into 2 segments, falling to the ground, their severed bodies still twitching madly. Su Yuan, with a flick of his long knife, severed the heads of the 3 poison miasma giant snakes to thoroughly end their lives. Examining the new E3 standard long knife he had just bought, Su Yuan saw that though killing the poison miasma giant snakes had only taken a moment, a small part of the blade had already been corroded. A newly bought long knife, over $20,000. Su Yuan painfully sheathed his long knife and took out his multi-function locator to take photos of the 3 poison miasma giant snakes. 1/8 stage poison miasma giant snake was worth 50 points. 3 of them were 150 points. Not much, but every little bit helps. The recognition was quick. In half a second, the points on it displayed from 0 to 150. After the recognition, Su Yuan skillfully took out another small knife to extract the star cores from the 3 snake corpses and put them into his backpack. Earning points and hunting star cores at the same time feels great. Su Yuan felt quite pleased. Though 8th stage star beasts offered limited points, the extracted star cores could be directly converted to white cards, with 1 star core equating to a white card worth 10 star dust. The density of star beasts in the secret realm was much higher than in the Great Barbarian Mountain area. In this short period, he had already encountered 3 8th stage star beasts. At this rate, even with just 2 days, he might be able to fully level up to Great Success's Gray Flame Strike. After tidying up, Su Yuan didn't rest much and hurried towards the nearest red zone on the map. Chapter 19 Showing Their Skills. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Showing Their Skills. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Showing Their Skills. 3 heads of the 7th stage Black Forest Anaconda. Wang Ping, you and I will go. Little you provide remote support. All right. A 9th stage serrated yellow jacket. Damn, flying beasts are really troublesome. Even if we all go up together, we're no match. Don't think too much, just run. Why did we encounter a wolf pack as soon as we came out? Is this teleportation point trying to mess with us? Isn't it because you guys were talking so loudly? I told you to be quiet when exiting, but you never listen. Brother Hao, let's call for help, or we're really going to be feeding this pack of hungry wolves today. Most of the area in the secret realm was yellow or orange, so it wasn't just Su Yuan. Most of the students in the secret realm encountered star beasts shortly after their descent and immediately engaged in combat. Some, with worse luck, were attacked by star beasts as soon as they landed, without even having a moment to react. At the Secret Realm camp, in the command center, more than 20 City Guard members in charge of trial assessments were monitoring the students' conditions through star-power-driven drones. 2 students are calling for help in Area A, numbers 34 and 35. Student number 744 in Area C is calling for help. Student number 253 in Area D is calling for help. They just landed. How come there are so many students calling for help already? A relatively young City Guard sighed. Ye Omicron U letter 1E5 Armenian, He Oginus, letter 1E Tomicron. After reporting more than 20 rescue signals in a row, the number of students calling for help finally began to decrease. The teammate next to him laughed, saying, "Little Liu, you're new to our City Guard. You don't understand the situation with the joint trial. Every year it's like this. There are more eliminations at the start because these students are still young. Some have never even dealt with star beasts. Even those who have trained in the Great Barbarian Mountain area a few times don't necessarily adapt instantly to the Secret Realm. After all, except for lacking silver stage star beasts, the complexity of the environment, the variety and density of star beasts here are incomparable to the Great Barbarian Mountain area." Little Liu nodded, "So that's how it is." Feeling somewhat relieved, the people in the command center started chatting while monitoring. Although many were eliminated upon landing, some students looked pretty good. Yes, like student number 389, Jiang Jun, her moves are clean and sharp. Her saber skill is fast, ruthless, and precise, probably at least at the master level. Yours isn't as good as mine. Check out mine, number 2, LV Xinghan from number 1 high school. His swordsmanship must be the green-grade star-pointing sword technique from the East City Fencing Martial Arts Hall's master, Liu Chen. Looking at his proficiency, it should be at the master level, foreseen in the top 3. I live in the East City. I know LV Xinghan. He is Liu Chen's nephew. No wonder he mastered this sword technique at such a young age. Speaking of which, these 2 special admission students from number 1 and number 4 high school are truly impressive. Fang Kun just killed a 9th stage berserk pig demon with 1 strike. Chen Jiujun has also electrocuted 4 8th stage wind spirit birds with lightning beams. Naturally, special admissions have a high chance of being in the top 3. Green weapon cards are really enviable. I'm still using a white star device. Amid the discussions, rookie Yang Jian, who also joined the Guangchuan City Guard this year, suddenly widened his eyes. This student seems impressive too, being surrounded by 3 8th stage miasma serpents and still managing to counterattack and kill them. 8th stage miasma serpents. That's average. It'd be remarkable only if there were 3 9th stage miasma serpents. But Brother Wang, this student seems to be just at the 8th stage. An 8th stage student? The city guard called Brother Wang shook his head. Nothing impressive about that. Considering there are nearly 10 9th stage students in this trial, being in the top 10 for an 8th stage student is tough tilde. Yang Jian thought for a moment. Brother Wang wasn't wrong, but this student number 388 did seem outstanding and deserved closer attention. Quiet, the captain is coming. Suddenly, a team member at the command center door whispered a reminder. Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped chatting and pretended to be focused on their work. Shortly, Xiao Yang walked in with a few others. Glancing around the command center, Xiao Yang said expressionlessly, "You all seem to be enjoying your chat. I could hear you clearly from Outsidia Euro's Han Guangyuan." Here, the city guard who had just spoken up immediately stood up. Xiao Yang looked him over and snorted, "You still have time to tip others off. Seems like you're idle. If so, go to Area B and take over rescue work from Luo Fei." Han Guangyuan's face turned bitter. Rescuing wasn't as comfortable as sitting in the office, but under Xiao Yang's gaze, he immediately responded, "Yes, Captain," saying that he obediently picked up his equipment and quickly ran out. The others breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad they hadn't been punished. "What's the situation?" As soon as Xiao Yang walked in, he asked. "Report, Captain. All students successfully entered the secret realm. Currently, 78 have been eliminated, and our people are escorting them back." "All right, no fatalities." "No, among the eliminated, 42 had minor injuries, 3 had serious injuries." Emergency treatment has been administered, and Dr. Wang is already waiting with the medical team in the square. Good, keep monitoring. Xiao Yang nodded and began moving around in front of various screens. Half a day later, Su Yuan finally entered the target red area. Steel flame finger. Su Yuan's figure flickered. He extended his steel-like right index finger, easily piercing through two 8th-stage forest wolves that suddenly leaped from the forest. Since the last battle with the green flame white wolf, Su Yuan discovered that combining hardened iron armor with steel flame finger increased its power significantly more than using steel flame finger alone. So on this journey, except for the 3 initial miasma serpents, which were poisonous, Su Yuan tried using hardened iron armor and steel flame finger to solve battles. The effect was surprisingly good. By partially hardening his fingers with hardened iron armor, steel flame finger at 3% power easily dealt with all 8th-stage star beasts. At 5% power, it could kill most 9th-stage star beasts. This saved a lot of star power and still posed considerable power. Of course, it was easy due to hitting the weak points. For Su Yuan, with a sea-level agility talent and wind walking, this wasn't an issue. Su Yuan casually took out the locator, snapped the 2 forest wolves, and took out their star cores. He then opened the locator's map to check. I've almost covered the entire red area, but I still haven't found the bronze-level star beast. Could it have left? Logically, bronze-level star beasts have strong territorial awareness and shouldn't wander off. Is my luck really that bad? Su Yuan had killed many star beasts along the way, including 3 9th-stage ones, but it wasn't enough. The bronze-level star beast was key. I'll search thoroughly once more. Shaking his head, Su Yuan put away the map, deciding to conduct a carpet search. Chapter 20, The Director's Visit. Chapter 20, Chapter 20. The Director's Visit, Chapter 20, Chapter 20. The Director's visit not only Su Yuan, but everyone in the Rainforest Secret Realm was seizing the time to hunt star beasts. Especially those 9th-stage students such as Fang Kun, Chen Jiujun, LV Xinghin, and Jiang Jun, who aimed for weapon cards. These people all had to hunt bronze-level star beasts. At this moment, in a certain part of the rainforest, Chen Jiujun was in a fierce battle with a 2-meter-tall iron-backed ape. From its size and star power fluctuations, this iron-backed ape turned out to be at the bronze early stage. This iron-backed ape's hardened iron armor was likely at the great success stage. More than 70% of its body had completed hardening. Combined with its agile posture and incredible strength, its combat power surpassed the wind beast that Su Yuan had encountered in the great barbarian forest. At this moment, the iron-backed ape was going all out in its battle mode, swinging its fists at high speed while screaming wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those hardened, sandbag-sized fists were enough to seriously hurt even a bronze-level star card master, let alone star apprentice students who could not withstand a direct hit. However, Chen Jiujun had a way to cope. 2 silver thunder snakes slithered around Chen Jiujun's body. His whole body glowed with thunder light, moving like silver lightning flashing by. It was the blue soul skill, Twin Thunder Snakes, carried by Chen Jiujun's soul card. Chen Jiujun moved like white thunder, constantly flashing and dodging in the field. The iron-backed ape couldn't touch him at all, getting played around and gradually becoming furious, pounding the ground in a fit of impotent rage. However, using a skill like Twin Thunder Snakes continuously consumed more than instant movement. Chen Jiujun was just a star apprentice. If this continued, he would soon run out of star power and be caught by the iron-backed ape. But Chen Jiujun was not just evading. After a while, a light flashed in his eyes. He turned around to face the fiercely pursuing iron-backed ape and did not dodge anymore. If Chen Jiujun's opponent were human, this sudden stop might have alerted them. But the iron-backed ape, already seeing red, didn't care about such things. It swung its arms, ready to give Chen Jiujun's head a double dragon burst. Yeah, Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1E50, S0. Just as the iron-backed ape was about to pounce on Chen Jiujun, 2 thunder snakes entwined around Chen Jiujun suddenly flew out like lightning. Joining head and tail, they formed a silver electric magic chain, binding the iron-backed ape. Twin Thunder Snakes wasn't just for speeding up. Its stronger feature was its ability to bind opponents. ZZZ. ZZZ. The silver electric magic chain sparkled with thunder light and electric currents surged. The iron-backed ape tried to break free but found the chain extremely tough. It couldn't get out for a while. Chen Jiujun sneered and made a seal with his hands. 8-layer thunder strike array. As soon as the words fell, palm-sized thunder runes lit up on the ground all around. Torrential thunder spiritual power shot out from the runes and gathered beneath the iron-backed ape bound by the silver electric magic chain in a short moment. Chen Jiujun shouted, "Blast!" Boom! Thunder burst and electric light surged. The torrential thunder light exploded under the iron-backed ape's feet, illuminating the surrounding sky for a moment. A few seconds later, the thunder element calmed down. The iron-backed ape, whose body was as tough as iron and steel, was now riddled with holes, its flesh and blood mangled, unable to be any more dead. Done, Chen Jiujun let out a long breath. Although the preparation time for the thunder strike array is relatively long, once it's activated, its power is far superior to that of ordinary green skills of the same level. Thunder Strike Array was Chen Jiujun's only master-level green skill. It worked by setting up thunder strike seals to store thunder, which were then activated together, unleashing the accumulated power of multiple seals in a super-strong thunder element attack. The more thunder seals set up, the greater the final thunder strike power. Entry level could set up to 4 thunder seals, skilled level up to 8, and master level up to 16. Just an 8-seal thunder strike array could kill a bronze-level star beast, and 16 seals. During the special recruitment exam at Wanju Academy, Chen Jiujun had impressed the tutors and narrowly passed the exam by using a 16-seal thunder strike array to blast a bronze middle-stage star beast to pieces. One is not enough. I need to hurry and kill a few more. Quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Jiujun, with a slightly pale face, soon set off again. It was different now. Chen Jiujun had to take first place. Only first place, not top 3? It wasn't for the green weapon card, but something he, as a special recruit of Wanju Academy, must achieve. In Chen Jiujun's view, the level of Guangchuan City students was far below the geniuses he had seen during the winter special recruitment exam. Not to mention those who passed the exam. Even those who didn't pass almost all came from second stage or higher cities. Especially the one who ranked first in the last special recruitment exam, that super genius from Capital City. Coming from an aristocratic family, with a mid-grade blue soul card, astonishing talent, and just a step away from the bronze level. Such a person was the kind of competitor Chen Jiujun wanted to face. This trial was merely a small test before heading to Wanju Academy. As a special recruit of Wanju Academy, if he couldn't even take first place in Guangchuan City, how could he compete with the geniuses in the academy? Not to mention, there was only one person in this trial who posed a threat, fellow special recruit Fang Kun. Determined, Chen Jiujun said, "I'll take first place in this trial, then compete with the students of Wanju Academy." In the command post of the secret realm camp, as Chen Jiujun forcefully killed the bronze-level iron-backed ape, the team members began to whisper again. This Chen Jiujun is really something, to forcefully kill a bronze-level iron-backed ape like that. I have to admit, the attack power of a thunder-based star card master is really strong. That skill of his is also extraordinary. It's quite excellent among green skills. Xiao Yang stared at the advancing Chen Jiujun, nodded slightly. Though the quality is uneven, some are really good-for-nothings, unable to even fight 7th-stage star beasts, but there are some promising talents. At least Fang Kun and Chen Jiujun are quite impressive. Xiao Yang was thinking when he seemed to notice some commotion outside. He frowned. Outsiders coming in, are those the teachers from before? What's going on? Xiao Yang turned to go outside to see who was so audacious to enter without reporting after the joint trial began. At this time, a handsome, middle-aged man in a black suit appeared at the door. Xiao Yang saw him clearly, his face changed, and he quickly saluted. Director Wang. The city guards who were working also hurriedly stood up in surprise and saluted. The middle-aged man was none other than Wang Haiping, director of Guangchuan Municipal Education Bureau. Of course, identity was secondary. The main reason for Xiao Yang and the guards' respect was that Wang Haiping was a powerful, shining star-level star card master. The city guard belonged to the military, separate from the education department. But a powerful star card master received respect wherever they went, much more so a top-tier shining star-level star card master. Xiao Yang didn't expect this senior to personally come to observe the trial. It was the first time in many years. Chapter 21, Warrior and Magician. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Warrior and Magician. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Warrior and Magician. Wang Haping smiled and said, "Everyone, go about your business. Just be casual." "Yes." The city guards returned to their seats and started working. However, with such a master by their side, no one dared to be too casual. Ni Omicron nia liter winifov Armenian, he aw anus. He aw anus. Wang Haping walked to Zio Yang's side and asked, "Captain Zio, how is the situation now? How are the students performing this year?" Zio Yang pondered for a moment and then replied truthfully, "Overall, it's not bad, but the disparity between the highs and lows is quite large. The good ones are exceptionally good, while the poor ones are extremely poor. That's normal after all. Star card masters rely heavily on talent." Wang Haping nodded and smiled. "Where are the two seed students?" "I want to take a look." Zio Yang had already guessed that the reason Wang Haping came in person was because of those two special recruitments. He immediately nodded. "Director Wang, this way, please. I've specifically assigned 2 drones to monitor these 2 people in real time. Look at these 2 screens. On the left is Fang Kun from First High, and on the right is Chen Jiujun from Fourth High." "Well done." Wang Haping nodded, observing the situation of the 2 students with his hands behind his back. Fang Kun mastered the power of Fierce Tiger. His saber skills were fierce, and his physique was astonishing. He had already slain 5 9th stage star beasts and countless other 8th stage or lower ones. He had now entered the territory of a bronze-level star beast. Chen Jiujun, on the other hand, was recovering while heading to the next red zone. Zio Yang introduced. Just now, Chen Jiujun had killed an iron-backed ape at the bronze early stage without getting a scratch. The skills he's mastered, apart from the soul skill, are also Lightning Beam, Thunder Strike Array, and Thunder Magnetic Shield. "Oh, all 3 are green skills?" Wang Haping smiled somewhat unexpectedly. "He has mastered 3 green thunder skills at the apprentice level. His father, Chen Yanchuan, is really generous." Chen Yanchuan was Chen Jiujun's Gold Star Card Master father. In Guangchuan City, a gold-level master was indeed renowned, and Wang Haping naturally knew him. Wang Haping looked at Chen Jiujun on the screen and slowly said, "However, he didn't choose any martial arts for close combat. He took a rather retro magician route. Nowadays, at least one close combat skill for self-defense is essential for magicians in their early stages. Due to different qualifications, the growth of the star card master in strength, agility, and other attributes varied in potency. To maximize their abilities, star card masters usually chose skills based on their talents and 6-dimensional qualifications. This made every star card master unique, each with their own characteristics. However, over countless years under human dominion, there have been 2 main directions: warriors and magicians. A warrior was a star card master who coordinated their body and star power in combat. A magician was a star card master who relied on star power and even spiritual power to fight, without relying on their physical body. These could be further divided into many branches and schools. But as of now, more than 99% of star card masters were warriors, because warriors were more comprehensive and better suited for personal growth. Magicians, on the other hand, had weaker physical qualities. Their survival ability was low before learning some life-saving skills. This was why many magicians perished before they could grow, leading to fewer and fewer magicians, almost to the point of extinction. Survival of the fittest. At this moment, Zio Yang nodded and said, "Magicians are indeed rare nowadays, especially those who completely abandon close combat martial arts. It's no wonder Wanju Academy picked him among many special recruits." Wang Haping shifted his gaze to Fang Kun on the left. "How is this Fang Kun performing?" Zio Yang looked appreciative. "Also very good. This kid has practiced a white skill, Black Tiger Strong Strike, to the great success stage. His combat style is bold and unrestrained, quite to my taste. But compared to Chen Jiujun with his 3 green skills, Fang Kun only has 2, and his bloodthirsty battle intent is just at entry level. It seems to be a reward from Shuzhou College's special recruitment." Wang Haping nodded. "You're right. I've heard from his teacher at First High that bloodthirsty battle intent was indeed his choice from Shuzhou College. Shuzhou College is on a different level from our Guangchuan Education Bureau. This bloodthirsty battle intent can improve recovery ability, enhance attack speed, and movement speed with a considerable range, making it among the finest of the green skills. Wang Haping suddenly turned to look at Xiao Yang, asking, "Captain Xiao, who do you think will take first place in the end?" "Well," Xiao Yang thought for a while, then replied, "If it were a one-on-one duel, it's hard to say. But in this point-based trial, as of now, I favor Fang Kun." "Oh," Wang Haping smiled. "Why, explain." Xiao Yang looked at the screen where Chen Jiujun was using lightning beam to heavily injure an armored rhinoceros blocking his path. He slowly said, "In one-on-one combat, there's no need to care too much about consumption. But in this 2-day point-based trial, controlling star power and stamina is more crucial." Chen Jiujun follows the magician route. Although the quality of his skills is higher and their power greater, their consumption is equally high. Moreover, compared to white skills, green skills are harder to practice and their levels advance slower. Like now, Fang Kun's white skill Black Tiger Strong Strike has reached the great success stage, whereas Chen Jiujun has 1 skill at master level and 2 at skilled level, none at the great success stage. In terms of lethality, Fang Kun is not far behind Chen Jiujun. In terms of combat consumption and flexibility, there's no comparison. After listening to Xiao Yang's analysis, Wang Haping looked at him with admiration. "Captain Xiao, as expected from the elite captain of the city guard, well said. Yes, in terms of consumption and stamina, Fang Kun does have some advantages. Embedding green skills at the Star Apprentice level indeed shows greater potential. There's no need to wait until the bronze level to start practicing new green skills, which saves a lot of time to improve skill proficiency. But for now, its practicality might not compare to higher-level white skills." While the two talked, Chen Jiujun had finished off the armored rhinoceros and continued on his way. However, after several consecutive battles, his face was noticeably pale. Wang Haping slowly said, "Being able to kill a bronze-level iron-backed ape without a scratch is indeed impressive, but he has consumed a lot in doing so. I guess his star power is now less than 30%. In this rainforest teeming with star beasts, he might need to rest for a few hours and recover his star power before continuing to fight. Otherwise, with little star power left, a star card master, especially a magician, in the secret realm is at a high risk of failure." Xiao Yang said, "But after all, he killed a bronze-level star beast. He is now far ahead of most people. Resting a bit isn't a problem. To kill a bronze-level star beast, which student here doesn't go all out? If the cost is just consuming most of the spiritual power, it's already pretty good." Wang Haping nodded and smiled. "Captain Xiao said a euros. Wow, he actually one-shot killed a bronze-level black shadow leopard." Before Wang Haping could finish speaking, he was interrupted by an exclamation from behind. Chapter 22, Instant Kill Shadow Leopard. Chapter 22, Instant Kill Shadow Leopard. Chapter 22, Instant Kill Shadow Leopard. Wang Haping abruptly stopped talking and exchanged a glance with Xiao Yang. They both turned their heads to look. Not far behind them, Yang Jian was staring at the screen in front of him in shock. The people around him also shot curious and doubtful glances upon hearing the exclamation. "Killing a bronze-level black shadow leopard in one hit. How is that possible?" Xiao Yang quickly replay the footage. "Oh my God, it really was in one hit. Did he use Steel Flame Finger? Is Steel Flame Finger that powerful? He can run as fast as the black shadow leopard. Is that even possible for a star apprentice? I'm not sure if I could run that fast." The scene on the screen was so astonishing that the city guard members forgot the education director was still standing in the command center and started cursing. Wang Haping and Xiao Yang also moved closer to the screen. "Yang Jian, what's the situation?" Xiao Yang asked directly. Seeing Xiao Yang and Wang Haping approaching, Yang Jian quickly replayed the footage. "Captain Director Wang, look at this replay. This student number 388 killed the black shadow leopard with 1 strike, even though it was a sneak attack. It's quite impressive." Ever since Su Yuan killed the 3 miasma serpents, Yang Jian had been paying close attention to him. Although Su Yuan's subsequent performances were also outstanding, there hadn't been any significantly powerful star beast encounters, so they weren't particularly remarkable. But this time was different. He killed a bronze-level star beast without making a sound. Wang Haping and Xiao Yang immediately focused on the screen. In a valley area of the rainforest, student number 388 was resting under a large tree. Not far behind him, a bronze early-stage shadow leopard was silently leaping through the shadows, getting closer and closer. The shadow leopard, wielding the power of the shadow element, was quite eerie. Although its frontal combat strength was limited, it excelled at ambushes. Before long, the shadow leopard used shadow jump to move within 10 meters behind student number 388, using the shadows of numerous trees as conduits. As getting any closer might risk detection, the shadow leopard suddenly burst into action. Using its shadow strike skill, it transformed into a shadow that silently and rapidly shot towards the back of student number 388 before leaping to strike. Just as the shadow leopard was about to land its sneak attack, strong winds suddenly erupted around student number 388. His body, like a feather blown by the wind, swiftly and erratically moved to the side at the last moment. What a movement technique! Just that response and maneuvering made Wang Haping's eyes light up. However, what happened next left Wang Haping even more astonished. The 388 student, having evaded the attack, did not pull back to create distance. Instead, he swiftly closed in on the missed pounce of the shadow leopard. With one step forward, he grabbed its neck and pinned it to the ground with one hand. In an instant, flames rose from his index finger of his other hand, and he pierced it into the shadow leopard's head. The shadow leopard twitched violently, then died instantly. Student 388 shook off the flames on his finger, skillfully drew a long knife, extracted the star core from the corpse, nodded in satisfaction, and then calmly resumed resting. Super strong reflexes, rapid and agile movements, powerful strength, high damage skills. From receiving the attack to turning the tables and extracting the core, it was clean and efficient to Euros, so fluid, it was almost cinematic. Perfect level steel flame finger and at least great success stage wind walking. Xiao Yang took a deep breath, his expression serious. What a kid! Is his long knife solely for dissection? The surrounding city guard soldiers were shocked by Xiao Yang's assessment. What? That's perfect level steel flame finger. It must be. Without perfect level steel flame finger, there's no way a star apprentice at the 8th stage could kill a bronze-level shadow leopard in one hit. They might even struggle to break through the leopard's defense. But perfect level steel flame finger, how is that possible? Among our city guard army, several people have steel flame finger, but only 4 reached perfect level, and it took each of them over 3 years. All skills become increasingly difficult to master at higher levels. Even the most ordinary white card skills require years, often without success, to reach perfect level. Among the 20-plus city guard soldiers present, only 1 or 2 had perfect skills. One reason was that many people stopped practicing their original white card skills once they acquired green skills. Director Wang, what do you think? Xiao Yang was about to ask, but turning his head, he saw Wang Haping staring intently at the screen, his eyes filled with excitement, almost losing composure. Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. To them, a talented student was merely surprising, but to the Education Bureau, it meant something entirely different. Xiao Yang, bring up his information, Wang Haping demanded, his emotions running high, forgetting even formalities. All right, Yang Jian, display the information of student number 388. Yes. Yang Jian swiftly brought up student number 388's information and displayed it on the screen. Name, Su Yuan. Number 388. School, Guanchuan 4th Middle School. Realm, Star Apprentice 8th Stage. Su Yuan, Star Apprentice 8th Stage. Wang Haping read the information on the screen. Now bring up Fang Kun's information. Fang Kun's information was easy to find. Yang Jian had reviewed it many times. He quickly displayed it next to Su Yuan's. Name, Fang Kun. Number 1. School, Guanchuan 1st Middle School. Realm, Star Apprentice 9th Stage. Soul Card, Furious Tiger Master. Introduction, Shuzhou College Special Recruit possesses green skills, superstate vision, and bloodthirsty battle intent. And white card skill, Black Tiger Strong Strike at Great Success Stage. Strength and Constitution are both rated C, specializes in frontal combat. Wang Haping frowned slightly. Fang Kun's data includes his soul card and introduction. Is this all we have on Su Yuan? The comparison between the two highlighted the information scarcity of Su Yuan's file. This genius student who had mastered a perfect skill had such limited information. Xiao Yang explained, "Director Wang, that's all the information we have. Each student's details are compiled and provided by their school. This is a trial, not a selection process, so we only require the name, school, and realm. Additional details are provided by the schools individually." Wang Haiping's frown deepened. What is Guanchuan 4th Middle School doing? Even if he's only a star apprentice at the 8th stage, how can a genius with a perfect skill have so little information? Send a message outside and have Guanchuan 4th Middle School's accompanying teacher come in. In the secret realm, regular communications couldn't reach outside. Special methods were needed to contact the external world. Xiao Yang nodded and quickly went to send the message. Chapter 23, The Terrifying Skill Talent. Chapter 23, The Terrifying Skill Talent. Chapter 23, The Terrifying Skill Talent. 10 minutes later, a city guard brought in Yang Jun, who was waiting outside the secret realm. "Director Wang?" Yang Jun was already confused about what was happening. Now seeing his boss, Guanchuan Education Bureau Director Wang Haiping, waiting for him here, he was even more baffled. "Director Wang, Captain Xiao, I wonder what's the matter." Yang Jun thought to himself, could it be that something had happened to Chen Jiujun during the trial? Xiao Yang said, "Teacher Yang, don't be nervous. Director Wang just has a few questions about a student from your school named Su Yuan." Su Yuan? Yang Jun was stunned. It wasn't about Chen Jiujun. Su Yuan had just awakened. How did he catch the attention of these two? Wang Haiping, a shining star card master, had already calmed his emotions in a few minutes. He seemed calm as he spoke to Yang Jun. "Teacher Yang, how much do you know about Su Yuan from your Guanchuan 4th Middle School? Besides what's on the screen, tell me all the other information you know about him in detail." Yang Jun also saw the information about Su Yuan displayed on the monitor. Although he did not understand why Director Wang was suddenly so concerned about Su Yuan, it did not affect his answers. Yang Jun respectfully said, "Director Wang, this Su Yuan just happens to be a student in the class I teach. I am quite familiar with him." Wang Haiping's eyes brightened and he said eagerly, "Good, tell me everything." Yang Jun pondered slightly and said, "Speaking of Su Yuan's story, it is quite inspiring and full of hardships. Su Yuan's family conditions are average, but he has been very diligent and hardworking in both cultivation and studies. In his first year of high school, he broke through to the Star Apprentice 6th stage during the 2nd semester. He was the first student in Guanchuan 4th Middle School to reach the Star Apprentice 6th stage, catching the attention of the entire school. Everyone thought he had great talent and believed he might awaken a Master Soul card, becoming a super genius overnight." At this point, Yang Jun shook his head and sighed. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the situation took a sharp turn after that. Su Yuan failed to awaken using the Soul Awakening card. For a year, he couldn't awaken, and even his cultivation progress was hindered. But heaven never bars one's way. Just this past winter break, he finally succeeded in awakening and breaking through, managing to participate in this combined trial. "You said he successfully awakened during the winter break?" Wang Haiping suddenly interrupted Yang Jun loudly, his face full of disbelief. Xiao Yang had the same expression. Yang Jun was taken aback by their reaction and quickly said, "Yes, although this child hadn't awakened for a long time, his studies were very diligent. His academic performance had always been in the top 3 of his grade. I also paid a lot of attention to him. I was very happy for him when he finally awakened at the last minute. He said he used the Soul Awakening card at the beginning of winter break to complete his awakening." When Yang Jun finished speaking, the command center fell silent. Everyone was too shocked to speak, and the silence was palpable. It was well known that before awakening, no one could embed or use any star cards except for the Soul Awakening card, let alone practice to improve their skill levels. So Su Yuan managed to practice Steel Flame Finger to the perfect level in less than a month. Yeah, Omicron new letter 1E5, letter 1D11, letter 1A Omicron. 1 month to reach the perfect level. What a terrifying cultivation speed for a skill. Although it was just a white skill, could a human really achieve this? Even Xiao Yang and the other city guards began to question the world. But Wang Haiping's face, changing from shock to an uncontrollable joy, could not conceal his feelings. After all, as a shining star-level expert, Wang Haiping had seen and knew much more. At this moment, as if sensing the wonder of the people around him, Wang Haping tried to suppress his inner excitement and said, "My friends, don't doubt yourselves. Guanchuan City is just a small third-level city in Great Flame Country without even a star power academy. Great Flame Country is vast, and Blue Sea Star is huge beyond belief. There are many kinds of geniuses in this world that we have never seen or imagined." Hearing this, Xiao Yang and the others nodded slightly. Yes, the world is so big. There would always be geniuses beyond ordinary people's understanding. Being able to encounter one was indeed very fortunate. Wang Haping took a deep breath and continued. However, to my knowledge, only one person has ever managed to cultivate a skill to the perfect level within a month. Before Wang Haping could reveal the answer, Xiao Yang suddenly thought of something, his expression changing dramatically. "Is it your superior?" Yes, Wang Haping's face showed a look of reverence. "Lord Huangfu, the director of the Education Bureau of Great Flame Country, Huangfu Qi." He was known as the strongest genius in the Great Flame for the past century, the person with the strongest skill cultivation talent in the whole Great Flame. It was said that during his youth, while still in the academy, he had once practiced a green skill to the perfect level within a week, a performance even more impressive than Su Yuan's. Of course, at that time, Huangfu Qi was already a silver star card master, while Su Yuan was only at the star apprentice 8th stage. Regardless, Su Yuan's displayed skill cultivation talent was at least on par with that of little Huangfu Qi. Even though Wang Haping and Xiao Yang discussed so much, the city guards in the command center, while shocked and questioning their understanding of life, listened and understood. Only Yang Jun was still confused about what was happening. Yang Jun swallowed and tentatively asked, Director Wang, Captain Xiao, what's going on? Did something happen with Su Yuan?" Wang Haping laughed heartily without caring about his image, patting Yang Jun on the shoulder. "Your Guanchuan 4th Middle School has produced a genius. Captain Xiao, show him the video." Xiao Yang complied and showed Yang Jun the video of Su Yuan using the perfect steel flame finger to kill the shadow leopard in one strike. This time, Yang Jun was the one too shocked to speak. In the secret realm, Su Yuan, unaware of the attention he had attracted, prepared to head to the next red area after his rest. The red areas were limited to 7. If he didn't hurry, someone else might kill all the bronze-level star beasts, leaving him no beasts to hunt, even if he had the strength. Su Yuan walked while looking at the locator map. This time it's farther. The nearest red area is already in the central region of the secret realm. It will take at least half a day to get there. It's already getting late. In such a dense forest, it will be difficult to move at night. The earliest I can get there is tomorrow morning. Additionally, there are 3 red areas in the central part of the secret realm. So, students aiming to improve their ranking by hunting bronze-level star beasts will likely head towards the center, leading to a high chance of encounters during the hunt. Seems they want to create competition for us. Su Yuan put away the locator, his expression unchanged. Clear wind swirled around his feet, speeding him up as he headed rapidly for the next red area. If there's competition, then so be it. There's nothing to fear as long as you speak with strength. Moreover, hunting star beasts alone is not as interesting as competing with the geniuses of Guanchuan City, right? Chapter 24, Poison Fire Two-Headed Python. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Poison Fire Two-Headed Python. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Poison Fire Two-Headed Python. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was already the next morning. Su Yuan parted the vegetation and walked out from a hidden stone cave. He resumed wind walking and continued towards his target, the red zone. Yesterday, after killing the shadow leopard, Su Yuan hunted star beasts along his way. Not only did he get close to the target red zone, but the day's harvest was also significant with many star beasts slain. Currently, Su Yuan's kill and point status was as follows. 6th stage star beasts, 100 points. 7th stage star beasts, 540 points. 8th stage star beasts, 700 points. 9th stage star beasts, 600 points. Bronze level early stage star beast, 1000 points. Total, 2940 points. The high efficiency was due to the denser distribution of star beasts in the rainforest secret realm, and also because Su Yuan's strength had increased significantly. He could now easily handle star apprentice 9th rank star beasts. Furthermore, last night, Su Yuan extracted all star cores of star apprentice level star beasts into star cards, except for the shadow leopard, and obtained a total of 43 white cards. Star cores were the energy core of star beasts, containing highly compressed star power. Besides extracting star cards, they had multiple uses such as refining elixirs, serving as high-level energy sources, creating barriers, and acting as refining materials. The star power in bronze-level star cores was several times that of star apprentice-level star cores, making them much more valuable. Star card extraction only considered the beast's grade, not level. This meant that extracting star cards from an ordinary bronze-level star beast would only yield a white card, which wasn't very valuable, making the star core itself more worthwhile. Hence, unless there was a particularly good skill, extracting star cards from bronze-level star cores was not profitable. Selling the star cores directly was more cost-effective. Su Yuan sped forward for over 2 hours before finally entering the red zone near the center of the secret realm. Soon after entering, Su Yuan found the carcass of an armored rhinoceros in the forest. He quickly approached and examined it. Based on its size, it should be a 9th-stage armored rhinoceros. Judging by the wound, it was pierced through the neck by a sword from the side. The physical defense of the armored rhinoceros was extremely high, surpassing even the iron-backed ape in the areas covered by scales. It seems someone is ahead of me. I need to hurry Yupa Euros. Su Yuan continued towards the center of the red zone and encountered some scattered star beast corpses along the way, all slain by a sword. It seemed to be the same person. Following the direction in which this person advanced, Su Yuan gradually sensed increasingly clear and intense star power fluctuations from deep within the forest. This fluctuation a Euro's bronze middle stage. Su Yuan's eyes flickered. This wave was much stronger than any he had encountered before, surpassing both the wind-running weasel and the shadow leopard. This was definitely a bronze middle stage star beast. Bronze middle stage star beast, worth 2,000 points a Euros, killing it would secure a top 3 spot. Su Yuan pondered, a fierce silver light gleaming in his Isa Euros. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, 4 people were besieging a nearly 8-meter-long, fierce snake. Among the attackers was a girl with a red ponytail. Su Yuan's desk mate from class, Jiang Jun II, was a handsome young man wielding a longsword. He wore the uniform of First High School and was the 9th-stage genius from First High School who had attended Shuzhu's special recruitment with Fang Kun, LV Xinghen. The star beast corpses Su Yuan had seen along the way were all killed by him. The last 2, both at bronze 8th stage, wore the uniforms of 7th High School and seemed to be together. As for the serpent they were besieging, it had 2 triangular heads, one red and one green. It was called the Poison Fire Two-Headed Python, a particularly troublesome star beast even among bronze-level star beasts. Poison Fire Two-Headed Python. Grade Ordinary. Type Snake. Element Poison Fire. Talent Double Head. 6 dimensions. Strength F, Agility E, Defense E, Constitution E, Spirit F, Star Power E. Skill Flame Snake Breath Ordinary, Poison Mist Ordinary. Except for Strength and the rarely used Spirit, 4 of the Poison Fire Two-Headed Python's attributes were all E, surpassing some elite star beasts of the same level. In addition, its unique talent Double Head required both heads to be severed for it to die completely. Moreover, it was at the bronze middle stage. Such a Poison Fire Two-Headed Python was challenging even for an ordinary bronze-level star card master. Jiang Jun and the others' siege was indeed not going well. The area within a 20-meter diameter centered around the two-headed python was filled with pale green poison mist spewed from the poison snake head. The mist was highly corrosive, making flesh difficult to resist. LV Xinghen, Jiang Jun, and the others continuously released their star power to shield their bodies from the corrosive mist. However, the cost was a rapid depletion of star power. In contrast, the Poison Fire Two-Headed Python, with its robust constitution and defense, was unharmed by the swords and blades of the 4. It moved agilely within the poison mist, handling 4 opponents with ease. Kill! Jiang Jun shouted, slashing a 1.5-foot-long wound on the fire snake's neck. Before she could retreat, the Poison Fire Two-Headed Python flicked its thick tail, sweeping it toward her. Although startled, Jiang Jun remained calm. She swiftly leapt backward, barely avoiding the strike. Huff a Euros. Breathing heavily, Jiang Jun tightened her grip on the longsword and charged again. The situation isn't good. This poison mist is suppressing us too much. I fear the four of us together might not be its match a euros. Earlier, LV Xinghin, Jiang Jun, and the two from 7th High School had arrived here one after another and tested the poison fire two-headed python's might. They quickly realized they were no match for it alone, so they decided to team up. Yeah, Omicron Yug 0, Omicron. As for who would get the kill points, it depended on who dealt the fatal blow. Initially, all four held back, hoping to land the final strike. However, the poison fire two-headed python was stronger than expected, soon forcing everyone to give their all. Even so, they were still suppressed. This was mainly because skills like Poison Mist were extremely effective against people below the bronze level like Jiang Jun and the others. Compared to LV Xinghin and Jiang Jun, the two at 8th stage from 7th High School were in worse shape. They were staggering, drenched in sweat, their strength and star power nearly exhausted. Without Jiang Jun and LV Xinghin diverting the python's attention, they would have already been overwhelmed. Old Denga euros, I can't hold on much longer, one brown-haired boy from 7th High School gasped. Me ethera euros. Banged. The boy called Old Deng reacted a second too late. Before he could finish his sentence, the python's tail struck him, hurling him far away to crash into a tree where he vomited a mouthful of blood. Chapter 25, Super Genius. Chapter 25, Chapter 25. Super Genius Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Super Genius Old Deng, the brown-haired boy from 7th High School exclaimed. Seeing his comrade severely injured, the brown-haired boy couldn't worry about the two-headed python. He quickly left the battlefield to support Old Deng. Old Deng barely stood up, but his left arm was broken. His face was pale and his lips twitched from the pain. He had no combat strength left. The brown-haired boy saw this and thought to himself that they shouldn't have aimed too high by trying to hunt this poison fire two-headed python. We're retreating, you all be careful, the brown-haired boy shouted to Jiang Jun and LV Xinghin, who were still in the battlefield. Then he retreated with Old Deng. Jiang Jun and LV Xinghin's faces turned grim. Losing two people suddenly, Jiang Jun and LV Xinghin felt an intense pressure. They were already struggling, and now they were even more stretched thin. We can't delay any longer. If we want to create an opportunity, we must go all out. Jiang Jun thought of this and looked up at LV Xinghin on the opposite side. Just then, LV Xinghin also looked over, his eyes gleaming. It seemed they had the same thought. The remaining star power within both of them surged out violently. Starlight leapt onto their longswords and fire wrapped around the blades. LV Xinghin and Jiang Jun both went all out, each slashing at one of the two-headed python's heads. Star pointing second form, break army. Fire death strike. A cunning gleam flashed in the eyes of the fire snake head of the poison fire two-headed python. The next moment, a torrent of fire attribute star power spewed from the fire snake head's mouth, igniting all the surrounding poison mist into a burning poison fire mist. Just as LV Xinghin and Jiang Jun reached the two-headed python, they felt their protective star power rapidly corroding in the burning poison mist at an alarming speed. Bad news! The two of them were shocked. Hunting star beasts to compete for trial rankings was important, but rushing in now would definitely mean death. Without thinking, they stopped and started to retreat. Star power flickered on LV Xinghin's body. He leapt back swiftly with an extremely fast movement technique. Though a bit disheveled, he quickly flashed out of the burning poison mist's range. But Jiang Jun didn't have such a refined movement technique. The burning poison mist roiled, and a huge snake tail swung directly at her. No. Jiang Jun's eyes widened. She could only raise her longsword to block it. Yeah, Omicron new letter 25 Omicron, S0. Banged. Jiang Jun spat out a mouthful of blood and was instantly flung away like a black shadow by the tail. With no one to restrain it, the blow Jiang Jun received was even harder than the one Old Deng took earlier. Her arms throbbed with pain and her head was spinning. Hitting the ground with this strike will surely cause serious injuries. Am I going to be eliminated? Lying face up, watching the rapidly changing scenery above her, this thought flashed through Jiang Jun's mind. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind blew from behind, like a large elastic net. It quickly reduced the terrifying force from the two-headed python's strike on Jiang Jun. Unsteady, Jiang Jun was about to fall to the ground when a hand reached out from the side to pull her up. Hey, are you all right? Su Yuan asked. Jiang Jun turned to look at the suddenly appearing Su Yuan beside her. she asked in surprise, Su Yuan. Wasn't he only at the Star Apprentice 8th stage? How did he come to the red area? Su Yuan smiled and nodded. Then he let go and looked ahead at the rapidly approaching poison fire two-headed python wrapped in poison mist. The two students from 7th High School had already left, and LV Xinghan had also flashed far away using his movement technique. The poison fire two-headed python seemed to have locked onto Jiang Jun, charging straight at her. Su Yuan said, "I saw you guys seemed unable to handle it. If I step in now, it won't be stealing your prey, right?" Jiang Jun, having taken a heavy internal blow from the snake tail, could barely stand. Hearing his words, she was shocked. No, its poison fire mist is too strong to approach it, and it has two heads. Both must be cut off to kill it. Su Yuan walked forward with a calm expression. He grasped his right wrist with his left hand. As he opened his right hand, a large amount of star power surged into his palm, and a ball of quietly burning blue flame quickly formed. Jiang Jun vaguely sensed the power of the blue flame in Su Yuan's palm, but she was more keenly aware of the terrifying strength of the poison fire two-headed python. Anxious, she urged, "Hurry, leave, I'll forfeit." Even LV Xinghan, who had flashed to a distance, shouted in alarm when he saw Su Yuan seemingly prepared to face the poison fire two-headed python head-on. "Get her out of there, don't try to resist it." As if he hadn't heard, Su Yuan didn't intend to leave. Star power continued to converge into his right palm. The blue flame grew even brighter and more intense. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. The poison fire two-headed python drew closer. The stench from the snake heads was now discernible. The poison fire mist was about to spread to Su Yuan and Jiang Jun's faces. Jiang Jun and LV Xinghan held their breaths in tension, their hearts filled with unease. 20 meters, perfect. The blue flame in Su Yuan's right palm flared to its peak brightness and started to flicker wildly. Then, Su Yuan's body flashed with silver light and suddenly disappeared from Jiang Jun's side. Where did he go? Jiang Jun was momentarily stunned, wondering if Su Yuan had just run away alone at this critical moment. But the next moment, a blue streak suddenly radiated through her vision. A flash of lightning-like blue flame shot out from the left, blasting both of the snake heads of the two-headed python in an instant from left to right. Crack! The headless corpse of the poison fire two-headed python fell to the ground, and the surrounding poison mist dissipated with a sizzling sound. What is this? Jiang Jun and LV Xinghan's pupils dilated. They were both stunned by this sudden turn of events. It took them several seconds to react. In shock, they turned their heads to look in the direction the blue flame had shot from. Dozens of meters away, Su Yuan slowly withdrew his right hand. His silver eyes, indifferent yet beautiful, flickered with sporadic silver light, appearing quite mysterious. What just happened? Replay that quickly. Wang Haping was extremely excited in the command center, eager to take control himself. Unlike the silence at the battle scene, the secret realm command center was in an uproar. Wang Haping, Xiao Yang, Yang Jun, and over 20 city guards couldn't stay calm. They discussed animatedly. Was that spatial movement? Could he be a space star card master? Does Guangchuan City have such a genius? And that gray flame strike that blasted both snake heads, could a Star Apprentice 8th stage achieve that? Wang Haping and the others replayed the video of Su Yuan blasting the poison fire two-headed python several times from start to finish. There's no mistake, Wang Haping's eyes sparkled. Patting his chest repeatedly, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Spatial movement, along with the lingering silver spatial power in his eyes, definitely a space star card master. Xiao Yang swallowed hard. As for Yang Jun, he was completely bewildered. That gray flame strike was also at the great success stage. Unparalleled skill cultivation talent along with top-tier space talent, such a super genius. Wang Haping took a deep breath and said slowly, "Our Guangchuan City is bound to become famous in the future." Chapter 26, The Final Boss. Chapter 26, The Final Boss. Chapter 26, The Final Boss. Secret Realm. Exerting the great success stage blue flame strike with all my might directly drained nearly half of my star power. Su Yuan felt the depletion inside him and shook his head slightly. As expected, using pure star power for green skills is still too strenuous. Although Su Yuan was only at the Star Apprentice 8th stage, he had sea-level star power talent. The total amount of star power in his star power vortex was higher than those of Fang Kun and LV Xinghin, who were 9th stage. It showed that high-level green skills indeed consumed a lot of energy and weren't something that Star Apprentice-level individuals could use effortlessly. However, the advantage of the gray flame strike was its lightning speed. Its power wasn't top-tier among green skills. Without using his full strength, Su Yuan really didn't have the confidence to blow off the two heads of the poison fire two-headed python in one strike. Su Yuan walked over to the poison fire two-headed python, took a snapshot with the locator, and then pulled out a long knife to find and extract its star core from its body. This was a star core with a blend of red and green colors. Because this poison fire two-headed python was at the bronze middle stage, the star power fluctuation within the star core was quite strong. Su Yuan, you're really something. Jiang Jun stared in awe at Su Yuan, who had just dealt with the two-headed python's corpse, still unable to calm the shock in her heart. But I really have to thank you this time. Otherwise, I would have had to call for help. With half a day left until the trial ends, being eliminated now might mean I wouldn't even secure a place in the top 20. If unable to stay in the top 20, Jiang Jun, raised in a humble background, would miss out on a green skill, a significant setback for her. Su Yuan kept the star core and smiled. Consider this repaying the favor for your subtle reminder in the identification class back then. Identification class? Jiang Jun was taken aback, then realized and shook her head involuntarily. What was that? Just a small matter. Su Yuan casually responded, I did it in passing as well. Jiang Jun wanted to say more, but an exclamation came from the side. That's truly impressive. LV Xinghin strode over with a longsword, sizing Su Yuan up and down. So powerful, I'm LV Xinghin from First High. What's your name? Su Yuan replied, Fourth High Su Yuan. LV Xinghin recognized Su Yuan's Fourth High School uniform, but still found it hard to believe. To kill this poison fire two-headed python in one hit, it's surprising that Fourth High had such a hidden genius. Ni Omicron near Armenian, Hutz Ha, Inus, letter 1D11, Omicron. And just now was that instant movement. Su Yuan glanced at LV Xinghin with a smile, saying nothing more. Asking someone about their embedded star card skills and details wasn't polite, especially for a stranger. LV Xinghin realized and coughed a few times. Ah, sorry, I was too surprised. My apologies. It's fine, Su Yuan shook his head slightly. Seeing Jiang Jun's pale face, Su Yuan reminded her, don't target bronze-level star beasts anymore. There are less than 10 ninth stage participants in the trial. Since you're injured now, aim safely for the top 10. Jiang Jun nodded. Yes, I understand. All right then, I'll be off. After speaking, Su Yuan paid no more attention to the two, quickly heading into the distance. There were so many star beasts in this rainforest secret realm. Even if not for the points, he needed to kill more star beasts for star dust. Su Yuan, huh? LV Xinghin watched Su Yuan disappear, then turned to Jiang Jun. Fourth High produced someone so powerful. How come we never heard of him before? I don't know. Jiang Jun secretly pursed her lips. Not even we knew this guy, who had just awakened, could be this strong. Naturally, Jiang Jun wouldn't reveal that Su Yuan had awakened only last month. LV Xinghin didn't ask further, just sighed. His strength might not be below Kun's. With him here, that third weapon card will probably not be ours. Jiang Jun casually responded, I don't mind, I'm already injured. I just want to keep my rank and pick a good skill. Saying she didn't want the weapon card was a lie. After all, there were only 2 special enrollment slots but 3 weapon cards, so there was still a chance. Initially, all 9th stage participants were eligible to compete for the last weapon card. However, Su Yuan had emerged, killing the poison fire two-headed python in one hit. With such strength, it wasn't impossible for him to outshine the 2 special enrollees to win the trial. Let alone secure a weapon card. Time flew by, and it was already afternoon, with just 2 or 3 hours until the trial's end. At the Secret Realm Command Center, a city defense team member looked at the screen information and reported to Captain Zio. Captain Zio, all bronze-level star beasts have been cleared. Before Captain Zio could speak, Wang Haping, in high spirits, laughed. This year's students are indeed extraordinary. To clear all bronze-level star beasts in a joint trial is unprecedented. Captain Zio agreed. It is indeed the first time, however with 2 special enrollees from top academies this time, plus that exceptional student. Captain Zio's gaze inevitably fell on Su Yuan again. This student's performance was becoming more impressive. Wang Haping suddenly remembered something. By the way, Captain Zio, I recall there's a rule in the joint Triala Euros. If all bronze-level star beasts are defeated, then a bronze elite star beast will be released. Correct, Captain Zio nodded. Although this rule has never been implemented, we do have an elite star beast here, and recently we even received a high-quality one. Captain Zio pressed a button on the console, and a mighty 4-legged star beast's 3D image appeared on the display. Oh! Wang Haping showed a hint of surprise and then smiled. Such a rare species, this will likely eliminate quite a few participants. After a brief thought, Wang Haping added, its strength is formidable. Send more people to ensure the student's safety, especially Su Yuan's. Captain Zio casually placed his jacket aside. Rest assured, Director Wang, I'll go personally. Wang Haping laughed. Good, then I'm relieved. What? After killing the poison fire two-headed snake, Su Yuan went to 2 neighboring red zones. However, judging by the battle traces and star beast corpses, the bronze-level star beasts in these areas had already been slain. In that case, this trial should be wrapping up. Su Yuan checked the map. The several central red zones he had visited were densely packed, and farther areas, even if they had bronze-level star beasts, were too far to reach in time. But just then, his locator emitted a series of beep-beep-beep sounds. Simultaneously, a black mark appeared on the map in the central area of the secret realm, just over an hour's journey from his current location. On a closer look, the black mark was moving. What's this? Su Yuan showed a hint of surprise, tapping the black mark which only displayed a boss label. The final boss? There's even such a thing? Su Yuan pondered. Even the bronze middle stage poison fire two-headed python isn't considered a boss. I wonder what star beast this boss is. Could it be an elite star beast? Su Yuan's heart surged with excitement. If it was an elite star beast, it meant a green card for him, something he couldn't miss. Su Yuan assessed his condition. After killing the poison fire two-headed snake, he hadn't had any high-intensity battles, so his star power had gradually recovered to about 70%. At 70%, using that move is sufficient. Su Yuan contemplated briefly. Watching the black mark slowly move south on the map, he immediately got up and gave chase. Chapter 27, Divine Skill, Elemental Magnetism Pressure. Chapter 27, Divine Skill, Elemental Magnetism Pressure. Chapter 27, Divine Skill, Elemental Magnetism Pressure. Not only Su Yuan, but also hundreds of students who were training in the secret realm, all received a prompt from their locators. Hey, Pan Zai, there's even a boss and it's not far from us. Should we go check it out? Do we really want to go? Shouldn't we spend more time killing more star apprentice-level star beasts? It won't hurt to take a look. It won't take long. Well, okay, let's go. What? Zhengqi, it seems like the boss is coming towards us. It really does. We should run and hide. Don't you want to see what it looks like? With our abilities, we can barely handle 9th stage star beasts. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. We should know better. What? Central area slightly west, boss. Fang Kun looked at the mark on the map, grinned, and pulled out the long knife stuck in the corpse of a star beast at his feet. He then quickly headed in the direction of the marked location. What? More than an hour later, Su Yuan opened the map. He was less than 2 kilometers away from the black-marked boss. Moreover, Su Yuan could vaguely hear noises and exclamations from students coming from ahead. Run quickly. This guy is terrifying. Su Yuan agilely climbed up a nearby large tree and looked far into the direction the sound was coming from. He saw dust rising, birds scattering, and something seemed to be crashing wildly through the forest. The vegetation and trees along the way were knocked to the sides. Su Yuan murmured, "It seems to be that boss. Unfortunately, it's too far to see what it is clearly." The trees in the forest blocked the view, and at such a distance, it was almost impossible to make out its appearance. Su Yuan leaped down from the tree and headed forward. He would find out what it was by taking a look. But very soon, Su Yuan got his answer. Because not long after he started moving, a boy from another school ran towards Su Yuan in distress. Seeing Su Yuan heading inward, the boy didn't forget to shout, "Run! There's an earth element beast ahead. If it catches you, you won't be able to escape." Earth element beast. Su Yuan was first a little shocked, then intense joy welled up in his heart. It was actually an earth element beast. The earth element beast was not only an elite star beast, but also one of the stronger elite star beasts. However, its strength didn't lie in its six-dimensional attributes, but in its representative skill, which was considered one of the top skills among countless green skillsa euros, elemental magnetism pressure. Elemental magnetism pressure, green skill, can change the gravity within a certain range through earth magnetic power. A super strong invisible control skill that could target both single and multiple enemies, and also had some damage output. As a control skill, it was absolutely top tier. Moreover, elemental magnetism pressure had a very special aspect. The gravity change from elemental magnetism pressure could not only increase gravity, but also reduce it. It was said that when elemental magnetism pressure was cultivated to perfect, it could achieve short-term levitation. It should be known that more than 99% of low-stage star card masters couldn't achieve levitation, which would make anyone envious to the point of explosion. So a top-tier control skill plus levitation. There was no doubt that it was a divine skill, even though there was only a small chance to extract elemental magnetism pressure from the Earth element beast star core, and it would take a lot of time and effort to cultivate it to perfect to achieve levitation. But for Su Yuan, this was not a problem. Card extraction plus card decomposition done tilde. It was just a matter of spending more time hunting a large amount of star dust. Elemental magnetism pressure, this skill is a must-get. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with eagerness. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Hurry and run. The boy from the other school, already past him, saw Su Yuan still standing there and didn't forget to call out again. It's okay, you go ahead. Su Yuan responded, then continued toward the black-marked location. Why doesn't this guy listen to advice? The boy from the other school shook his head. He didn't know Su Yuan, and reminding him once or twice already felt like doing his duty. Seeing the earth element beast getting closer, the boy from the other school didn't care about Su Yuan anymore and ran away faster. Su Yuan proceeded cautiously. Soon, he saw from a distance a majestic, gray-black star beast with 4 hooves. It was the earth element beast. Unlike all the previous bronze-level star beasts, this earth element beast's eyes glowed faintly red, seemingly affected by something with strong attacks in mind. At this moment, it was aggressively chasing 2 students from another school in the dense forest. It didn't even bother to turn much, knocking down any trees blocking its way with its strong head. It really is an earth element beast, and it's only bronze early stage. Su Yuan observed the beast from a distance, feeling even more joyful. If it were a bronze middle stage earth element beast, I wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, it was just a trial assessment. If they released a bronze middle stage earth element beast, this assessment would be hellishly difficult and pointless. It's no good. It's catching up. One of the students looked back and found the earth element beast only 30 meters behind and cried out. Both of these students were at Star Apprentice 8th stage and just wanted to see what the boss was, only to be targeted by the earth element beast. In fact, before these two, the earth element beast had already eliminated dozens of students. At this moment, hearing the other student's words, the other one's face turned grim. Damn, ask for help quickly. He hadn't finished speaking when the earth element beast's body flashed gray, and an invisible field suddenly enveloped the 2 fleeing students. Instantly, both of them fell to their knees with their hands on the ground. Their bodies trembled, eyes bloodshot, and blood started to seep from their mouths and noses, as if under immense pressure. Elemental magnetism pressure. Enveloped by elemental magnetism pressure, the 2 couldn't move at all, not even to call for help. The earth element beast controlled them and ran fast towards them, raising its powerful front leg to strike one of them. Yes, 0 per liter Winifov Armenian, he enus, Omicron. With the earth element beast's strength qualification at D level, if this strike landed, the student would probably be killed on the spot. Just then, a strong figure suddenly appeared beside the 2 students. In a flash, he grabbed each of them and took them out from under the black hoof of the earth element beast, retreating more than 10 meters. Roar. The earth element beast was about to succeed, but this human suddenly disrupted it, and it roared in fury. Its body flashed gray light again, and it charged once more. However, this person seemed completely unaffected by any gravity changes, standing straight and even glancing at Su Yuan, who was hiding in the distance. Captain Zio. Eye contact, Su Yuan recognized the face of the person as Zio Yang, who was fully responsible for this assessment. Su Yuan was initially stunned, then he figured it out. Right, the earth element beast was indeed dangerous. If students were caught by elemental magnetism pressure, they might not even have a chance to call for help, and it wasn't 100% sure that the silver and bronze level city guards could save every student being attacked by the earth element beast in time. Watching the earth element beast approach, Zio Yang, carrying the two students, turned into a black shadow and disappeared from sight in a few bounds. Chapter 28, Earth Element Beast. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Earth Element Beast, Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Earth Element Beast, Captain. Several city guards hiding near the earth element beast saw Zio Yang bringing back two students who were still in shock. They quickly approached to greet them. Zio Yang nodded and threw out the two students he was carrying. Take them back to the camp. Also, announce the information about the earth element beast and warn those without sufficient strength to stay away. Zio Yang grumbled. How long has it been? 3 or 4 dozen students have been eliminated already. They are fine, but I am exhausted. Zio Yang spoke bluntly. Even though they knew this was a boss and most likely not simple, many students still approached out of curiosity without proper observation. As a result, they were detected and immobilized by the earth element beast's elemental magnetism pressure from afar, leading to their elimination. If this wasn't a trial, it wouldn't be just an elimination for these students. It would mean death. Not a shred of caution, completely worthless, Zio Yang cursed as he turned around. I'll continue to monitor the earth element beast. You guys stay alert. The trial is almost over. Even though there is a death indicator, it's best if nothing unexpected happens. Yes, Captain. What? On the other side. The earth element beast lost its target, and the vicious light in its eyes intensified. Its 2 sturdy forehooves stomped heavily on the ground, appearing extremely irritable. It's time to step in, kill the earth element beast, and obtain the elemental magnetism pressure? Su Yuan's eyes focused as he walked out from behind the tree. The irritable earth element beast immediately sensed it. It suddenly twisted its body, glaring angrily at Su Yuan with its slightly red eyes. So perceptive. Su Yuan frowned slightly. Regarding bronze-level elites, Su Yuan would never underestimate them. Although he killed the green flame white wolf during winter break, Su Yuan knew very well that this did not mean he was stronger than a bronze-level elite. He succeeded that time because Zhuang Zun, who was not weak, completely distracted the green flame white wolf, allowing him to seize the opportunity to kill it with the transformation realm steel flame finger. Moreover, the combat ability of the earth element beast in front of him was far stronger than the green flame white wolf. The earth element beast roared and charged at Su Yuan with its 4 black hooves. Su Yuan also did not intend to avoid it, engaging with wind walking. To really understand the earth element beast's strength, he needed to experience it firsthand. As they rapidly approached, the earth element beast's body suddenly flashed with light. Here it comes. Su Yuan was already on alert. A gust of wind instantly erupted beneath his feet. He used wind walking to swiftly dodge to the side. Thunk! A bird that had just flown above Su Yuan suddenly plunged to the ground, shattering into pieces without a drop of blood splattering. Su Yuan felt that the space around him seemed to undergo some invisible change that could not be discerned by his eyes. It can be dodged. Su Yuan's eyes lit up as he dodged to the side. By observing how the earth element beast utilized elemental magnetism pressure to cover the two students, Su Yuan discovered that although elemental magnetism pressure was invisible, it could be detected by the gray light on the earth element beast's body. Since elemental magnetism pressure was a range skill, he could possibly avoid it by moving quickly enough. Indeed, it seemed possible. By reacting swiftly and using Transformation Realm's wind walking, he successfully dodged the elemental magnetism pressure. Although this approach felt like dancing on a knife's edge, Su Yuan had a backup plan if he ever got caught in the elemental magnetism pressure. The earth element beast seemed surprised that Su Yuan had managed to dodge its elemental magnetism pressure. After a brief hesitation, it became outraged and prepared to use it again. At this moment, a black figure suddenly dashed from the side. It was Fang Kun, a top special recruit of Yizhang. With a black aura swirling around his shiny silver large blade, Fang Kun charged ahead of Su Yuan, reaching the earth element beast first and fiercely slashed down. Black Tiger Strong Strike. With a spurt of fresh blood, the slash left a near-foot-long wound on the earth element beast's left side. Fang Kun frowned, seeming dissatisfied with this outcome. The earth element beast in pain turned around furiously and kicked at Fang Kun. Fang Kun quickly raised his large blade to block in front of him. With a bang, he was kicked several meters away. However, Fang Kun did not fall. After taking a few deep breaths, he recovered. Such robust physical strength naturally came from his Soul Carta Euros, double C in strength and physique, the Furious Tiger. Roar. This attack suddenly made Fang Kun the primary target. The earth element beast abandoned Su Yuan, gray light flowing on its body as it prepared to use elemental magnetism pressure on Fang Kun. At this moment, a blazing white light as thick as a wash basin shot over from the side, causing the earth element beast to stagger. The elemental magnetism pressure was interrupted. Crackling electricity danced and sparkled on the earth element beast's body, continually causing stiffness and sustained thunder element damage. Su Yuan and Fang Kun looked up to see Chen Jiujun walking over from a distance with an indifferent expression. When he saw Su Yuan, Chen Jiujun frowned and said blandly, "Su Yuan, you're only at the 8th stage. How dare you come here to face the earth element beast?" Su Yuan. So that's Su Yuan? Fang Kun's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned his head to scrutinize Su Yuan again. Is this the person Zhuang Zun mentioned, and he's only at the 8th stage? Well, dodging elemental magnetism pressure with speed is something I can't even do. Maybe. Zhuang Zun wasn't exaggerating. Thinking of Zhuang Zun's assessment of Su Yuan, Fang Kun narrowed his eyes, looking at Su Yuan with much more seriousness. Does one have to be at the 9th stage to come here? Su Yuan chuckled lightly, not paying much attention to Chen Jiujun's words. We are both star apprentices, not much different. This place isn't a 9th stage exclusive area. Not much different, how arrogant. Chen Jiujun sneered, shaking his head dismissively. An 8th stage novice star apprentice dared to compare himself to Chen Jiujun. Even Jiang Jun wouldn't qualify. Roar. The earth element beast had cleared itself of the crackling lightning at this point. Annoyed at being ignored, it roared once again. How dare you? 3 insignificant beings dare to ignore my presence. Although the 3 of them were observing and communicating, they were continuously alert to the earth element beast. Su Yuan didn't know about the other 2, but he had personally experienced the prowess of a bronze-level elite star beast. Upon hearing the roar, Su Yuan immediately heightened his vigilance. Whoever kills it gets it. Fang Kun shouted as he once again charged towards the earth element beast. Su Yuan also used wind walking, holding his long blade, and rushed in. Ye Omicron New letter 25 Omicron, S0. Chen Jiujun watched the 2 rushing towards the earth element beast with slight disdain in his eyes. Warriors are so brainless. All they can do is charge forward, but it saves me the trouble of fighting, giving me ample time to set up thunder strike seals. Chen Jiujun also moved, maneuvering around the battlefield to start setting up one thunder strike seal after another. Chapter 29, Fierce Battle. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. Fierce Battle, Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Fierce Battle at the Secret Realm Command Center. Everyone focused on this battle. It's happening, 3 geniuses versus the final boss. This is the highlight of the trial. Old dang, do you think they can win? I think it's difficult. That's an earth element beast, not some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Old dang, to be honest, the ones in the sea domain are master star beasts. But it is hard to win. The earth element beast's combat power is top tier among the many elite star beasts, even with 2 special recruits and an even more abnormal one. Without Zyro Yang, Wang Haping could only chat with Yang Jun. Yang Jun, what do you think? Which side will win? Yang Jun was relatively young. He had never been this close to a big shot from the Guangchuan Education Bureau in his few years of teaching. Upon hearing this, he cleared his throat nervously. Director Wang, I guess. The earth element beast has a better chance of winning. To deal with a wild earth element beast, usually, a star card master of at least one or two higher stages would go. Although Su Yuan and the others have high talents, they still pale in comparison to the earth element beast. Wang Haping nodded slightly. Yang Jun's judgment was relatively normal and reasonable. Yes, 0, new letter 1E5 Armenian, Hu Aw, Nus, letter 1A Tomicron. No matter how talented high school students are, they are still just high school students. They are still in a newborn stage. When they enter the academy with a broader platform and vision, it'll be the time for young students to truly leap and grow rapidly. Wang Haping looked at the three people and one beast on the screen, and his eyes finally fell on Su Yuan's face. He murmured, however, this time there might be an unexpected result. Yang Jun was taken aback. You mean? Wang Haping laughed heartily. Since you say the earth element beast will win, I'll bet on these youngsters to win. What? In the center of the secret realm, Su Yuan and the others had already engaged the earth element beast. The two attacked the earth element beast from the left and right. The earth element beast, of course, was not polite. Black light flashed on its body continuously, and two elemental magnetism pressures pressed towards the two. Su Yuan repeated his old trick, fully utilizing his wind walking to dodge and then continued to close in. But Fang Kun didn't have Su Yuan's speed. He was immediately covered by the gray-black light, causing his whole body, including his internal organs, to weigh several times more. He couldn't move an inch. However, Fang Kun was still Fang Kun. As a star apprentice 9th rank with sea-level strength qualification, he did not collapse to the ground like the two people Su Yuan had seen before. Instead, he stood firm with a taut body. There should be a backup plan. Su Yuan glanced at Fang Kun, who was tense and unable to move. Geniuses are not fools. Since they dared to charge the earth element beast head-on, they must have the means to counter the elemental magnetism pressure. Sure enough, at this moment, a large amount of black smoke-like airflow rose from Fang Kun's body and quickly spread all over. Ugh! Fang Kun suddenly let out an angry roar. Although it was a human voice, it was as soul-stirring as a tiger's. Fang Kun's muscles swelled, and in a moment he grew 20 centimeters taller, tearing off his shirt. The black airflow spiraled back to his exposed left chest. Or rather to the heart area, forming a roaring black tiger pattern, blue soul skill who bends heart. By unleashing his soul skill, Fang Kun's aura surged. He slowly lifted his left foot and stomped on the ground, which trembled. Then, step by step, he moved faster and faster until he completely broke free from the elemental magnetism pressure. What immense strength! Su Yuan felt a slight shock at Fang Kun's way of countering the elemental magnetism pressure. Without a doubt, the other party used some skill to enhance his strength, from strong to even stronger, astonishingly so. This was a talent specialized in strength. Su Yuan approached the earth element beast first. It swung its front paw at Su Yuan. With the support of Transformation Realm Wind Walk, Su Yuan's speed and agility were far superior to the earth element beast. He swayed his body with gusting wind at his feet and flashed to the side of the earth element beast, slashing 3 times in an instant. However, these 3 slashes only left 3 thin blood marks on the earth element beast, just barely breaking its skin. Su Yuan squinted slightly. It's really tough. Earlier, Fang Kun's slash had left a foot-long wound, causing Su Yuan to misjudge. It seems that the large knife Fang Kun used is probably a white star device, and that slash was definitely an enhanced attack skill at perfect level or higher. Su Sheng's thoughts churned as he quickly analyzed Fang Kun's information. If Fang Kun knew what Su Yuan was thinking, he would be very surprised. His knife was indeed a white star device, and Black Tiger Strong Strike could enhance his next attack. With perfect Black Tiger Strong Strike combined with the White Star device, it could take down even a defensive 9th stage Star Beast with just one slash. The Earth Element Beast's tail lashed over, and Su Yuan quickly retreated. Seeing his slashing attacks were ineffective, Su Yuan decisively put away his long knife. Firelight entwined his right index finger, forming the perfected Steel Flame finger. The Earth Element Beast turned around. Su Yuan, instead of retreating, stepped forward to its side and stabbed its neck with his Steel Flame finger. The sensation from his finger was like poking steel. The perfected Steel Flame finger could only go halfway in. The Earth Element Beast felt the pain and swiftly kicked at Su Yuan with its front hoof. To land this Steel Flame finger on the beast's neck, Su Yuan had to get very close. Even with wind walking, he couldn't evade in time. But Su Yuan had prepared for this. Hardened iron armor. With a muffled chant, Su Yuan raised his left arm, which instantly turned metallic gray-black. Clang! The collision of his left arm with the earth element beast's hoof felt like being hammered, pushing him back several steps. Su Yuan checked his left arm. Fortunately, it's just a minor injury. With Transformation Realm hardened iron armor plus sea-level strength and defense, I can withstand a few hits. But the earth element beast's neck defense is really tough, quite tricky. Su Yuan had used the steel flame finger to test the earth element beast's toughness. Its D-level defensive qualification was evidently far superior to that of the bronze elite star beast, green flame white wolf. Indeed, of all the earth element beast's possible weak points, even the relatively weak neck was surprisingly tough. Although I have that move, I can only use it once. To guarantee a fatal strike, it's best to weaken it as much as possible first, and this battle can't drag on. Otherwise, the three of us star apprentices will run out of star power first. So the fight must be accelerated. Although many thoughts flashed through Su Yuan's mind, only a few seconds had passed in the actual battle. The earth element beast slapped Su Yuan away, but it wasn't satisfied. Instead, it became even more irritable as that finger had genuinely threatened it. The earth element beast roared, its star power surging, black light flashing. This time, the elemental magnetism pressure seemed different. Not good. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He rapidly pushed his wind walking to the limit to dodge. But in the blink of an eye, he felt a suffocating pressure, as if encased in high-density metal, immobilized by tremendous gravity. It wasn't over. The earth element beast stomped its black hoof, creating a black light-trimmed crack that raced past Su Yuan and extended far beyond. Su Yuan glanced down. The long crack beneath his feet glowed faintly with black light, containing terrifying energy that made his scalp tingle. Chapter 30, Why do you have to be so amazing? Chapter 30, Why do you have to be so amazing? Chapter 30, Why do you have to be so amazing? With the appearance of the fissure, Chen Jiujun's expression changed dramatically while setting up the thunder strike seal. Fang Kun, who had just rushed forward to slash at the earth element beast, also hurriedly stopped and retreated. It's the crack earth gorge. The two of them remembered that this was another green skill of the earth element beast, injecting star power into the ground to unleash a super strong attack skill in the form of a gorge a circumflex euros, the crack earth gorge. The crack earth gorge injected a massive amount of energy into the ground, resulting in a delay of 2 to 3 seconds before activation. However, this exchange led to more terrifying power. And now Su Yuan was controlled by the earth element pressure, clearly unable to dodge. Quick, press the SOS. Damn it, Fang Kun exclaimed. Earlier, Fang Kun had seen several students pressing the SOS button. Once pressed, it would activate the star power barrier preset in the locator to temporarily protect the student in distress. However, Fang Kun quickly realized that Su Yuan was immobilized by elemental magnetism pressure and couldn't press for help. Chen Jiujun also frowned and said, "Judging by his earlier moves, I thought he had some skills, but it turns out that's all. Daring to wade into these muddy waters, he's really courting death." Not far from the battlefield, Xiao Yang stood tense and highly focused, ready to take action at any moment. If it weren't for knowing that Su Yuan had instant movement, Xiao Yang would have intervened already. After all, these three, especially Su Yuan now, couldn't afford any mistakes. Boom. With a loud roar, turbulent black light flames erupted from the ground fissures, rising several meters high in an instant, like a terrifying black wall of star power. The terrifying power of the attack shocked even Fang Kun, who had retreated in another direction. 2 seconds later, the black light flames dispersed, leaving a gigantic fissure 70 to 80 meters long on the ground. Yeah, Omicron U letter 1E50, letter 1A8, letter 1D11. The power. It's indeed somewhat terrifying, Fang Kun swallowed and suddenly looked into the distance. Right, where is that guy? It was really dangerous. While Fang Kun was pondering, a faint voice suddenly came from behind. Fang Kun was startled. Turning his head, he saw Su Yuan suddenly appear behind him, calm, unscathed. How is he here? Is it illusion, substitute technique, or, seeing the silvery glow in Su Yuan's eyes, Fang Kun suddenly realized something and his pupils constricted. Could it be? Instant teleportation. Su Yuan stepped forward and said to Fang Kun, Step back a bit. Fang Kun frowned. What do you mean? Su Yuan raised his head and indicated to the distance. Around the earth element beast, within dozens of meters, there were 15 silver thunder seals scattered. I didn't expect Su Yuan can also instant move. Chen Jiujun's face was full of suspicion and uncertainty. Finally, he coldly snorted. So what? This earth element beast is mine. I am the first in the trial and the #1 genius in Guangchuan. Chen Jiujun set up the last thunder strike seal and then quickly formed seals with both hands. Su Yuan said to Fang Kun, "He is ready. We can't stop it. Do you want to help the earth element beast share the damage?" Fang Kun clenched his brows. He set it up so quickly. This guy, are we just going to let him have the earth element beast? Su Yuan remained calm. You and I have both experienced the earth element beast's defense firsthand. Don't you have any confidence? Fang Kun was stunned, remembering that even his full-force strike in normal condition could only leave a superficial wound on the earth element beast. He settled down again. Su Yuan said slowly, "Whether we work for him or he works for us, we will know after this strike." Su Yuan, having tested it with the perfect steel flame finger, had great confidence in the defense of the earth element beast. Even if Chen Jiujun had a powerful green skill, as long as it wasn't perfect, it wouldn't necessarily be able to kill the earth element beast with one blow. The earth element beast had just used the crack earth gorge when dozens of silver thunder marks lit up all around it. The dense thunder elements swirling around made the earth element beast uneasy, so it urgently rushed outward. After setting up for so long, there was no way Chen Jiujun would let the earth element beast escape. 2 thunder snakes flew out of his body, connecting head to tail to form a silver electric magic chain, binding the earth element beast. Killing a bronze-level earth element beast would absolutely rank high among the Wanju special admissions. Chen Jiujun's eyes shone brightly, his heart surging. He shouted while forming seals with both hands, 16 layers, thunder strike array. Countless thunder attribute star power burst out from the thunder seals. Explosions and lightning roared. The blinding thunder light instantly engulfed the earth element beast. Such a powerful display even made Fang Kun exclaim in admiration. This strike very strong. Indeed, it's quite an astounding strike, Su Yuan squinted slightly. However, it might still fall short. Hearing this, Fang Kun's gaze flickered. Looking at the gradually dissipating thunder light, he nervously gripped his broadsword. Zyla, Zyla. The sound of thunder crackling was endless. As the silver light faded, they could clearly see the situation in the field. The earth element beast's body, originally gray and black, had now become completely charred. After using the energy-intensive crack earth gorge and being hit by the 16 layers thunder strike array, the earth element beast's aura weakened significantly. Even so, it still stood firmly on the ground, glaring at the 3 people outside. How is it possible? Chen Jiujun's eyes were full of disbelief. How was it possible that even the 16 layers thunder strike array, which could kill a bronze middle-stage yellow rock armadillo, didn't kill this earth element beast? Chen Jiujun had ultimately underestimated the might of an elite star beast. In fact, star apprentice-level students rarely had the chance to encounter elite star beasts, so even Su Yuan and Zhuang Zun had almost suffered greatly initially. Moreover, Su Yuan's steel flame finger and Fang Kun's black tiger strong strike had already inflicted effective damage on the earth element beast. This led Chen Jiujun to misjudge the earth element beast's defense. Fang Kun was understandable. In Chen Jiujun's eyes, Su Yuan was just a newly awakened 8th stage. Chen Jiujun believed the earth element beast's defense, though strong, was at most comparable to the yellow rock armadillo he had killed before. So you can't rely on others. The opponent's strength must be tested personally. Seeing Chen Jiujun's distraction, Su Yuan shook his head slightly. At this moment, star power surged in front of him. Fang Kun, wielding his broadsword, burst forth and dashed toward the weakened earth element beast as a black line. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. So impatient. With star power surging from within, Su Yuan's entire right arm instantly erupted with gold and fire elements. Black and red intertwined, turning his right arm into a burning, red-hot piece of metal. Instant movement. A flash of silver light in Su Yuan's eyes, and he disappeared from his spot, instantly reappearing beside the earth element beast. His burning metal right arm formed a hand knife and slashed at the earth element beast's neck. Golden burning hand. With a low shout, Su Yuan's golden fire-entwined right arm slightly stiffened before slicing through the earth element beast's neck. Duh-duh. The earth element beast's head, like a basketball, fell to the ground, rolling to the feet of Fang Kun, who had just rushed over. The earth element beast dead. Su Yuan's face turned pale. Dispersing the star power on his right arm, a strong sense of pain and burning filled the entire arm as if his bones were broken. With his current physical condition, using this move was still somewhat strenuous. This move was something Su Yuan had unintentionally comprehended when combining the perfect hardened iron armor with the steel flame finger. The integration of two perfect skills seemed to generate a deeper reaction, further tapping into potential and unleashing power beyond the limit. Su Yuan named it Golden Burning Hand. With both skills at the transformation realm, its power at full strength was above a great success green skill and quite close to perfect level. Dozens of meters away, Xiao Yang, always watching, twitched his mouth. After a while, he finally uttered a sentence. "Why are you making such a fuss?" With Su Yuan's powerful strike killing the earth element beast, Fang Kun and Chen Jiujun were left in shock. Chen Jiujun finally realized that there were geniuses beyond him in Guangchuan City, and one was just a star apprentice 8th stage. Recalling Su Yuan's earlier words, Chen Jiujun suddenly understood and mockingly said, "Half a pound and 8 ounces. Turns out I'm the half pound, and you're the 8 ounces. As for Fang Kun, he was stunned, staring at the earth element beast's head at his feet, unable to describe the terrifying power of the golden burning hand. This definitely surpassed the power of his Hu Ben's heart transform and strong strike by far. This was an attack a star apprentice 8th stage could deliver by hand. Looking at Su Yuan, Fang Kun shook his head with a bitter smile and cursed internally. "Zhuangzun, you tricked me. This was possibly stronger than us. This is a monster. We are all special admissions to Shuzhou. We will all be classmates in the future. Since you knew he was so powerful, why didn't you give me more intel?" "Oh, I get it. You did it on purpose to make me look bad. You wished me to win big and take the lead. Fine, wait till we get to Shuzhou College and I will settle the score with you." Achoo. At Qinghai High School, during the general language class, Zhuangzun, who was dozing off, suddenly felt a cold chill and sneezed. "Goodness, who's cursing me behind my back?" Confused, Zhuangzun scratched his head and continued to nap. Chapter 31, Compound Skills. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Compound Skills, Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Compound Skills, Secret Realm Command Center. I fuck. What's with that move? How is it so strong? I don't know either. Is that really still a student? Even I might not be a match for that earth element beast. The city guards exploded, some stood up, some cursed, regardless of the presence of the education chief beside them. Of course, the education chief no longer cared about anything else. He was grinning like a fool who had just won the jackpot. The continuous surprises throughout the day had left Wang gaping numb. Initially, he hadn't expected Su Yuan to pull off anything spectacular. Yet now, here he was, pulling off a super big move. Compound skill. It was actually a compound skill. The city guards might not know this, but Wang gaping was clear. Su Yuan's move was definitely a compound skill composed of steel flame finger and hardened iron armor. A compound skill referred to a stronger skill formed by combining 2 or more perfect skills with sufficient compatibility. It could elevate the skill grade by half. Note, simply achieving perfect compatibility between 2 skills did not guarantee a compound skill. Achieving a perfect skill level was merely the basic condition for using a compound skill. It wasn't just about using 2 perfect skills simultaneously to form a compound skill. The proportions of star power output for the 2 skills, the method of combination, the final form of release. All these details were crucial, and a slight error could lead to failure. Even with a compound formula in place, it took countless practices and attempts to master a compound skill. Because white skills were mostly transitional in the early stages, most people focused more on green skills once acquired, making the numbers of white compound skills relatively few. At least, Wang gaping never heard of a compound skill combining steel flame finger and hardened iron armor. So Su Yuan not only used a compound skill, but it was an original one. Compared to this, the news that Su Yuan's hardened iron armor had also reached perfection didn't even matter much. 1 month, perfect steel flame finger and perfect hardened iron armor, great success gray flame strike, and at least great success wind walking. And a compound skill combining steel flame finger and hardened iron armor. How was Wang Haping supposed to feel? Super genius. Freak little Huang Fu-Chi? Huang Fu-Chi didn't create a compound skill during his star apprentice period either. Too much shock, too much surprise, Wang Haping was completely numb. After calming down a bit, Wang Haping looked at the screen, constantly pondering as he saw Su Yuan extracting the Earth Element Beast Star Core. Su Yuan's skill talent was unparalleled, even compared to the myriad geniuses and freaks in the three cities. With such talent, regardless of his future realm, he would undoubtedly be among the top experts of the same level. He might even be able to fight across greater realms. Guangchuan belonged to Shuzhou, and as the chief of Guangchuan Education Bureau, it was his duty to send outstanding talents to Shuzhou College. Even if Su Yuan's realm was a bit lacking, it would be absolutely fine to recommend him to Shuzhou College. This was quite a common practice. But for Su Yuan, for the cultivation of talents for great flame, and for himself, perhaps a better path should be given to him. Wang Haping pondered for a while and quickly made a decision. Being able to help a super genius at a young age would definitely yield feedback tens or even hundreds of times in the future. Such examples were countless throughout the history of the Blue Sea Star. Encountering one and giving them a push suited both parties. I'll contact my teacher when I get back. Thinking of the old man, Wang Haping felt a bit distressed, but whatever, he could bear another lecture. Inside the secret realm, seeing Su Yuan carefully put away the gray-black star core of the Earth Element Beast, Fang Kun and Chen Jiujun were both very envious, but they quickly let it go. Even with the star core, it didn't guarantee extracting the star card of elemental magnetism pressure. More than 50% of the probability was a white Earth Element shield, while the other 50% was evenly split between crack Earth Gorge and elemental magnetism pressure. However, the wild joy in Su Yuan's heart was something these two could not comprehend. I hit the jackpot, elemental magnetism pressure. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled. This Earth Element Beast Star Core was even more precious to him, who could definitely extract elemental magnetism pressure than a green weapon card. If it were not inappropriate now, Su Yuan could hardly wait to extract the elemental magnetism pressure. Su Yuan checked the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. In his current state, he could still find time to hunt some low-stage star beasts to accumulate star dust. You two take care, I'll go ahead. In great spirits, Su Yuan waved cheerily and continued fighting within the secret realm. Time flew by, and soon it was 6 o'clock. With the beep-beep prompt sound from the locator, this trial ended perfectly. The map marked several teleportation points. As long as they reached a teleportation point, they could leave the secret realm and go to the outside plaza directly. Because the secret realm was relatively large, the rule was to return within 2 hours, that is, by 8 o'clock. 2 more hours, enough to earn a few dozen more stardust points. Su Yuan looked at a few teleportation points near him on the map, quickly mapped out a route, and continued. After dealing with the Earth Element Beast, Xiao Yang had returned to the Secret Realm Command Center and started arranging the post-trial tasks, including withdrawing students, tallying results, and handling the site. Captain Xiao, I'm heading off, Wang Haping greeted as he got up and left. Wang Haping was now eager to meet Su Yuan, the suddenly emerged genius student, alone. Initially, he came to check on Chen Jiujun and Fang Kun, the 2 special recruits. But now, these 2 could wait. Yang Jun, feeling a bit dazed, also got up to leave with Wang Haping, as he still needed to consolidate the students from the 4th high school. Outside the secret realm, on the plaza deep in the base. One by one, students walked out from the teleportation gate. They gathered in the plaza and soon started chatting. Oh man, I'm exhausted. I've never spent a night in the wild before, let alone in a more dangerous secret realm. Heh, Yuan Jai, you managed to hold out till the end without being eliminated. You must have scored decently, huh? So, just over 1,000 points. Over 1,000 points? Definitely in the top 200. That's awesome. You're guaranteed a useful white card. Hee, not bad. What? Geez, that Earth Element Beast was terrifying. It almost kicked the star power barrier on the locator to pieces and scared the crap out of me. No kidding, I was rooted meters away from it. Small Capen Omicron U letter 1E50. letter 1D0 for Omicron. How is such a thing in the secret realm for our trial? No way any of us could handle it. Well, actually, someone did defeat it in the end. How's that possible? Why would I lie? Those who stayed till the end know the Earth Element Beast's mark was removed from the map in the end. But among the special recruits, it was probably either Fang Kun or Chen Jiujun, or maybe the two teamed up. What? Among the first high school team, LV Xinghan whispered to Fang Kun, "Kun, was it you who killed the Earth Element Beast?" Fang Kun shrugged, "No." LV Xinghan was surprised. Then Chen Jiujun is that strong. He's not the one either. Then it's... LV Xinghan suddenly thought of Su Yuan, who killed the poison fire two-headed python. Could it be him? Him? Fang Kun looked at LV Xinghan in confusion. LV Xinghan then detailed how Su Yuan killed the poison fire two-headed python with one blow. The more Fang Kun listened, the more shocked he became. This Su Yuan, it turned out he had killed a bronze middle-stage poison fire two-headed python. And with one strike, Fang Kun took a deep breath and said, "He's the one who killed the Earth Element Beast." It really was him? Damn. LV Xinghan couldn't help but exclaim, then shook his head and sighed. Why is the gap between people so huge? I'm considered a top genius in Guangchuan City too. Both looked at the fourth high school team, but almost everyone from there had arrived, except Su Yuan. Still in the secret realm? Fang Kun and LV Xinghan were surprised. Chapter 32, over 10,000 points. Chapter 32, over 10,000 points. Chapter 32, over 10,000 points. In a lounge on the left side of the square, Wang Haping sat by the window, occasionally glancing at the fourth middle school's team. Wang Haping looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock, and he had been standing here for nearly 2 hours, but still had not seen Su Yuan. This kid, the trial is over. What is he still doing in there? Wang Haping didn't know the last time he had waited so long for someone. At this moment, Xiao Yang came into the lounge to get some water. Seeing Wang Haping, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Director Wang, are you waiting for Su Yuan? Why hasn't he come out yet?" "He's still in there killing monsters, but he should be out soon." "Killing monsters?" Wang Haping looked puzzled. "The trial is over. What monsters are there to kill?" "No idea. Maybe it's for experience or star cores." "Oh, he's out. Look over there." Xiao Yang gestured towards the square. Sure enough, Su Yuan, carrying a backpack, returned to the square. Xiao Yang asked, "Should I bring him to see you?" "No need. I already instructed Yang Jun." Wang Haping suddenly thought of something. "By the way, how did he do in the trial?" Speaking of this, Xiao Yang paused while holding the kettle. Looking up at the ceiling, Xiao Yang said in a daze, "Unprecedented. A circumflex euros." In the fourth middle school's team on the square. Chen Jiujun looked at Su Yuan with an extremely complex expression. Jiang Jun, who also knew Su Yuan's strength, sighed. With the final boss Earth Element Beast killed, Jiang Jun knew it was Chen Jiujun who did it, so it was likely Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, you're back." Yang Jun felt like he was dreaming when he saw Su Yuan, finding it hard to believe. "Teacher Yang?" Su Yuan nodded in response. Yang Jun came to his senses, walked up and patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, smiling. "It's good you're back. Come with me for a moment." Su Yuan thought briefly and realized he might have attracted some attention. He immediately nodded and followed Yang Jun to a distant lounge. The students of 4th Middle School, unaware of what was going on, started discussing. What happened to Su Yuan? Why did Teacher Yang call him? Did he violate some rule? But there didn't seem to be any rules to violate in this trial. Then I do know a euros. At this moment, several City Guard members brought over the trial results. The scores and rankings of a total of 1,148 students were posted on the bulletin board. The top 200, top 20, and top 3 were marked with gray, yellow, and red borders, respectively. First place, Su Yuan, 10,050 points, Guangchuan 4th Middle School. Second place, Fang Kun, 6,160 points, Guangchuan 1st Middle School. Third place, Chen Jiujun, 5,480 points, Guangchuan 4th Middle School. Fourth place, LV Xinghan, 3,660 points, Guangchuan 1st Middle School. A circumflex euros. Seventh place, Jiang Jun, 2,840 points, Guangchuan 4th Middle School. A circumflex euros. Whoa, 10,050 points? Am I seeing this right? My god, what a monster. Who is this Su Yuan? What's going on? What are you talking about, what monster? First place, Su Yuan, 10,050 points, higher than Fang Kun and Chen Jiujun. Damn, really? This must be cheating. How can anyone have over 10,000 points? From 4th middle school. Is there anyone from 4th middle school who can tell us who Su Yuan is? Wait, wasn't that Earth Element Beast boss killed? A bronze-level Earth Element Beast is worth 3,000 points. Was it Su Yuan who killed it? It should be, but who exactly is Su Yuan? A circumflex euros. As soon as the trial results were posted, the square erupted in chaos. The reason was simple: Su Yuan, the first-place winner. Everyone had assumed the first place would go to Fang Kun or Chen Jiujun. How did Su Yuan appear out of nowhere? Not only did he take first place, but he also scored over 10,000 points. Nearly 4,000 points more than Fang Kun, the special student in second place. Is he a star apprentice? Even high-level bronze experts might not achieve that. While the entire square echoed with, "Who is Su Yuan? Who is Su Yuan?" Those who had seen Su Yuan in action, such as Fang Kun and Jiang Jun, were filled with emotion. Although they had anticipated Su Yuan might take first place in the trial, they never expected he would achieve such an astronomical score: 10,050 points. How many star beasts did this guy kill? LV Xinghan gasped. Fang Kun recalled the scene where Su Yuan's gold and fire-intertwined arm decapitated the Earth Element Beast. His eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. I really want to fight him with real weapons. LV Xinghan curiously asked, how confident are you? Fang Kun pondered briefly, at most 30%. A circumflex euros. Chen Jiujun stared at the bulletin board, fixating on Su Yuan and Fang Kun, who ranked above him. His fists clenched tightly, and his heart was in turmoil. Especially Su Yuan's score, nearly twice his own, made the usually arrogant Chen Jiujun, who had always regarded the geniuses from other big cities, completely unable to accept it. High trial rankings don't necessarily mean stronger real strength. If I get the chance, I would definitely like to test myself against you again. A circumflex euros. The square was abuzz, everyone questioning who Su Yuan was. Meanwhile, Su Yuan himself had been brought by Yang Jun to Wang Haping. Yang Jun reminded, Su Yuan, this is Director Wang Haping from the Guangchuan Education Bureau. He said he wants to meet you. Wang Haping. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He never expected this prominent figure to personally seek him out. He quickly bowed slightly. Director Wang. Wang Haping smiled warmly. Su Yuan, right? Good. Yang Jun said, Director Wang, I brought him over. You two talk. I'll take my leave. Okay, go ahead. After Yang Jun left, Wang Haping smiled and indicated for Su Yuan to sit. Take a seat first. Su Yuan sat down, thinking about why this big shot wanted to see him. Su Yuan never imagined that Wang Haping had been to the Secret Realm Command Center and had seen all of his performances over the past 2 days and nights. Wang Haping smiled. Su Yuan, I called you over to ask you a few questions. Questions? Su Yuan quickly recalled if he had exposed the system in the Secret Realm. Su Yuan knew that the trial had not only drone surveillance, but also city guard members everywhere. Small Capen Omicron new letter 1E50, letter 1D0 for Omicron. He hadn't used the system at all. As for the displayed skills like steel flame finger and hardened iron armor, Su Yuan wasn't too worried. Although he had only been here for a year, Su Yuan knew that on the Blue Sea Star, with its extraordinary powers, many geniuses defied the odds. The Great Flame had always nurtured its domestic talents instead of dissecting them. This was one of the reasons why the Great Flame had so many emerging talents and was becoming increasingly powerful. His only peculiarity was being extraordinarily fast in cultivating skills, which was comparable to the director of the Education Bureau, Huang Fu-Chi. It shouldn't cause much of an issue. Of course, that was as long as the system's existence wasn't exposed. If that happened, all bets were off. Chapter 33 Demon Capital, Chapter 33, Chapter 33 Demon Capital. Chapter 33, Chapter 33 Demon Capital. Don't be nervous, Wang Haping smiled. This time I came to watch the joint trial. Your performance in the trial was very surprising and unexpected to me, so I wanted to learn more about your situation. Small cap N Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1E50. Omicron. Don't worry. My questions won't be too demanding. Answer if you want to, if you don't, it's fine. Su Yuan naturally couldn't refuse and immediately said, "Feel free to ask." Wang Haiping nodded. After a brief pause, he asked, "I heard from your teacher, Yang Jun, that you just completed your awakening over the winter vacation." "Yes, on the first day of the winter break." "By that calculation, it's been exactly a month." Wang Haiping didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. "Su Yuan, you and I both know that you can only embed other star cards after awakening the soul card. In other words, within just a month, you have mastered the perfect steel flame finger and hardened iron armor, and also achieved great success in wind walking and gray flame strike." Wang Haiping didn't ask about compound skills. This wasn't knowledge available in high school. Su Yuan might not even know he was using compound skills. From the moment he began using the system's enhancement star card to frantically improve his skill level, Su Yuan foresaw this day. His exceptionally high skill level would eventually draw attention. But this was unavoidable unless he was willing to drastically slow down his growth, or even not use the system's enhancement function. So, to cover up the fact that he used the system to enhance star cards to elevate his skill proficiency level, he had to have a title of Skill Cultivation Super Genius. A slight look of confusion appeared on Su Yuan's face. "Well, actually, I'm a bit puzzled too. It seems I have some unique qualities. After I awakened my soul card, I went hunting star beasts in the eastern Great Barbarian Mountain area. At first, it was fine, but later I found that every time I used an embedded star card skill, I would gain substantial insights, and my skill mastery would improve rapidly, especially during battles. After discovering this, I simply stayed there. Except for resupplying in the town, I spent a whole month hunting star beasts in the Great Barbarian Mountain area. After nearly a month of continuous fighting, all my embedded skills, including the perfect steel flame finger and wind walking, visibly improved. Director Wang, you are strong and knowledgeable. Do you know what might be causing this? Will there be any side effects in the future?" "Is that so?" Wang Haiping rubbed his chin, quietly observing Su Yuan's eyes. Su Yuan, after all, was a person who had lived 2 lives and even died once in his previous life. He faced Wang Haiping with calm, still-water eyes that showed a mix of confusion and a hint of worried naivety without revealing a single flaw. Acting. After a while, Wang Haiping couldn't discern anything and nodded secretly. If Su Yuan's situation wasn't so unusual, Wang Haiping wouldn't have even asked. Now it seemed that Su Yuan could gain extraordinary insights into skills during combat. In other words, his comprehension was amazing. Without such exceptional comprehension, it would be impossible to create compound skills. Furthermore, to hone his skills, he persisted in the Great Barbarian Mountain area for a whole month. This little guy could really endure hardships. Not bad. Thinking this, Wang Haiping grew increasingly satisfied with Su Yuan. Patting Su Yuan's shoulder, Wang Haiping smiled and said, "Su Yuan, don't worry. This won't have any side effects. It's simply because your skill cultivation talent is incredibly strong, stronger than anyone I've ever seen. This talent is on par with the special recruits of top universities, so I plan to recommend you directly to a prestigious academy." Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Since Wang Haiping was the director of education in Guangchuan City, he assumed this meant Shuzhou College was in the bag. Being directly admitted to Shuzhou College as a special recruit was certainly a good thing. Moreover, Su Yuan's predecessor's dream before the transmigration was to enter Shuzhou College. Wang Haiping continued slowly. "You know the conditions for special recruitment in top universities. Your realm is only at the 8th stage, so we can put that aside for now. However, I must ask about your soul card. If I'm not mistaken, you awakened an incredibly rare space-type soul card, right?" "Yes. I previously asked your homeroom teacher, Yang Jun. He said you awakened late because you encountered numerous obstacles during the process and only succeeded during the winter vacation. May I ask what grade your soul card is?" Wang Haiping stared at Su Yuan's silver eyes, feeling a bit nervous. Su Yuan considered briefly before replying somewhat vaguely, "Blue grade." The condition for special recruitment into elite academies was a blue soul card. The rapid improvement of his skill levels could be attributed to an extraordinary talent. This was justifiable. However, the awakening of a soul card was related to one's soul and the level of the Soul Awakening card used. If the Education Bureau investigated, they would easily find out that he had used just an entry-level Soul Awakening card. Awakening a blue top-grade Soul card with an entry-level Soul Awakening card. What a concept. Out of curiosity, Su Yuan had looked through information and records afterward. In the current Great Flame, there were likely fewer than 10 people who initially awakened a blue top-grade Soul card. As for those who initially awakened a 6C Talent Soul card, there had only been 3 in the entire history of humankind on Blue Sea Star. This was far more astonishing and important than mastering perfect skills within a month. It would definitely draw unimaginable attention. If he truly possessed this talent, it would be fine to state it outright. But since it involved the system, it required careful consideration, thus he only mentioned it was a blue soul card. Good. Excellent. To achieve a blue soul card is very impressive. To Su Yuan's surprise, Wang Haiping didn't ask more and clapped his hands in delight. Possessing both incredible cultivation talent and an extremely rare space-type soul card, I was worried your soul card might be green grade, which would greatly limit your future potential. Since you have awakened a blue soul card, there's hope that you could even surpass the level of the Burning Sun in the future. You can fully utilize your monstrous talent. Wang Haiping had already inquired about Su Yuan's family background through Yang Jun coming from a traditional civilian family that wasn't even middle class. At best, they could afford a master-level Soul Awakening card. Hence, Wang Haiping was only concerned that Su Yuan's soul card might be green and affect his potential. He never imagined Su Yuan's soul card would be blue mid-grade or even top-grade. A blue low-grade space-type soul card might not even be inferior to a typical blue mid-grade soul card. This made Wang Haiping even happier. Smiling with satisfaction, he said, "Since you have a blue soul card, I can confidently recommend you to Demon Capital Academy." "Thank you, Director Wang." Demon Capital Academy. Su Yuan was about to express his gratitude when he suddenly realized that Wang Haiping wasn't referring to Shuzhou College but Demon Capital Academy. Wang Haiping laughed heartily and said, "That's right, one of the 3 capitals' academies, Demon Capital Academy." In Great Flame Country, there were the 3 capitals, 4 extremes, and 12 states, totaling 19 level 1 cities. States like Shuzhou and Wanzhou wouldn't be discussed for now. The 4 extremes referred to the north, south, east, and west, each securing a part of Great Flame, maintaining internal stability and defending against external threats. As for the 3 Capitalsa Euros, Capital City, and Demon Capitala Euros, they were the absolute core of Great Flame, with each city having its unique characteristics. Demon Capital, located in the southeastern border of Great Flame, was adjacent to the highly dangerous and unfathomable ancient Forbidden Zone. Thousands of years ago, Great Flame signed a pact with the star beasts ruling the ancient Forbidden Zone. Demon Capital served as both a link for friendly relations between Great Flame and the ancient Forbidden Zone, and a crucial preventive measure in critical times. The demon in Demon Capital referred to both the star beasts and extraordinary geniuses. This young, free city was full of diverse cultures unrestricted by numerous rules, producing countless strong individuals with very open policies. Registered star beasts could walk freely in Demon Capital, which also accepted star beasts friendly to humans to join in building and managing the city. These unique policies attracted numerous renowned powerful star beasts, including one of Demon Capital's deputy city lords, the legendary star beast above the Burning Sun Levella Euros, the 5-colored peacock Ming King, Kong Zhang. Demon Capital's unique geographical location and policies created its distinct cultural style. Even in Demon Capital Academy, every few years, descendants of epic and legendary star beasts who were friendly with Great Flame humans would occasionally be sent to study there. These descendants were either from powerful star beasts within Great Flame or from the ancient Forbidden Zone. Chapter 34, Perfect Together. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Perfect Together. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Perfect Together, Su Yuan tentatively asked. "Director Wang, do you mean you can recommend me as a special student at Demon Capital Academy?" To Su Yuan, with the talent he had shown so far, it should not be a problem if Wang Haiping recommended him to Shuzhou College. But if it was Demon Capital Academy? To be blunt, Wang Haiping probably couldn't get a word in there. "Ha ha ha, you underestimated me, kid." Wang Haping naturally understood what Su Yuan meant, but he didn't mind. He started explaining to Su Yuan. I indeed don't have the qualifications to recommend you to Demon Capital Academy, but while I can't do it, my teacher can. I forgot to mention, I graduated from Demon Capital Academy over a decade ago. So this Guangchuan Education Bureau director was a graduate of Demon Capital Academy. Su Yuan couldn't help but reevaluate Wang Haping. So his teacher was also a teacher at Demon Capital Academy. If it was a teacher from Demon Capital Academy, recommending a student shouldn't be a problem. To be honest, I'm the weakest among my teacher's students who graduated from Demon Capital Academy. Because of that, every time I contacted my teacher, I would get disdain. Wang Haping couldn't help but shake his head when he mentioned this. Su Yuan timely gave a compliment. Director, you are being too modest. You are the esteemed director of Guangchuan City's Education Bureau, responsible for enhancing the education level here. Even for the joint trial among middle schools, you take personal responsibility. You're a shining star-level strongman. There's no need for self-deprecation. I didn't expect you to be so good with words. Wang Haping laughed heartily, but I'm not being modest. I indeed am the weakest of the group. Shining star level. It's just the beginning. It doesn't make me a master. You will find in Demon Capital, shining stars are everywhere, especially in Demon Capital Academy, which is full of hidden talents. Wang Haping gazed intently at Su Yuan with a hint of warning. Remember, the outside world is vast. At no time should you be complacent. There's always someone better and another sky beyond. Since awakening, Su Yuan had smooth sailing all the way. In this trial, he outperformed 2 special students to win first place, obtaining elemental magnetism pressure, a green weapon card, and numerous star cores, feeling on top of the world. Now, Wang Haping's words brought a shiver to Su Yuan's heart, calming his agitated mood significantly. Su Yuan nodded and said seriously, "Thank you for the reminder, Director." Su Yuan could see that the Education Bureau director was sincerely reminding him. Wang Haping saw Su Yuan suddenly calm down and nodded secretly. He understood instantly. His comprehension is indeed high. Wang Haping said, "Of course, I'm just giving you an additional option. Whether to go to Shuzhou or Demon Capital, the choice is yours. For Demon Capital Academy, I can only ask my teacher to take you there. Whether you succeed still depends on you. I need to remind you that the special enrollment requirements of Demon Capital Academy are very high, and they prefer quality over quantity, with only a few enrollments each year. For Shuzhou College, I can guarantee you admission directly. Think about where you want to go. I'll give you 10 minutes. No need to think about it, Su Yuan said firmly. I will go to Demon Capital. Wang Haping smiled. Good, a genius must have drive. If you had chosen Shuzhou, I might have felt a bit disappointed. All right, for now, go back and prepare well. You might have to go to Demon Capital for the assessment anytime. I will inform you if there are any updates. Su Yuan thanked him and left the lounge. With the trial over, Su Yuan became famous in Guangchuan No. 12 Middle School. As for the trial rewards, they would be arranged and distributed later by the Education Bureau. Su Yuan and other students returned to their respective schools in the buses and then went home. By the time Su Yuan reached home, it was already past 10 at night. On the return trip, Su Yuan had extracted all the Star Apprentice-level star cores into white star cards. Su Yuan went for a shower first, then sat at the study desk in his bedroom, decomposing all the extracted star cards into stardust, one by one. On the first day of the trial, Su Yuan hunted 43 white cards. On the second day, the central area of the secret realm had a denser distribution of star beasts. Su Yuan hunted more than 60 star beasts. Except for the 3 star cores he preserved a Euros, Earth Element Beast, Shadow Leopard, and Poison Fire Two-Headed Pythona Euros, there were 105 white cards in total. It took a while for Su Yuan to decompose all 105 white cards. System. Su Yuan called in his heart. In a flash, a system panel appeared before his eyes. Starlight Dust, 1100. 1100 points. Seeing so much stardust, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a strong sense of satisfaction from his hard work. The stardust was ready, so next was the biggest gain of this trial. Su Yuan took out the Earth Element Beast Star Core from his pocket and held it in his hand, sensing the abundant star power inside with his spiritual power. System, extract elemental magnetism pressure. Do you want to consume 40 points of Stardust to extract the elemental magnetism pressure star card? Yes. Following Su Sheng's confirmation command, plenty of Stardust poured into the Earth Element Beast star core. Gray light surged on the star core. A few seconds later, a star card surrounded by faint green light fell into Su Yuan's hand. On the card's surface was an Earth Element Beast using elemental magnetism pressure. Small Capen Omicron New Letter 1E50, Letter 1D0 for Omicron. Elemental magnetism pressure, green. By transmuting star power into Earth magnetic power, alters the gravity within a certain range. Elemental magnetism pressure. Su Yuan was thrilled, immediately communicating the card with his star power and embedding it into his body. In the star power vortex centered around the blue soul card, Azure Sky Phoenix, 5 star cards hung like stars with elemental magnetism pressure glowing the weakest. But this was no problem. Experience points were ready. After spending 40 points to extract elemental magnetism pressure, there were still 60 points left. Though not enough to enhance it to the transformation realm, it was plenty to perfect it. System, enhance elemental magnetism pressure to perfect. Plenty of stardust appeared out of thin air within the star power vortex, spiraling into the elemental magnetism pressure star card. The green light of the elemental magnetism pressure star card flickered 15 times, each time brighter than the last, until it was the most dazzling among the 5 cards orbiting the soul card. It was even more radiant than the white card Steel Flame Finger in the transformation realm. This wasn't the end yet. After perfecting elemental magnetism pressure, 460 Stardust points remained. Su Yuan then spent 320 points to upgrade the Gray Flame Strike from great success to perfect. Afterward, Su Yuan looked back at the panel. His stats had undergone a complete transformation. Su Yuan. Level Star Apprentice 8th Stage. Soul Card Azure Sky Phoenix. Grade Master Quality. Species Phoenix. Element Space. Talent Azure Sky. Enhances the power of space-related skills by 20%. 6 dimensions: Strength C, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution C, Spirit C, Star Power C. Soul Skill Instant Movement Blue, Master. Skills Steel Flame Finger White. Transformation Realm Hardened Iron Armor White. Transformation Realm Wind Walking White. Transformation Realm. Gray Flame Strike Green. Perfect Elemental Magnetism Pressure Green. Perfect. Stardust 140. All 3 white skills are at Transformation Realm. Both green skills are also perfect. Su Yuan was extremely satisfied. Next, he wanted to test elemental magnetism pressure. With a move of his mind, a mysterious force acted around him, making his body feel light, almost weightless. Su Yuan gently pushed off with his foot, and like zero gravity, he floated off the ground, drifting towards the ceiling and suspending in midair. It worked. Su Yuan's eyes were full of joy. Who doesn't dream of flying? Although weightlessness isn't really flying, at least he could hover, and with Wind Walking's wind power, he could barely change direction. After experimenting for a while, Su Yuan suppressed his excitement and dispelled the elemental magnetism pressure, returning to the ground. Sitting back at the desk, Su Yuan contemplated about Demon Capital Academy. The special enrollment of Demon Capital Academy has always been limited to single digits each year. Even with Director Wang's teacher's recommendation for the assessment, it's probably not that simple to pass. The skills are almost there. The main problem is with the realm. The 8th stage of Star Apprentice is too low. If I could break through to the 9th stage, my odds of passing the special enrollment would increase significantly. Su Yuan sensed the state of his star power vortex. Although he hadn't actively absorbed and refined star power, the continuous high-intensity battles over the 2 days in the secret realm also trained the star power vortex considerably, especially the battle against the Earth Element Beast, gaining a lot. But upgrading the Soul Awakening card previously took a long time. Now even counting days, it had only been a month since breaking through to the 8th stage, so the accumulated star power in the vortex was still limited. Even with the Azure Sky Phoenix's assistance, speeding up cultivation far beyond normal, breaking through again in a short period was still tough. Do my best and accept fate. Who knows when the assessment at Demon Capital will be? If there's no time, it can't be helped. Su Yuan calmed himself and focused on his cultivation. He just had to do his best. If he couldn't reach the 9th stage, it didn't mean he had no chance at all. Chapter 35, Dragon Armor Blade. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Dragon Armor Blade. Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Dragon Armor Blade. After the trial ended, Su Yuan returned to his normal school life. Since his awakening during the winter break, Su Yuan had been in various battles, hardly taking any rest and never settling down to cultivate in peace. Now that his life had calmed down a bit, he could focus on his cultivation. More than half of the Star Apprentice class's courses were specialized subjects, including star power cultivation, skill practice, and martial arts training, in addition to the academic courses. To speed up his cultivation and reach the 9th stage as soon as possible, Su Yuan applied to his homeroom teacher, Yang Jun, to switch all his specialized courses to personal star power cultivation. Yang Jun already knew of Su Yuan's astonishing skill talent. Even if Su Yuan hadn't said anything, Yang Jun would have suggested that Su Yuan focus his cultivation on star power. Moreover, on the day the trial ended, Wang Haiping had personally instructed him to give Su Yuan more freedom, including reducing some specialized courses and allowing Su Yuan to leave school for a few days if necessary. After all, Wang Haiping thought Su Yuan might need to go to the Great Barbarian Mountain area to hone his skills. A week later, at Guangchuan 4th Middle School, in Yang Jun's office. Su Yuan carefully took a green star card handed over by Yang Jun. "Thank you, Teacher Yang. You're the first in the trial. This is something you deserve." Yang Jun patted Su Yuan on the shoulder with a smile, encouraging him. "Keep it up, Su Yuan." Su Yuan nodded, then stepped out of the office, closing the door behind him. "So this is the green weapon card for the top 3 in the trial." Leaning against the wall, Su Yuan looked at the green star card given to him by Yang Jun with some anticipation. Dragon Armor Saber. Grade Green. Introduction, made primarily from white rock gold, blended with several first-level and second-stage materials, and a small amount of black dragon's claw nail powder. It boasts extremely high hardness and sharpness. Dragon Armor Saber, so this armor refers to nail armor. Su Yuan felt a bit speechless. Ye Omicron U letter 1E50, letter 1 Ate Tomicron. The name was a bit of a joke. However, Su Yuan did not underestimate this dragon armor saber. On the contrary, as a top star beast species on Blue Sea Star, even a single nail of the dragon clan was a precious biological material. Its hardness and sharpness were higher than most natural second-stage ores. Just a little inclusion in artifact refining significantly improved the quality of the finished star device. Although Zhuangzun's black-red longsword had a special burning trait, the superior hardness and sharpness were the most important basic properties for all bladed weapons. Simple and unadorned, this dragon armor saber was definitely more valuable than Zhuangzun's black-red longsword. "Thanks, Director Wang." Su Yuan smiled. The trial's rewards were taken from the Guangchuan Education Bureau's inventory. It was easy to guess that Director Wang had specifically arranged for Su Yuan to get this superior quality Dragon Armor Saber star card. Without hesitation, Su Yuan used his star power to communicate with the Dragon Armor Saber star card. A green flash from the star card was absorbed into his body. "Let me see my first star device." Su Yuan extended his right hand. A silver-gray long saber appeared in his hand with a flicker of light from his palm. The saber felt cool to the touch. It was 3 feet and 2 inches long, 2 fingers wide, and overall plain and unassuming. However, one side of the blade was slightly darker in color. From a distance, the blade's edge appeared as a slender black line, indicating where the black dragon's claw nail powder had been used. With a thought, Su Yuan directed his star power from the star power vortex in his chest through his arm into the dragon armor saber, feeling no resistance. As expected from a star device, the ease of star power infusion is incomparable to mortal iron. Su Yuan felt very satisfied. Previously, his E3 long saber had poor star power conduction. It could only manifest about 70% of the star power he infused and felt sluggish in use. But this dragon armor saber was entirely different. The star power flowed through it without any hindrance, like an extension of his own body. "Let's test it at the training ground." Full of joy, Su Yuan stowed the dragon armor saber and headed quickly towards the practical combat hall, where the training ground was located. The practical combat hall at 4th Middle School was a square building larger than an Olympic swimming pool, divided into several training grounds for martial arts, skill practice, and actual combat sparring. In fact, 4th Middle School's practical combat hall was comparatively small. The practical combat halls of various star power academies were at least 10 to 20 times bigger and more specialized. Because of the training ground barriers set up in the practical combat hall, students could practice and spar freely. Once they entered the academy, the practical combat hall would be one of the most frequented places apart from the dormitories and classrooms. Soon, Su Yuan arrived at the practical combat hall on the east side of the teaching building. "Is that Su Yuan? Look over there, Su Yuan is here." "Why is he here? Didn't he skip this class for many days?" "I don't know either." "What? Is that our senior Su Yuan from the recent joint trial?" "Yes, that's him. He's so handsome, especially his eyes. Those silver eyes are so beautiful." Little Yun stopped drooling. "You're embarrassing us." "What?" It was class time. The Star Apprentice Class 1 and Class 3 from the senior year, along with a few sophomore and junior classes, were in the practical combat hall. After the joint trial, Su Yuan had become famous throughout Guangchuan City. His trial score spread like wildfire in 4th Middle School, and his feats were increasingly exaggerated. For a while, he was even more popular than the specially recruited student, Chen Jiyujun. Feeling the curious, admiring, and reverent gazes in the practical combat hall, Su Yuan didn't pay much attention. He just walked to an empty training ground. Before long, Jiang Jun came over from a distance. "Su Yuan, aren't you focusing on cultivating star power? Why are you here?" "I'm here to test out the weapon card," Su Yuan said, raising his hand slightly to summon the dragon armor saber. Jiang Jun's eyes lit up at the sight of the silver-gray long saber in Su Yuan's hand. "Is this the weapon card from the trial rewards?" "This saber looks plain but seems extraordinary." Also a long saber user, Jiang Jun couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Su Yuan was also looking forward to the power of this dragon armor saber. He immediately infused it with star power and found some black steel stones near the training ground to test it. With a few swift cuts, the saber slashed through the black steel stone targets like cutting through tofu. The cuts were smooth and shiny. These sharp strikes stunned Jiang Jun and many students watching from a distance. The black steel stone had a hardness comparable to first-level materials. Cutting through multiple pieces was incredible. As expected, it's very sharp. The previous E3 long saber couldn't even cut through one piece of black steel stone, let alone several in a row. Su Yuan gently stroked the blade of the dragon armor saber, which showed no signs of wear, feeling extremely pleased. He had truly gotten a treasure. At this moment, Chen Jiyujun also approached from somewhere. Fixing his gaze on Su Yuan, Chen Jiyujun said in a deep voice, "Su Yuan, dare to duel with me." Chapter 36 Differences. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 Differences. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 Differences. Su Yuan, dare to duel with me. As soon as Chen Jiyujun said this, the large practical combat hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone turned to look, and the members of Class 1 were even more dumbfounded, including the martial arts instructor, who was stunned. Chen Jiyujun challenged Su Yuan. The next moment, everyone got excited. "Oh my God, Chen Jiyujun wants to challenge Su Yuan." Shaju's Genius Special Admission, student versus the top of the joint trial. This is going to be a good show. Su Yuan won't coward outright. No way, Su Yuan isn't afraid of that arrogant Chen Jiyujun. He's clearly from Guangchuan City himself, but he looks down on other Guangchuan students. Now with Su Yuan around, it's about time someone taught him a lesson. "What?" Su Yuan turned his head and looked calmly at Chen Jiyujun. "Are you sure?" Su Yuan could tell that Chen Jiyujun was an extremely proud and arrogant person. Such people found it hard to accept being overshadowed by others. However, Su Yuan didn't expect Chen Jiyujun to challenge him in front of everyone. "Have you thought about the consequences of failing?" Chen Jiyujun affirmed firmly, "Of course." Su Yuan sighed silently. "Since you're insisting on seeking a beating, you can't blame me for striking you down." "Then let's do it. I'm just in the mood to try out my blade." Su Yuan turned to face Chen Jiyujun, his silver pupils appearing devoid of any warmth. Under Su Yuan's gaze, Chen Jiyujun's heart involuntarily tightened. Although the other was just standing there with a casual grip on his saber, he felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. But soon, a wave of shame and anger surged in Chen Jiyujun's heart. Damn it, how could I be suppressed by the aura of a peer? Chen Jiujun swiftly retreated to create distance, simultaneously spreading his hands. Amidst a shimmer of light, a slender, pitch-black metal staff appeared in his hands, adorned with intricate silver patterns. Trial reward, green star device, thunder drawing staff. When using thunder skills, it gives an additional power boost. In terms of appearance alone, the thunder drawing staff seemed at least 2 levels more impressive than Su Yuan's dragon armor saber, clearly extraordinary. Chen Jiujun gripped the staff with both hands, full of vigilance, only to see Su Yuan standing idly in place, which made him even more infuriated. Magicians are not adept at close combat. Every warrior knows to close in on a magician during a fight, yet Su Yuan stood there motionless, clearly looking down on him. Courting death. Chen Jiujun shouted, transforming a large amount of star power into thunder elements that surged into the thunder drawing staff. Silver lightning danced as he pointed the staff at Su Yuan. Lightning beam. A dazzling silver lightning bolt, magnified by the thunder drawing staff, leaped out and shot towards Su Yuan with incredible speed. However, a gust of wind arose at Su Yuan's feet, diverting the swift lightning beam to the side. With a boom, it exploded behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Though the thunder-drawing staff amplified his power, the effects of Transformation Realm wind walking and evading long-distance attacks were not something Chen Jiujun's skilled-level lightning beam could penetrate. A silver flash in Su Yuan's eyes, and he vanished from his original spot. Instant movement. The Omicron Nia Literwenefa of Armenian, he Auginus, S0. Chen Jiujun, who had long wanted a duel with Su Yuan, was also prepared for his instant movement. Seeing Su Yuan activate instant movement, Chen Jiujun calmly initiated his long-held charge. Amidst the dancing silver lightning, 2 thunder snakes coiled around Chen Jiujun's body, greatly boosting his agility. Chen Jiujun knew that Su Yuan could only have teleported behind or above him, so he lunged forward without looking back. At that moment, an irresistible force of terrifying gravity suddenly pressed down on Chen Jiujun. Gahi. With a grunt, Chen Jiujun's knee abruptly slammed into the ground. This is elemental magnetism pressure, extracted from the earth element beast star core. How could he be so lucky? Chen Jiujun was utterly shocked, struggling to stand on one knee, a face filled with disbelief. You still don't understand the gap between us. Su Yuan's voice came from the side. The cold blade of the dragon armor saber lightly touched Chen Jiujun's face. You lost. After saying this, Su Yuan sheathed the dragon armor saber, retracted the elemental magnetism pressure, and walked out of the practical combat hall without looking back. The hall remained silent. What everyone thought would be a battle of equals ended so quickly. The crowd stared blankly at Su Yuan leaving the hall, gradually coming back to their senses. One hit. Damn, Su Yuan took down Chen Jiujun in one move. Unbelievable, that's the specially admitted talent from Wanju, not some random guy. What happened to Chen Jiujun just now? Why did he suddenly stop moving? No idea. I need to post this explosive news on the forum. Dear God, Guanchuan Middle School's forum will blow up today. What? The entire practical combat hall was in an uproar. All the students excitedly discussed in loud voices. Only Chen Jiujun remained kneeling on the ground, defeated, with Su Yuan's words echoing in his mind. You still don't understand the gap between us. What? For Su Yuan, the incident with Chen Jiujun was just a minor episode. As he walked out of the practical combat hall, his phone suddenly rang. Hello. Su Yuan, it's me, came Wang Haping's voice from the other end. Director Wang? Su Yuan's heart stirred. Could it be news about Demon Capital Academy? I'm calling to inform you about 2 things. First, the recommendation to Demon Capital Academy is settled. They didn't recruit many this year, so in 2 months there will be a final supplementary special admission. My mentor has already submitted your name, so you'll join then. Great, Su Yuan was overjoyed. However, Wang Haping's tone didn't sound entirely positive. But, hearing this Su Yuan thought, indeed, there's a catch. My mentor told me privately that there are several exceptional candidates in the upcoming supplementary special admission. In fact, it's primarily for one of them. Even though Demon Capital Academy hasn't set a limit on how many they will admit, if your performance isn't outstanding among these strong competitors, you'll be easily passed over. So a nearly predetermined genius, huh? Su Yuan pondered, then calmly said, "Rest assured, Director, I'll give it my all." Sensing that he might have pressured Su Yuan too much, Wang Haping smiled. "There's another piece of good news. If you seize this chance, your chances of passing the special admission will greatly increase." Oh, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. "What is it, Director?" "The divine tree in King I City's secret realm is about to bloom again. This special divine tree is a precious master-quality plant-type star beast. It blooms once a year, each bloom lasting only a day. Then its flowers fly into the sky and become heavenly sweet fruits that descend. As a master-grade plant-type star beast, it can absorb various energies from the heavens and earth and convert them into star power. The heavenly sweet fruits contain its overflowing star power essence. King I City's divine tree is still young, at the gold level. The heavenly sweet fruits' energy is limited, not much use to star card masters above bronze, but for star apprentices, they are an extremely nourishing supplement. Every year, 1 or 2 people use the fruit to reach the 9th stage limit, and occasionally a talented genius breaks through to the bronze level." "Director Wang, so you're saying?" Su Yuan understood the implication as Wang Haping continued. "Because the secret realm is in King I City, they get more slots. I managed to secure one. The divine tree will bloom about 2 weeks before the demon capital special admission, which is in 1.5 months. You'll join me in King I City and compete for the final qualification to enter the secret realm. Assuming all goes well, reaching the 9th stage shouldn't be a problem, which would greatly increase your chances in the special admission." "Great, thank you, Director Wang." Su Yuan sincerely expressed his gratitude. Though Wang downplayed it, it was clear this opportunity wasn't easy to get. Valuable resources are always better with fewer people involved. "Prepare well, then. There are only 4 slots to enter the secret realm. To promote the development of 2nd and 3rd-level cities, no one from Shuzhou will compete, but King I City and other 2nd-level cities under Shuzhou will. Every year, about 20 people compete for those slots." "Got it, no problem." After the call, Su Yuan reflected, "I must enter this secret realm. Even if there's only 1 slot, I'll get it. And despite only having 2 months, reaching the 9th stage would significantly increase my chances. As for the strong candidates and that genius for whom the special admission is nearly held. I wonder what kind of talent they are." Su Yuan chuckled, anticipating the future journey even more. Chapter 37, Gathering at King. Chapter 37, Gathering at King I. Chapter 37, Gathering at King I. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half passed. It was now April 22. Aside from the necessary literary classes, Su Yuan spent most of his time each day cultivating. With the blessing of his soul card, the speed of star power growth within his star power vortex was quite satisfactory. He had made progress of over 30% towards the 9th stage. One must know that, counting the breakthrough caused by the awakening of his soul card, it took Su Yuan nearly 2 years to advance from the 6th stage to the 8th stage. Yet now, in less than 3 months, he had achieved over 30% progress. Ni Omicron nya litar wenafov Armenian, he nus Omicron. Without the assistance of auxiliary resources, this cultivation speed was already quite fast. Every weekend, Su Yuan ventured into the great barbarian mountain area to hunt demon beasts for star dust. Although the efficiency couldn't compare to the rainforest secret realm, over several weekends, he had collected more than 2,600 star dust. Su Yuan directly elevated elemental magnetism pressure and gray flame strike to the transformation realm. The power of both skills surged. At this point, all 5 embedded skills had reached the transformation realm. Additionally, Su Yuan had elevated instant movement from master to great success. With the instant movement at great success, the casting time shortened to 0.3 seconds. The interval between casts reduced to 4 seconds. The maximum movement distance further increased, allowing Su Yuan to teleport to anywhere within an 80-meter radius at his current realm, with a reduced consumption of star power for the same distance. The innate soul skill of the Azure Sky Phoenix was becoming increasingly terrifying. That morning, the sky was clear, and the weather was perfect. Su Yuan did not go to school. Dressed in casual attire and white sneakers, he greeted his family and walked out of the neighborhood. At the entrance, a black sedan was already waiting, with a beautiful woman in a black suit standing beside it. The woman had a faint smile, a slender figure, long legs wrapped in sheer black stockings, and her black hair was tied up at the back. She was both sexy and competent. HM Ma Euro's director, Wang, not only had an eye for talent, but also had excellent taste in selecting Secretariessa Euros. Su Yuan silently praised and quickly walked over. Seeing Su Yuan approaching, the woman greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Su, is it?" "That's me." The woman walked to the back seat and opened the car door for Su Yuan. "Please get in. Director Wang is already waiting for you at the airport." "Okay, thank you." A circumflex Euros. Today was the day to head to Qinghai City. Upon arriving at the airport, Su Yuan flew together with Wang Haping to Qinghai City. Su Yuan was also able to experience a rare free first-class flight. By noon, they had arrived at the Star Card Master Association located in the urban area of Qinghai City. The Star Card Master Association existed in every city of the Great Flame Country, including Guangchuan City. It was a semi-official, semi-private organization involved in numerous businesses, including registration, transactions, tasks, intelligence, and more. All affairs related to Star Card Masters fell under its jurisdiction. The basic rule was that all Star Card Masters in the Great Flame Country must register with the Star Card Master Association. Without registration, they were unrecognized and faced inconveniences everywhere. Although Su Yuan was just a Star Apprentice, he was already registered with the Star Card Master Association, allowing him to carry weapons. Becoming a bronze-level Star Card Master only required updating his formal Star Card Master credentials. The Star Card Master Association in Qinghai City was a large complex, much larger than the one in Guangchuan City, and far more grand and imposing. After all, it was a second-stage city. Inside one of the large halls of the Star Card Master Association, Su Yuan followed Wang Haping in. As for the beautiful female secretary, she stayed outside. Su Yuan and Wang Haping weren't early. Some distant attendees had arrived the night before, and many people were already present in the hall. "Haas Haping, you're here." As the two entered, a tall, middle-aged man with a square face walked over with a smile. Wang Haping bowed slightly with Su Yuan. "Director Yan." Yan Chenfei, director of the Qinghai Municipal Education Bureau, was also Wang Haping's superior. "I figured you'd be here soon." Yan Chenfei laughed heartily. This time, 2 elite students from Guangchuan City were admitted to first-rate academies. As the director of the Guangchuan Municipal Education Bureau, you must be thrilled. If this continues, you might get transferred to another second-stage city, or even come over here to assist me. Yan Chenfei was referring to the position of Deputy Director of Qinghai Municipal Education Bureau. From the director of the Guangchuan Municipal Education Bureau to Deputy Director of Qinghai, it would certainly be a promotion. Wang Haping shook his head with a smile. "Director Yan, you're teasing me. Even second-stage cities may not have an elite student admitted every year, let alone a third-level city like ours. Moreover, even if we do have several elite students, it won't change much. You and I both know it's all about the students' hard work and talents. We can only provide minimal guidance." Yan Chenfei smiled back, refraining from further comment, and his gaze fell upon Su Yuan behind Wang Haping. "You requested a spot, bringing this student, correct? Is he one of those elite students?" Wang Haping turned to Su Yuan, who swiftly stepped forward and bowed. "Su Yuan from Guangchuan 4th Middle School, greetings, Director Yan." "Su Yuan?" Yan Chenfei looked puzzled. "I recall the elite students' names as Fang Kun and Chen Jiujun." Wang Haping chuckled. "This child has great potential, so I brought him along." "Great potential?" Yan Chenfei pondered before saying, "All right, have a seat and wait a moment. I need to entertain someone else." "Of course, go ahead." A circumflex Euros. On the side of the hall among the Qinghai students, Zhuang Zun was talking to 3 other Qinghai geniuses when he turned and saw Su Yuan entering with Wang Haping. He was taken aback. "No way, he actually came." "Who?" asked a short-haired girl in a purple jacket next to him. "The one I mentioned before, the student from Guangchuan 4th Middle School I met in the Great Barbarian Mountain area, who later outperformed Fang Kun in a trial." "Oh," the short-haired girl, Su Xin, raised an eyebrow, turning to look at Su Sheng. "He seems ordinary. Fang Kun is an elite student from Shuzhou and yet lost to him." "Do not underestimate him. He is not to be judged by normal standards," Zhuang Zun murmured, shaking his head. "Su Xin, you still haven't grasped the gravity of the situation. His presence means 4 slots drop to 3, significantly increasing the competition." As Zhuang Zun pondered, Su Yuan looked over and Zhuang Zun quickly waved. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement before looking away. Zhuang Zun is here €2. Though Su Yuan did not know Zhuang Zun was an elite student from Shenzhou, he knew he was from Qinghai High School and quite strong, so his presence here made sense. Suddenly, a notification interrupted him. Su Yuan checked his phone. It was a message from Zhuang Zun. He glanced at Zhuang Zun, who smiled and winked. Su Yuan opened the message, containing just 4 characters. Show mercy. This Guya Euros, Su Yuan chuckled. Having once fought together against the green flame white wolf, Su Yuan honestly didn't mind going easy if possible. Chapter 38, The Battle for the Arena. Chapter 38, The Battle for the Arena. Chapter 38, The Battle for the Arena. After waiting for about 15 minutes, everyone finally arrived. Besides the people from Qinghai City, there were also bigwigs and their 1 or 2 students from other second-stage cities under Shenzhou City. However, the last person to enter, a middle-aged man with a round face, seemed to be at odds with Wang Haiping. Yo, isn't this Director Wang? Long time no see. I wonder how you're doing in Guangchuan City. As soon as the man came in, his gaze fell on Wang Haiping, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He then briskly walked over with his student. So, it's Director who? Wang Haiping's smile immediately faded when he saw this man. This man was the deputy mayor of Zigui City, Hu Tao. Speaking of which, there was indeed some past between Wang Haiping and Hu Tao. Back then, Wang Haiping was young and promising with outstanding work abilities and had a chance to be promoted directly to deputy director. However, Hu Tao, due to some reasons, squeezed out Wang Haiping from the position, blocking his promotion path. Until today, no new promotion opportunity had appeared, so the grudge between the two was quite significant. Hu Tao's gaze fell on Su Yuan behind Wang Haiping. Is this the student you're bringing to participate in the Divine Tree's blooming, Director Wang? The star power fluctuation seems a bit weak, only at the 8th stage. Indeed, Director Wang, you're always so unique in your actions. Hu Tao laughed and pushed forward a young man behind him. Come, Director Wang, let me introduce this Qinghai City's talent, this year's special admissions student of Hengzhou Academy, Liu Rulong. Hengzhou's special admissions student. Both Su Yuan and Wang Haiping couldn't help but take another look at the young man behind Hu Tao. With short, light purple hair, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a burly figure, Liu Rulong grinned and provocatively lifted his chin slightly when Su Yuan looked over. So, it's Hengzhou Academy's special admission student. Impressive, impressive, Wang Haiping responded perfunctorily with an expressionless face. Hengzhou Academy was ranked 11th, higher than the academies in Shenzhou and Wanzhou, indeed a reason for boasting. Seeing Wang Haiping's attitude, Hu Tao's smile didn't reach his eyes. I hope your 8th stage student can enter the Divine Tree Secret Realm, Director Wang. I'll be cheering for you. Wang Haiping said indifferently, entering the secret realm is certain, so there's no need for you to worry. Hu Tao let out a snort, and then walked past Su Yuan and Wang Haiping with Liu Rulong. Jai King, president of Qinghai City's Star Card Master Association, was a thin and spirited old man. However, his realm was the highest in the whole venue. He had been at the high stage of the Shining Star level for many years, and it was said that he was only a step away from the Radiant Moon level, ready to break through at any time. Even Director Yan Chenfei of Qinghai Education Bureau had to be courteous in front of him. At this moment, Jai Qinghai slowly walked to the center of the hall. Seeing this, everyone stopped their discussions and looked up. Jai Qinghai cleared his throat and said, Since everyone is here, let's start competing for the spots to enter the Divine Tree. To save time, the rules are the same as before. Arena format, defending and attacking. Each person has only one chance. Fail, and you're eliminated. Until no one challenges the defender on the arena, the defender wins and gains the qualification to enter the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Does anyone have any objections? No. We'll follow your instructions, Elder Jai. These rules had been in place for many years, always the same. To have 2 or 3 rounds of competition to determine the top 4 participants was impractical. Firstly, the number of participants was uncertain, making it hard to organize. Secondly, with nearly 20 star apprentices, at least the bigwigs in the Shining Star level around wouldn't find it entertaining. It wasn't necessary. All right then, let's begin, Jai King said with a smile, glancing at the many young people below. Anyone who wants to defend the arena, just step onto the stage behind. Behind Jai King was a huge square-shaped arena, much more professional than the dual arena at Guangchuan 4th Middle School. I'll go. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice to Su Yuan rang out. It was Zhuang Zun, quite proactive. Zhuang Zun didn't actually want to be the first one, but since this was Qinghai City as the hosts, they couldn't let others defend first. Earlier, Yan Chenfei had instructed him to be the first to take the secret realm spot. Zhuang Zun walked out from one side to the dual arena, and from afar he winked at Su Yuan. "Big brother, please don't mess with me." Su Yuan initially planned to go up directly, take the spot first, and get it over with. Although he wanted to help Wang Haiping deal with Liu Rulong under Hu Tao, seeing Liu Rulong's demeanor, he thought provoking him might make him go up immediately. "Yeah, Omicron U letter 25 Omicron, letter 1D040. Besides, in front of such a large audience, Liu Rulong wouldn't refuse a challenge. But with Zhuang Zun already up there, Su Yuan decided to wait a while. "Is this one of Qinghai City's special admission students for Shazhou?" "I think so." Indeed, Qinghai City has performed well this year. Not only did they have 2 special admission students of their own, but they also produced 2 more special admits from below. Yes, Qinghai City really hit the jackpot this year. Director Yan's career prospects are limitless. The young students scrutinized Zhuang Zun on stage, while the bigwigs casually chatted in 3s and 2s. These bigwigs didn't care who the specific special admission students of Qinghai were. They only cared about the number of special admittances, as this was also a performance evaluation metric from the Ministry of Education for the local educational bureaus. "Is there anyone to challenge first?" "I'll do it." A dark-skinned young man stepped forward and leaped onto the dual arena. He raised his hands and summoned a black iron hammer with a rather exaggerated shape. The hammer was faintly covered by a thin yet heavy gray light, also a green star device. "Yanian 2nd Middle School Luo Feng?" the dark-skinned young man shouted with a deep voice. Seeing that his opponent was no simpleton, Zhuang Zun waved his hand to summon his black and red longsword. "Qinghai High School, Zhuang Zun." No referee was needed to call the match's start. The 2 eyed each other before engaging in combat simultaneously. As a matter of fact, Luo Feng was indeed formidable, being the nephew of a Shining Star-level beginner stage star card master in Yanian City. With a low-grade blue soul card and C-level strength talent, he had a solid foundation since childhood and a strong talent. Although not a special admission student, Luo Feng had long been coached by his Shining Star-level uncle and didn't think he was much weaker than those students from prestigious schools. Luo Feng activated the strength enhancement as soon as the fight began. His muscles bulged, and the enormous iron hammer seemed light as a feather, whirling fiercely in his hands. Clang, 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 clang. The 2 fought closely several times, with Luo Feng repeatedly forcing Zhuang Zun back several steps. Zhuang Zun suddenly exerted force to briefly suppress Luo Feng's attack, then quickly retreated. While twisting his somewhat numb arm, Zhuang Zun couldn't help but smirk. Goodness, this strength is truly impressive, indeed unmatched. However, raw strength alone isn't enough. "This match ends here." Zhuang Zun grew serious. In a defending battle, not only must one win, but win decisively. He needed to showcase absolute strength to deter others. Otherwise, if he showed weakness, everyone would want to try their luck, leading to a continuous battle. Star apprentices had limited star power, and no matter how strong they would be worn down eventually. Seeing Luo Feng swinging the giant hammer and charging once more, Zhuang Zun quickly formed several hand seals. He stamped on the ground, causing dense fire elements to erupt beneath him. Among the rising flame light, 6 fire serpents emerged, rushing straight towards Luo Feng's face. Alarmed, Luo Feng hastily swung his hammer at the incoming fire serpents, easily smashing one. However, the fire serpents were highly agile, and such a relatively cumbersome weapon as a hammer had difficulty dealing with them. Luo Feng smashed 3 serpents but got entangled by the remaining 3. The next moment, the 3 fire serpents began to glow intensely. "Oh no!" Boom, boom, boom. Explosions ensued, and the bursts of orange flames enveloped Luo Feng, leaving the student spectators below shaking in their boots. Yet none of the bigwigs, including Yanian City's Deputy Director of Education who brought Luo Feng, made any move. "Don't think you can defeat me just like this." At that moment, Luo Feng suddenly reached out from the flames. His body was covered in a layer of dark green fish scales, barely resisting the fiery explosions from the fire serpent's blasts. However, before Luo Feng could completely dissipate the residual flames, he suddenly sensed intense heat rising in front of him. He focused and saw a half-meter diameter massive fireball rolling and surging in Zhuangzun's hands. The fire serpents were merely a distraction. The flame explosion technique was the real killing move. "Go flame explosion technique!" Zhuangzun exclaimed without mercy. The fire blazed brilliantly. The massive fireball, packed with astonishing energy, swiftly flew toward Luo Feng, who had barely recovered from the previous explosion. Luo Feng's face turned grim. Doomed. At the last moment, a figure appeared beside Luo Feng, reaching out to catch the incoming massive fireball. It was Jai King. The fireball caught by Jai King didn't explode, but instead deflated like a punctured balloon. Feeling the remaining heat from the massive fireball, Luo Feng sighed in relief. Zhuangzun wins. Chapter 39, Emerging Sharpness. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Emerging Sharpness. Chapter 39, Chapter 39, Emerging Sharpness. Good. Yan Chenfei's face broke into a smile. Well done. Zhuangzun's strong performance. This round was enough to intimidate most of the people below. Among the many departments of Star Card Masters, Fire Element Star Card Masters were always renowned for their top-notch offensive capabilities. Although there were many shining star-level experts in the venue, ensuring no accidents, Zhuangzun's fierce combination of fiery flame fire snake and flame explosion technique still made many students below shudder. This Zhuangzun is quite formidable. The power of the flame explosion technique is immense. It must have reached the great success stage. No one below bronze level could withstand it. I think Luo Feng isn't weak either. He was clearly suppressed, yet he suddenly counterattacked with an explosive burst. Listening to the praises from the students below, Zhuangzun merely smiled while gripping his longsword, maintaining an unflappable demeanor. Stay calm, stay calm. Maintain the master demeanor like Su Yuan did last time. Su Yuan was also watching Zhuangzun on the stage. After more than 2 months apart, Zhuangzun's strength had significantly improved compared to before. The newly embedded fiery flame fire snake skill, he hadn't used it before. Although it had less power compared to the flame explosion technique, it was much more flexible. Additionally, his flame explosion technique had also reached the great success stage. Even my transformation realm hardened iron armor at full power might not block it completely. Speaking of that, hardened iron armor leaned towards physical defense. I still needed a defensive skill that could handle energy attacks of Euros. Anybody else want to step up and challenge him? Jai King asked as no one went on stage. The students below looked at one another, but no one stepped up to challenge. After all, this was only the first slot. It wasn't worth clashing with such a strong opponent. Since that's the case, Zhuangzun from Qinghai City wins the first entry slot to the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Thank goodness, Zhuangzun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After flashing a dashing smile, he sheathed his longsword and jumped off the stage. Instead of returning to his original spot, Zhuangzun walked over to Su Yuan. Well done, Zhuangzun whispered as he approached. Su Yuan nodded slightly. There are still more slots anyway. Wang Haiping noticed that this genius from Qinghai City seemed to know Su Yuan. He felt a bit surprised but didn't comment. However, other young geniuses from various cities noticed Zhuangzun walking over to a silver-eyed student, sparking curiosity about Su Yuan's background. Jai King announced, "The second round begins. Whoever wants to come up, just go ahead." This time Su Yuan didn't wait. "Director Wang, I'm going up." "Good, be careful." Wang Haiping was well aware of Su Yuan's strength. His high-level skills made him fearless against anyone in the venue. Even if there was a tricky opponent, Su Yuan had the compound skill he named the Golden Burning Hand. As long as this move hit, none of the young students in the venue could withstand it. And with Su Yuan's instant movement, it would be hard not to hit. Zhuangzun also smiled. "You'll be fine, right?" Su Yuan smiled back, glanced around the arena, and then stepped forward. Su Yuan's movements immediately caught everyone's attention in the venue. "Hey, that person next to Zhuangzun is moving." "He knows Zhuangzun. Could he be a tough one?" "I'm not sure. He doesn't look like it. Earlier I heard someone say he's only at the 8th stage. 8th stage? Really? You'll know when we see the star power fluctuation during the fight." These young geniuses were unsure, but the Shining Star-level experts could easily see that Su Yuan was only at the Star Apprentice 8th stage, leaving them puzzled. Really letting an 8th stage go up? Hu Tao turned to Wang Haiping, frowning slightly. Ru Long, watch his moves closely. Knock him out when it's your turn. I'll give you a green card. Green card? Liu Rulong's eyes brightened. He glanced at Su Yuan nonchalantly and laughed. Don't worry, Director Hu. I don't even need to watch. I can knock him out. What? Regardless of what others thought, Su Yuan just took a few steps and leapt onto the stage. He opened his right hand and summoned the dragon armor saber, then looked below and said, Su Yuan from Guangchuan City. Whoever wants to come, hurry up. Quite the arrogant one, I'll go. A young man with flowing long hair leapt onto the stage, summoning a white-grade star device long saber. Gu Jin from Liantai City. Su Yuan raised his head to look at the person. They exchanged a glance, then the battle erupted with no unnecessary words. Gu Jin took a step forward. A gust of wind rose beneath his feet, intertwining and almost enveloping his lower body entirely. Great success, wind walking, impressive. A student recognized it immediately. Liu Rulong nodded slightly. This guy is quite good. Su Yuan, however, had a peculiar expression. It was the first time encountering someone with the same skill as himself. Quite a coincidencia euros. Initially planning for a quick victory, Su Yuan decided to end the fight differently, since they both had wind walking. With the wind walking, Gu Jin's body moved like a storm arrow, crossing several dozen meters in an instant to strike at Su Yuan, his hand raised for a swift strike like a sudden gale. Wind walking and wind-splitting saber, Gu Jin's most practical skills combination, were both fast and powerful. As the long saber was about to hit Su Yuan, a sudden gust of wind arose. Su Yuan's feet also had the wind element swirling around, enveloping his body. With a slight sway, Su Yuan easily dodged Gu Jin's fierce blade. Wind walking. What, they have the same skill? Another great success, wind walking. The crowd murmured. Though skill matching was rare, it was common at early stages due to limited skill slots, energy, and resources. The most cost-effective, practical, and easy-to-practice cards were widely reviewed and documented. Having the same skill wasn't intimidating. Who was weaker was the embarrassing part. On stage, Gu Jin swiftly turned after his attack missed, surprised to see Su Yuan also using wind walking. After a moment of surprise, Gu Jin gathered more star power and charged at Su Yuan again. Competing with me in wind walking. Let's see who's faster. Gu Jin's prideful move was wind walking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have perfected it to the great success stage first. Now, seeing an 8th stage star apprentice using wind walking to evade him, Gu Jin's temper flared. He abandoned the wind-splitting saber to compete with Su Yuan in movement technique and speed. Wind power surged and the air howled. With wind walking, their lightning-fast figures clashed like two storms. The clanging of their long sabers was incessant, like a torrential downpour. So fast. These two are really going head-to-head, neither changing moves. Among a few Qinghai students, Su Zin closely observed the scene, noting, No, it's not that they don't want to change moves, they ka. A long-haired girl from Qinghai City beside him asked, Why? Su Zin explained, In such intense, high-frequency exchanges, retreating or changing moves is likely to expose vulnerabilities, which comes with a cost. I see. So it's about who lasts longer. Exactly. The long-haired girl thought for a moment, then asked in confusion, But that's not right. Su Yuan is only at the 8th stage, so he'll clearly tire first. Why is he dragging the fight into a stamina contest? He could have used other strategies initially. Su Zin was stunned. This. Yes, why? Did he intend to lose? Or did he have no better options? Zhuang Zun, having returned from Wang Haiping's side, said to Su Zin and the others, Watch out. He still has a trick up his sleeve. In Zhuang Zun's view, Su Yuan could have used instant movement to create distance, so he must have other plans. At that moment, the scene changed. The gust swirling at Su Yuan's feet intensified into a storm, becoming a whirlwind. Su Yuan's figure blurred further. The young geniuses below could barely see Su Yuan's actions and strikes. This. Stronger than great success, wind walking. Could it be the perfect wind step? Impossible, achieving a perfect level skill before graduation. A student from Guangchuan City, right? One of the two special recruits from Guangchuan City. Could this be one? Reaching a perfect level skill before high school graduation was rare in even second-stage cities like Qinghai and Yan'an. There were barely any such talents across the entire Shuzhou region. Did Guangchuan City really have such a talent? The experts couldn't help but be amazed, glancing at Wang Haiping. Wang Haiping, arms crossed, remained calm and collected. Perfect wind step. What's the big deal? Small matter. Nearly 2 months had passed since the trial. With Su Yuan's terrifying talent, even a green skill could almost reach completion by now. Too bad Su Yuan already had steel flame finger, hardened iron armor, wind walking, and gray flame strike. To embed new skills, he had to wait for the bronze level. This made Wang Haiping sigh. Others struggled to master one skill, while Su Yuan ended up with no new skills to practice because all his skills were at the perfect level. It was quite the humble Braga Euros. As the crowd marveled, the fight reached its conclusion. With Su Yuan's full burst, Gu Jin couldn't keep up. With a clang, Su Yuan disarmed him. The long saber spun in midair, drawing an arc before embedding itself into the ground. Gu Jin found the plain silver-gray dragon armor saber at his neck. Jihook Armenian, he aw anus, new letter 1E50, Omicron. Su Yuan 1. Chapter 40, Astounding Skills. Chapter 40, Astounding Skills, Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Astounding Skills. Gu Jin looked at the longsword that had stopped on his shoulder and couldn't help swallowing. Perfect wind walking? Impressive. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. The battle between Su Yuan and Gu Jin did not feature any overwhelmingly powerful techniques like the flame explosion technique. However, in terms of intensity and thrill, it far surpassed Zhuang Zun's match just earlier. Gu Jin jumped off the arena. The many young talents who hadn't fought yet fell silent. The strength Su Yuan exhibited was already beyond the usual 9th stage. These young talents couldn't gauge Su Yuan's full capability and preferred to observe more. Su Yuan mentioned as he looked down at the crowd. Anyone else? Hurry up. As he spoke, Su Yuan's gaze fell on Liu Rulong. Beside Zhuang Zun, Su Zin briefly hesitated but then prepared to step forward. Many people were still watching. As the spots dwindled, the selection and competition would only get fiercer. It was better to secure a spot while 3 were still available. Su Zin felt confident that he could handle an 8th stage who mastered a perfect skill. Wait! Su Zin hadn't taken 2 steps before Zhuang Zun quickly pulled her back. Don't go. Su Zin stopped. A circumflex Euros, let go of me. Ah, sorry, a Euros. Zhuang Zun forced a laugh as he released her hand. Ma Euros didn't expect Su Zin's hand to be so soft a Euros. Zhuang Zun advised, I'm telling you he hasn't used many of his moves. Anyone who goes up now is giving him a free win. Trust me, okay? Su Zin still felt a bit skeptical. After all, they were special recruits from Shuzhou, counted among the top-tier young talents in the entire Great Flame Empire. Aside from some geniuses from the 3 cities and the 4 extremes, they shouldn't consider themselves no match even before fighting, right? But Zhuang Zun seemed so sure a Euros forget it. She'll listen to him this time. Su Zin hesitated for a moment but did not step forward. After all, the opportunity to enter the Divine Tree Secret Realm was extremely important for them. It determined whether they could advance to the bronze level early. Better to be safe than sorry. This Su Yuan seems formidable. Rulong, are you confident? On the other side, Hu Tao asked in a deep voice. Liu Rulong fearlessly met Su Yuan's gaze with a light laugh. Don't worry, Director Hu. Even if it's perfect wind walking, I won't be afraid even if he has another perfect skill. Hu Tao nodded, glanced slightly at Wang Haiping not far away, and then said, In that case, go ahead. All right. Liu Rulong responded with a stride forward. I'll go. Liu Rulong is up. The special recruit from Hengzhou, Liu Rulong. Reportedly, Liu Rulong is one of the top in Hengzhou's special recruits. He is certain to secure one of the 4 spots in the Divine Tree Secret Realm. If he beats this sudden Su Yuan, our chances will be much greater. That's right, no matter what, either Su Yuan or Liu Rulong will fail. That's beneficial for us. A circumflex Euros. Liu Rulong dashed to the arena in a few steps. With a flash in his hand, a violet longsword, 3 fingers wide, appeared. Zigui City, Liu Rulong. Liu Rulong grinned at Su Yuan, lowered his voice, and said, Kid, bad luck. Liu Rulong felt pleased. solving an opponent for the Divine Tree Secret Realm qualification, and earning an extra green star card in the process was perfect tilde. He was about to advance to the bronze level, precisely the time when he needed high-grade star cards for the 4 additional skill slots. Indeed unlucky, but it's your bad luck. Su Yuan smiled. If the opponent hadn't come forward, it would have been difficult to clear him for Wang Haping. Now it was just right. A faint glow flashed on the dragon armor saber in his hand before it vanished, absorbed into his body. Liu Rulong frowned. "What are you doing?" Su Yuan casually replied, "To deal with you, no weapon needed." At this, the crowd erupted. "Damn, that's bold!" Zhuangzun slapped his thigh excitedly, as expected of you, Su Yuan. Su Zin looked at Zhuangzun in bewilderment. "What's with this guy? Zhuangzun, are you sure you didn't con me?" "Should be euros not." Zhuangzun was confident in Su Yuan, but even he had some doubts now. Although Zhuangzun knew from Fang Kun that Su Yuan had taken the first place in the trial, Fang Kun held a grudge about Zhuangzun's unpardonable action and wouldn't have detailed Su Yuan killing the earth element beast barehanded. Many young talents started buzzing. Is he serious, facing Liu Rulong without a weapon? Is he really that badass? Ha, just a clown seeking attention. I'd love to see why he's so cocky. Hope he isn't defeated in a second, or that'd be embarrassing. A circumflex euros. Jai King also slightly frowned. He previously appreciated this young man, but didn't expect him to be so overconfident. Only Wang Haping's lips subtly curved into a smile. Good lad, quite the character. Wang Haping knew that Su Yuan, without saber skills, had advanced skills like Steel Flame Finger and Gray Flame Strike, more powerful than a normal strike with a green star artifact. Typically in extended combat, one couldn't abandon weapons because even with superior strength, a body not tough enough to withstand weapons would be at a constant disadvantage against an opponent's sharp sword. Even though Su Yuan's perfected hardened iron armor might be able to match Liu Rulong's star artifact longsword when used, skill use would drain his star power far faster than plain attacking with a weapon. That was the advantage of weapons, explaining why the audience was so shocked. But this was the Norma Euros. If Su Yuan could crush his opponent in a short burst, there'd be no need for weapons. However, the crowd, including Liu Rulong, witnessed this scenario did not know that. Thus, Liu Rulong became instantly enraged. "You reckless fellow!" Liu Rulong's eyes narrowed. Without further words, a surge of black-purple energy enveloped his body. "Fractal shadow!" Liu Rulong shouted, and in the next moment, 3 eerie purple shadows rushed towards Su Yuan from 3 directions. "A Shadow System Star Card Master? Rare indeed." Su Yuan looked at the rapidly approaching purple shadows, unable to discern the real one. But Su Yuan kept a calm face, standing still as his star power flowed steadily. "What's he doing?" Liu Rulong was puzzled. Even if Su Yuan couldn't handle his fractal shadow, staying still was too strange. Could it be a trap? But there's no apparent action of euros. Should I play it safe? No, just a moment of hesitation, Liu Rulong resolved. Missing such a chance to finish an opponent wasn't acceptable. He could handle any trick Su Yuan might have. In the blink of an eye, the 3 eerie purple shadows formed a 3 talents formation and surrounded Su Yuan, swords slashing, leaving no room for dodging. Director Hu touched his chin, slightly grinning. Fractal Shadow, a blue soul card skill of Liu Rulong, at skilled level could produce 2 shadows with 30% of the host's attack and defense. Both real and illusionary, it wasn't just a distraction or ordinary illusion. Even a normal bronze star card master would struggle with Liu Rulong's skill initially. This boy can't avoid it with perfect wind walking. Thinking this, Director Hu glanced towards Wang Haping, who seemed surprisingly calm without a trace of concern. "What's happening? Is there an unexpected move?" Director Hu frowned, suddenly sensing something was off. Of course, Wang Haping wasn't worried because Su Yuan had instant movement. Instant movement to dodge, then counter with Gray Flame Strike, possibly hitting both the host and shadows Tajthara Euros. Wang Haping had Su Yuan's next moves planned out in his mind. As the 3 purple swords closed in, Su Yuan did not use instant movement. What's up with him? It still needs activation time even with instant movement. Wang Haping grew slightly tense, ready to intervene at any second. Then, a burst of dim gray light sparked from Su Yuan, distorting the space around him. Small capen Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 25 Omicron. Omicron. Next, the three purple shadows seemed pinned by an immense force. Crack, crack. The two shadows in front and on the right shattered into fragments within half a second, while Liu Rulong himself stumbled to his knees in the face of the unrelenting pressure. What's happening? An uproar rose, the bizarre scene shocked everyone. Even Wang Haping was wide-eyed and astonished. Elemental magnetism pressure. A fifth skill, Wang Haping's mouth opened slightly, speechless. Amazing tilde. Liu Rulong trembled under the pressure, hands on the ground, unable to lift his head. What is this? Just a bit of gravity, Su Yuan casually replied. It was just a bit of gravity because Su Yuan had only used skilled-level elemental magnetism pressure, far from the limits of the transformation realm. At master level, the skill gained a new trait, forming a gravity domain centered on oneself. Real or fake, all shadows destroyed under absolute pressure. Pure strength types like Fang Kun might resist somewhat, but technique-focused Liu Rulong had no chance of turning the tables. Elemental magnetism pressure, cure for flashy tricks? Ugh! Liu Rulong roared, purple star power surging to resist, struggling inch by inch to stand. Useless struggle a euros. Su Yuan shook his head, intensified the skill to great success. Liu Rulong, overwhelmed by the increased pressure, collapsed completely. Face down, Su Yuan lowered himself, a red flame gleaming on his left index finger touching Liu Rulong's forehead. Checkmate. Chapter 41, Healing Star Card. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Healing Star Card, Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Healing Star Card. The screen paused, the outcome was decided. Su Yuan ended the battle in a flash, suppressing Liu Rulong with an unbelievable method, using just one finger to clinch the victory. It turned out no need for weapons wasn't an exaggeration, but a fact. The numerous young geniuses below the stage were stunned into silence. Was this person really just a star apprentice of the 8th stage? Even Liu Rulong could be defeated in an instant. This was too outrageous. The influential figures also looked at Su Yuan on the stage with astonishment and disbelief. If I am not mistaken, this is elemental magnetism pressure, right? Yes, and its level is not low, at least great success. Otherwise, he, being only at the 8th stage, wouldn't be able to suppress Liu Rulong, who's at the 9th stage. 8th stage star apprentice, great success of primordial magnetic pressure. Where did Guangchuan City find such a talent? Who knows, but since he has this skill, no student in this venue can move an inch under him. That's right, with great success of primordial magnetic pressure, he is already unbeatable. Hearing the discussions of the influential figures, the young geniuses below realized that Su Yuan used the elemental magnetism pressure from the earth element beast. Elemental magnetism pressure, T0, divine skill. It's impossible to buy it for less than $1 million, and it's priceless on the market. Everyone was both amazed and envious. Gu Jin, who had just lost to Su Yuan, couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. So he had such means, I thought I was just one step short. Su Zin was also filled with shock, unable to believe Liu Rulong was defeated so instantly. He turned to look at Zhuang Zun beside him. I didn't expect what you said to be true. Zhuang Zun silently swallowed and suppressed his inner surprise, crossing his arms and putting on a calm facade as if he had anticipated this. Of course, I told you no one could go up against him, not even Liu Rulong. In his mind, damn, I knew he was strong, but I didn't know he was this strong. I thought it was space movement to dodge, who knew he had such a terrifying skill, elemental magnetism pressure, he even has such a divine skill. Su Yuan wins, Jai King announced, while taking a few more glances at Su Yuan with a nod. This young man is indeed impressive. Su Yuan stood up, dispersing the elemental magnetism pressure. Nye Omicron New letter 1E5 letter 1D11, letter 1D040. Liu Rulong leaped up from the ground, gasping heavily, his face changing colors and his mood unpredictable. Being suppressed and defeated with one move was not only humiliating, but also a significant loss. He didn't get the extra green skill or qualification to enter the divine tree. Glancing at Su Yuan, Liu Rulong didn't stay a second longer on the stage, sneaking off to stand behind Hu Tao. Hu Tao's face was also particularly grim, not believing Wang Haping's student had mastered the great success of primordial magnetism pressure. Are you deliberately screwing me over? Hu Tao looked towards Wang Haping not far away with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Wang Haping had a slight smile on his face, feeling refreshed and pleased. Especially seeing Hu Tao's face, which looked like pig liver, felt even more satisfying. From a distance, Wang Haping clasped his hands apologetically. Director Hu, Su Yuan is a straightforward boy, excuse his lack of discretion. Sorry, really sorry. Wang Haping, Hu Tao gritted his teeth. All right, you win this time. Hu Tao snorted coldly, knowing staying would only make him a laughingstock among his colleagues, and took Liu Rulong out of the venue. The influential figures in the venue just shook their heads and smiled. In this environment, grudges and animosities were not uncommon, but everyone worked in the same department, and usually things were pretty harmonious. Such an interesting situation as today was rare. They were just enjoying the spectacle. Yan Chenfei walked over to Wang Haping and asked, Haping, your student is very impressive. Where's he from? Of course, he's a student of Guanchuan. Yan Chenfei smiled. Not bad, tell the higher-ups. Getting this kid added to Shuzhu's special recruitment shouldn't be a problem. This time, King I will have 3 special recruits making history. Wang Haping nodded and didn't say more. Jai Qinghe asked in a loud voice, anyone else want to step up? If not, the second slot goes to Su Yuan. Since even influential figures believed no one could withstand Su Yuan's elemental magnetism pressure, the young geniuses wouldn't embarrass themselves by trying. Besides, losing would be very disgraceful. No one stepped up, and Jai Qinghe immediately announced, all right, the second slot in the Divine Tree Secret Realm goes to Su Yuan. Su Yuan bowed to Jai Qinghe, then jumped off the stage and returned to Wang Haping's side. Well done, Su Yuan, Wang Haping said, patting Su Yuan's shoulder gleefully. Director, you are too strong. Su Yuan smacked his lips. Oh, Wang Haping laughed, retracting his hand, and after a thought took out a green star card. What you did today pleased me. Take this, it's a good card. If you don't need it, you can sell it. Su Yuan was delighted and without being modest said, Thank you, Director Wang. Being with influential people is amazing, living the high life and getting a green card effortlessly. Although a green card is nothing to a shining star-level figure, it was extremely precious to me, even if it was the lowest quality green card. Su Yuan examined the card Wang Haping handed him. Holy Light Baptism. Grade Green. Element Light. Description, intermediate light healing skill, effective on both internal and external injuries. Holy Light Baptism? Su Yuan was astonished. He didn't expect Wang Haping to hand him such a valuable item. How is it good enough? Wang Haping asked. Su Yuan nodded. Of course it is. Holy Light Baptism is a single-target healing magic, moderate in consumption and healing intensity, but it has several advantages. Firstly, its healing is comprehensive, covering both internal and external injuries of almost all types. For instance, burns, frostbite, cuts, corrosion, etc. Secondly, upon reaching perfect cultivation, the skill gains a dispel effect, working on toxins, continuous bleeding, mental abnormalities, and more. Lastly, when used against targets of the dark attribute, undead, or ghost species, Holy Light Baptism can serve as an attack skill, dealing additional damage. Like Liu Rulong's shadow system, a branch of the dark attribute, Su Yuan could use a high-level Holy Light Baptism to break through his fractal shadow illusions. Overall, this skill's biggest advantage lies in its all-purpose quality, healing various conditions, with the dispel effect and attack function being just icing on the cake, not frequently used. Thus, Holy Light Baptism ranks between T1 and T2 among green-grade healing skills, which is quite good. Wang Haping smiled. Actually, this card was for my niece studying at East Pole Academy, focusing on healing and support. Healing support refers to star card masters specializing in recovery, but not without combat capabilities. Su Yuan hesitated, halfway to storing the card in his pocket. So should I euros? Ha, it's all right, you keep it. Once given, it won't be retracted, and I will get another one for her. Su Yuan smiled gratefully and accepted the card. Thanks, Director Wang. Receiving help and gifts from others similarly strengthens relationships. Su Yuan saw clearly that Wang Haping valued his potential and intended to befriend him. Though he possessed Azure Sky Phoenix and a system, his foundation was shallow and lacked background, so getting along well with such influential people was highly beneficial without any downside. Chapter 42, Gathering Heavenly Sweet Fruits. Chapter 42, Gathering Heavenly Sweet Fruits, Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Gathering Heavenly Sweet Fruits. As Su Yuan finished, the next round of competition for the slots had already begun. Only 2 slots were left, but there were still over a dozen people, making the competition intense. After a fierce contest, the final 2 slots went to Su Zin from Qinghai City and another boy named Liu Dong from Yannian City. Jai King announced, "The slots for the Divine Tree Secret Realm have been decided. Zhuangzun, Su Yuan, Su Zin, and Liu Dong, come with me. The rest of you may leave on your own. Director Yan, please see them off." Yan Chenfei smiled and agreed, beginning to see off the other big shots. Only Wang Haping and another big shot from Yannian City named GQ remained in the venue. Wang Haping advised Su Yuan, "Go with Elder Jai. I'll wait here for you. Remember, don't hesitate to collect the heavenly sweet fruit once you're in the secret realm. Everyone relies on their own abilities, and with your wind walking, you should reap a good harvest. We don't know what the exact situation inside is." Wang Haping said, "Elder Jai will explain in a moment." Su Yuan nodded. "Follow me, little ones," Jai King called, leading the way to the other side of the venue. Su Yuan, Zhuangzun, and the others hurriedly followed behind. Just out of the venue, they entered another small room. Jai King took out a talisman and activated it. Starlight streaked from the talisman, intertwining and entangling, revealing a secret realm portal. "Enter." Jai King has stepped into the portal first, disappearing. Su Yuan and the others followed suit. In a blink of an eye, they found themselves in a clear forest. Ancient trees stood tall, and the air was fresh. In sight were mink-tail flowers, moon-silver grass, and many other first and second stage spirit plants. It's not just the heavenly sweet tree. There are also some harmless plant-type star beasts and a large number of low-stage spirit plants, Jai King introduced as he led the way. Not long along the path, they arrived at an open clearing. Standing before them was a beautiful ancient tree with many branches full of numerous light blue flowers. "This is the heavenly sweet tree. Come closer," Jai King led Su Yuan and the others forward. As they approached, the branches of the heavenly sweet tree suddenly shook violently, with branches dancing wildly, looking quite frightening. The 4 of them were startled and instinctively stopped, ready to retreat if not for Jai King beside them. After all, this was a gold-level Master Star beast. "Heavenly Sweet, stop scaring them." Jai King smiled, walked forward, and stroked the heavenly sweet tree for a while. "I've brought the people. It's up to you next, just like before." The heavenly sweet tree obediently stopped its wild movements, with its trunk slowly nodding forward as if it nodded. Su Yuan carefully observed the heavenly sweet tree. This was the first master-grade star beast he had ever seen. Normally, bronze, silver, and gold, the lower 3 levels of star beasts, have relatively low intelligence, especially plant-type star beasts. But this heavenly sweet tree seemed capable of communication, indeed different, worthy of being a master grade. Jai King had turned to the 4 of them and said, "In a moment, the heavenly sweet tree will start shedding flowers. During this process, all the heavenly sweet flowers will fly into the sky and transform into heavenly sweet fruits falling around. Remember, the heavenly sweet fruits will convert to natural energy and disappear once they hit the ground. So you must catch them with your palms as much as possible. Only palms work. You can use both hands, otherwise the energy will mostly dissipate. The heavenly sweet fruits have a very gentle effect. Once caught with your palms, the star power essence will flow from your hand into the star power vortex in your body. Do you understand?" The 4 nodded excitedly, understood. Jai King looked at the eager 4 and added after a brief hesitation, "One more reminder, the heavenly sweet fruits are special. They're physically fragile but have high star power resistance and abnormal resistance. Don't think about using other energies to interfere with or alter their falling trajectory." "Oh, come on." Liu Dong from Yannian City was immediately disheartened. "I was planning to use water waves to sweep the fruits over. Is that not allowed?" Jai King interrupted his illusion directly. "No, unless your star power is more than 3 times stronger than the heavenly sweet tree." "All right, start preparing. Collecting the heavenly sweet fruits depends on your ability. But based on previous experience, if you spread out in 4 directions around the heavenly sweet tree, each of you should have plenty." After reminding them, Jai King stepped aside, and Su Yuan and the others spread out around the heavenly sweet tree. Zhuangzun went west, Su Zin went north, Su Yuan went east, and Liu Dong went south. After preparing, the heavenly sweet tree shook slightly, and then the numerous heavenly sweet flowers on it began to glow one by one, detaching from the branches and gradually flying into the sky. In a moment, the sky above was filled with a vast number of blue heavenly sweet flowers, very beautiful. These heavenly sweet flowers gathered, suddenly bursting into dazzling blue light and strong energy fluctuations, merging into a large patch of blue clouds. The blue clouds churned, spreading a peculiar fragrance. Then heavenly sweet fruits, like transparent blue hailstones, shot down from the clouds. Here it comes. Su Yuan and the others braced themselves. Seeing the nearest heavenly sweet fruit, Su Yuan pointed with his left hand, and elemental magnetism pressure instantly enveloped the fruit, trying to slow its descent. However, the heavenly sweet fruit seemed unaffected, maintaining its state and descending steadily. Indeed, it was futile. Su Yuan understood. Wind walking under his feet, he rushed forward at great speed and caught it with his hand. The fruit felt warm to the touch. Before Su Yuan could examine it closely, it melted into a blue essence, absorbed into his palm, and flowed along his arm into the star power vortex in his chest, converting into his own star power with a single spin. So pure, it didn't need refining at all. Su Yuan was both surprised and delighted. Although the increase in star power was limited, it was just one heavenly sweet fruit, and large quantities of them were falling from the blue clouds, faster and more densely. Su Yuan immediately targeted another heavenly sweet fruit. Not only Su Yuan, but the others also used various methods, striving with all their might to grab more heavenly sweet fruits. Su Zin activated the Qi blood secret technique, his blood energy surging all over, greatly enhancing his body and increasing his speed. Liu Dong summoned a stream of water. Although he couldn't move the fruits, he moved agilely like a fish within the water. Zhuangzun had no speed-boosting skills, but he took out a talisman. Upon activation, his entire body became as light as a swallow, his speed abruptly increased, and he could even leap several meters high at a time. Green skill, flying horse stepping on swallow. Wind walking, Qi blood burst, water flow form, flying horse stepping on swallow. These little guys should all reap quite a harvest this year of euros. Jai King nodded approvingly from afar. The heavenly sweet fruits fell quickly, and previous students could only catch half of the fruits around them. But this year's 4 students were remarkably exceptional. Each caught at least 70% of the fruits falling around them. Jai Qing's gaze fell on the stormy Su Yuan, his expression somewhat strange. But this kid is really something else of euros. With wind walking and sea-level agility at full effort, Su Yuan's speed reached its peak, even comparable to most bronze star card masters. Not a single fruit around Su Yuan fell to the ground. Perfect wind walking and great success of primordial magnetic pressure. Guangchuan City has produced such a genius of euros, huh? Jai King was amazed, but suddenly widened his eyes in strong shock. Su Yuan, originally using wind walking to move quickly and collect the fruits, was no longer content with the fruits in his area. He activated elemental magnetism pressure to neutralize his gravity and flew up, expanding his search range. What? He flew up. Jai King watched Su Yuan leaping and darting in the air, speedily collecting heavenly sweet fruits. Though his flying was stiff, it was far more efficient than his previous collection. I get it. It's elemental magnetism pressure, perfect elemental magnetism pressure. Jai King quickly understood, but was even more shocked. An 8th stage star apprentice mastering elemental magnetism pressure to the point of floating in the air and using perfect wind walking to move freely in the air. What a joke! Yet reality was before him. Jai King watched Su Yuan in bewilderment, stunned for a moment. Strange, why are there so few fruits falling on the right? Liu Dong, to the south of the heavenly sweet tree, wondered. Was the heavenly sweet fruit drop slowing as it was ending? Liu Dong caught another heavenly sweet fruit and looked up towards the eastern sky. He was startled to see a figure darting in the air, rapidly collecting fruits. The fruits seemed not enough for him, even affecting Liu Dong's side, with almost no fruits falling to the right. Su Yuan. What the hell, how is he flying? Liu Dong's face changed drastically, and as he was stunned, several fruits fell to the ground and vanished. Jihook Armenian, He Aw Inus, new letter 1E5 Armenian, He Aw Inus, Omicron. Damn it! Liu Dong, startled, suppressed his shock, refocused, and continued catching fruits on his side. But with Su Yuan encroaching on his right area, fewer fruits fell. Liu Dong could only move closer to Zhuangzun. Zhuangzun noticed Liu Dong and Su Zin approaching, several fruits he aimed for taken by them. Su Zin, Liu Dong, what are you doing here? This is my area. After Su Jin intercepted another fruit, Zhuang Zun shouted angrily. Liu Dong forced a smile, didn't explain, and continued catching fruits. Su Jin replied without looking up, "Look up and you'll understand." Look up. Confused, Zhuang Zun glanced up and saw Su Yuan darting in the air. Most of Liu Dong's and Su Jin's areas were taken by Su Yuan, leaving few fruits falling. They were helpless. Only Su Yuan could fly. They couldn't outfight him, and Jai Qinghe didn't intervene. They reluctantly moved closer to Zhuang Zun. This Guya Euros, Zhuang Zun was stunned. Does he have to be such a freak? Chapter 43, 9th level limit. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, 9th level limit. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, 9th level limit, after a while. As the final heavenly sweet fruit was collected by Su Yuan, the extremely thin blue clouds in the sky suddenly contracted and exploded into particles of light. Su Yuan and the others secretly sighed in relief as they all stopped and sat down cross-legged on the spot. Although the heavenly sweet fruit was quite gentle and pure, requiring almost no refinement, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Absorbing hundreds of heavenly sweet fruits at once, the vast amount of star power essence crowded in the star power vortex had to be quickly refined and absorbed. A few minutes later, "Finally, it's over." Liu Dong let out a long breath and stood up from the ground, noticing his chest and back were soaked in sweat. Su Jin also opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face noticeably paler as his body's energy and blood were heavily consumed. Not bad, the 9th stage limit. If I'm lucky, I can break through to the bronze level before graduation. Despite feeling a bit weak, Su Jin's eyes were full of joy. Su Jin looked around and saw that Liu Dong had already finished. On the east and west sides of the heavenly sweet tree, Su Yuan and Zhuang Zun still had their eyes closed, seemingly not fully digested yet. This guy, he must have absorbed at least 200 heavenly sweet fruits. Seeing Su Yuan, Su Jin, who had been busy collecting the heavenly sweet fruits and didn't have time to think much earlier, now felt waves of astonishment surging up in his heart. Perfect magnetic pressure, it's unbelievable. Another 10 minutes passed. Accompanied by a dissipating star power fluctuation, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The 9th stage limit. The 256 heavenly sweet fruits not only allowed Su Yuan to break through to the star apprentice 9th rank, but also directly reached the 9th stage limit. Feeling the state of his body, Su Yuan couldn't help but smile. The gains this time were huge. Although his 6 dimensions and skills were strong, his realm had always been a weakness due to late awakening. Absorbing 256 heavenly sweet fruits brought a significant step forward, greatly narrowing the realm gap with top talents. Now at the 9th stage limit, his physical qualities and star power had improved by 30 to 40%. Even without using skills, Su Yuan was confident he could suppress 99% of his peers with just his Azure Sky Phoenix and Dragon Armor Saber. Small Capen Omicron Cyrillic letter 475 letter 1E50 Omicron. And with his perfect level skills, no one among his peers could daunt him. Not even those at the bronze level. Zhuang Zun hasn't finished yet. Su Yuan put away his thoughts and looked up, noticing Zhuang Zun still had his eyes closed and was motionless. It's impossible that Zhuang Zun collected more heavenly sweet fruits than me, and now he's still not done refining, could it be? Su Yuan's heart stirred, vaguely guessing something. At this moment, an astonishing wave of star power suddenly burst from Zhuang Zun in the distance. Su Yuan, Su Jin, and Liu Dong all looked over. Suddenly, large patches of orange flames ignited all over Zhuang Zun's body. The flames roared and surged, growing stronger until finally transforming into a purgatory flame demon with 2 horns on its head. The flame demon opened its arms and roared, quickly crashing back into Zhuang Zun's body and disappearing. Zhuang Zun abruptly opened his eyes, flames flickering within them, and his star power fluctuation surged continuously before gradually stabilizing after nearly 10 seconds. Ha, looks like I got lucky. Seeing everyone looking at him with a mix of uncertainty and astonishment, Zhuang Zun stood up with a smile. Flames flickered between his hands with an impressively powerful fluctuation. Without a doubt, the bronze level, Su Yuan and the others gathered under the heavenly sweet tree. Zhuang Zun, you broke through? Su Jin exclaimed in amazement. Ha, just luck, just luck. Zhuang Zun scratched his head and asked Su Yuan, Su Yuan, is that perfect magnetic pressure you have? Hearing this, Liu Dong and Su Xin also looked over. Yes, I just reached the perfect level recently. Although Zhuang Zun and the others had expected this, hearing Su Yuan admit it still made them draw a sharp breath. While they didn't even have a great success level green skill, Su Yuan had already refined his magnetic pressure to the perfect level. Really? Don't know what to say, Su Xin muttered. Zhuang Zun sighed, his joy of breaking through to the bronze level dampened by Su Yuan's extraordinary skill talent. Su Yuan laughed and said, by practicing diligently, skills will eventually reach higher levels, and now that you've broken through to the bronze level, having taken the first step, you're already far ahead of us. Just by the time you refine a green skill to the perfect level, I'll probably have several more transformation realm skills. Su Yuan thought to himself. Of course, he didn't say this aloud, not wanting to discourage Zhuang Zun. However, Zhuang Zun's talent in star power cultivation was indeed exceptional. Otherwise, even with the help of the heavenly sweet fruits, it would be impossible to leap into the bronze level. The flame demon which had just appeared should be Zhuang Zun's soul card. It looked extraordinary, and although its exact 6 dimensions were unclear, its previous display of power suggested Zhuang Zun's star power talent was likely at sea level. For a star card master, the most crucial of the 6 dimensions was star power. At this moment, Jai King also approached from a distance, gently touching the trunk of the heavenly sweet tree. Thank you for your hard work. Su Yuan and the others respectfully bowed to the heavenly sweet tree. Although for the heavenly sweet tree, this was just a normal process of metabolism, Su Yuan and the others had undeniably gained enormous benefits from it. Though repaying it may not be feasible, at least they should feel grateful. Watching the 4 of them, Jai King felt both comforted and satisfied. In this divine tree secret realm, 2 students from Qinghai City, one reaching the 9th stage limit and the other breaking through to the bronze level. The last time a student advanced to a bronze star card master within the divine tree secret realm was 5 years ago. Moreover, that student wasn't even from Qinghai City. Additionally, although Su Yuan wasn't a native of Qinghai City, he was from Guangchuan City, a sub-region under Qinghai. Jai King smiled and said, all right, since everything is settled, let's head back. Okay. Su Yuan and the others harvested richly, feeling joyful and radiant. Outside in the arena, Yan Chenfei, Wang Haiping, and GQ continued their cheerful conversation. The 3 of them were influential figures, unaffected by a few star apprentice students gaining in the divine tree secret realm. Yet, both Wang Haiping and Yan Chenfei felt secretly anxious. Su Yuan, you must break through to the 9th stage, Wang Haiping thought to himself. With the great success of primordial magnetic pressure and entering the 9th stage, the chances for Demon Capital Academy should be very high. Yan Chenfei, likewise, set great store by Zhuang Zun. Zhuang Zun was arguably Qinghai City's most talented student in the past 10 years, a specially recommended student to Shuzhou by Qinghai. If Zhuang Zun could break into the bronze level in the divine tree secret realm, Qinghai City would have provided Shuzhou with a top-notch talent. At that moment, the door at the far end of the arena opened suddenly. They're here. Wang Haiping, Yan Chenfei, and GQ immediately stopped their conversation and looked into the distance. Jai King led Su Yuan and the others out. The star power fluctuation on them was significantly stronger than before. For shining star-level experts, there were no secrets regarding star apprentice level. The 3 leaders only took a glance to ascertain the star power realms of Su Yuan and others. Bronze level. 9th stage, and it's the 9th stage limit. Yan Chenfei and Wang Haiping's eyes brightened, feeling delighted. Director! Su Yuan greeted and stepped to Wang Haiping's side. Wang Haiping laughed heartily. To have reached the 9th stage limit, well done, well done. Yan Chenfei and GQ also praised their respective students. Jai Qinghai said, these youngsters have performed well, each collecting at least 100 heavenly sweet fruits, far exceeding the results of the past 2 years. While saying this, Jai Qinghai's gaze fell on Su Yuan, a hint of amazement in his eyes. Especially this student. Director Wang, you've truly found a gem in Guangchuan City. What did he mean? Wang Haiping, Yan Chenfei, and GQ were puzzled. Liu Dong whispered something to GQ. Yan Chenfei and Wang Haiping, being shining star experts, heard it all clearly at such a close distance. Knowing that Su Yuan used magnetic pressure to fly and collected over 200 heavenly sweet fruits, even the steadfast trio couldn't help but remain silent for several seconds. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chenfei said to Wang Haping, "Perfect magnetic pressure." Magnetic pressure isn't an easy-to-master, common skill. Hai Ping, this student of yours truly has an extraordinary talent. Wang Haping glanced at Su Yuan standing calmly beside him and coughed lightly. This kid does have a knack for skill cultivation. Yan Chenfei took a few more scrutinizing glances at Su Yuan before nodding and refraining from further comments. Jai King said, "This round at the Divine Tree Secret Realm concluded perfectly. You may leave on your own. I have to tidy up the area so I won't see you off." Yan Chenfei, Wang Haping, and GQ responded, "Thank you, Elder Jai." The group walked out of the arena. Wang Haping said, "Director Yan, I will take my leave." Yan Chenfei smiled. "All right, I hope to see you at the Qinghai Municipal Education Bureau soon." "Thanks for your good wishes, ha. Zhuangzun stepped out from behind Yan Chenfei, approached Su Yuan, and said, "Su Yuan, let's stay in touch." "Sure, no problem." Chapter 44, Dragon Bone Gate. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Dragon Bone Gate. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Dragon Bone Gate. After the trip to the Divine Tree Secret Realm in Qinghai City, Su Yuan and Wang Haping returned to Guangchuan that same day. There were less than 2 weeks until the special recruitment at Demon Capital Academy. Having absorbed a lot of heavenly sweet fruit, Su Yuan needed some time to let his state settle and develop further. There was no room for improvement at the moment. However, his skills could still be enhanced. Although all currently embedded skills had already been strengthened to the transformation realm, instant movement was not fully maxed out yet. Usually, when a skill reached the perfect realm, it would undergo various changes. For instance, Steel Flame Finger would cover the entire right hand, Wind Walking would evade long-range attacks, and Elemental Magnetism Pressure would cause levitation. Who knew what changes would occur when the soul skill instant movement reached perfection? Su Yuan directly asked his homeroom teacher, Yang Jun, for a 2-week leave. With Wang Haping having given prior notice, Yang Jun didn't inquire further and just told Su Yuan to be careful. Su Yuan then took his dragon armor saber and spent 2 whole weeks in the Great Barbarian Mountain area. May 4th. At the gate of Four Seasons Garden Residential Community, Wang Haping's beautiful secretary was once again waiting in a car downstairs. Her pretty face and sexy, mature figure attracted many heated stares from passers-by. Seeing Su Yuan approaching, the secretary slightly bowed and then greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Su, please get in the car." "Thanks." Su Sheng walked forward, only to see the rear window slowly roll down. "Su Yuan, hurry up and get in," Wang Haping called out. "Director Wang," Su Yuan was very surprised. "Why did you come personally?" 2 days ago, Wang Haping mentioned he had some urgent matters. Su Yuan was to go to Demon Capital alone for the Academy's trial. So Su Yuan had thought that only this pretty secretary would be seeing him off at the airport. He didn't expect Wang Haping to come along too. "I'm here to see you off." Su Yuan smiled. "I feel honored." Once Su Yuan was settled in, Wang Haping instructed, "Zyro Yu, let's go." "Yes, Director," the secretary responded, driving towards the airport. Wang Haping sighed and said, "If it wasn't for some urgent matters, I wouldn't let you travel so far alone to Demon Capital. How about I have Zyro Yu go with you?" "No need," Su Yuan quickly declined. He was not a big shot. He wasn't used to having a secretary or the like. It would be much more convenient to travel alone. "Traveling alone isn't a big deal, and you've already arranged everything for the trip." Su Yuan shook his head and added, "But what do I do once I get to the Demon Capital Academy to take part in the assessment? Didn't I give you the teacher's phone number last time? Yeah, Omicron new letter 1E5, letter 1D11, letter 1A Omicron. Just call him when you get there. By the way, better not call if you're free," Wang Haping reminded, thinking of the teacher's impatient nature. "Got it." What? Great Flame was vast. Shuzhou was located in the southwestern central region, while Demon Capital was on the southeastern border. Plus, the flight path had to detour around some dangerous areas, which inevitably extended the travel time. After a day and night, Su Yuan finally arrived at the Demon Capital Airport in the early morning of the 5th. It's truly different here. Su Yuan exited the Demon Capital Airport, looking at the majestic and ancient city corner ahead, and couldn't help but feel awestruck. Unlike inland cities, Most buildings in Demon Capital were grand and used minimally processed materials. Observing people around him, Su Yuan could faintly sense powerful star power fluctuations from several individuals. Among 10 or so people, nearly one is a star card master, and their realms are not low either. Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel. As expected of 3 cities, it's truly beyond the imagination of a small city like Guangchuan. Even if he didn't pass the special recruitment of the Demon Capital Academy, just visiting Demon Capital was an eye-opener. A circumflex euros, totally worth it. Of course. That was just a thought. He had to get into Demon Capital Academy this time. Shaking his head, Su Yuan opened his phone to locate the Demon Capital Academy. Taking the light rail would take about 2 hours. Good, it's not too far. The special recruitment starts in the afternoon, so there's plenty of time. Patting his cheeks to stay alert, Su Yuan then took the light rail to Demon Capital Academy. At noon, at the main gate of the Demon Capital Academy, a circumflex euros, the south gate, Su Yuan walked over from a distance. This entire south gate was constructed from a single, over 40-meter-long primal dragon bone, with the giant dragon skull proudly gazing towards the southeast. If Su Yuan was slightly amazed at the airport, now he was truly awestruck. Upon close inspection, Su Yuan carefully examined this majestic, seamlessly crafted dragon bone gate. The dragon bone was not pure white, but carried a highly textured shade of gold. Upon closer inspection, this gold came from within the dragon bone, exuding a faint, undispersed dragon's will. Golden bone. Su Yuan's heart raced slightly. Heh, here to participate in the special recruitment. Just then, a voice came from not far behind Su Yuan. He turned to see a young man about the same age. With a square face, bushy eyebrows, big eyes, short hair, and dark red pupils, he stood at about 1.85 meters tall. Wearing a training vest and combat shorts, his hands were in his pockets, and he didn't seem very approachable. "Who are you?" Su Yuan asked while observing him. Even though Su Yuan was focused on the dragon bone, this guy had silently approached without notice. A circumflex euros, definitely not simple. Moreover, the guy had his star power collected very well, with no leakage at all. Among everyone Su Yuan had encountered, no one had managed to do so. A circumflex euros, including Fang Kun, Zhuang Zun, Chen Jiujun, and even Su Yuan himself. "My name is Xiang Dinkian." The young man stepped beside Su Yuan, scrutinizing the dragon bone gate, and casually added, "Just looking is superficial. To comprehend the secrets of our Demon Capital Academy's dragon bone gate, you need to immerse your spiritual power into the dragon's skull. Every new student does this annually to temper their spiritual power. You can give it a try." Judging by his tone, was he a Demon Capital Academy student? No wonder he approached so silently. Su Yuan nodded and, with a thought, sent his spiritual power into the distant dragon's skull. Instantly, a roar echoed in Su Yuan's mind, and the surroundings became a blank canvas with only the dragon bone gate remaining in sight. The dragon bone seemed to come alive, with the dragon's skull turning to face Su Yuan, lowering its gaze. Roar. With a mighty roar, an ancient dragon's will charged towards Su Yuan's sea of consciousness. Su Yuan groaned, shut his eyes tightly, and instinctively unleashed his spiritual power in resistance. This dragon's will was overwhelming, crushing Su Yuan's spiritual power and seemingly attempting to overturn Su Yuan's sea of consciousness. If the sea of consciousness were fully exposed to this dragon's will, the consequences would be dire. Damn it. Su Yuan's heart sank. He realized he might have been deceived. This person was definitely not a student from the Demon Capital Academy. However, his timing and appearance were too perfect. He even knew the dragon's skull's intricacies. In any case, being too careless was Su Yuan's own mistake. Now was not the time for regret and reflection. Spiritual confrontations were perilous. A single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Su Yuan had no idea when this dragon's will invading his sea of consciousness would cease. With no other options, he could only muster all his spiritual power to resist. Chapter 45, The Participants of the Assessment. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, The Participants of the Assessment. Chapter 45. Chapter 45, The Participants of the Assessment. Ha! Just when Su Yuan was about to give up, a scolding sound suddenly echoed in his ears. In an instant, the oppressive force from the dragon bone suddenly dissipated. Su Yuan only felt his sea of consciousness relax, and he regained his clarity. But immediately after, Su Yuan's mind went into a daze, and he almost stumbled and fell. This was the side effect of excessive spiritual power consumption. Su Yuan opened his eyes. Standing in front of him, though he didn't know when he arrived, was a young man with sword-shaped eyebrows, star-like eyes, and a handsome face with blue hair. At this moment, the blue-haired young man frowned and looked at Su Yuan with a serious expression. Only at Star Apprentice level you actually dared to directly gaze at the head of Demon Dragon, the blue-haired young man scolded. Su Yuan didn't mind the other party's harsh tone. Instead, he said, "Thank you, Senior, for your help." Su Yuan knew very well that without the others' help, in just a few more seconds, he would have been in big trouble today. Seeing Su Yuan's attitude, the blue-haired young man's expression softened a bit. Yes, 0, new letter 1E5 Armenian, he Ohinus, letter 1D04 Omicron. After a slight pause, the blue-haired young man said to Su Yuan, "Direct gazing at the head of Demon Dragon requires at least bronze-level spiritual power and someone to assist by the side. Otherwise, once you get trapped and can't pull out at best, you might faint on the spot due to excessive spiritual power consumption. At worst, you'd be overdrawn and would need to lie down for 10 days or half a month. Seeing you're only at Star Apprentice 9th rank, but still daring to do such a dangerously mysterious thing, it's really... I don't know how to describe you. Luckily, your spiritual talent seems decent, being able to withstand it for so long. A regular Star Apprentice would have collapsed already. Senior is right. It was my carelessness." After apologizing again, Su Yuan glanced sideways. Seeing Xiang Dinkian standing with his arms crossed and a mocking smile, Su Yuan's eyes turned colder. The blue-haired young man also noticed Xiang Dinkian and asked, "Are you Xiang Dinkian?" Xiang Dinkian responded casually, "I am." The blue-haired young man glanced at Xiang Dinkian, then at Su Yuan and seemed to guess something. He frowned slightly. However, he said nothing and spoke up, "My name is Chi Tian. Director Tan instructed me to pick you up." Chi Tian, Su Yuan was slightly taken aback. Indeed, quite a bold name. Xiang Dinkian stepped forward. "Then I trouble you, Senior Chi." Chi Tian didn't say more and turned to Su Yuan. "Are you also here for the special recruitment?" "I am." Su Yuan thought of Teacher Wang Haping and added, "My name is Su Yuan, recommended by Teacher Yang Yifeng." "Teacher Yang?" A hint of surprise flashed in Chi Tian's eyes. He then nodded and said, "Then come with me. We're going to the assessment site now." "Thank you, Senior Chi." Chi Tian nodded and then led Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkian beyond the Dragon Bone Gate, heading inside. Demon Capital Academy was vast. The entire academy was designed in a Forest Series style, with ancient trees and rugged rocks everywhere. The three walked for a long time and finally arrived at a secluded dark green forest within the academy. At this time, there stood a teacher from Demon Capital Academy, with a thin face, dressed in brown brocade, looking about 40 years old. There were also a few young students around Su Yuan's age, seemingly also here for the special recruitment. But the most eye-catching was the 2-meter-high black mysterious steel standing beside the Demon Capital Academy teacher. Accompanied by waves of mysterious fluctuations, lines of different golden seal secret symbols intermittently appeared and disappeared on the mysterious steel, making it extraordinarily mysterious. "Director Tan, I've brought them." Chi Tian with Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkian stood at a clearing in front of the black mysterious steel. "Thank you, Chi Tian." Tan Songlin, dressed in black brocade, smiled. "No trouble at all." Tan Songlin nodded, looked at Xiang Dinkian and said, "Xiang Dinkian, how is your father? Haven't seen him for 4 or 5 years." Xiang Dinkian, upon hearing this, knew this might be his father's friend in Demon Capital Academy. Now he seemed to be the person in charge of this assessment. Xiang Dinkian hurriedly made a bow. "He's good. He asked me to send his regards." "Good, that's good." Tan Songlin nodded with a smile, then focused on Su Yuan. "Chi Tian, who is this student?" Su Yuan replied, "Hello, Teacher Tan, I am Su Yuan." "Su Yuan?" Tan Songlin looked puzzled, as if Su Yuan's name wasn't on the special recruitment list. Chi Tian added, "Director Tan, he was recommended by Teacher Yang Yifeng." "Oh," Tan Songlin's eyes showed surprise as he carefully observed Su Yuan. "So you are the student teacher Yang mentioned?" "That's me," Su Yuan replied. Su Yuan muttered inwardly. Director Wang's teacher seemed to hold a rather extraordinary position in Demon Capital Academy, but as Wang Haping didn't mention it, Su Yuan didn't ask further. Chi Tian said, "Director Tan, since I've brought them, I'll take my leave." "All right, you may go." After Chi Tian left, Tan Songlin spoke to the others. "Wait a little longer. There's 1 more hour before we begin." Saying this, he closed his eyes to rest. Su Yuan observed the other students in the clearing. 3 men and 2 women, all extraordinary. From their realms, they were at least at 9th stage limit. Among them, a young man with a cold face and yellow hair drew the most attention, even though he tried to suppress it. The strong star power fluctuation around him couldn't be entirely concealed, clearly at the bronze level. Although Zhuangzhen also broke through to bronze level, it didn't mean bronze level wasn't significant. Those who reached the bronze level at this time had immense talent and significant opportunity. As time passed, another hour quickly went by. Since Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkian entered the forest, other recommended teachers had brought in 3 more people, including twin siblings and a somewhat thin boy. Now it was already 2 p.m., and the assessment should have started, but Tan Songlin stood quietly without initiating anything. Seeing Tan Songlin occasionally glance outside, Su Yuan had a vague guess. Tan Songlin seemed to be waiting for someone, and Director Wang previously mentioned, this special recruitment seemed mainly for one person. As Su Yuan was pondering, 2 people suddenly walked in from a distance. Leading was a strikingly handsome young man with long hair, dressed in white, holding a folding fan, his demeanor refined, gentle as jade. Behind him was a petite girl. Silver short hair, ice-blue eyes, walking behind the long-haired man, emitting a chilly aura. As soon as the 2 appeared, they captivated everyone's attention, their stunning looks and aura making them seem like they walked out of a painting, pleasing to the eyes. Su Yuan also looked at the silver-haired girl, but what attracted him was a faint, familiar yet strange aura from her. "She seems different from us." Staring at the silver-haired girl, Su Yuan frowned, pondering deeply. At this moment, sensing Su Yuan's gaze, the silver-haired girl slightly raised her head towards him. Her ice-blue crystalline eyes were devoid of any emotion, resembling non-human entities. "She's not human," Su Yuan's pupils contracted. Recalling the rumors about Demon Capital Academy, Su Yuan immediately realized this cold-looking girl was likely a star beast. The familiarity of her aura possibly came from his vast experience of hunting star beasts after his awakening, making him more attuned to their presence. So there are star beasts in this recruitment. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Yuan was deeply astonished. Chapter 46, Soul-Comforting Mysterious Burial Tablet. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Soul-Comforting Mysterious Burial Tablet. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Soul-Comforting Mysterious Burial Tablet. Tan Songlin saw the handsome young man approaching from afar. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him, but was stopped by the young man's slightly raised folding fan. The young man smiled and said, "Director Tan, I'm here to bring my niece for the assessment." "Nicia Euros?" Tan Songlin was slightly moved and turned to look at the silver-haired girl behind him. He nodded, "All right, please come this way." The students who came to participate in the special examination were all astonished at this scene. Tan Songlin, a teacher from Demon Capital Academy, was so polite to this handsome young man in Demon Capital Academy. Moreover, the other party looked to be only about 30 years old. Everyone couldn't help but be incredibly curious about the identity of the handsome young man and also cast more glances at the silver-haired girl. But the silver-haired girl silently followed behind the handsome young man, her head neither raised nor did she seem to care about the people or things around her. The handsome young man followed Tan Songlin to the stele and carefully gazed at the mysterious stele, a solemn look in his eyes. Soul-Comforting Mysterious Burial Tablet. I've heard the name of this tablet many times. This is the first time I'm seeing it in person. As if to respond to the handsome young man, the mysterious stele suddenly shone brightly with a golden light. What strong spirituality! Su Yuan's heart was astonished. He didn't expect the mysterious stele to possess such strong spirituality. It was said that star devices of epic grade and above would give birth to artifact spirits with a certain level of spirituality, which could better coordinate with the Imperial Master and even automatically protect the Master. This black mysterious stele surprisingly responded independently to the words of someone who wasn't its master. Such spirituality was quite strong. However, it didn't take long for Tan Songlin to explain it to everyone. After greeting the handsome young man, Tan Songlin turned to look at Su Yuan and the other students participating in the special recruitment. Since everyone is here, let's begin this special examination. Tan Songlin raised his hand to form seals and slapped the steel. Omicron U letter 1E5 letter 1D11, letter 1A Omicron. A golden seal technique instantly imprinted on the steel. The mysterious steel suddenly burst into dazzling golden light. A peculiar wave of energy enveloped the area, and the entire steel was suddenly lit up with dense golden rune inscriptions. So miraculous! Most of the young people present, including Su Yuan, were seeing such a magical treasure for the first time. They couldn't help but be amazed. Even the silver-haired girl lifted her head, showing a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Tan Songlin said loudly, "This steel is called the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet and is one of the treasures of our demon capital academy, an ancient legendary star artifact. This special examination will be completed through it." It's actually a legendary star device, and an ancient legendary star device at that. All the students widened their eyes. Aside from the few divine artifacts held by countries and some super organizations, legendary star devices were the highest level of star devices. Nobody expected to see a legendary star device here today. Ancient legendary star devices were even rarer. Star devices were generally classified into ancient star devices and modern star devices, based on the time they were refined. The history of humans on Blue Sea Star had 3 key points: the appearance of humans, the appearance of star card masters, and humanity's domination of Blue Sea Star. Due to this, the history of Blue Sea Star was divided into 4 eras. They were ancient times, medieval, and modern. Ancient refers to the time before humans appeared, when myths and legendary star beasts roamed Blue Sea Star, ruling different lands and clashing with each other. Ancient times, humans appeared, but under the rampage of powerful star beasts, humans, who had no star cores and could only crudely mobilize star power, were as weak as ants. It was a miracle they weren't exterminated. Medieval, human sages with heavenly people demeanor discovered the way to awaken soul cards. Human groups with astounding growth rates and powerful reproductive abilities officially took the world stage. Modern, after tens of thousands of years of efforts in the Middle Ages, humans drove away star beasts, established nations, and secured their dominance on Blue Sea Star. They then expanded, and the path of the Star Card Master developed rapidly, continuing to this day. The so-called ancient star devices were star devices forged during the medieval era by humans to fight against star beasts. During the early and mid-medieval era, Blue Sea Star was filled with treasures, leading to the birth of many high-grade star devices, even several divine artifacts of mythical grade. However, after tens of thousands of years, including the driving away of star beasts and internal human wars, fewer than 1/10 of the ancient star devices had been fully preserved. Despite modern advancements in artifact refining, making significant progress and improving overall refining standards, divine artifacts were still extremely hard to refine, and even legendary star devices were very rare. Currently, on the east continent of Blue Sea Star, where the Great Flame Country was located, only 2 divine artifacts existed. It was precisely because of these 2 divine artifacts that the positions of the 2 superpowers, Great Flame and Kigwang, on the east continent were firmly established. Tan Songlin continued, "The soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet contains the souls of many star beasts, including ancient star beasts. With the power of the tablet, the souls of these star beasts can rebuild bodies and resurrect. Later, you will use your spiritual power to communicate with this tablet. It will draw you into the steel space and release wave after wave of star beasts by reconstructing their souls. The assessment requires you to kill each wave of star beasts to score points. Each wave of star beasts you kill grants you 100 points. Even if you don't clear the current wave, the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet will give you a corresponding score based on completion. You just need to do your best. If there's any life-threatening danger, the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet will negate the damage caused by the star beasts and transport you out safely." The bronze-level youth with brown hair asked, "Teacher Tan, how do we pass the assessment?" "The 6th wave," Tan Songlin's gaze swept over the students. "Clearing the 6th wave of the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet is the basic requirement. If no one can clear the 6th wave, then no one will be accepted in this special recruitment. Additionally, if more than 3 people clear the 6th wave, we will only select the top 3 with the highest scores." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan began pondering. The rules of the assessment were simple, similar to the joint trial in Guangchuan City, where points were raised by killing demon beasts. The mechanism was different. The joint trial was an open world, while this was a tower-climbing challenge. There was another problem: no idea about the strength of the sixth wave of star beasts in the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet. Not even a reference. Tan Songlin looked at everyone and added, "You are all very lucky. Under normal circumstances, the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet wouldn't be opened easily. Conducting trials within the steel's space offers additional rewards from the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet. The more star beasts you kill, the more generous the rewards, including spirit plants, materials, star cards, and more. These rewards aren't just limited to our era. They might even come from the medieval era. Regardless of whether you pass or not, you won't leave empty-handed. And if you clear the fifth wave, the rewards will be equivalent to those usually given to specially recruited students. Clearing the sixth wave, the rewards within the steel will be of an even higher grade." As he spoke, Tan Songlin glanced at the handsome young man and the silver-haired girl beside him. It was precisely because of them that the dean arranged for this assessment to use the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet. There are rewards, too. The students' eyes brightened upon hearing this. With so many participants, not everyone could pass the assessment, but at least there was a guaranteed bottom line. Su Yuan also nodded secretly. If he could pass the assessment, the quality of the special recruitment rewards would depend on his efforts. Your final results will be determined by the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet. All right, everyone, go in now. Tan Songlin called out and said no more. Everyone looked at each other, seemingly unwilling to be the first to enter. Xiang Dinkian sneered, "Cowards, I'll go first." As he spoke, golden light identical to that on the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet flashed on Xiang Dinkian, and he disappeared into the tablet. "That is indeed amazing," Su Yuan chuckled lightly. Having seen the effects of the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet, Su Yuan immediately extended his spiritual power toward the tablet. Golden light enveloped his body, and in an instant he was pulled into the tablet. The others did not hesitate either, one by one turning into golden light and entering the mysterious burial tablet. The handsome young man said to the girl beside him, "Bing Tong, go ahead." The silver-haired girl looked at the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet beside her, blinked, and also turned into golden light, entering the tablet. Chapter 47, Charging Through, Unstoppable Like Splitting Bamboo. Chapter 47, Charging Through, Unstoppable Like Splitting Bamboo. Chapter 47, Charging Through, Unstoppable Like Splitting Bamboo. In a short moment, only Tan Songlin and the long-haired youth holding a folding fan remained in the field. "Director Tan, is there really a dragon saliva fruit, something that's already extinct, inside the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet?" Tan Songlin smiled. "Of course, Lord Kangzheng." Hearing this title from Tan Songlin, the incredibly beautiful man in front of him was actually one of the demon capital's deputy city lords, the five-colored peacock Ming King, Kangzheng. "The soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet of our academy, though not as powerful in combat as your five elements, five directions true light treasure fan, has functions beyond combat. It was used in ancient times to train younger generations and holds many ancient treasures. Last time, the president communicated with the mysterious steel and confirmed the existence of a dragon saliva fruit. As long as she passes the sixth wave, she has a chance to obtain it." At this point, Tan Songlin paused. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Forgive my directness, but due to the unique nature of the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet, even the president cannot arbitrarily retrieve treasures from it. It selects the most suitable treasures based on the trialists and their performance. Are you and the president so sure that she will definitely get the dragon saliva fruit?" Hearing this, Kangzheng turned his head and gazed at Tan Songlin with a faint smile. "Director Tan, what you really want to ask is, who exactly is Bing Tong, right?" Under Kangzheng's gaze, Tan Songlin felt an intangible pressure bearing down on him, causing his chest to tighten and making it difficult to breathe. After all, this person was far from being as gentle and refined as he appeared. On the contrary, it was precisely because Kangzheng had maintained his position as a great demon and steadfastly held onto the title of Deputy City Lord of the demon capital for so many years, relying on the corpses and blood that lay beneath him. and his fearsome reputation that shook the entire East continent. In terms of combat power, this individual could undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the entire demon capital. Now the East continent was in turmoil, with foreign countries, evil cults, gangs, and star beasts. In recent years, things have become increasingly unstable, with signs of upheaval looming. The situation within the Great Flame country was relatively stable, but it was far less peaceful abroad. "It's no harm to tell you." Kang Zheng opened the folding fan with its blue, gold, red, black, and white bones gleaming faintly and looking quite lovely. The dragon saliva fruit should naturally be pursued by the true dragon. Hearing this, Tan Songlin looked down at the few ice crystals left on the spot where the silver-haired girl used to stand. Suddenly, something dawned on him, and his expression changed drastically. After several seconds, Tan Songlin took a deep breath, the shock in his eyes not completely fading. No wonder the president specially arranged to open the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet again. No wonder she was personally brought by Kang Zheng. It turned out she was related to the overlord of the Ice Pearl Mysterious Cliff within the ancient Forbidden Zone. Su Yuan's vision blurred and he found himself inside the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet. The surroundings were empty with nothing in sight, and a gray mist seemed to permeate the distance, blocking his view. A faint light flashed in Su Yuan's palm, and he had already summoned the dragon armor saber, tightly gripping it in his hand. Barely 2 seconds passed before the gray mist in front rolled, and 5 pure white wolf-shaped star beasts lunged out. Starting off with 5-star apprentice 9th rank ice snow wolves, Su Yuan was rather surprised. Ice snow wolves were ordinary grade ice element star beasts, but there were 5 here, and all of them were at the 9th rank. Though it was no big deal for him, for an ordinary 9th rank student, facing 5 9th rank ice snow wolves simultaneously could be quite a headache. This was only the first wave, and it was already this intense. One could only imagine how abnormal the 6th wave would be. As expected of the Demon Capital Academy, this special examination of the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet was indeed tough. The Omicron near Armenian, Hutsa inus letter 1D11 Omicron. The 5 ice snow wolves glanced at Su Yuan, then howled and charged at him, wrapped in a fierce icy wind and silver flowers. Dealing with this kind of cannon fodder, Su Yuan didn't intend to waste much effort. Using elemental magnetism pressure would be overkill. He unfolded his wind walking steps, his body swaying lightly, and the dragon armor saber struck continuously. The 5 ice snow wolves couldn't even touch Su Yuan's body before their heads were precisely chopped off one by the dragon armor saber. Given Su Yuan's current strength, he could dispatch any star beast below the bronze level with a single strike. It was no different from slaughtering chickens or dogs. Su Yuan crouched down, about to disembowel the ice snow wolves' bodies as usual. Suddenly, the 5 ice snow wolves' corpses simultaneously turned into patches of gray gas and dissipated. Right, these are the reconstructed star beasts within the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet, not real star beasts. Su Yuan realized, meaning that there would be no star cores from killing these star beasts. 2 minutes later, the mist ahead began stirring again. This time, 3 elite star beasts of the 9th rank appeared. Su Yuan easily dispatched them just by using wind walking steps. In the battles involving star card masters and star beasts, quality far outweighed quantity. Against opponents with similar strength, more numbers could determine the outcome of the battle. But against significantly stronger opponents, even 2, 3, or 4 or 5 at once would struggle to prevail. Not to mention, Su Yuan's strength far surpassed these 9th rank elite star beasts by several tiers. Simply using wind walking steps, dragon armor saber, and the strong body granted by the sea-level talent, he effortlessly slew the 3 elite star beasts, hardly using any star power at all. After this, there was another 2-minute rest period. As the gray mist ahead rolled, a common bronze mid-tier star beast leapt out. 4-hoofed, long-tailed, about 2 meters long, with an agile body and a head resembling that of a bison. Su Yuan didn't recognize it, but it seemed to be an ancient star beast. Bronze level at last, though still not much of a challenge. Su Yuan extended his left hand towards the star beast. A flash of gray light and elemental magnetism pressure descended powerfully. The 4-legged star beast was only halfway there before its spine was crushed under immense pressure, collapsing to the ground with a thud and vomiting blood. Su Yuan stepped forward and chopped off its head with the dragon armor saber. The 3rd wave already features bronze mid-tier star beasts. Up next, It will either be bronze high tier or bronze elite star beasts. Although it was only 2 minutes, Su Yuan took the time to adjust himself. After a while, the gray mist stirred, and a dark shadow shot out like a bullet from the mist, reaching Su Yuan in a flash. Boom! The air waves exploded, and dust rose. Su Yuan stood his ground, holding his dragon armor saber in a reverse grip, blocking the dark shadow that charged at him. His silver eyes coldly watched the star beast before him. It was a menacing werewolf standing on 2 legs, with black and red fur and bloodshot eyes. Its right claw gripped the dragon armor saber tightly. Blood Moon Werewolf indeed, a bronze early-stage elite star beast. The Blood Moon Werewolf was an elite star beast still present in modern times. Highly sensitive, highly durable, and with an extraordinary healing ability elevated by the Blood Wolf regeneration talent. Only its strength was relatively weaker. This was merely the 4th wave, and it was already on par with the Earth element beast from before. However, he was far stronger now than during the joint trial back then. Su Yuan swung his long saber, deflecting the Blood Moon Werewolf. The werewolf regained its balance after 2 steps and charged at Su Yuan again. Elemental magnetism pressure. Su Yuan's gaze was indifferent as he raised his left hand. The elemental magnetism pressure crashed down, pinning the werewolf to the spot. Ow! A flash of cold light, and the Blood Moon Werewolf's howl was cut short as its head was severed. No matter how strong the recovery ability, once the head is removed, it can't regrow. Su Yuan looked towards the mist ahead. Next should at least be a bronze middle-tier elite star beast. Chapter 48, the Master Star Beast, the 6th wave's opponent. Chapter 48, the Master Star Beast, the 6th wave's opponent. Chapter 48, the Master Star Beast, the 6th wave's opponent. Su Yuan didn't wait anymore, but with a long knife in hand, he walked to the edge of the gray fog where the star beasts appeared. In this kind of breakthrough battle, besides defeating the opponents, the goal was also to minimize consumption. Once you got entangled in a fight, even if you could solve the opponent, your own consumption would be huge. It would be difficult to achieve better results. After a while, the gray fog in front of him churned, and a red and blue demon fox rushed out from the gray fog. 2 of them. Both are bronze middle stage. Su Yuan was slightly surprised inside, but his actions didn't stop. Black light surged around him, and the heavy pressure field immediately spread out from his body. The 2 demon foxes had just emerged from the gray fog when they felt an extremely strong gravity pressing on them. They immediately fell to the ground, their limbs bent. Su Yuan raised his long knife and slashed at the nearest fiery fire fox. The fiery fire fox screeched in desperation, star power burst from its body, and a fiery cover formed around it, swirling flames all over. As Su Yuan approached, he was burnt by the raging flames of the fiery cover. D-level star power talent. Su Yuan's eyes cooled. Instead of retreating with a single thought, his entire body swiftly turned to a metallic black iron hue. Kill. In the face of such high temperatures, the hardened iron armor that specialized in dealing with physical attacks couldn't last long. Su Yuan infused star power into his dragon armor saber. The blade surged with star power, gleaming coldly, and he slashed down fiercely, directly decapitating the fiery fire fox. The fire light dissipated and the flames scattered suddenly. Su Yuan hadn't even caught his breath when he heard a piercing sound coming from the right side. A 5-foot-long icy cone shot towards him. Previously, because Su Yuan got close to the fiery fire fox, the heavy pressure field suppression on the nearby frost blue fox was reduced significantly, allowing it to summon an icy cone. Without even raising his head, Su Yuan's eyes flashed silver and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Su Yuan appeared out of thin air beside the frost blue fox and slashed down with a calm face. The heavy pressure field centered around Su Yuan. As he teleported, the frost blue fox felt the terrifying pressure again, and it couldn't resist falling back down. In a critical moment, the frost blue fox summoned a large amount of frost and snow, forming a more than 2-inch thick frost demon shield on its body. Clang! Even with the dragon armor saber's sharpness, this slash couldn't break it in one go. This energy shield has incredibly high physical defense. Su Yuan showed a slight surprise. The frost blue fox's star power swelled violently, resisting the elemental magnetism pressure with all its might. Su Yuan snorted coldly, and the gravity in the field increased once again. The frost blue fox's head, which had just lifted, slammed into the ground with a thud. Su Yuan raised his hand, aimed at the frost blue fox, and a mass of blue flames welled up in his palm, illuminating the gray fog-covered space significantly. "Gray flame strike," Su Yuan murmured. The blue light burst forth. The electric blue flames only lingered for a moment before breaking the frost demon's shield, hitting the frost blue fox directly. Boom! After a deafening explosion, a large crater appeared, and the entire upper body of the frost blue fox had vanished. Su Yuan retracted his hand, taking a slight breath. This round not simple at all. The previous 4 waves had been almost effortless, but this wave not only consumed a fair amount of star power, but also caused some minor burns. Fortunately, it didn't affect his combat ability. The skill slots are still somewhat insufficient. After breaking into the bronze level, I should first learn Holy Light Baptism. Su Yuan shook his head and quickly adjusted his state. The 5th layer had bronze middle stage elite star beasts. Apart from that cold young man at the bronze level, most of the others might fall at this stage. And next was the 6th wave. It determined whether he could pass the special recruitment assessment of the demon capital. The 6th wave, is it bronze high stage elite star beasts or master star beasts? It definitely couldn't be silver stage star beasts. The power gap was too large. Besides the gap in physical bodies and star power, silver stage star beasts, having lived longer, generally had skill levels 1 or 2 stages higher than bronze level star beasts. In the joint trial, the bronze early stage earth element beasts' elemental magnetism pressure likely didn't even reach mastery, only skilled level. But many silver stage star beast skills could reach mastery. So it couldn't be silver stage star beasts, at least not the 6th wave. Then it could only be bronze high stage elites or bronze masters. Su Yuan silently counted the time. When he reached about 2 minutes, he opened his left hand, and gray flame strike quickly gathered momentum in his palm. Soon, the gray fog in front split open, revealing a snow-white figure walking out. Gray flame strike. Not waiting to see the star beast clearly, Su Yuan's eyes focused, directly unleashing the long-prepared gray flame strike. The cerulean flames shot out, almost hitting the newly emerged white star beast. 2 sharp silver lights intersected, shattering the mighty gray flame strike, though the silver lights were soon consumed by the blue flames. Su Yuan squinted his eyes slightly. Although this strike was just probing without full power, its great success stage power was still broken easily by the opponent. As the blue flame light slowly dissipated, the white star beast's form was finally revealed. Snow white all over, with emerald eyes and golden pupils, a more than 3-meter body, and 2 blade-sharp silver wings on its back. Golden-eyed silver-winged tiger. Su Yuan recognized it at a glance, and his face grew more serious. Golden-eyed silver-winged tiger. Grade Master. Species Tiger. Element Gold. Talent Strong Edge. Enhances the sharpness and cutting effect of sharp attacks. 6 dimensions. Strength D, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution D, Spirit E, Star Power D. The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger was a star beast with impressive attack abilities. Extremely fast, with a body as hard as iron and highly destructive. Under the strong edge talent, the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger could break through most defenses at the same level, especially those 2 silver wings, which were not only as sharp as the dragon armor saber but could also launch iron-cutting silver gang to attack enemies from a distance with incredible power. Moreover, although the 2 silver wings couldn't make the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger fly, they could greatly enhance its movement speed. A bronze middle stage golden-eyed silver-winged tiger. This is quite troublesome. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the dragon armor saber, raising his left hand, spreading his fingers, and applied elemental magnetism pressure towards the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger's position. Elemental magnetism pressure was difficult to guard against. Smolkapin Omicron Nia Latur Winifov Armenian, he nus, Omicron. Unprepared, the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger immediately bent its limbs and fell to the ground. Though not as helpless as the 2 demon foxes earlier, it couldn't stand up at the moment. Just emerged, it was sneak attacked by Su Yuan, now suppressed by the elemental magnetism pressure. The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger was furious. Star power burst from its body, fighting the elemental magnetism pressure. Meanwhile, the silver wings on its back gleamed coldly, and with 2 sharp clangs, 2 extremely sharp silver lights quickly slashed out. Iron-cutting silver gang. The air shrieked, and the iron-cutting silver gang instantly reached Su Yuan. Su Yuan's eyes flashed silver, and his figure vanished from his spot. The two sharp silver lights slashed empty air and disappeared into the gray fog. What happened? The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger was alarmed, wondering where the humans suddenly went. Just then, an intense wave of star power appeared nearby. Struggling under the pressure, the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger glanced out of the corner of its eye and saw Su Yuan standing beside it, left arm entwined with golden flames like a burning iron rod. Golden burning hand, Su Yuan fiercely chopped at the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger's neck with a hand blade. Roar! The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger couldn't react in time, crying out in pain at the golden burning hand's impact. But Su Yuan's expression was grim. Despite significant harm, the golden burning hand couldn't cut through the tiger's iron-like neck in one go. Without delay, the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger's silver wings swung again, readying two iron-cutting silver gangs to fire from point-blank range. There was no time for instant teleportation, and at such close range, wind walking couldn't evade in time. As for whether the transformation realm hardened iron armor could block the gold-breaking, jade-breaking, iron-cutting silver gang, Su Yuan wasn't sure. The situation was urgent, but Su Yuan showed no panic, eyes flashing silver. Suddenly, the original instant teleportation spot lit up with a mysterious silver mark. The next moment, Su Yuan disappeared from beside the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger, instantly teleporting to the marked spot, narrowly avoiding the two iron-cutting silver gangs. Instant teleportation, a circumflex flashback, a new trait acquired after mastering instant teleportation. Since the end of the Divine Tree Secret Realm and before arriving at the demon capital, Su Yuan spent 2 full weeks in the depths of the Great Barbarian Mountain area. Those 2 weeks weren't wasted. He gathered nearly 7,000 points of star dust. Adding the leftover from upgrading Gray Flame Strike and Elemental Magnetism Pressure, he had enough to advance instant teleportation from Great Success to Transformation Realm. Instant teleportation, Transformation Realm, casting time 0.1s, cooled on 3s, trait, flashback. Flashback, after using instant teleportation, you can return to the previous location within 3 seconds without consuming star power. Chapter 49, Twin Gray Flames. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Twin Gray Flames. Chapter 49. Chapter 49, Twin Gray Flames. Roar. The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger was even more enraged as it saw Su Yuan dodge its attack again and felt the wound on its neck. Under the continuous impact of star power, the elemental magnetism field around it was already on the brink of collapse. It wouldn't be long before it broke free. Seeing this, Su Yuan's eyes turned cold. If he couldn't kill it before it broke free, the advantage he had gained earlier with the elemental magnetism pressure would completely vanish. Once the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger broke free from its binding and unleashed its full strength, the odds of winning the battle would be significantly reduced. Even if he won in the end, he would likely have to pay a substantial price. So he had to kill it quickly. The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger's physical defense is too strong. The golden burning hand can't guarantee a kill. In that case, I can only use another move. Su Yuan opened his hands, and azure blue flames rapidly gathered in his palms. Sensing the danger, the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger's silver wings on its back vibrated continuously. Streams of iron-cutting silver gang shot out, slashing towards Su Yuan. But once the distance was widened, hitting Su Yuan again would not be so easy. With a stomp, a gust of violent wind emerged around Su Yuan, rippling outward. The Transformation Realm Wind Walk not only greatly enhanced Su Yuan's agility, but also influenced the trajectory of the iron-cutting silver gang, helping him avoid the attacks. Although countless iron-cutting silver gangs slashed at Su Yuan, none could land a direct hit. Within just a few seconds, Su Yuan finished gathering his strength. The 2 clusters of gray flame fire in his hands were compressed to their limit, nearly exploding. However, Su Yuan didn't immediately launch the 2 clusters of gray flame strikes. Instead, he pressed his palms together, and the 2 clusters of gray flame fire intertwined, emitting an even more terrifying wave of energy. Faced with this power, the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger felt threatened. With a roar, its white fur stood on end and turned into countless needle-like projectiles, raining down on Su Yuan. Such dense needle rain was impossible to dodge, but Su Yuan executed a flash and disappeared from his original spot. The golden-eyed silver-winged tiger widened its eyes, thinking Su Yuan had instant teleported behind it. It twisted its head to search for him, but in the next moment a powerful wave of energy emanated from above. It hurriedly looked up despite the elemental magnetism pressure, only to see two azure blue flames crossing down like lightning from the sky, twin phoenix strike. Ya letter 1D11 U letter 1E5 Armenian. Nus. Omicron. Boom. The fierce flames burst, and the gray flames surged. Like twin blue flowers blooming together, the azure blue flames swept a radius of over 20 meters in an instant. When the blue flames gradually dissipated, the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger lay in the crater left by the twin phoenix strike, covered in scorch marks and gravely injured. Su Yuan, controlling the gravity, slowly landed beside the crater. Finally settled. Su Yuan let out a breath of relief. His energy was depleted and his face was slightly pale. The move he used just now was a new feature of the perfected Gray Flame Strike, Twin Phoenix Strike. The advantage of Gray Flame Strike was its fast release speed, but its power was relatively average among green-grade attack skills. Twin Phoenix Strike resolved this issue by consuming more star power and nearly doubling the power of Gray Flame Strike, thus compensating for its lack of firepower. But the consumption was immense euros. Even with sea-level star power talent, Su Yuan found it hard to sustain. Below the bronze level, he couldn't freely use it. It could only be a trump card. Without any other choice, Su Yuan wouldn't have used this move. My attack methods are still lacking, especially missing a weapon skill to fully enhance the Dragon Armor Saber's power. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any need for such a costly move like Twin Phoenix Strike. Shaking his head, Su Yuan knew there was no other way since he had already used it. Now was not the time to dwell on it. He saw the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger gradually dissipate into a gray mist and immediately resumed recovering. The soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet separated everyone into different spaces, arranging various star beasts as opponents. Not only Su Yuan, but all students participating in the exam were also fighting with all their strength. The types of star beasts varied, but the strength of each wave was roughly the same. The first and second waves were merely appetizers at the 9th stage, and from the 3rd wave onwards, bronze-level star beasts appeared. The 4th wave was bronze early-stage elite star beasts. The 5th wave featured multiple bronze middle-stage elite star beasts. The 6th wave brought bronze middle-stage master star beasts. Outside the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet, students were being teleported out continuously, with their scores displayed prominently on the steel in golden letters. He Yang, 440 points. Jiang Kaianqian, 420 points. Jiang Wenwu, 470 points. Luo Wenhao, 510 points. Li Xinhuo, 480 points. The young men and women teleported out had pale complexions as they held various rewards like green star cards, spirit plants, and materials, only regaining their composure after a few seconds. Although they were unharmed now, they had been severely injured by the star beasts before being teleported out. The soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet nullified the injuries caused by the star beasts inside the tablet. Additionally, they felt a deep sense of despair during the exam. Every one of them recommended for the Demon Capital Academy exam was a renowned local talent. Initially, they thought they had a chance to pass the exam. However, the strength of the star beasts in the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet jumped too drastically, right? Wave 5 already had multiple bronze elite star beasts euros. Was this even a game? Wave 6 had bronze middle-stage master star beasts. Were high school students capable of handling that? Not to mention, there was hardly any rest, only 2 minutes euros, enough for a sip of water. Fighting desperately to kill the star beasts as they approached Wave 6, the feeling of despair grew stronger. Passing the 6th wave was required to pass the exam. Could anyone really pass? Probably not one person. The students glared at Tan Songlin, standing near the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet, but none dared to voice their anger. At this moment, the steel flashed with golden light as another person was teleported out. It was the stern young man who had reached the bronze level earlier. Holding a blue star card in his hand, he looked somewhat lost. Seeing this, the other students immediately checked the steel to see if this bronze-level genius had passed the 6th wave. The steel flashed with golden light, revealing the stern young man's score. Tian Yuheng, 560 points. Returning to his senses, Tian Yuheng clenched his fists, showing signs of frustration and disappointment in his eyes. He had expended too much energy during waves 4 and 5. The strength of the sixth wave's star beasts exceeded his expectations. Despite using all his strength, he could only heavily wound it but was far from defeating it. Had he more time to rest and recover at least half his star power, he might have defeated it. But with just 2 minutes of rest, who could possibly pass? Even a bronze level couldn't pass the sixth wave. I told you, how can anyone pass this exam? Luo Wenhao, who scored 510 points, was already disgruntled. Seeing Tian Yuheng fail the sixth wave, he couldn't suppress his annoyance and muttered a complaint. An average bronze level failing the exam wouldn't mean much. But Tian Yuheng was a top genius with a blue-grade soul card, far exceeding ordinary people in martial arts and skills. A blue soul card and a bronze level only earned him 560 points. How much stronger could anyone else be? Yeah, it's too hard. I didn't even pass the fifth wave. If no one passes today, it'll be interesting. Luo Wenhao's words immediately resonated with others, prompting them to complain softly. They felt free to speak now, having been eliminated. Tan Songlin listened to the students' discussions indifferently, not lifting an eyelid. He had said before, if no one passed the sixth wave, they wouldn't recruit. Demon Capital Academy always maintained high standards. Moreover, the talents Demon Capital Academy sought to recruit were beyond ordinary imagination. Just because they hadn't seen one didn't mean there was none. Tian Yuheng didn't join the discussion but started counting the remaining names on the stele. 3 people left. Scanning the surroundings, Tian Yuheng thought about who these 3 might be. The silver-haired girl was too noticeable, instantly coming to mind. He recalled Xiang Dinkian being the first to enter the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet. Who was the third? Tian Yuheng frowned, checking the students repeatedly but couldn't remember who it was. At this moment, the stele's golden light brightened, and a tall figure was teleported out. With a strong and towering physique, the figure stood defiantly. It was Xiang Dinkian. Chapter 51st, Chapter 50, Chapter 51st, Chapter 50, Chapter 51st. 610 points. Damn, 610 points. Xiang Dinkian, 610 points. He actually passed the sixth wave, defeated the bronze middle stage master star beast. How did he do it? So he is also bronze level. He didn't show any star power fluctuation before. Really unexpected. The person who came out was Xiang Dinkian, because the battle had just ended and the strong star power fluctuation around him hadn't completely dissipated. Everyone just realized that Xiang Dinkian was also of the bronze level. Listening to the exclamations around him, Xiang Dinkian turned back to glance at the score on the stele. Among all the scores, he was the only one with over 600 points. The highest of the rest, including the other bronze-level participant, was only 560. Not bad, barely satisfactory. The corner of Xiang Dinkian's mouth curled up. He was quite satisfied with his score. Xiang Dinkian was confident. Given the strength of the sixth and seventh wave star beasts, no one could have a better score than his. Among those participating in the assessment, aside from himself who completely hid his star power fluctuation, there was only one other bronze-level participant. The rest were at most at the 9th stage limit. Not to mention, it's almost impossible for anyone to pass the sixth wave. Even if someone managed to pass the sixth wave, it would be impossible to score in the 7th wave. Thinking about the scenario in the 7th wave, Xiang Dinkian couldn't help but feel a bit fearful. It was actually a silver early-stage elite star beast. He got 10 points because he used a trump card to inflict damage right away. Yet within 2 minutes he was blasted out. Tian Yuheng said, "There are still 2 people left." Jiang Kaienqian from the twin siblings suddenly said, "Yeah." Now that Xiang Dinkian has come out and passed the 6th wave, do you think the remaining 2 could also pass the 6th wave? Xiang Dinkian was startled and observed the field again. Only then did he realize there were indeed 2 people left. Jiang Kaienqian's brother, Jiang Wenwu, said, "Kaienqian, being late to come out doesn't necessarily mean they have a good score." Tian Yuheng nodded. "That's right. The stronger your strength, the faster you clear the levels. It doesn't necessarily mean they'll come out later." Jiang Kaienqian said, "I remember one of them is that beautiful silver-haired girl. Do you know who the other is?" "I don't remember." "I don't know. There were 11 people before entering. Now 9 have come out. so there's indeed one more person left. There's also a ninth stage Su Yuan, Xiang Dinkian suddenly said. Others might not remember Su Yuan, but Xiang Dinkian did. After all, he played a small trick on Su Yuan at the Dragon Bone Gate earlier, and they came together. Xiang Dinkian chuckled. The remaining ones are just 2 ninth stages. Did they really think they could pass the 6th wave? Just wait, they'll be out soon. That's true. Even bronze level finds it hard to pass the 6th wave, let alone 9th stage. Tian Yuheng and others agreed. They knew the difficulty of the assessment from personal experience. Not far away, Kong Zheng, standing next to Tan Songlin, glanced at Xiang Dinkian with a slight smile. Everyone thought it would be 2 or 3 minutes before the remaining 2 came out. However, as time slowly passed, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. What is going on? Are they stuck and recovering? Stuck, what does that mean? It means severely injuring the star beast without killing it, then recovering slowly. There's such a tactic. Why didn't I think of it? But isn't that cheating? Before the student named He Yang finished speaking, he was forcefully silenced. Suddenly, all the students felt an immense pressure, as vast as the ocean, surging towards them. Cheating? Tan Songlin raised his head, sweeping his gaze over everyone with a slightly cold expression. Not to mention the mysterious steel has a spirit. If the star beast loses combat ability, the steel will automatically arrange the next wave for the examiner. Even if they manage to recover, as you said, it's just utilizing the mechanics. Tan Songlin snorted coldly. Those who maliciously belittle others out of their own incompetence, even if they pass the 6th wave, are not wanted by our Demon Capital Academy. Under Tan Songlin's immense pressure, everyone in the field, including Xiang Dinkian, was sweating and had a look of fear. Especially He Yang, who mentioned cheating, turned pale. Obviously, he was heavily taken care of by Tan Songlin. Director Tan, it's normal for young people to say the wrong thing occasionally. A slight warning is enough. Kong Zheng smiled lightly as he fanned himself. Yeah, Omicron new letter 1E5 Omicron, letter 1D04 letter 1D11. Tan Songlin snorted again and then nodded. For your sake, I won't hold it against them. Saying this, Tan Songlin raised his hand and withdrew his pressure. Ha! Cough, cough. A circumflex euros. In just a few seconds, it felt like 10s or even 20 minutes had passed. The young people in the field were instantly relieved. Except for Xiang Dinkian and Tian Yuheng, all of them sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Although Xiang Dinkian and Tian Yuheng could still stand, they were also shocked to the core, not daring to act lightly anymore. For a while, besides the sound of heavy breathing, there was no other noise. At this moment, the mysterious steel suddenly lit up with golden light. Here it comes again. A ray of golden light shot out from the steel, transforming into a silver-haired girl holding a snow-white long knife. She also held a peculiar, egg-sized fruit in her hand. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Section 1, 2. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Section 1, 2, Chapter 51. Chapter 50, Section 1, 2. The intense coldness dispersed, leaving some white ice crystals on the ground. 610 points. Originally, everyone felt somewhat powerless due to Tan Songlin's pressure, but suddenly someone exclaimed, Yeah, Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1E5 Omicron, S0. This exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention, and they all turned to look at the tablet. The latest score on the tablet. Luo Bingtang, 610 points. It's really 610 points, the same as Xiang Dinkian, another 610 points. So her name is Luo Bingtang. But how is this possible? She is only at the 9th stage limit. I don't believe it. Is there something wrong with this? Everyone was shocked. Xiang Dinkian's face was also full of astonishment. How? How could it be? The same score as mine, but she is only at the 9th stage. I am from the capital city Xiang family's direct lineage. How can her score be the same as mine? Xiang Dinkian stared blankly at the small figure of the silver-haired girl in front of him, with a storm raging in his heart, completely unable to believe it. The long sword in the arms of the silver-haired girl suddenly turned into snowflakes and danced around her, then disappeared after a moment. After that, she took out a golden pattern ebony box from her arms, put the dragon saliva fruit in it, then lowered her head slightly and quietly walked behind Kong Zheng. Kong Zheng stroked the silver hair of the girl and smiled. Well done, Bing Tong. Tan Songlin also felt greatly emotional in his heart. She actually passed the assessment at the 9th stage. It was truly amazing. Since the founding of the school, Demon Capital Academy had also used the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet several times as a special recruitment assessment. Although many people had passed, only 2 had passed at the 9th stage all these years. And for Luo Bingtong to obtain the dragon saliva fruit, she had to pass the 6th wave. When the principal mentioned this before, he was somewhat skeptical. Now it seemed that someone really achieved it. Looking at the obedient girl hiding behind Kong Zheng, Tan Songlin secretly praised, worthy of being a descendant of that one on the Ice Pearl mysterious cliff. Tan Songlin announced loudly, since that's the case this assessment. Director Tan, there is still one student in the mysterious steel, Kong Zheng reminded with a smile. Oh, right. Almost forgot, Tan Songlin was about to announce, but stopped upon hearing this. Then let's wait a bit longer. Originally, this assessment was mainly held for Luo Bingtong, so when she passed, Tan Songlin thought the task was completed. Furthermore, Xiang Dinkian and Tian Yuheng, the 2 bronze-level seedlings, had already come out. The others had not reached bronze level, so Tan Songlin didn't pay much attention. Who is the remaining one? Oh right, it's the student recommended by Teacher Yang. Seems to be called Su Yuan. Tan Songlin swept the field and suddenly remembered. So everyone continued to wait, originally thinking that a result would come in 2 or 3 minutes. Unexpectedly, nearly 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. How long has it been? Why hasn't the person inside come out yet? Xiang Dinkian and Luo Bingtong have been out for quite a while. The remaining one is only at the 9th stage. According to Teacher Tan, they shouldn't be able to stay this long. Jiang Wenwu and others murmured in low voices. Tan Songlin appeared calm on the surface, but couldn't help feeling some doubts in his heart. Although staying longer in the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet didn't necessarily mean better scores, it was somewhat correlated. It seems like there might be a surprising development, Kong Zheng said with a smile to Tan Songlin. Tan Songlin's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Logically, even Xiang Dinkian from the capital city's noble family and Luo Bingtong with extraordinary backgrounds barely passed the 6th wave. What surprise could a 9th stage holder bring? Yet, staying this long in the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet was indeed unusual. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait much longer. Suddenly, a burst of golden light appeared on the golden tablet, and Su Yuan's figure was transported out. Holding the dragon armor saber in his right hand, Su Yuan hadn't completely calmed down from the battle in the secret realm. Just now, the 7th wave was against a silver stage elite star beast, the earth-shaking bull. This was an earth element star beast, known for its tremendous strength and large-scale area attacks. Most of its skills were earth-based, extremely powerful, and with a wide range. However, Su Yuan flew into the air using elemental magnetism pressure, making the earth-shaking bull unable to do anything against him. Combined with instant movement and flashback, Su Yuan attacked freely, using the dragon armor saber to deal considerable damage until his star power was exhausted. Then the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet directly pulled him into another space, gave him a star card, and transported him out. Coming back to his senses, Su Yuan looked at the delicate card in his left hand, emitting a brilliant blue light, and immediately focused his spiritual power into it. Space Cut. A master-grade space star card. A strong sense of joy flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. This blue card was actually an extremely rare space star card. While Su Yuan was immersed in the joy of this space star card, the people outside were all looking at the mysterious steel. Everyone wanted to see how many waves the person who took so long inside had passed. Soon the mysterious steel flashed with gold light and a new score appeared. Su Yuan, 630 points. 630 points. After a moment of astonishment, no one could remain calm. 630. 630. Holy crap, first place. 20 points higher than both Xiang Dinkian and Luo Bingtong. I really suspect that there's something wrong with the mysterious steel. Even those previously subdued by Tan Songlin's presence couldn't stay calm now. Chapter 52, Chapter 51st, 3. Chapter 52, Chapter 51st, 3. Chapter 52, Chapter 51st, 3. He passed the 6th wave, scoring 20 points higher than me. Xiang Dinkian was stunned, momentarily dumbfounded. Behind Kong Zhang, Luo Bingtang couldn't help but look up at Su Yuan, blinking her eyes. Not to mention Xiang Dinqian, Tian Yuheng, and the others, even Tan Songlin himself couldn't hold it in anymore. 630 points. Yeah, 0 new letter 1E50, Omicron. Wouldn't that be a record? The highest before was only 625 points, and that was achieved by a bronze-level genius. A star apprentice 9th rank who looked so ordinary actually scored 630 points. That's fucking ridiculous. In Kong Zheng's eyes, a 5-colored light flickered, emitting a faintly mysterious wave. It seems to be a high-level Phoenix clan member. Truly surprising. Kong Zheng dispersed the 5-colored light in his eyes, slightly turned his head to look at Luo Bingtang, who was curiously observing Su Yuan, and couldn't help but smile. Tan Songlin formed a sealing gesture with his hands again, placing them on the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet to communicate with it. But the information returning from the tablet made Tan Songlin even more unsettled. No problem. That was the feedback from the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet to Tan Songlin. Su Yuan's 630 points were legitimate, but for this reason, Tan Songlin was even more surprised. Considering the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet's authority in Demon Capital Academy, if even it confirmed there was no problem, how could he have any doubts? Tan Songlin took another deep look at Su Yuan, took a deep breath, and announced, "The assessment is over. Su Yuan, Luo Bingtang, and Xiang Dinqian have passed our Demon Capital Academy's special entrance examination with scores of 630, 610, and 610, respectively." Tan Songlin said to the three, "You have a week to consider if you want to join our Demon Capital Academy as special recruits." Having already made up their minds, why wait? Su Yuan pocketed the blue card he had just received, stepped forward a few steps, and said, "I am willing to join Demon Capital Academy." Seeing this, Xiang Dinqian also stepped forward, walking unceremoniously to Su Yuan's left side, grinning at Su Yuan, and then said, "I will join too." Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Good. Since we're both in Demon Capital Academy now, there's no lack of opportunity to deal with you." Not far away, Kong Zheng turned back and smiled, "Bingtang." Luo Bingtang looked at Su Yuan and Xiang Dinqian, hesitated for a moment, then stepped out from behind Kong Zheng to stand on Su Yuan's right side. As soon as she got close, Su Yuan immediately felt a slight chill coming from the right and couldn't help but glance at the petite silver-haired girl. If not for the tangible star beast aura emanating from her, it would have been hard to believe that she was indeed a star beast. Luo Bingtang did not speak but earnestly bowed to Tan Songlin with a great flame salute. Ma Euros, although she seemed a bit cold, she at least appeared to be a very polite child. Su Yuan thought to himself. "Good." Tan Songlin, looking at the three youngsters below, laughed heartily. "Demon Capital Academy welcomes you." After the initial surprise, Tan Songlin was quite delighted. To have recruited 3 students this time, something he hadn't even expected at the beginning, especially Su Yuan, who broke the record. Speaking of Yang Yifeng, that old man, he had recommended such an outstanding student. Not only did he not give a heads-up, but he also didn't even come to take a look. Totally unreliable. No wonder the dean assigned him to sweep the book tower. Deep within Demon Capital, at the top floor of the tower, an unkempt old man in a gray robe was sprawled on a long bench by the railing, napping in the sunshine. Something seems to be happening today. What was it? Ah, forget it, can't remember. The old man stretched, then comfortably continued his nap. Chapter 53, Chapter 51, Soul Card Test. Chapter 53, Chapter 51, Soul Card Test. Chapter 53, Chapter 51, Soul Card Test. The assessment concluded. Tian Yuheng, Jiang Wenwu, and other students who failed the assessment were taken away from the academy by other teachers. Su Yuan, Xiang Dinqian, and Luo Bingtang were left behind, seemingly for other arrangements. "All right, Director Tan, I'll leave Bingtong to you and won't follow along. I'm heading out now." Kong Zheng put away his folding fan and prepared to leave. Tan Songlin responded respectfully, "Okay, take your time." Yeah, letter 1D11 new, letter 1E5, letter 1D11, Omicron. "I still need to instruct these 3 little ones on some things, so I won't see you off." Kong Zheng nodded and said to Luo Bingtang, "Bingtong, when this is done, Director Tan will escort you to the school gate. Someone will pick you up there. I have something to do, so I'll go first. After I finish, I'll take you around the city tonight." Luo Bingtang thought for a moment, then nodded. Kang Zheng smiled and patted Luo Bingtang's head. Then his body flashed with a five-colored light and transformed into a colorful beam, quickly flying away into the distance. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. So fast. Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkian were both shocked. Until now, neither of them could figure out Kang Zheng's identity. But considering Tan Songlin was so respectful to him, it must be extremely distinguished. In Great Flame, those with distinguished identities usually had strong powers. It's simple. This was the era of the Star Card Master. Power was supreme. Most people's distinguished statuses came from their strength. After Kang Zheng left, Tan Songlin said to the trio, "Follow me. We need to register you as special admissions students and conduct a simple test." A test? Su Yuan's mind stirred. He guessed it might be a test related to the soul card. After all, the basic requirement for special admissions at any academy was a blue soul card. Follow me. Tan Songlin led the way, with Su Yuan and the others following behind. The area where the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet stood was relatively remote, with hardly anyone around. Now, as they walked along, they encountered quite a few Demon Capital Academy students. Most of these students were in a hurry, moving quickly. Life at Demon Capital Academy seemed to have a fast pace. Su Yuan's group attracted a lot of attention from passing students, mainly because of Luo Bingtang in their group. After a while, they arrived at one of Demon Capital Academy's main buildings, the Government Affairs Building. It was bustling, with students and teachers coming and going. "Director Tan, are these new students?" a teacher at the building entrance asked. Tan Songlin replied, "Yes, these are the students who passed the supplementary special admissions today." 3 of them? That's a good result for this supplementary recruitment. Ha, not too bad. Tan Songlin first took the trio to the admissions office to register their special admissions status and issued them Demon Capital Academy student IDs in advance. "Here, one for each of you." Tan Songlin took out 3 purple rings and handed them to the trio. "Rings?" Su Yuan was initially stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, "Space rings." "That's right," Tan Songlin nodded. "Besides the rewards you received from the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet, the space rings are standard for our special admissions students." Xiang Dinkian, being a noble family's progeny, already possessed a high-end space ring and put it on indifferently. But Su Yuan and Luo Bingtang did not have one. Su Yuan curiously put on the space ring. When he extended his spiritual power into it, he found it had about 4 cubic meters of space. Such a large space, its market value should be over $1 million. Su Yuan was overjoyed. The space ring wasn't exceptionally rare, but it wasn't cheap either. 4 cubic meters should be worth between 1 million and 120,000. At this moment, Su Yuan felt intermittent flashes of light. Luo Bingtang, beside him, was wearing the ring on her left hand and holding a golden pattern ebony box containing the dragon saliva fruit in her right. The ring flashed as she put the box into the ring and flashed again as she took it out. Repeatedly, it flashed and sparkled as if she was having a lot of fun. "Hillbilly," Xiang Dinkian scoffed. Luo Bingtang seemed oblivious to this and continued playing, her ice-blue eyes full of wonder. Tan Songlin coughed lightly. "All right, follow me to the soul card testing." Tan Songlin led the trio deeper into the Government Affairs Building. Soon, they arrived outside a specialized testing room. This room has a precision soul card testing barrier. Once inside, communicate with and fully activate your soul card's power. The barrier will guide you to complete the test. It's very simple. During the test, the barrier will use the theoretical myth limit of S-level qualification as a 100-point standard to rate your 6-dimensional qualifications. Since this is your first awakening, the highest qualification will not exceed C-level, so the maximum score for any item is 70 points. Star power qualifications are critical for Star Card Masters and will be multiplied by a factor of 2, making the maximum score 140 points. Thus, the highest total score for 6-dimensional qualifications is 490 points. Su Yuan nodded. Even with the same C-level talent, there were stronger and weaker variations. Such test results were indeed more detailed. Tan Songlin beckoned. "That's it. You can go in one at a time. The test results will be confidentially archived by the Academy, with only a few individuals, including the principal, having the right to view them. Only the principal and a few others could view it." Su Yuan pondered. His Azure Sky Phoenix's 6C qualification was unparalleled, with only 3 recorded in history. It was extremely unique. He had awakened the Azure Sky Phoenix through the transformation realm of the Soul Awakening card, enhanced by the Stardust system, which carried some risk of exposing the system. However, since this was Demon Capital Academy, and only a few people, including the principal, could see it. Displaying it shouldn't be a problem. After all, the higher the talent, the more resources it would attract. While Su Yuan was contemplating, Xiang Dinkian had already stepped forward. "I'll go first." Xiang Dinkian directly pushed open the testing room's door and walked in. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Xiang Dinkian came out, looking relaxed, indicating he had finished the test. Tan Songlin took out his phone, logged in with permissions, and connected to the soul card testing barrier, pulling up Xiang Dinkian's results. Test number: No, 0000 asterisk 3691. Name: Xiang Dinkian. Student ID number: asterisk 220006. Test results: Strength 66C, Agility 60C, Defense 58D, Constitution 66C, Spirit 52D, Star Power 54 asterisk 2D. Total score 410. Above 400 points, Tan Songlin's eyes lit up. 3C qualification, not bad, worthy of someone from the capital city's Xiang family. Not bad, Tan Songlin nodded at Xiang Dinkian. As expected from the talented Xiang family. Xiang Dinkian grinned. "Teacher Tan, you're flattering me." Seeing that Luo Bingtang showed no intention of moving, Su Yuan took the initiative. He pushed the door open and stepped into the testing room. After closing the door, he saw the room was somewhat dim and empty, with a metal cylinder over a meter high at the entrance. The cylinder had a card slot. Su Yuan scanned his newly obtained student ID, and a photon marker immediately lit up in the center of the room. Su Yuan walked to the marker and, as instructed by Tan Songlin, began to communicate with the Azure Sky Phoenix in his star power vortex. With Su Yuan's spiritual power reaching into the card, the originally dormant Azure Sky Phoenix on the card gradually came alive, eventually lifting its head to look at Su Yuan's consciousness. "So amazing!" Su Yuan's heart stirred. This was his first time communicating with the Azure Sky Phoenix, feeling a sense of closeness. Chirp! With a crisp phoenix cry, the Azure Sky Phoenix spread its power, and a faint space star power enveloped Su Yuan. At the same time, numerous silver runes suddenly lit up on the dark ground. A red rune chain emerged from the barrier and shot into Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan immediately felt an invisible fluctuation emanating from the red rune chain. This fluctuation was intangible. Instinctively, Su Yuan resisted it using the Azure Sky Phoenix. As the red rune chain grew brighter, the Azure Sky Phoenix in Su Yuan's star power vortex also shone brighter. Both sides continuously increased their power. Gradually, the Azure Sky Phoenix reached its limit, while the red rune chain's energy steadily increased, finally surpassing the Azure Sky Phoenix. Instantly, the rune chain withdrew from Su Yuan's body and retracted into the barrier, and a line of text appeared on the barrier. Strength 66C. So that's how it works. Su Yuan looked at the strength rating on the ground and quickly understood the barrier's principle. The red rune chain represented strength. By arm wrestling with the soul card, it determined the card's strength qualification. Before Su Yuan could think further, the text on the barrier vanished with a flash of light. Then a green rune chain representing agility shot out and entered Su Yuan's body. After a brief test, the final result appeared. Agility 68C. It's even higher than the strength qualification. Su Yuan nodded slightly. Next, the defense, constitution, and spirit were tested one after another. Defense 66C. Constitution 66C. Spirit 66C. Finally, it was time for the most important qualification for a star card master, star power. As light swirled on the barrier, a blue rune chain representing star power shot into Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan fully unleashed the power of the Azure Sky Phoenix. Chirp! With a resounding phoenix cry, the Azure Sky Phoenix explosively exerted all its strength. Brilliant silver light swirled around Su Yuan. Without waiting for the blue rune chain to gradually intensify, it immediately forced the blue rune chain to its brightest. After a long struggle, the blue rune chain's light suddenly intensified, its energy rising sharply, finally overpowering the Azure Sky Phoenix. Chirp, chirp. Unable to fight back, the Azure Sky Phoenix let out a pitiful cry. You've reached your limit. Have a good rest. Su Yuan sent a soothing thought to the Azure Sky Phoenix. Chirp tilde, the Azure Sky Phoenix responded and fell silent. With a faint flash, the barrier displayed the result for Star Power qualification. Star Power 70C. Perfect score. Chapter 54, Chapter 52, First Display of Talent. Chapter 54, Chapter 52, First Display of Talent. Chapter 54, Chapter 52, First Display of Talent. Looking at the test results displayed on the ground barrier, Su Yuan was initially stunned, then revealed a delighted smile. Impressive. As expected of the Azure Sky Phoenix, perfect star power. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Since the test was over, Su Yuan didn't stay any longer and walked out of the testing room. Seeing Su Yuan come out, Luo Bingtang and Xiang Dinqian both stared at him. Especially Xiang Dinqian. Su Yuan, with the strength of the 9th stage limit, surpassed Xiang Dinqian and took first place in the special recruitment test. Xiang Dinqian now wanted to know Su Yuan's 6-dimensional qualifications very much. He stared at Su Yuan, trying to glean some information from his face. But Su Yuan showed no unusual expression, and Xiang Dinqian naturally couldn't see anything. He shifted his gaze to Tan Songlin, who was about to check the results. Tan Songlin was also very curious about Su Yuan, the student who unexpectedly scored first in the test. He immediately took out his phone and pulled up the just-updated test results. Test number: No, 0000 asterisk 3692. Name: Su Yuan. Student ID number: asterisk 220,004. Test results: Strength 66C, Agility 68C, Defense 66C, Constitution 66C, Spirit 66C, Star Power 70 asterisk 2C. Total score 472. 6C. Tan Songlin was stunned at first, then suddenly his eyes widened. 6C, 472 points, perfect star power. I can't believe it. Tan Songlin looked up at Su Yuan, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets in shock. As the director of Demon Capital Academy, Tan Songlin fully understood the significance of 6C qualifications. Since humans began exploring the path of the Star Card Masters in ancient times, only 3 individuals in recorded history had awakened with 6C qualifications. And now, right in front of him, there was a peerless talent with 6C qualifications and perfect star power. Even though Tan Songlin was a Burning Sun-level expert who had seen countless geniuses, his emotions were in turmoil, leaving his mind somewhat dazed. Good, very good. After a while, Tan Songlin heavily patted Su Yuan's shoulder, his initial shock turning into overwhelming joy. You're only at the 9th stage, yet you passed the 6th level. Truly extraordinary. Xiang Dinqian saw Tan Songlin's initial shock turn into an even brighter smile. It wasn't hard to guess that Su Yuan's qualifications far exceeded expectations. Tan Songlin was this overjoyed. Could it be that his qualifications were much higher than Xiang Dinqian's? Thinking of this, Xiang Dinqian's face grew even more somber as he looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan and Xiang Dinqian had finished their tests. Only Luo Bingtang was left. Tan Songlin finally calmed himself down a bit and smiled at Luo Bingtang. Bingtang, it's your turn. Yeah, Omicron Cyrillic letter 475 letter 1E50, Omicron. Although you are different from us, this test barrier will still work. Different? A trace of curiosity flashed in Xiang Dinqian's eyes as he looked at Luo Bingtang, unsure what made her different. Su Yuan, however, knew that Luo Bingtang was a star beast, possessing a star core without the concept of a soul card. Luo Bingtang nodded and walked into the soul card testing room. 7 or 8 minutes later, the door of the testing room opened again and Luo Bingtang came out. Tan Songlin quickly opened the report. Just one glance and Tan Songlin's expression changed. His mood, which had just calmed after Su Yuan's record-breaking qualification score, now surged once again. Test number: No, 0000 asterisk 3693. Name: Luo Bingtang. Student ID number: asterisk 220,005. Test results: Strength 70C, Agility 68C, Defense 68C, Constitution 68C, Spirit 56D, Star Power 66 asterisk 2C. Total score 462. 5C qualifications, 462 points, perfect strength. First Su Yuan's 6C qualifications, now a 462.5C qualification. What's happening today? Tan Songlin swallowed, looking at Luo Bingtang, then at Su Yuan, feeling almost like in a dream. Historically, the highest performer at Demon Capital Academy was a student with 5C qualifications and 451 points. Now, there were suddenly two who broke that record. After a long while, Tan Songlin regained his composure, his face blossoming into an extremely broad smile. Our Demon Capital Academy has really hit the jackpot this time. Although Su Yuan couldn't see Luo Bingtang's score, Tan Songlin's poorly managed expression gave away that her test results were also excellent. Even if not as good as his own, they wouldn't be far behind. After all, he passed the 6th wave of the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet thanks to his 6 transformational realm skills, including the soul skill instant movement, combined with his unparalleled 6C space soul card. This Luo Bingtang, who also passed the 6th wave at the 9th stage star apprentice level, surely had extraordinary 6-dimensional qualifications as well. At this moment, Xiang Dinkian's face was becoming increasingly unpleasant. What's going on with Director Tan? Could it be that both of them have higher qualifications than I do? How is that possible? After a while, Tan Songlin finally calmed down and immediately encrypted and forwarded the three's test records to the dean, marking it priority information. All right, Tan Songlin cheerfully looked at the three of them. That's it for today. Let me walk you out. Demon Capital Academy is quite big, you might get lost. Thank you, Director Tan, Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkian responded. Luo Bingtang simply nodded. Demon Capital Academy, Dean's office. A kindly old man with white hair and beard was handling some documents when an encrypted message suddenly popped up on his computer. The test results of the special recruits are out. Kai Qinglong looked at the encrypted message and smiled. He decrypted and opened it. Xiang Dinkian, Su Yuan, Luo Bingtang? Kai Qinglong smiled again, deciding to check Luo Bingtang's results first. Saying so, Kai Qinglong opened Luo Bingtang's test results. As expected of the descendant of the Ice Pearl mysterious cliff overlord, even among 5C qualifications, you are top-notch, exceptionally rare. Next, Kai Qinglong opened Xiang Dinkian's results. Direct lineage of the capital city Xiang family, 3C qualifications with 410 points, not bad. Kai Qinglong nodded and then opened the last remaining report. The last one, Su Yuan, seems to be a student recommended by Yifeng. Kai Qinglong was momentarily stunned. Then a burst of aura that slightly distorted the space around him suddenly emanated from him before disappearing in an instant, as if it had been an illusion. 6C qualifications. Kai Qinglong stared unblinkingly at the test report on the screen, his eyes sparkling as brightly as the sun and moon. At the south gate of Demon Capital Academy, Tan Songlin escorted Su Yuan and the others. School starts nationwide on September 1. Remember to be on time. At that time, mentors will be assigned as well. Also, if you have any questions about cultivation or life in general, feel free to contact me. You are now students of Demon Capital Academy, and I'll be responsible for liaising with you until classes start. Understood, Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkian responded. Tan Songlin nodded, reiterated some important points, and then turned to leave. At this moment, a tall, cold-looking, middle-aged man in a black suit walked over. Miss Bingtang, the master asked me to wait for you here. Please come with me. The middle-aged man spoke expressionlessly. Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkian looked at him. He had bushy eyebrows and big eyes, his expression sharp, clearly an expert. Luo Bingtang gave Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkian one last look before silently following the middle-aged man to a black car parked on the right side of the gate. Su Yuan glanced at the license plate. Unlike ordinary plates, it seemed to be from Demon Capital's official fleet. The person with the fan earlier was indeed extraordinary. Xiang Dinkian crossed his arms, watching the black car drive away. Such a prefix on a license plate isn't found on more than 100 cars in Demon Capital. Su Yuan asked, "You seem quite knowledgeable." "Because my family has one," Xiang Dinkian replied casually, then suddenly turned to Su Yuan. "Because of the head of the demon dragon incident, are you planning to teach me a lesson?" "That's right." Xiang Dinkian grinned. "I have the same plan, Passing the 6th wave at the 9th stage Star Apprentice, I really want to see your strength. Su Yuan said calmly, shall we do it now? No, Xiang Dinkian shook his head. You're only at the 9th stage Star Apprentice. Even if I win, it won't prove anything. Hopefully, you'll reach the bronze level by the time school starts. Then I'll come looking for you. Su Yuan smiled. Maybe, even as a 9th stage Star Apprentice, you won't be able to beat me. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of star power pressure washed over him. Star power surged around Xiang Dinkian, his tiger-like eyes fixed intently on Su Yuan, ready to explode at any moment. After a few seconds, Xiang Dinkian withdrew his star power with a cold snort. After school starts, I'll be waiting for you. With that said, Xiang Dinkian walked away without looking back. Quite patient, isn't he? Su Yuan knew that Xiang Dinkian held back not because he thought it would be unfair to fight someone at the 9th stage Star Apprentice, but because Xiang Dinkian wanted to prove he was unbeatable among his peers. A bronze-level victory over a 9th stage Star Apprentice was expected. Xiang Dinkian wanted to defeat Su Yuan when he became a bronze level. Su Yuan didn't stop him for an immediate fight either. Since he had provoked Su Yuan, he wouldn't get away easily. But beating him up here wouldn't do much good. It wasn't like he could kill him. He'd have the chance to teach Xiang Dinkian a more memorable lesson once school started. Su Yuan turned to look at the impressive dragon bone gate of Demon Capital Academy. Finally, it's over perfectly. This trip to Demon Capital Academy had been fairly smooth overall. He successfully passed the assessment and the soul card test. Additionally, Su Yuan took out a star card that emitted a brilliant blue light. It was the reward for passing the 6th wave of the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet. Space cut. Element space. Grade blue. Introduction. A knife or sword skill left by the ancient Flash Sky School, which uses space power to alter blades, greatly enhancing destructive power. Blue weapon skill. Holding the space cut, Su Yuan was filled with excitement and joy. He lacked weapon skills, and this space cut was not only that but also a rare space weapon skill. It couldn't fit him better. Can't wait to reach the bronze level. Su Yuan put away the space cut, his eyes filled with anticipation. He took one more look at the Dragon Bone Gate before turning to leave as well. Chapter 55, Chapter 53, Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words, please vote. Chapter 55. Chapter 53, Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words, please vote. Chapter 55. Chapter 53, Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words, please vote. After returning from Demon Capital Academy, Su Yuan resumed his normal study life. Although he was already a specially recruited student, he still had to attend classes. Courses like Great Flame Geography and Blue Sea Star General Language were not just for the college entrance examination, but because they were useful. As for skill practice and other courses, he could skip them and focus entirely on cultivating star power to reach the bronze level as soon as possible. Not many people in the academy knew that Su Yuan went to Demon Capital for the special recruitment assessment. But once the results of Su Yuan's assessment were out, Guangchuan 4th Middle School and even the Guangchuan Municipal Education Bureau immediately launched a massive publicity campaign. The sound of firecrackers and the beating of drums filled the air. In front of the teaching building of 4th Middle School, the banner that originally congratulated Chen Jiyujun on becoming a specially recruited student of Wanzhou was moved aside. The central spot was given to a banner for Su Yuan. Congratulations to our student Su Yuan for passing the special recruitment assessment of Demon Capital Academy with outstanding results and becoming a specially recruited student of Demon Capital Academy. It was too exaggerated. That was not all. Many local companies in Guangchuan also approached Su Yuan for endorsements. 9 Walnuts and Imperial Flower Show were fine, but even the concentrated 9 Flavors Earth Rejuvenation Pills sought him out. Now in Guangchuan City, everyone knew about this specially recruited student from Demon Capital called Su Yuan. Of course, Su Yuan did not want such high-profile attention. But even the opportunity to go to Demon Capital was given by Wang Haiping. He could not stop the Education Bureau from publicizing it. It was considered fortunate they did not require too much cooperation from him for the promotion. It took a good 1 or 2 weeks before the topics of Su Yuan, specially recruited student from Demon Capital, and 1 city, 3 special recruits, finally dropped from Guangzhou City's trending searches. Time flew by, and it was already mid-July, more than a month since the college entrance examination in early June. During this period, there was the college entrance examination, filling in applications, admissions, and graduation trips. Jihook Armenian, Hyuoginus New Letter 1E5 Armenian, Hyuoginus, Omicron. The outside world was bustling, but Su Yuan seemed isolated from the world. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, he would go to a nearby professional cultivation hall to absorb and refine star power. Even in Guangzhou City, there were 4 or 5 such cultivation halls. They provided a quiet place specifically for cultivation and were equipped with basic barriers. It was not convenient to always cultivate at home. First, his parents were home, and there were often guests. Secondly, sometimes controlling star power poorly would mess up his room or even damage the furniture. Although the cultivation hall charged fees, Su Yuan had now sold a few bronze-level star cores and had tens of thousands to spend, so he was not short of money for the time being. The cultivation hall Su Yuan chose was called Panda, mainly because it was close to home, just 15 minutes away. When the owner saw that it was Su Yuan coming to cultivate, although it was not entirely free, he directly offered a 90% discount as an advertisement opportunity. Cultivate at Panda, the choice of top specially recruited students. This noon, in a VIP cultivation room at Panda Cultivation Hall. Accompanied by a high-pitched phoenix cry, a strong spatial fluctuation filled the entire cultivation room. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and his divine light was captivating. Finally, bronze level. Feeling the massive torrent of thick star power within him, a faint smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Since absorbing a large number of heavenly sweet fruits in the divine tree secret realm, he had already reached the 9th stage limit. However, breaking through to the bronze level to become a true star card master was a step that had stumped countless people. It was truly challenging. Now, after more than 2 months of relentless cultivation day and night, he had finally broken through to the bronze level just before the academy's opening. After a while, calming his excited mood, Su Yuan sat cross-legged again and entered a state of introspection. The star power vortex in his chest had significantly expanded, with a tremendous increase in both the quantity and intensity of star power. If he were to face the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger from the 6th wave of the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet again now, he would definitely have it in the bag. It would not be as difficult as before. However, this is not the end. The bronze level marked the official beginning of the path of a star card master. After advancing to the bronze level as expected, he received 5 new skill slots. With a flash of his ring, Su Yuan held a blue and a green card in his hand. These were the space cut, obtained from the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet and the holy light baptism given by Wang Haping. Su Yuan focused his mind. The brilliance of holy light baptism intensified and disappeared first, embedding itself around the soul card Azure Sky Phoenix. Looking at the space cut left in his hand, Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he used it without hesitation. However, this time it was as a soul skill. For star card masters of different levels, due to their capacity, there was a limit on the grade of star cards they could embed. Star apprentices could embed only green star cards at most. Starting from the bronze level, with every 2 levels of star power advancement, the grade of star cards that could be embedded also increased by 1 tier. In other words, star power level +2 meant star card grade +1, specifically. Bronze, silver, the highest grade of embedded star cards is blue. Gold, shining star, the highest grade of embedded star cards is purple. Radiant moon, burning sun, the highest grade of embedded star cards is gold. Only above burning sun can red star cards be embedded. Of course, this was the theoretical grade limit. In practice, even among high-level star card masters, it was rare for any card to reach the grade limit. White, green, and blue were fine, but star cards of purple epic grade and above were extremely rare. Usually, out of several shining star-level star card masters, not many would have even 1 purple grade star card. Chapter 56, Chapter 53, Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words asking for votes, 2. Chapter 56, Chapter 53, Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words asking for votes, 2. Chapter 56, Chapter 53, Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words asking for votes, 2. Back to the point. For Su Yuan, who had just been promoted to bronze level at most, he could only embed blue star cards. And Space Cut, whether in grade, element, or type, was extremely compatible with Azure Sky Phoenix. As a soul skill, it was perfect. At this moment, as Su Yuan used star power to communicate, a blue light burst out from Space Cut, sinking into his body, transmuting into a star that shot straight into the Azure Sky Phoenix. Clang! The Azure Sky Phoenix suddenly came to life, letting out a high-pitched screech. A large number of silver space rune chains continuously shot out from the card surface of Azure Sky Phoenix, surrounding it like an orrery, spinning continuously. After a while, all the space chains retracted into the card surface, and Azure Sky Phoenix quickly calmed down. The soul skill Space Cut was embedded. Su Yuan could feel that the card surface of Azure Sky Phoenix had undergone a noticeable change, becoming more exquisite and vivid than before. Moreover, the speed of absorbing and refining star power was about 30% faster than before. A soul skill could not only be used as a skill. The grade and level of the soul skill would also promote the growth of the soul card, thereby accelerating the growth of the star card master himself. Now, Su Yuan's panel had become Su Yuan, level bronze level. Soul card Azure Sky Phoenix. Grade master quality. Species Phoenix. Element space. Talent Azure Sky. Increases the power of space-related skills by 20%. 6 dimensions. Strength C, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution C, Spirit C, Star Power C. Soul skills Blue, Instant Movement. Transformation Realm Space Cut, Entry Level. Skills White, Steel Flame Finger. Transformation Realm Hardened Iron Armor. Transformation Realm Wind Walking. Transformation Realm Green, Gray Flame Strike. Transformation Realm Elemental Magnetism Pressure. Transformation Realm Holy Light Baptism, Entry Level. Stardust 80. So next, it's time to hunt for Stardust and raise the skill levels of Space Cut and Holy Light Baptism. Originally, Su Yuan planned to farm Stardust in the Great Barbarian Mountain area until the school reopened. But after farming for just over a week, while resting at a suburban hotel outside the Great Barbarian Mountain area, he unexpectedly received a message from Zhuang Zun when he turned on his phone. Su Yuan looked at the time. It was from 2 days ago. Zhuang Zun, what's the matter? Su Yuan called back. Bro, finally you replied. On the other end, Zhuang Zun's excited voice came through. What's up? Zhuang Zun laughed. I heard you're now a special recruit for the demon capital. It's been spreading wildly in Qinghai City. Impressive. Is that what you called to tell me? Of course not. Zhuang Zun paused, sounding quite excited. Su Yuan, are you at bronze level now? There was nothing to hide. Su Yuan replied truthfully, just broke through not long ago. Great, I knew it. You took so many heavenly sweet fruits last time. It was about time for a breakthrough. What's up? Anything urgent? Of course, don't you know about the Flame Mountain incident recently? Flame Mountain? If Su Yuan remembered correctly, Flame Mountain was a low-stage dangerous zone to the south of Shizhou. Further south was the territory of Qing Province. Although Flame Mountain, like the Great Barbarian Mountain area, was a low-stage dangerous zone, its danger level was far higher. Flame Mountain was not a single mountain. It was a vast expanse of rugged mountainous terrain with several active volcanoes, a harsh environment, and a high concentration of fire elements. Besides, the star beasts in Flame Mountain were generally stronger than those in the Great Barbarian Mountain area, with some even reaching gold level. Overall, it had a high risk factor, but because of its many fire element minerals, materials, and elite star beasts, Flame Mountain was a popular adventurous spot for many fire star card masters. Nye Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1E5 Omicron, letter 1D04 Omicron. What happened to Flame Mountain? I've been in the Great Barbarian Mountain area these days and might have missed some news. Still in the Great Barbarian Mountain area? Seriously, it's either cultivation or training for you. Zhuang Zun teased, then excitedly said, Flame Mountain erupted. The bronze-level secret realm Molten Lava Cave has reappeared. It last opened over 20 years ago. Molten Lava Cave? After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan quickly recalled. Flame Mountain was famous not only for itself, but also because it connected to a small secret realm A circumflex Euros, Molten Lava Cave. Whenever Flame Mountain erupted, Molten Lava Cave would reappear with the eruption of the Earth's molten lava. Su Yuan asked, So, you plan to check out Molten Lava Cave? Exactly, I've also called on Fang Kun. He's also broken through to bronze level. The three of us teaming up to explore Molten Lava Cave will definitely yield great rewards. According to records, it has fire element materials, spirit plants, rare star beasts, and more. What do you say? This is a rare opportunity, let's do it. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan only thought for a moment before replying, let's do it. There were many reasons for the formation of a secret realm. Some were from drifting world fragments. Some were artificially created by top powerhouses. Others formed naturally through the combination of special geographical environments and high-density energy under the influence of Rulsa Euros. But regardless of how they formed, the stability of all secret realms was far from being comparable to the real world. Therefore, many secret realms had an energy limit they could withstand. When an individual exceeding this limit attempted to enter the secret realm, they would be rejected by the secret realm's self-protection mechanism. Of course, if an individual's power far exceeded the secret realm, they could force their way in. However, a slight mishap could cause the secret realm to collapse. Chapter 57, Chapter 53, Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words, asking for votes, 3. Chapter 57, Chapter 53. Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words, asking for votes, 3. Chapter 57, Chapter 53. Bronze Level, Molten Lava Cave, 4,000 words, asking for votes, 3. Normally, the larger the secret realm, the higher the energy level it represented and the more stable it was. Some large secret realms could even accommodate Burning Sun level. However, some secret realms could only accommodate bronze level at most. The Molten Lava Cave of Flame Mountain was such a bronze level secret realm. This meant there wouldn't be any silver stage entities in the Molten Lava Cave. Its level of danger might not even compare to the central area of Flame Mountain. Yeah, Omicron U, letter 1E5, letter 1D11, letter 1D04, letter 1D11. With his high-level skills, Su Yuan was confident that he wasn't afraid of anyone within the bronze level. Even if he couldn't win, preserving his life wouldn't be an issue. Moreover, in these secret realms that opened once every 20 or 30 years, numerous high-quality materials and star beasts usually emerged. Now that he had just advanced to the bronze level, his strength was increasing rapidly. Only one of his 5 new skill slots was slotted with Holy Light Baptism, leaving a full 4 slots empty. He might not fill them immediately, but finding a satisfactory star card in such a secret realm wasn't too much to ask for, was it? Great, seeing Su Yuan agree, Zhuangzun laughed heartily, extremely excited. I knew you'd go. Fang Kun and I arrived at Yunyang City yesterday. If we hadn't waited for you, we would have set off already. Thankfully, you didn't let us down. Yunyang City was a second-stage city located at the southernmost part of Shaju, and it was the nearest city to Flame Mountain. Su Yuan checked the time. It was already 6 in the evening, so he said, in that case, I'll catch the nearest flight to meet up with you guys. We'll rest for the night and head out early tomorrow morning. All right, we'll wait for you here. If you need anything, let us know, we'll get it ready for you. Also, these past 2 days, many people have entered Flame Mountain one after another. Shaju and Qing province students are one thing, but I've even heard that geniuses from South Pole Academy have come over specifically. We need to speed things up. Just prepare an additional week's worth of water and compressed food for me. Don't worry, a secret realm can't be fully explored in just a couple of days, and if one's strength isn't enough, no amount of time would be enough. Okay, we'll talk more when you get here. We'll wait for you at the airport. No problem. Su Yuan hung up the phone, booked a flight to Yunyang City immediately, and then left the hotel to head to the airport. What? In the evening at Yunyang Airport. Su Yuan, over here? In the airport hall, Zhuangzun called out from afar with Fang Kun standing next to him, arms crossed. Su Yuan raised his hand in response and quickly walked over. You're finally here, Zhuangzun laughed heartily. Su Yuan smiled and said, sorry to keep you waiting. Fang Kun, standing nearby, said, no worries, we just got here not long ago. Fang Kun scrutinized Su Yuan in front of him. Apart from the faint sense of Su Yuan's bronze-level star power fluctuations, he still looked so ordinary on the surface, just like an innocent high school student. This Guya Euros hid really well. Fang Kun thought to himself. Zhuangzun said to Su Yuan, at first he was reluctant when I said we needed to wait for a master. He said, why wait? But as soon as I told him it was you, he shut right up. Ha ha ha, Euros. Zhuangzun, do you have to say so many unnecessary things? Fang Kun snorted coldly. Last time you dodged our close combat practice. Now I've got time. How about a sparring session right here? Zhuang Zun's laughter immediately halted. Just kidding, he didn't want to brawl with this brute. Su Yuan looked at the two of them and couldn't help but smile. These two really got along well euros, unlike those two special recruits from Demon Capital. One was arrogant and unruly with no respect for anyone. The other was as cold as ice, and nobody knew what kind of star beast his true form was. Zhuang Zun said, "Let's go. I've already booked the hotel. We can grab some skewers and have a detailed discussion." All right. Chapter 58, Chapter 54, Trio. Chapter 58, Chapter 54, Trio. Chapter 58, Chapter 54, Trio. At dawn the next day, Su Yuan was sitting on the ground, cultivating. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Su Yuan went to open the door. Outside stood Zhuang Zun and Fang Kun, who looked rather excited. "Su Yuan, are you ready?" Zhuang Zun asked. "There's nothing much to prepare, let's go." All right. Because they were staying at a suburban hotel near Flame Mountain, the three of them had encountered several star card masters with slight fluctuations of star power when they checked in yesterday. They were also likely heading to the molten lava cave. "Hello, I'd like to check out." A pleasant female voice came from the direction of the front desk. As Su Yuan and the others entered the lobby, they saw three people in front of them checking out. Two men and one woman, all dressed in black. One young man had a stern face, a tall and sturdy build, and was estimated to be about 6'1". The person next to him, of average height, stood beside the tall young man, his face slightly effeminate, pale yet unusually rosy. He was shaking his leg in boredom. The last person was the girl who had just spoken to check out. She was beautiful, wearing a black plaid JK uniform and knee-high socks, with two small pigtails tied at the back of her head, looking quite youthful and energetic. "Hey, that girl looks pretty nice." Zhuang Zun's eyes lit up, and he lowered his voice to Su Yuan and Fang Kun. "She has the looks and the figuria euros. We just started our trip today and already met a pretty girl. It's really delightful, making one feel happy, Tilda." Fang Kun turned his head slightly with disdain and snorted, uninterested in the topic of pretty girls, as a martial artist, and contemptuous of Zhuang Zun's behavior. Su Yuan raised his head and glanced at the JK girl, nodding slightly. Small capen Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1E5, letter 1D11, Omicron. In terms of appearance, if he took the best-looking people he had seen, Kang Zheng and Luo Bingtang. As a perfect 10, this girl was indeed a solid 7 or 8, quite good. But in terms of figuria euros, this girl not only was half a head taller than Luo Bingtang, but also had a far more impressive chest than Luo Bingtang. The reason Su Yuan and the others paid attention to these three was that they also had faint waves of star power, indicating they were likely students from some college. "Okay, let me see a euros." The young lady at the front desk took the room card. A single king bed room, a euros, correct. The young lady at the front desk glanced at the three of them with some surprise, her voice gradually lowering. The JK girl placed her hands on the table and smiled casually. "Yes, a king bed room." "Oh, okay," the front desk girl responded quickly, operating the system. Su Yuan and the others, with their keen hearing, naturally heard the conversation. "Three people in one room, Hua euros." Zhuang Zun retracted his gaze and sighed slightly. Zhuang Zun had just graduated successfully and finally got his mother's approval to pursue a passionate romance. Despite the temptation earlier, debating whether to ask for the girl's contact information, the words from the front desk girl had instantly deflated his enthusiasm. A beautiful love hadn't even begun and was already over euros. "It's done, here is your deposit," the front desk girl said. "All right." The JK girl took back the deposit and left with the other two boys. As they passed Su Yuan and the others, she gave them a friendly smile and nod. "That smile just now almost made me lose control again, a euros." Zhuang Zun retracted his gaze from following the girl, sighed, and said, "That profound chest, those big white legs, a euros, such a pity." "Enough," Fang Kun slapped him on the shoulder, making Zhuang Zun stagger. "Hurry up and check out. Stop thinking about pointless things." Su Yuan smiled and said, "It's okay. School is about to start. Maybe you'll find true love at Shuzhou College." Su Yuan and Fang Kun knew that Zhuang Zun was just joking. "Let's go. Check out and hurry up." The three of them stepped forward to check out together. "Hello, checking out euros." Clang. At that moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly came from Su Yuan's soul card. Startled, Su Yuan didn't know what was happening. He quickly connected his mind to the Azure Sky Phoenix in his soul card. Azure Sky Phoenix. Clang, clang. Is that so, a Euros? Receiving the message from the Azure Sky Phoenix, Su Yuan frowned slightly. According to the Azure Sky Phoenix, there seemed to be something bad here, making it feel uncomfortable. Su Yuan fully opened his senses and rapidly circulated the star power within his body, carefully probing the surroundings. However, he found nothing. Clang. Then the Azure Sky Phoenix said that the uncomfortable feeling was gone. Was it wrong? Su Yuan squinted his eyes slightly, turned, and looked outside the door deep in thought. "Checkout is complete, sir," the front desk girl said, puzzled, handing over the deposit. "Sir." "What's wrong, Su Yuan?" Zhuangzun and Fang Kun noticed Su Yuan's strange behavior and turned to look as well. Su Yuan nodded to the front desk girl and took the deposit. He then said to Zhuangzun and Fang Kun, "Let's go out first." Once outside the hotel, Su Yuan said softly, "I felt that something might be off with that group of three just now." "I can't explain exactly what, though." "Off?" Zhuangzun asked in confusion. "Could it be an illusion?" Recalling the Azure Sky Phoenix's behavior, Su Yuan shook his head. Probably not. Zhuangzun's carefree expression faded. He rubbed his chin in thought for a moment and said solemnly, "Then we should be careful. They were also heading toward Flame Mountain. We might encounter them again." Fang Kun nodded. "Better to be cautious. The secret realm is not like the city. Without government and city guard constraints, things like robbery and killing do happen." Star card masters possessed extraordinary power. When someone had power, discussions often couldn't be peaceful and were instead determined by strength, leading to conflicts. Disputes of pride, resources, beliefs arose. No country could entirely ban combat and killing among star card masters, but they usually set up regulations to restrict star card masters with extraordinary power to maintain the safety of citizens, cities, and the country. For example, banning combat in urban areas and preventing interference with city safety, and forbidding star card masters from attacking ordinary people euros. If anyone violated these rules, the city guard would deal with it. Serious cases could even lead to government pursuit and arrest. But once in dangerous areas, secret realms, or even abroad, many restrictions were lifted. Life and death were left to fate, and how one acted depended on individual judgment and decisions. Considering societal relations, reputation, and other factors, although mortal battles occurred, overly egregious incidents were generally rare. A circumflex euros. Around noon, Su Yuan and his companions finally entered the Flame Mountain area. Due to a recent eruption, the entire Flame Mountain was shrouded in thick volcanic ash. With a single glance, the sky was gray and black, and the rolling hills came into view. The temperature felt about 12 degrees higher than outside. If ordinary people came here, they would struggle to move, let alone endure a stay of 2 or 3 hours. Be careful. From here on, we are within Flame Mountain territory, Zhuangzun warned. Su Yuan and Fang Kun nodded, raising their vigilance. The three had substantial outdoor experience. Unlike the rich kid Zhuangzun, Fang Kun came from an ordinary family and had gone on many hunts for star beasts in the wild for collecting materials and star cards. As for Su Yuan, there was no need to mention a euros. Because of Su Yuan's presence, the demon beasts in the western part of the Great Barbarian Mountain area had become significantly sparser than before. Many star beasts, including several bronze-level ones, had been so frightened that they migrated deeper into the Great Barbarian Mountain area. If Su Yuan continued hunting in the Great Barbarian Mountain area, the Guangchuan city guard might come to him before long, reprimanding him for disrupting the ecological balance in the Great Barbarian Mountain area Europe. Su Yuan took out a map and examined it. The entrances to the molten lava cave are at those 9 volcanoes. Considering the environment and star beast obstacles in Flame Mountain, it will probably take us 2 or 3 days to reach the nearest entrance. All right, let's hurry up and move. Chapter 59, Chapter 55, Entering the Earth Cave. Chapter 59, Chapter 55, Entering the Earth Cave, Chapter 59. Chapter 55, Entering the Earth Cave, Instant Teleportation. Instant Teleportation. Elemental Magnetism Pressure. Instant Teleportation. Su Yuan slash, could you slow down a bit? Zhuangzun helplessly glanced at Su Yuan, silently dispersing the fiery flame fire snake just summoned in his hand. Why do you see star beasts as if they're meat? These low-stage star cores don't sell for much, right? Yet you've killed them all. Since entering the Flame Mountain, 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, whenever Su Yuan saw a star beast, he would instantly teleport forward and slay it with a single slash. If it was a high-agility beast, he would use elemental magnetism pressure to immobilize it, then instantly teleport and slash. If it was a high-defense beast, he would use space cut enchantment, then instantly teleport and slash. In short, for all the star beasts encountered so far, even the ordinary bronze high-stage star beasts, Su Yuan only needed 1 slash. Such strength was simply astonishing. Zhuangzun and Fang Kun were both numbed by it. Zhuangzun directly gave Su Yuan a nicknamia euros, Su 1 slash. This led to over 70% of the star beasts they encountered being slain by Su Yuan alone. Since they were all low-stage star beasts with little value, Zhuangzun and Fang Kun were happy to take it easy. But in fact, even if they wanted to, they couldn't have competed. Could they run faster than instant teleportation? Skill level increases with use, that's the fastest way to improve, Su Yuan laughed. But isn't this a bit much? Zhuangzun sighed enviously. Instant teleportation is just too versatile. Although instant teleportation was a blue skill, it was not a high-consumption attack or defense skill. Instead, after advancing to the transformation realm, instant teleportation had been vastly optimized, reducing its consumption significantly. It now consumed less than elemental magnetism pressure. Combined with Su Yuan's surge in star power after breaking through to bronze level, as long as it wasn't long-distance teleportation, he could use it almost freely within dozens of meters. Not just Zhuangzun, even Fang Kun was envious. In terms of effect, instant teleportation was absolutely T0 level among all movement, displacement, and acceleration skills. It was constantly imitated but never surpassed. In terms of versatility, instant teleportation was like a universal panacea. Whether in life or battle, attack or retreat, frontal assault or sudden ambush, close combat or long-range skill throwing. Instant teleportation was applicable in over 99% of situations. But the problem was, not only were its effects and versatility T0 level, its rarity was also T0 level. That was extremely frustrating. So naturally, Su Yuan's soul card having instant teleportation made others envious. Zhuangzun shook his head. Space. No wonder it's one of the top attributes in the hierarchy. And no wonder even Demon Capital Academy wants to recruit you as a special student. Su Yuan pondered briefly and said, I don't think Demon Capital Academy necessarily knows I'm from the space attribute. After all, the assessment was conducted inside the soul-comforting, mysterious burial tablet, where the outside couldn't see. Zhuangzun and Fang Kun both widened their eyes. Your space soul card didn't give you extra points. There was no extra points for the soul card. This special recruitment assessment by Demon Capital Academy was purely strength-based. Seeing their surprise, Su Yuan added solemnly, I passed this assessment purely on my own abilities. System points were also an ability. Awesome, Zhuangzun praised, as expected from you. In reality, Su Yuan was also puzzled. Logically, Wang Haping should have mentioned to his teacher that he was a space star card master to secure the special recruitment recommendation. But Tan Songlin seemed unaware, not even asking once. Also, he didn't mention his skill talent. Could it be that Demon Capital Academy's standards were so high that even super skills talent and top attribute soul cards were not worth mentioning? Of course, Su Yuan didn't realize that Wang Haping's teacher was so unreliable that he just asked the academy for a recommendation without saying anything. Su Yuan looked up. The red glow at the base of that volcano should be the secret realm's entrance, right? After 2 days of trekking, the three had reached the foot of one of the volcanoes. Dozens of meters ahead, there was a several-meter-high barrier formed by the dense fire element encircling the volcano. That's right. According to previous records, this is the boundary between the molten lava cave and blue sea star. Passing through this barrier will directly enter the secret realm. Su Yuan nodded. The three of them stepped into the flame barrier together. With a wave of scorching heat and stuffy air hitting them, Su Yuan's vision went dark. He had entered a dimly lit cavern. A stream of molten lava flowed below, illuminating the surroundings with its glow. The black jagged cave had numerous forks, desolate and barren, the entire world in black and red hues. Such dense fire element. Zhuangzun, your strength should improve by 30 to 40% here. Su Yuan turned to look at Zhuangzun, only to find both his companions had vanished. Su Yuan was stunned, then slightly furrowed his brow. A random teleportation secret realm? This molten lava cave seems different from before. Secret realms had various types, entry methods and exit methods. A random teleportation secret realm meant that entering would randomly teleport participants to different locations within the realm. This type of secret realm carried high entry risks because one could be teleported to dangerous places, preventing team assembly. During the joint trial in the Rainforest Secret Realm, Su Yuan and others were also randomly placed, but that was because Guangchuan City had modified the Secret Realm entrance, not the nature of the Rainforest Secret Realm itself. Of course, this wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that the molten lava cave had never had random teleportation before. Looking at the dark, red-black world ahead, Su Yuan sensed a violent and oppressive atmosphere, feeling a slight foreboding. Hope those two don't get into trouble. Summoning the dragon armor saber into his hand, after slightly orienting himself, Su Yuan cautiously moved forward. In another part of the cave, within a pitch-black wide cavern, a large number of ghouls with bloody mouths rapidly swarmed toward the center. Fang Kun continuously swung his saber, cutting one ghoul in half with each swing. Although Fang Kun was strong, he couldn't withstand the sheer number of fearless ghouls, and his defense circle was gradually shrinking. Damn. Fang Kun's expression was grim. Who would have thought that upon entering, both his teammates would disappear and he would end up in a ghoul-infested cave? Usually calm, Fang Kun couldn't help but curse. The scrawny ghouls, who had never seen such fresh and nutritious flesh like Fang Kun, charged at him with glowing red eyes. At this rate, I can't hold out much longer. Fang Kun's eyes focused. With a horizontal sweep, he cut 3 oncoming ghouls in half. Yes-0 new letter 1E5 Armenian, Hyoinus, Omicron. Then gripping his saber with both hands, the blade gleamed coldly and he slashed down fiercely. A crescent-shaped saber light shot out, cutting through dozens of meters. Instantly, limbs flew and flesh scattered. A huge blood mist erupted. One slash had cleared dozens of ghouls in a straight line. Fang Kun didn't bother with the star cores that dropped. With a powerful stomp, he charged out of the cave before the surrounding ghouls could swarm again. Chapter 60, Chapter 56, Black Flying Insects. Chapter 60, Chapter 56, Black Flying Insects. Chapter 60, Chapter 56. Black flying insects. On the other side, Zhuangzun was walking on a black stone ridge bridge that was only wide enough for 2 people. If I fall down, I'll probably turn to ash in less than 2 seconds. Looking at the rolling magma below, Zhuangzun felt a bit uneasy. After all, bronze level couldn't withstand the high temperatures of the magma, and this magma flow was quite wide. Jumping across it directly was impossible. He could only use the surrounding black stone ridge bridges to navigate. Swallowing hard, Zhuangzun carefully moved forward. When Zhuangsu was halfway across the bridge, he suddenly saw a dark-haired youth with his head half-lowered coming from the opposite direction. The youth's body swayed slightly as if he had been drinking, and he walked onto the black stone ridge bridge a few steps later, heading towards Zhuangzun. Zhuangzun stared at him, feeling a heightened sense of vigilance. "Hey, friend." As they got closer, Zhuangzun greeted, but the other person didn't even lift his head and continued approaching step by step. Zhuangzun frowned, sensing something was off, and stopped in his tracks, gazing intently at the youth. The cave's light was too dim. Previously, he couldn't see clearly, but now, as they were getting closer, the firelight from the magma below slowly illuminated the youth's face. The youth's face was expressionless, his eyes vacant. His clothes were stained with some dry blood. His swaying walk was due to a stiff, uncoordinated movement, as though he had just learned to walk. Zhuangzun's pupils instantly constricted. Realizing something was wrong, he prepared to take action. At that moment, the youth lifted his head and suddenly drew out a long sword, rushing towards Zhuangzun. Though he wobbled while walking, he wasn't slow when running. In an instant, he was upon Zhuangzun. Zhuangzun had been on guard. Seeing the youth pounce, he immediately swung his black-red longsword to block. Bronze middle stage. As soon as they clashed, Zhuangzun's heart skipped. The youth's star power fluctuation was clearly at the bronze middle stage level. The youth didn't use any skills, just fully unleashed his star power, swinging his sword fiercely at Zhuangzun. Seeing the youth's raw but unstructured attack, Zhuangzun realized he might be under mind control. However, though Zhuangzun had killed many star beasts, he had never killed a human before. He felt hesitant, and the youth, being at a higher realm, attacked Throw Caution to the wind, putting Zhuangzun in danger. With a clang, Zhuangzun was knocked back by the youth. His upper body dangled off the bridge, scorching air rushed toward him, turning Zhuangzun's face red. He turned pale with fear. "Damn it!" Zhuangzun leaped up. "I don't know if you can regain consciousness, but I'm sorry." Zhuangzun reached out. 5 fiery flame fire snakes shot out and instantly wrapped around the youth. The youth's hands were bound. He unleashed his star power, trying to break free. "Explode!" Zhuangzun commanded. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 fiery flame fire snakes exploded together, enveloping the youth in fierce flames. Seconds later, the flames receded. The youth, despite severe injuries, had not fallen under the protection of his star power. Gritting his teeth, Zhuangzun charged with his longsword. Don't kill me." Suddenly, a voice of struggle and urgency came from the youth. It seemed the explosion had made him regain consciousness. Shocked, Zhuangzun stopped his attacking black-red longsword. "Are you okay?" "I am under control." No, save me." As soon as he said this, his brow split open, and a thumb-sized, beetle-like black insect emerged, staring at Zhuangzun. The youth, with a look of terror, moved uncontrollably, crashing into Zhuangzun. Zhuangzun hadn't time to react and was knocked off the bridge. Both plunged toward the flowing magma below. Midair, Zhuangzun was terrified. He tried to push the youth away, but his hands were tightly wrapped around Zhuangzun. Damn. Seeing the magma approach, Zhuangzun had no choice. He struck the youth's shoulder with full force, dislocating it. He then lifted his right foot. Flames erupted as he stomped on the youth's chest. Boom. The explosion sent the youth into the magma, while Zhuangzun used the impact to leap back onto the bridge. Huff, huff. Zhuangzun, supporting himself with his hands on his knees, panted heavily, sweat dripping off his chin. Close call. After a few breaths, Zhuangzun noticed something. Looking up, he saw a black insect flying from where the youth fell into the magma. That insect from before. Recalling the youth's controlled state, Zhuangzun felt a chill. He sent out a fiery flame fire snake and decisively detonated it. Boom! The flames exploded in midair, engulfing the black insect. Before Zhuangzun could relax, he saw the insect's wings glow red, and it continued flying toward him after a wobble. High star power resistance. Startled, Zhuangzun took a deep breath, suppressing other thoughts. He gripped his longsword tightly. As the black insect approached, Zhuangzun's gaze sharpened. He swung his black-red longsword, slicing the insect with precision. The insect was cut in half, falling dead onto the bridge. Phew! Zhuangzun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the insect's corpse, Zhuangzun frowned tightly. What is this? Not only can it control others, but it also has unusually high star power resistance. Zhuangzun looked into the depths of the cave. Is it a creature from this molten lava cave, or someone else's doing? Zhuangzun's expression darkened. I must quickly find Su Yuan and Fang Kun. I hope they're all right. With that in mind, Zhuangzun looked forward. From the terrain, this direction seemed to lead to the secret realm center. They should head to the center of the secret realm. I must hurry and find them. With this thought, Zhuangzun continued onward. Deep ahead of Zhuangzun, a girl was slowly walking inward. The girl was beautiful, with 2 small braids, wearing a black checkered JK uniform. She was the girl Su Yuan's group met at the hotel entrance 2 days ago. Yeah, Omicron U letter 1E5 letter 1D11, S letter 1D11. At this moment, the JK girl seemed to sense something. She closed her eyes slightly, feeling the surroundings. Moments later, she reopened her eyes and chuckled. Someone's coming my way again. Seems like that loudmouth from the hotel. In that case, the girl turned and commanded, go take care of him. Behind her stood over a dozen young men with their heads half lowered. These people wore different clothes, their cultivation realms varied. The lowest was at bronze early stage, but the highest included 3 at bronze high stage. All had vacant eyes, devoid of spirit. Following her command, 4 of them, including one at bronze high stage, broke from the group and headed back. After this, the girl turned forward. Scattered ahead were some ghouls, bone skeletons, silver-hooked black bats. In the distance, there was even an undead fortress surrounded by bones. This molten lava cave seems to have overlapped with an undead area from the Hell Plane. These creatures along the way all belong to the undead race. In a high-level plane like Hell, there should be some exceptional treasures to find. The girl looked at the undead fortress, excitement filling her eyes. She led her controlled followers forward. Chapter 61, Chapter 57, Blood Shadow. Chapter 61, Chapter 57, Blood Shadow. Chapter 61, Chapter 57, Blood Shadow. Somewhere in the Earth Cave. The silver-gray dragon armor saber under the blessing of Space Cut emitted an intensely textured pitch-black brilliance. Su Yuan tightly gripped the long knife, raised his hand, and with one swift motion, sliced the steel-white bone wolf emanating bronze high-stage fluctuations in half. Skillfully extracting a star core from its skull, Su Yuan's eyes showed contemplation. Another undead star beast. It seems there's indeed an overlap with parts of the Hell Plane. This place is far more dangerous than I imagined. In terms of the East Continent, very few secret realms connected to Hell. The creatures in Hell, whether undead or demons, were relatively troublesome, with varied special abilities and incredibly resilient life forces. However, the number of undead star beasts here is quite substantial. It's comfortable for farming star dust. Raising his hand, Su Yuan converted the star core into a bone enhancement and casually decomposed it. He sheathed his long knife and continued walking forward. He hadn't walked far when he suddenly heard noises ahead. Raising his head, he saw a man and a woman fleeing in panic in the distance. Chasing them was a massive pack of ghouls, so much experience fodder. Su Yuan chuckled softly. Shifting his figure, he grabbed his knife and moved closer. "Zhang Yang, what should we do now? At this rate we'll be caught sooner or later," Yang Jai asked anxiously with a pale face. Zhang Yang, though calm, also wore a grim expression. Both were freshmen from Yunyang College. Following the eruption of Flame Mountain, many students from Yunyang College had first entered the molten lava cave. Zhang Yang and Yang Jai, along with a few other classmates, formed a team, but soon after entering, they all got separated. Luckily, Zhang Yang quickly encountered Yang Jai. They teamed up and later formed a squad with several others along the way. But not long ago, their team inadvertently entered a cave deep inside, which housed a large number of necromancy beings. A chaotic battle broke out. The group couldn't match their enemies. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Yang and Yang Jai were lucky enough to escape but couldn't shake off the pursuing ghouls. Ghouls were the lowest creatures in Hell. Not too strong, but they often moved in packs and had an unquenchable thirst for fresh flesh. Once they locked on a target, they pursued relentlessly. Ye Omicron U letter 1E5 Armenian, he nus, S letter 1D11. Zhang Yang said in a deep tone, "There's no good solution. There are 3 bronze-level ghoul leaders behind us. Stopping would mean death. Keep running and see if we can find a way out." Yang Jai, knowing there was no other way, was annoyed. How can this molten lava cave be like this, filled with tough undead creatures? This is so different from the information I collected. At that moment, a strong pressure suddenly pressed down. Yang Jai and Zhang Yang grunted, fell to their knees, and supported themselves with their hands on the ground. "What's this?" Zhang Yang, shocked, forced himself to look up. He vaguely saw a figure wielding a knife moving around with the continuous sound of blades slicing into flesh, mixed with the ghastly screams of ghouls. "Zhang Yang, what's happening? Are we going to die?" Yang Jai, terrified, couldn't lift her head to see what was happening. Zhang Yang quickly calmed down and whispered, "No, it seems someone is helping us kill the ghouls." About 5 minutes later, the pressure on them suddenly lifted and the terrifying weight disappeared. "Ha!" Zhang Yang stood up, gasping for breath, and looked around, shocked at the sight. All around them were the severed bodies of ghouls, most decapitated and a few brutally cut in half. Without exception, all ghouls were killed with a single strike, including the 4 bronze-level ghoul leaders. "This," Zhang Yang gulped. The enemies they struggled so hard to escape from were all dead within just 5 minutes. Suddenly, a breeze behind him made Zhang Yang turn. He saw a silver-eyed young man with a clean face. The youth's silver-gray long knife still clung to bits of flesh with blood dripping from its blade. "Are you guys okay?" Su Yuan asked, looking at the two. We're fine." Zhang Yang quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and said, "Thank you for saving us." Yang Jai, who had been staring at Su Yuan in shock, quickly responded, "Thank you so much." "It was nothing, just a small favor." Su Yuan waved his hand. "I'm Su Yuan. Which school are you from? Why were you running from so many ghouls?" "I'm Zhang Yang, and she's Yang Jai. We are students of Yunyang College. We entered a few days ago but got separated due to the random teleportation of the secret realm. We were chased by these ghouls because we stumbled into a large cave filled with numerous bronze-level, undead creatures led by several elite bronze-level ones. Our team wasn't strong enough. Everyone got scattered. We fled here and were saved by you. Thank you so much." "A lot of undead creatures." Su Yuan's eyes sparkled. "More star beasts. And some of them elite star beasts? Stardust was never too much. The more, the better. Before coming here, he had used stardust from hunting in the Great Barbarian Mountain area to upgrade Holy Light Baptism and Space Cut to Transformation Realm and Perfect. With over 2,000 more stardust, Space Cut would also advance to Transformation Realm. Although his embedded skills were already at the Transformation Realm, hoarding stardust meant new skills star cards could be maxed out instantly. Moreover, Zhang Yang mentioned elite star beasts. It was worth checking if any good skills were available. He wasn't the same as before. In the past, with little strength, securing a single green card worth tens or hundreds of thousands was fortunate. There was no choice. But with his strength now elevated to bronze, hunting elite bronze-level star beasts was feasible. Even against master star beasts, he had a fair chance if encountered. Now he could afford to choose the best skills. "Can you take me there?" Su Yuan asked. Yang Jai was startled. "Are you sure?" "It's very dangerous there, with even 2 bronze high-stage elites. Even experts from Qing Province Academy and Shuzhou College couldn't hold them off." "I'm sure," Su Yuan understood Yang Jai's concern. "Don't worry, just take me close." The Earth Cave had many branch paths. Su Yuan might not find the way on his own. Yang Jai hesitated. "Well, I'll take you," Zhang Yang said decisively. Zhang Yang was initially hesitant, but remembering Su Yuan's terrifying power, there might still be a chance to aid their original team. Su Yuan smiled. "Thanks a lot." "No need, you saved us. I'm just leading the way." Zhang Yang shook his head, then looked at Yang Jai. "If you don't want to come, wait here for me." Yang Jai glanced at the ghoul corpses, remembering the terrifying and desperate chase. There were over a dozen bronze-level undead in that cave. Approaching again could mean no escape. Su Yuan was strong but not invincible against so many bronze-level undead. After a swift internal debate, Yang Jai bitterly said, "All right, I'll wait here. Be careful and return quickly." Zhang Yang nodded. Once Su Yuan collected the star cores, they left together. Watching them depart, Yang Jai sighed silently. The secret realm was far more dangerous than expected. Safety was priority. The random teleportation from the secret realm energy would eventually close, allowing exit from any position. According to records, the molten lava cave usually lasted about 10 days. Yang Jai pondered, unaware of a blood shadow rapidly approaching in the dim space, reaching her in seconds. Hearing the wind, Yang Jai's heart jumped. Turning, she instinctively raised her hand, unleashing star power with a fierce palm strike. Green fire skill, burning body palm. Slap. Hands collided and Yang Jai was directly sent flying, blood spraying, gravely injured. Looking up, she saw her attacker, a sneering, pale young man. Burning Gyuros, Yang Jai roared. Burning body palm's follow-up ignited, flames spreading from the man's right hand. "Such a trivial trick," the young man mocked. His right arm fluidly turned to blood, extinguishing the flames effortlessly before reverting. Yang Jai, shocked at his ease in countering her perfected burning body palm, asked in terror, "Who are you?" The young man didn't answer, smiling as he transformed into a blood shadow, grabbed her head. "Blood clothes." With his low shout, a surge of blood enveloped Yang Jai like a tight crimson garment. Yang Jai struggled, her star power suppressed by the thin blood veil. Meanwhile, a corrosive pain spread throughout. "Aha euros, gurglia euros." Opening her mouth, blood flooded in. Her struggle weakened. Moments later, the young man withdrew the blood, leaving Yang Jai's blackened skeleton. "Not bad, my star power has grown a euros." Satisfied, he looked towards Su Yuan and Zhang Yang, smirking. He transformed into a blood shadow and followed. Only a corroded skeleton remained a euros. Chapter 62, Chapter 58, Students from Qing Province. Chapter 62, Chapter 58. Students from Qing Province. Chapter 62, Chapter 58. Students from Qing Province. Zhang Yang led Su Yuan forward at high speed. 20 minutes later, before reaching the cave, they saw their two teammates in danger ahead. Not far away, amidst layers of webs, the two were being besieged by 4 bronze-level star beasts. The young man in white with a knife, Wang Hui, was at the bronze high stage, while the other, Wu Yue, holding a long spear, was at the same bronze middle stage as Zhang Yang. By now, the area around them was littered with the corpses of numerous star beasts, including 2 bronze-level star beasts. The remaining star beasts attacking Wang Hui and Wu Yue were increasingly difficult to deal with. 2 ogre battle axe men, an earth cave demon spider, and a terrifying zombie tyrannosaurus. Ogre battle axe man, bronze high stage ordinary. Earth cave demon spider, bronze intermediate stage elite. Zombie tyrannosaurus, bronze high stage elite. The ogre battle axe man swung a large winterchill axe with tremendous strength. The earth cave demon spider shot sticky webs and spat corrosive venom, greatly limiting Wang Hui and Wu Yue's movements. The zombie tyrannosaurus with its steel-like skin and bones was extremely fierce, its massive and frightening head armed with sharp teeth capable of biting through even a white star device. Wu Yue had already been slashed by an ogre battle axe man, blood continuously oozing from a huge wound on his chest, unable to stop. His physical strength and star power were diminishing drastically. Wang Hui, though uninjured, was struggling to handle the earth cave demon spider and the ferocious zombie tyrannosaurus simultaneously. Wang Hui, I can't hold on any longer, Wu Yue spoke with difficulty under the relentless pressure from the 2 ogre battle axe men. Wang Hui quickly glanced at Wu Yue's situation. Although anxious, he couldn't spare any effort and had to shout, "Hang in there." Their retreat was completely sealed off by the earth cave demon spider's web, making it nearly impossible to break through. It wasn't that they couldn't break these sticky webs, but these webs had some resistance to star power and physical force, which would take some time. But they were almost out of breath. Where was the time? Moreover, without defeating the earth cave demon spider, it would keep spinning new sticky webs. Damn it. 2 steel axes swung down simultaneously. Wu Yue staggered back a few steps, his hands numb, nearly losing grip of his silver spear. At this moment, suddenly, 2 lightning-fast blue-gray flames flashed from a distance, striking the heads of the ogre battle axemen from behind. Bang! The heads of the 2 ogre battle axemen exploded like rotten watermelons, splattering a mixture of blood and brain matter onto Wu Yue's face. This. Wu Yue stared wide-eyed at the headless bodies of the 2 ogres slowly falling, stunned for a moment before quickly looking up in surprise. Not far ahead, a delicate-looking young man had somehow moved into the dense web interior, the blue-gray residual flames in his palms slowly dissipating. Outside the web, Zhang Yang's face was filled with disbelief. Instant movement. And in one shot, killed 2 ogre battle axe men. The most shocked person was naturally Zhang Yang, who observed the whole process from outside. When Zhang Yang saw Wang Hui and Wu Yue besieged, he was inwardly conflicted about whether to risk his life to help. But Su Yuan had already prepared a gray flame strike and teleported in, taking advantage of Wu Yue drawing the attention of the 2 ogres to kill them from behind. Even if gray flame strike was a T3 green skill, it was still a green skill. Moreover, Su Yuan had achieved Transformation Realm. With Su Yuan's powerful bronze-level star power, hitting a bronze high-stage ordinary star beast's weak spot by surprise, how could he not kill it? Wang Hui immediately noticed the change. He didn't know Su Yuan, but since Su Yuan had just killed 2 ogres to help, he was definitely not an enemy. Having survived a desperate situation, Wang Hui and Wu Yue were overjoyed and wanted to express their gratitude, but now was not the time for many words. Wu Yue nodded from afar at Su Yuan and then went to help Wang Hui. After finishing off the 2 ogre battle axe men, Su Yuan didn't stop. He raised both hands and summoned 2 more gray flame strikes. This time, however, he combined them. Instantly, the gray flames flashed brightly. Constantly supplied with star power, the 2 gray flames interwove and compressed, emitting an astonishing star power fluctuation. It was the twin phoenix strike. The zombie tyrannosaurus, battling Wang Hui and the newly arrived Wu Yue, suddenly felt a startling star power fluctuation from behind. It turned sharply, abandoning Wang Hui and Wu Yue to charge at Su Yuan. But how could Wang Hui let it have its way? He pointed with his left hand, and two wind tornadoes swiftly shot from behind and tangled the zombie Tyrannosaurus's legs. Crack, crack, crack. The zombie Tyrannosaurus let out a dry, unpleasant sound, struggling to lift its legs. It broke free from the wind bindings in just 2 seconds. However, those few seconds were too late. Two blue-gray flames, like lightning, crossed and struck the zombie Tyrannosaurus's chest. After a brief pause, the twin phoenix strike pierced through the body of the zombie Tyrannosaurus from front to back, leaving a terrifying, basin-sized hole. The zombie Tyrannosaurus stared in shock at Su Yuan with its bloodthirsty mouth open before slowly collapsing to the ground. Su Yuan dissipated the residual flames from his hands, clicking his tongue in slight amazement. With someone covering the front line, staying behind to cast skills was far more comfortable than fighting desperately on the front lines. He finally understood some of the joy of Chen Jiujun and his magic Techniquessa Euros, although it did consume a lot. Of course, Su Yuan just thought about it. In reality, whether warriors or magicians, most of the time they acted alone. In solo action, without someone to hold the front line, long-range focused magicians were even more at risk when enemies got close. Ye Omicron Cyrillic letter 475 letter 1E5 Armenian, he Auginus, Omicron. After handling the zombie Tyrannosaurus, Su Yuan didn't move again, leaving the last Earth Cave demon spider for Wang Hua and Wu Yue. The sticky webs of the Earth Cave demon spider were useful, but Su Yuan already had elemental magnetism pressure, so he didn't need to snatch the kill. Wang Hua and Wu Yue were both students from prestigious schools, their combat skills undoubtedly excellent. They had held off numerous star beasts during the earlier siege and managed to survive. Now, taking down one Earth Cave demon spider was an easy task. Not long after, Wang Hua's sky-splitting wind gap slash and Wu Yue's blast gun rain struck the Earth Cave demon spider, killing it completely. After dispatching the Earth Cave demon spider, Wang Hua and Wu Yue took a couple of deep breaths before walking over to Su Yuan together. "Hey, classmate, I'm Wang Hua and he's Wu Yue. We're both freshmen at Qing Province Academy. Thank you so much for just now." Wang Hua and Wu Yue expressed their sincere gratitude, knowing clearly that without Su Yuan's timely intervention, they would have been in real trouble. Su Yuan nodded and smiled, saying, "My name is Su Yuan." With the Earth Cave demon spider dead, the surrounding sticky webs quickly dissolved and disappeared. Zhang Yang rushed over from a distance. "Wang Hua, Wu Yue, are you all right?" "Zhang Yang," Wu Yue exclaimed in surprise, "I remember you and Yang Jai were chased by those Gulsa Euros." Halfway through his words, Wu Yue realized what had happened, his eyes turning to Su Yuan. "Did Su Yuan save you too?" "Exactly," Su Yuan said. "Zhang Yang brought me over here." "Is that so?" Wu Yue patted Zhang Yang's shoulder heavily, saying, "Thanks for bringing over such an expert. Otherwise, we'd have ended up like Zhou Jian and the other Sayuros." Halfway through, Wu Yue's smile vanished and he sighed deeply. Zhang Yang's heart sank slightly as he asked, "How are the others?" Wang Hua was silent for a moment before saying heavily, "Aside from us, no one else made it out." Chapter 63, Chapter 59, Clearing the Cave. Chapter 63, Chapter 59, Clearing the Cave. Chapter 63, Chapter 59, Clearing the Cave. None of them made it out. Zhang Yang's heart trembled upon hearing this. Is that really the case? Although Zhang Yang had somewhat anticipated this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was the secret realm where life and death were uncertain. Those who dared to explore had to be prepared for their demise. The path of the Star Card Master was never one of safety and enjoyment, especially for those who aimed to become strong Star Card Masters. Besides the necessary talent, it required more effort and bearing greater risks. Wang Hua saw that Zhang Yang was alone and asked, "By the way, where is Yang Jai?" Zhang Yang replied, "She's over there waiting for us. We'll go find her together in a bit." Wang Hua and Wu Yue's expressions both changed ever so subtly. "As long as she's fine," Wang Hua nodded and said after a brief contemplation, "But we won't go with you." In reality, Yang Jai protecting herself wasn't much of an issue. The team was a temporary one, and everyone was unfamiliar with each other, so there was no need to take great risks for others. But giving up on a teammate in critical moments, regardless of right or wrong or the reasons, would make the team awkward and hard to work together again. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly. He naturally understood this reasoning and said, All right, you both be careful then. After Wang Huai finished speaking, he turned to ask Su Yuan. Su Yuan, do you want to come with us? With us leading, we guarantee your powerful long-range skills can be fully utilized and will prioritize your safety. Wu Yue also chimed in. Yes, Su Yuan, come with us. Clearly, Wang Hua and Wu Yue both considered Su Yuan, who used Gray Flame Strike to obliterate the zombie Tyrannosaurus and ogre battle axe man, as a magician. Since Su Yuan was a powerful attacking magician, teaming up as three would definitely boost their strength significantly. Moreover, Su Yuan had saved them. If they teamed up, they could share some of the loot with Su Yuan to repay him. Zhang Yang chuckled at their words. Wang Huai, Wu Yue, you're underestimating Su Yuan. His long-range spells are formidable, but he's not a magician. Ye Omicron Nu letter 25 Omicron, letter 1D040. He has even more impressive abilities. Zhang Yang remembered clearly. Earlier, all those ghouls were killed instantly by a single slash from Su Yuan. Oh. Is that so? Wang Hua and Wu Yue both looked at Su Yuan again in surprise. Could someone with such powerful long-range skills not be a magician? Su Yuan smiled and said, I have two friends with me as well. It's more dangerous here than I thought. I need to find them soon, so I can't join you. I see. Wang Hua looked quite disappointed. All right, wish you luck. Su Yuan nodded and added, but before that, I plan to clear out the cave you mentioned. Wang Hua and the others were taken aback by this. Wu Yue widened his eyes. Are you sure? There are nearly 10 bronze-level star beasts and a large number of star apprentices and star beasts inside. Su Yuan confirmed, yes, I'm sure. After some thought, Wang Hua suggested, it seems too dangerous for you alone. How about this? If you insist on going, Wu Yue and I will accompany you. The zombie Tyrannosaurus and Earth Cave Demon Spider here are dead, so the remaining forces in the cave are greatly weakened. With Wu Yue and me assisting, we should have a chance against the remaining bronze-level star beasts. It's better than you going alone. Don't worry, we won't take any of the loot. It's all yours. Wu Yue echoed, that's right, since you saved us, we should help you in return, but we're in poor condition right now. You'll have to wait for us to rest first. How does that sound? These students from Qing province were quite loyal. Su Yuan looked at Wang Hua, and Wu Yue and his gaze fell on the wound on Wu Yue's chest, injured by the ogre battle axe man. Su Yuan formed a hand sign, and golden light flashed and faded from his hands. Immediately, a pale golden light pillar descended from midair, shining upon Wu Yue. Wu Yue was momentarily dazed, then felt a warm sensation all over his body, especially at the chest wound, which tingled pleasantly. Looking down, he saw the massive wound visibly stopping its bleeding and scabbing over. In just a few seconds, it almost completely healed without leaving a trace. What a powerful healing skill, Wu Yue exclaimed. Wang Hua and Zhang Yang were also amazed. They didn't expect Su Yuan to be not only an extremely capable fighter, but also to possess such incredible healing abilities. After all, Su Yuan used the transformation realm's holy light baptism. Healing Wu Yue's external injuries was more than sufficient. Wu Yue came to his senses, overwhelmed with joy and gratitude towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan waved it off with a smile and said, I also need rest and recovery, so when we clear the cave later, your kills can keep the star cores. Seeing Su Yuan agree, Wang Hua and Wu Yue stopped insisting on not taking anything. They readily agreed with a smile. All right. Observing the three of them working together with such unity to explore the secret realm, Zhang Yang also felt a strong urge to join in. However, thinking of Yang Jai, he sighed inwardly. Sighing softly, Zhang Yang said, You all be careful then. I'll go find Yang Jai. Wang Hua nodded. All right, you be careful too. Zhang Yang turned and left while Su Yuan, Wang Hua, and Wu Yue started to gather the star cores on the ground. The three then left the battle site and moved to a slightly safer place to rest and recover. Chapter 64, Chapter 59, Clearing the Cave 2. Chapter 64, Chapter 59, Clearing the Cave 2, Chapter 64, Chapter 59, Clearing the Cave 2. 2 hours later, Su Yuan had completely recovered. The reason for such a rapid recovery was, first, because he still had more than half of his original star power. Second, the effect of his extremely high star power talent also significantly aided in his recovery. After waiting for a while, Wang Hua and Wu Yue both stood up as well. Su Yuan asked, How are you two doing? Almost there, Wang Hui smiled. Although we're not completely recovered, we're better for the most part. Wu Yue patted his chest, saying, "Me too." Su Yuan smiled and said, "All right, let's go then." Following Wang Hui and Wu Yue, the group hurried towards the depths of the secret realm. Before long, they arrived outside the cave Zhang Yang and the others had mentioned. The three of them hid behind a rock wall, crouching and carefully observing inside through the cave entrance. "This is it," Wu Yue swallowed nervously, whispering to Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked up. The cave was large, and because the outside magma light couldn't penetrate, it was quite dim inside, which explained why Wang Hui, Zhang Yang, and the others had earlier accidentally ventured in. Upon closer inspection, the cave was teeming with all kinds of undead star beasts, estimated to be around 100 of them. Aside from some low-stage star apprentice star beasts, there were several bronze-level star beasts too. Deep within the cave, something was emitting a faint green light, but it was unclear what it was due to the dense layers of star beasts obstructing the view. "What is that inside?" Su Yuan asked in a low voice. Wang Hui replied, "It seems to be coming from a green crystal on a black stone pillar. We saw it in the chaos earlier, but we couldn't get past them. One of our companions did try to rush over, but..." Wu Yue shook his head and sighed. "People die for wealth, birds for food. It's not uncommon for people to lose their reason over treasures." Su Yuan nodded. Whatever it was, they'd know once they cleared out the cave. Wang Hui turned to Su Yuan. "Do you have any plans?" "Plans?" Su Yuan stood up and walked out from behind the rock wall. As Wang Hui and Wu Yue stared in shock, he walked directly to the cave entrance and spread his arms. Two balls of azure blue flames rose in his palms. "The plan is to charge straight in." As Su Yuan approached the entrance, all the star beasts in the cave lifted their eyes towards him. Green, purple, red. Various colors of eyes blinked in the darkness. Immediately, the cave was filled with sudden turmoil. Various strange and piercing sounds arose, and ghouls, skull snake heads, netherworld snakes. A large number of undead star beasts all charged towards Su Yuan at the entrance. Seeing the star beasts rushing in with such momentum, Su Yuan's expression didn't change much. He clasped his hands together, and the twin phoenix strike was ready. Two streams of azure lightning tangled and shot out for 100 meters, instantly illuminating the entire cavern and smashing through all the star beasts in a straight line. With one strike, nearly 20% of them were obliterated. That was damn brutal. Wang Hui and Wu Yue were both shocked. They had expected some elaborate plan, but Su Yuan was so direct. But with Su Yuan already making his move, the two exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and charged in as well. Roar. In the cave, a 6-meter-tall flesh puppet saw Su Yuan's actions and immediately opened its massive mouth. A green light ball rapidly formed in its mouth and then shot towards Su Yuan at high speed. Green skill rotting beam? Su Yuan's eyes flashed, and he abruptly disappeared from his original position, narrowly dodging the extremely fast attack. The next moment, hovering above the flesh puppet's head, Su Yuan flicked the dragon armor saber, and a layer of dense black light surged onto the blade. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he descended with a slash at the top of the flesh puppet's head. Slash. The black line quickly descended, slicing the flesh puppet from head to foot in an instant. The next moment, the 4-meter-tall flesh puppet was split in two. Boom! Body of the flesh puppet collapsed with a crash, and the surrounding undead star beasts finally reacted, emitting various high-pitched and sharp cries as they surrounded him. Su Yuan remained calm. Gray light swirled around him, and the gravity domain expanded from his body with a boom. In an instant, all the star beasts within a radius of several dozen meters were firmly pinned in place. Even the double-winged bats and blind-eyed mercenary beasts in the air fell to the ground like beans hitting the floor. The hunt begins. Su Yuan activated the wind walking and began slaughtering with his long saber at high speed. Ni Omicron near Armenian, Hutzha, Inus, Omicron, Omicron. Wherever he went, except for a few bronze elite star beasts that could still struggle, all other star beasts were immobilized, like lambs to the slaughter, easily cut down by Su Yuan. In an instant, limbs flew and blood splattered at a complete massacre. This was the absolute gap in quality. Even with several times or dozens of times the numbers, it couldn't be compensated for. Unless they could exhaust all the star power in Su Yuan's body. But Su Yuan's killing efficiency was too high. In just a few moments, more than 20 star beasts had already fallen under his blade, unable to withstand his onslaught at all. At this moment, two molten rock generals, blazing with fierce flames, seemed unaffected by the pressure. They charged forward under the elemental magnetism pressure, their massive footsteps echoing in the cave, creating a formidable presence. Resistance to abnormal states, huh? Su Yuan stared at the two molten rock generals. With a flick of his saber, a large amount of star power surged out, and the black light on the blade deepened significantly. Space cut a circumflex boundary line. Su Yuan swung his long saber, and a several-meter-long black line abruptly slashed across the two molten rock generals. The orange flame in the molten rock generals' eyes flared, and their upper bodies were neatly sliced off, flying several meters due to inertia before rolling to Su Yuan's feet, where he stomped on them, causing them to shatter. Space cut a circumflex boundary line. A trait evolved after perfect space cut, consuming more star power for a longer range, more destructive cut that traverses space. Su Yuan took a slight breath. After finishing off the two molten rock generals, he continued to slice through the remaining star beasts in the cavern. Time passed, and the cave gradually quieted down. Wang Hua and Wu Yue panted heavily, their hearts pounding as they looked around at the numerous dead, undead star beasts scattered everywhere. An incredibly surreal feeling welled up inside them. This certainly wasn't their doing. The two of them had only managed to kill 2 bronze-level star beasts and a dozen star apprentice star beasts. As for the rest, including most of the bronze elites, they were all killed by Su Yuan. The two looked up to see the young man calmly extracting star cores from the star beast corpses and storing them in his ring, his face expressionless as if such an astounding record was nothing to him. What a monster! Wang Hua and Wu Yue took a deep breath, suppressing their intense emotions, and started to collect the star cores from the star beasts they had killed. After a while, the three of them had finished cleaning up and reached the innermost part of the cave, in front of the pillar emitting the faint green light. The pillar was dark green with some crooked runes engraved on it, exuding a cold aura. At the top, a fist-sized emerald green crystal was embedded. Wu Yue examined the crystal with anticipation. Is this the reward for clearing the lair? Wang Hua said, whether it is or not, it's Su Yuan's. Don't get any ideas. Of course not. Wu Yue crossed his arms and pouted. I'm just curious. Wang Hua smiled, knowing it was just a joke. Actually, Wang Hua and Wu Yue were just fellow students from Qing Province Academy who didn't know each other before. But over the past 2 days of teaming up in the molten lava cave, they had overcome many obstacles together, especially during their earlier siege by the zombie Tyrannosaurus and other undead star beasts, where they had shared life and death. Life and death best reveal one's true nature. They had come to understand and appreciate each other's character, which was why they continued to stick together. Su Yuan observed for a while. The crystal contained concentrated star power, somewhat similar to a star core. Combined with the runed pillar, it seemed to be a simple device. Su Yuan said to the two, better be safe, step back a bit while I take it down. Okay, be careful. Wang Hua and Wu Yue stepped back, star power flowing within them, ready to assist if needed. Su Yuan reached out to take the emerald green crystal. As soon as he touched it, he gained an understanding. This thing, it actually contains a star card. Su Yuan activated his star power, which flowed into the crystal. Amid the flashing light, the crystal decomposed into a star card emitting a vibrant green glow. Nether Wolf Summon. Chapter 65, Chapter 60, Summoning Card. Chapter 65, Chapter 60, Summoning Card, Chapter 65, Chapter 60, Summoning Card, Summoning Card. Su Yuan's heart stirred slightly as he checked the attributes of the card. Nether Wolf Summon. Grade Green. Introduction. A summoning technique developed by undead mages that can connect to hell and summon netherfire steel bone wolves for control. A circumflex Euros. Netherfire steel bone wolf. Grade Elite. Species Undead wolf. Talent Netherflame bone. Contains netherfire within its bones, enhancing physical defense by 10% and fire resistance by 20%. Additionally, it causes continuous netherfire corrosion on the targeted area for a certain period. Element Gold Fire. 6 dimensions, Strength, D Agility, D Defense, D Constitution, F Spirit, F Star Power. Skills Netherfire Cannon, green. Netherfire Steel Claws, green. skeleton charge white. Seeing the attributes of this star card, Su Yuan couldn't help but feel delighted. Yeah, Omicron new letter 2610, Omicron. This was a summoning card capable of summoning a star beast with 3D talent. A summoning card also belonged to the skill star card category, but it was relatively unique. Among the various factions of star card masters, there were two major branches under sorcerers who primarily relied on summoning for combat. One was the Beast Tamer, and the other was the Summoner. Beast Tamers formed contracts with star beasts, treating them as companions, growing together. Summoners, on the other hand, summoned star beasts, energy bodies, and even non-biological summons through magic techniques. Compared to Beast Tamers, Summoners had the advantage of summoning and using their creatures instantly without worrying about their death or damage. However, the downside was that summoned creatures couldn't be cultivated, having limited potential and growth. Each summon consumed their spiritual power and star power, acting more like tools in battle. Nonetheless, practitioners of these two factions were relatively rare due to the high entry barriers. Not everyone could master them. First, star card masters needed high spiritual power to enhance summoning effects and increase the summoning limit, which was fundamental. Secondly, considerable financial resources were necessary. Beast tamers needed to purchase materials for their beast's growth, while summoners had to buy various summoning cards. As summoned creatures had limited strength, summoners had to constantly upgrade their summoning cards to match their own level, leading to substantial expenses. Lastly, whether a beast tamer or summoner, having talents that could strengthen beasts or summoned creatures was advantageous. Due to these requirements, such star card masters were very rare euros. Finding even one summoner among 100 star card masters was difficult. However, it didn't mean only summoners could embed summoning cards. On the contrary, good summoning cards were highly sought after by all star card masters. Summoned creatures varied widely, providing advantages beyond battle, such as reconnaissance, tracking, healing, and buffing, greatly benefiting star card masters. Apart from human-developed summoning techniques, star beasts with summoning skills were incredibly rare and usually humanoid. Thus, summoning cards in the market were very scarce, comparable in rarity to weapon cards. At this moment, seeing no immediate danger, Wang Hua and Wu Yue approached. "Su Yuan, what is it?" Su Yuan replied truthfully, "A summoning card." "A summoning card?" Wu Yue was shocked, eyes filled with envy. "A green-grade summoning card, that's very rare." Su Yuan nodded, communicating his star power to embed the Netherfire Steel Bone Wolf, Summon, card without hesitation. Although Su Yuan had only studied the beginner stage Star Beast Atlas at the Academy and was unfamiliar with Hell Plane creatures, the Netherfire Steel Bone Wolf had strength, agility, and defense of 3D talent. Even though its constitution and spirit were only F, it wasn't much of a problem for a summoning creature. Su Yuan opened the panel and saw that the information on Nether Wolf Summon had already been updated. Nether Wolf Summon, green, entry level. Summons a bronze early-stage Netherfire Steel Bone Wolf, maximum quantity. 1. Summon effects dynamically change based on the Imperial Master's realm and spiritual power. Su Yuan nodded. Summoning a bronze early-stage Netherfire Steel Bone Wolf at the entry level was normal. Although this didn't provide much of an enhancement for him, it was only at the entry stage. Once the skill level increased, the power and limit of the summoned creatures would significantly improve. For others, at a bronze early stage, they'd have 6-8 skill slots. Besides auxiliary and buff skills, at least 4-6 summoning cards would be embedded. This meant they'd have 4-6 bronze-level star beasts. Thus, in most cases, summoners could easily outnumber their peers in sheer quantity. Only at the highest levels of engagement did the quality of creatures make a significant impact, affecting the outcome differently. At this point, the ground of the cave slightly trembled, stone pillars slowly retracted, and the wall ahead moved aside, revealing a tunnel entrance fitting 2 people. Wu Yue exclaimed, "What is this?" Wang Hui's eyes lit up. "Seems like the pathway to the core area of the secret realm." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. The 3 of them approached the entrance and peered inside. Inside was a cold, blue stone passageway with dimly glowing illumination stones embedded on both sides, stretching out of sight. Su Yuan asked, "Shall we take a look?" "All right." The 3 of them entered the passage together. After walking for 7 to 8 minutes, the view brightened slightly, revealing a large undead fortress. Behind them stood a massive 40-meter-tall wall made of bones, adorned with twisted, eerie patterns and unreadable evil runes. In front were various structures, including palaces, altars, and black towers, mainly built from blue and black stones. On the open ground before them, they could see ghost knights, hellish goblins, and other common creatures from hell. The most striking sight was a necromancy hall built entirely of bones at the edge of their vision. Wu Yue took a deep breath and said, "It seems this is the core area of the Molten Cave secret realm." Wang Hui concurred, "Exactly. Moreover, it appears more aligned with the Hell Plane. It might be a fragment of the Hell Undead domain." Seeing Wang Hui eager to explore, Wu Yue hesitated. The Molten Cave was already more perilous than expected. The core area will likely be even more dangerous. Wang Hui smiled. The path of the Star Card Master isn't without risks. The higher the risk, the greater the rewards. The best treasures in the secret realm are probably in the core area. This is only a bronze-level secret realm. Silver-level creatures shouldn't appear, so it's worth the risk. Wu Yue pondered momentarily, then nodded firmly. "All right, let's venture in." Wang Hui asked Su Yuan, "How about you, Su Yuan? You and your friend are separated. It'll be harder to meet outside, but easier if we head deeper." Su Yuan nodded. "That's my plan too. Besides, I want to see that necromancy hall." Wang Hui agreed. "With your skills, Su Yuan, you should definitely check out the necromancy hall. If this secret realm has any extremely rare treasures, they're likely in there." After a brief contemplation, Wang Hui suggested, "But let's rest and recover before taking separate actions. After all, we consumed a lot fighting in the cave." If not for the recent battle in Kingly Cave, Wang Hui might have asked Su Yuan to consider a team-up. But now, having witnessed Su Yuan's superior strength, Wang Hui dismissed the idea of teaming up. The strength gap was too vast. Forming a team would only result in them being burdensome. "Indeed, we need to recover." Su Yuan checked his star power, finding it below 40%. "By the way, Su Yuan," Wu Yue suddenly asked, "which academy did you get into? I noticed your star power fluctuation is at the beginner stage, so you must be a prospective student at a top-tier academy, right?" "Yes, I'm at Demon Capital." "No wonder. Demon Capital Academy's incoming student, huh?" Wu Yue shook his head with a bitter smile. "Seems like the gap between Qing Province Academy and the Three Capitals Academy is quite significant." Su Yuan laughed. "Usually the gap wouldn't be that wide. After all, I have the system, so don't take me as the standard." Wang Hui studied Su Yuan and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you're impressive." Wu Yue laughed heartily. "Yes, even our top freshman might not match you." Wang Hui patted Wu Yue. "Let's stop chatting and find a relatively hidden place to recover quickly." Before Wang Hui could finish his sentence, a rapid, discrete star power fluctuation came from the passage behind them. 3 dark red blood arrows shot swiftly toward Su Yuan and his companions. "Dodge!" Su Yuan shouted, his eyes flashing silver as he instantly teleported out of the way. But Wang Hui and Wu Yue weren't as fortunate. Realizing the danger too late, they only managed a slight dodge, avoiding vital organs. The blood arrows pierced through their bodies, leaving egg-sized blood holes in their chests and abdomens. Wang Hui collapsed heavily, body trembling. Wu Yue fared worse. Despite holy light baptism healing his previous injuries, his vitality hadn't completely recovered. Now heavily injured again, he passed out. "Instant movement is indeed impressive, dodging my blood shadow dark arrow in such circumstances." A rather frivolous voice echoed from the stone passage. Su Yuan looked up to see a pale, rosy-faced effeminate youth slowly emerging from the dim passage's exit. Chapter 66, Chapter 61, Rough. Chapter 66, Chapter 61, Rough. Chapter 66, Chapter 61, Rough You. Seeing this person's appearance, Su Yuan was first a little surprised, then his heart sank somewhat. This young man was one of the trio encountered earlier at the hotel entrance. At that time, the Azure Sky Phoenix had given a warning, and Su Yuan felt that there was something off about the trio. Now, with the other side launching a sudden ambush, their stance was unmistakable. However, what made Su Yuan uneasy was not the sinister youth himself, but that since he did not harbor good intentions, the 2 others traveling with him a-circumflex Euros, the burly stern youth and the girl in JK uniform a-circumflex Euros, were surely the same type. The molten lava cave was already dangerous enough, and with these malicious Piplia Euros he hoped Zhuang Zun and Fang Kun would not encounter those two. Suddenly, Su Yuan seemed to remember something. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Have you been following us all along?" The sinister youth laughed softly. "Yes, I've been following you for half a day, and you never even noticed." "Half a day?" Wang Huai, suppressing his bleeding with star power, struggled to stand, his forehead sweating and face pale. Upon hearing Su Yuan's question, Wang Huai immediately understood the implication and shouted at the sinister youth. "What did you do to Zhang Yang?" "You mean the man who went back?" The sinister youth laughed heartily. "Unfortunately, he has already been devoured by my blood power, reduced to bones." The sinister youth's lips curled up. "Oh, right. As for the woman who stayed behind, young female blood and flesh essence is truly delicious." Upon hearing this, both Su Yuan and Wang Hui's faces darkened to the extreme. "Evil card master!" Wang Hui's eyes widened in anger. "Damn you, all of you evil card masters!" Evil card masters were star card masters who used demonic means to harm others for self-gain and quickly enhance their strength. In the Great Flame Country, evil card masters were prohibited. Once discovered, the city guard or even higher authorities would deal with them. Thus, evil card masters usually operated abroad. Even if they infiltrated domestically, they wouldn't dare to act too blatantly. "Injured so badly and still able to talk," the sinister youth sneered, flipping his hand to produce a dark red stinger sword. "Looks like I'll have to send you to death to finally shut you up." As he spoke, the sinister youth suddenly transformed into a blood shadow and shot at Wang Huai, thrusting the sword forward. Wang Hui's pupils shrank, wanting to dodge, but intense pain from his chest and abdomen paralyzed him with weakness a euros. Clang! In a critical moment, silver light flashed in front of Wang Huai, and it was Su Yuan who used his dragon armor saber to precisely block the sinister youth's thrust. Su Yuan's hands trembled with the saber, directly forcing the sinister youth back several steps. "Take Wu Yue and leave first." Su Yuan didn't even turn his head. Wang Huai was startled. "But you are euros." Su Yuan's expression remained calm. "Don't worry, I have instant movement." "Nothing will happen." Wang Huai clenched his fists, his face ugly. This sinister young evil card master was at the bronze high stage, seemingly very powerful. Although he wanted to assist in fighting the enemy, given his current state, he was of no help. And with Wu Yue severely injured and unconscious, he had to treat his wounds quickly, or Wu Yue's life would be at risk. "All right. Be careful." Wang Huai assessed the situation, quickly moved to pick up Wu Yue, took one last look, then gritted his teeth and left. The sinister youth watched Wang Huai and Wu Yue leave without rushing to pursue, instead showing interest in Su Yuan's dragon armor saber. "This saber is not bought a euros." The sinister youth's face showed a hint of surprise. "Struck by my blood bee stinger, normal green star artifacts would be damaged to some extent, but your saber is completely unharmed." Su Yuan had no intention to waste words, raising his left hand. With a flash of gray light, elemental magnetism pressure ruthlessly descended. The sinister youth instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, making his body bend. But at that moment, blood light flowed over the youth's body, and he instantly transformed into an energy body akin to blood water. "This pressure technique, right?" The sinister youth slowly stood straight and stepped out of the pressure area. The youth grinned. "For ordinary people or star beasts, this move is powerful, but for me, it's not very effective via euros." Previously, while following Su Yuan's group, the sinister youth had witnessed the astonishing power of Su Yuan's elemental magnetism pressure. Now, daring to confront him, he believed he could handle it. After transforming with blood origin transformation, the body became a blood-water energy body, significantly reducing its weight and preventing organ compression from impacting its function. With his strong bronze high-stage star power, the sinister youth could relatively easily resist the elemental magnetism pressure. The sinister youth smiled, about to speak again, but saw Su Yuan raise his hand once more. "You think you can really withstand it?" Previously, Su Yuan hadn't exerted full force, only using Great Success Power's elemental magnetism pressure to conserve star power and kill star beasts. Now, with a cold glint in his eyes and gray light flashing intensely in his hands, he unleashed the full power of Transformation Realm magnetic pressure. The space visibly distorted for a moment, and the sinister youth's face changed dramatically. With a bang, he was forced to kneel by the suddenly intensified pressure. How could this be? I should have resisted, damn it. Pouring forth all his star power, the sinister youth's body was engulfed in blood light, and he slowly stood up again, seemingly about to break free from the elemental magnetism pressure. Such strength was indeed impressive. But at that moment, silver light flashed before the youth as Su Yuan instantly teleported, dragon armor saber emitting a terrifying black glow. Time to send you off. The youth's face changed, but before he could react, Su Yuan had already slashed with his saber. The dragon armor saber cut through his body, splitting him in half. Yet in an instant, the flowing blood water remerged. A self-repairing blood water body, Su Yuan's expression remained calm. Let's see how long you can keep repairing. Before the terrified eyes of the youth, Su Yuan's dragon armor saber, imbued with Space Cut's black glow, began a frenzied assault. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes a euros. In just a few seconds, Su Yuan had struck nearly 20 times, making the initially dark red blood water turn extremely transparent. Small capen omicron U letter 1E5 Armenian, He-o-enus. He-o-enus. Simple brutality. The sinister youth's blood power was exhausted rapidly, his repair speed quickly falling behind. At this rate, he wouldn't escape the pressure before being killed. Damn it! The youth's fear turned into venomous hatred as he glared at Su Yuan. You forced me. If it's like this, we'll die together. As he spoke, the youth's blood power surged wildly, and his blood-water body twisted and shrank. Self-destruction? Su Yuan's face changed slightly, then he instantly teleported away with a flash of silver light. Boom! The sinister youth's blood-water body exploded violently. Aside from the intense explosion, countless blood arrows shot in all directions indiscriminately. Su Yuan stomped, wind swirling around him, deflecting the blood arrows rushing toward him. But among them, one blood arrow subtly altered its course, entering the stone corridor and quickly disappearing. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, pretending to self-destruct to force me back, only to escape with a secret technique. The blood arrow vanished quickly, alongside the lingering explosion aftermath, making pursuit difficult. Evil card masters have so many tricks of euros, but you escaped once, you won't escape again. Su Yuan glanced around. Pray we don't meet again, or I will kill you. Su Yuan sheathed his dragon armor saber, picked up the sinister youth's fallen blood bee stinger sword, and stored it in his space ring. I need to recover. Su Yuan considered his star power situation. Having cleared the cave earlier, his spiritual power was already low, and now, after using both elemental magnetism pressure and space cut, his star power was nearly depleted. The noise from the sinister youth's self-destruction had drawn some scattered undead star beasts nearer. Su Yuan glanced deeper into the secret realm, then quickly left the scene. Chapter 67, Chapter 62, Transformation Realm Nether Wolf Summon. Chapter 67, Chapter 62, Transformation Realm Nether Wolf Summon. Chapter 67, Chapter 62, Transformation Realm Nether Wolf Summon. The sinister youth's original body, transformed into a blood arrow, continued to shoot out from the bluestone passage until it reached the original cave. Amidst the surging blood water, a human form reappeared. However, at this moment, the sinister youth's face was pale, his breath weak, and his expression extremely grim, starkly different from his previous composed and easy demeanor. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The sinister youth looked back to confirm that Su Yuan hadn't followed. Only then did he curse out loud uncontrollably. Small capen omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1E5 omicron, omicron. Not only did I fail to recover the blood bees, but I also blew up all the blood essence accumulated over the past year. That was my preparation for breaking through to the silver stage. The youth was filled with resentment. After accumulating blood essence for over a year, once engaged in slaughter and harvesting in the cave, it was likely that after leaving, he could break through to silver. As a result, everything was ruined due to self-detonation. How could that bronze early stage be so strong? If I had known, I would have retreated from the Great Flame Country directly. In reality, the sinister youth was named Du Zio. He, along with the burly youth Tu Yuan and the schoolgirl Mo Wenwen, were members of the notorious evil card master organization, the Black Demon Association, located in the northwest direction of the Great Flame Country. This time, the three came to the Great Flame Country for another task. The task had been successfully completed, and Du Zio's trio was about to return. intending not to stir up more trouble. But on their way back, they encountered the eruption of Flame Mountain. Such opportunities were rare, and the trio immediately decided to make a significant gain before leaving. The three of them were young and elite bronze high stage members of the Black Demon Association, with strong and cunning means. As long as they didn't court death, breaking into a bronze-level secret realm wouldn't be difficult. However, what Duzayo never expected was that he suffered a setback, and it happened at the hands of a bronze early-stage student. "No, I'm too weak now. I must find Mo Wenwen and Tu Yuan first. Otherwise, I might be killed by something in this cave." Duzayo flipped his hand to take out a bronze disc. He sealed it with both hands, revealing 3 blood essence with different auras on the disc, which slowly moved. "Mo Wenwen is Klazra Euros." The youth's eyes narrowed, and he turned into a dim blood shadow, rushing into the distance. "A circumflex Euros." A long time later, under a dilapidated altar on the edge of the fortress, Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Finally, recovered almost completely. Su Yuan stood up, stretching slightly. Although that person escaped, the self-detonation's aftermath shouldn't be small. It won't be possible for him to recover in a few days, and he won't dare to follow. "I just don't know how Zhuangzun and Fang Kun are faring at Euros." Su Yuan shook his head. It would be best if he could meet them. If not, there was nothing he could do. If he could clear this secret realm sooner, he might be able to close it in advance. Su Yuan looked towards the white bone hall in the distance, but did not rush over. Instead, he turned and walked up the steps next to the altar. While resting here, he had felt a faint energy fluctuation from the altar. Now that he was fully recovered, it was perfect to check it out. As Su Yuan walked step by step to the center of the altar, a gust of green ghostly wind suddenly blew. Numerous runes on the altar's ground lit up. Then, accompanied by a strong fluctuation of star power, a 2-meter-long steel bone wolf, shrouded in black ghostly flames, was summoned from the altar. Upon seeing this wolf-type undead creature summoned by the altar, Su Yuan was slightly stunned, then showed a slightly strange expression. Netherfire, skeletons, wolf. Weren't these the 3 keywords? So this is the Netherfire Steel Bone Wolfa Euros. Su Yuan scrutinized this bone wolf. Its characteristics were too obvious. It might as well say, "I am the Netherfire Steel Bone Wolf." The bronze middle-stage Netherfire Steel Bone Wolf attacked Su Yuan as soon as it appeared. It opened its maw wide, gathering a large amount of black netherfire in its mouth, and after a brief charge, spat out a head-sized black flame fireball at Su Yuan. It was indeed the netherfire cannon. However, such a move could hardly hit Su Yuan unless it was point-blank. Su Yuan executed wind walking, easily dodging the black flame cannon with a slight sway of his body. Boom! The pitch-black flames exploded behind him. Su Yuan turned to look, seeing a 3-meter diameter pit blasted on the altar. The netherfire continued to erode the surroundings, slowly expanding the pit's size. The speed is a bit slow, but the power is decent. Under the influence of its talent, it has spreading and eroding properties. Barely a T2 technique. As Su Yuan contemplated, the netherfire steel bone wolf's ghostly flames intensified. Its entire body shot out like a black phantom, reaching Su Yuan in a blink, with its steel claws highly compressed with black flames, swiping down. Su Yuan blocked with his blade, but was pushed back 2 steps. Swift shadow charge plus netherfire steel claws, huh? Using the charge to increase impact and strength, combined with the high-damage netherfire steel claws. If it hits the body, it could severely injure or even kill a star beast of the same rank. Su Yuan nodded secretly. Compared to the netherfire cannon, obviously, this close combat move was what this strength, agility, and defense-oriented bone wolf excelled at. The intensity was quite good. Seeing the netherfire wolf charging over again, Su Yuan casually dealt with it while calling out the system. System, enhance nether wolf summon to transformation realm. Within his star power vortex, the green nether wolf summon flickered 31 times in a short moment. Simultaneously, a vast amount of comprehension about nether wolf summon surged into Su Yuan's mind. Su Yuan pushed away the netherfire steel bone wolf before him, retreated a few steps, and sealed with one hand. "Come on, let me see what kind of effect it will have when enhanced to transformation realm Euros." Su Yuan suddenly pointed in front of him. "Nether wolf summon." With a slightly spiritual and star power consumption, the space before him twisted and transformed. A gate of hell, exuding chaotic and violent aura, swiftly opened in front of Su Yuan. Then, 4 netherfire steel bone wolves, engulfed in ghostly flames and a size larger than the one facing Su Yuan, leaped out of the gate. 4 bronze high-stage netherfire steel bone wolves can actually be summoned. Su Yuan was slightly shocked. Aside from master-quality star beasts, bronze high-stage netherfire steel bone wolves were incredibly powerful attack-type star beasts within the bronze level. And he could summon 4 at once. It's worth noting that the 5th wave of the soul-comforting mysterious burial tablet challenge only had 2 bronze middle-stage elite star beasts. And the 6th wave of bronze middle-stage master star beasts, like the golden-eyed silver-winged tiger Su Yuan encountered, might not be a match for the 4 bronze high-stage netherfire steel bone wolves. In other words, just by relying on the transformation realm nether wolf summon skill, Su Yuan could almost pass the Demon Capital Academy Soul Comforting Mysterious Burial Tablets assessment. Of course, if Su Yuan were only Star Apprentice 9th rank, he might not be able to summon 4 bronze high-stage netherfire steel bone wolves. Summoning one would be good enough euros compared to ordinary star card masters. Summoners heavily relied on Great Realm. The 4 netherfire wolves summoned by Su Yuan all had a death spirit marked the size of an egg on their foreheads. As they landed, they roared at the charging altar netherfire wolf. Howl! The altar netherfire wolf immediately halted its charge. Its already shallow intelligence seemed even more insufficient at this moment, dazed in place. Su Yuan ordered, "Go finish it." The 4 summoned netherfire wolves obediently attacked together. A few seconds later, they dismantled the altar netherfire wolf's bones completely. After completing this task, the 4 summoned netherfire steel bone wolves returned to Su Yuan quietly, with one even retrieving the star core of the fallen altar netherfire wolf for Su Yuan. Truly impressive, Su Yuan smiled, extremely satisfied with the transformation realm nether wolf summon effect. With these bronze high-stage netherfire steel bone wolves, I can now play a support role in many battle saw euros. Su Yuan checked and found that the casting interval for the transformation realm nether wolf summon was 6 hours, while the duration was 4 hours. If summoned earlier, the interval would reduce based on the number of summoned nether wolves and remaining time. Overall, it could cover most combat durations. At this time, with the death of the altar netherfire wolf, the altar began to react again. Some death energy gathered and entered the altar. A stone platform slowly rose from the ground, and on it lay a plant imbued with rich death energy. Soul-nourishing grass? Su Yuan recognized the plant at a glance. Level 1 spiritual plant, soul-nourishing grass, had a slight effect of replenishing spiritual power. It was a relatively common grassy plant for magicians who often consumed spiritual power. Although fully exerting nether wolf soul summoning consumed some spiritual power, it was not enough for Su Yuan to waste a spiritual plant to refill. He casually put away the soul-nourishing grass. Looking at the 4 undead creatures composed of bones and netherfire, Su Yuan dismissed the idea of using them as mounts. The thought of the running sensation with them was not pleasanta euros. But while summoning consumes both spiritual power and star power, the overall consumption is reduced significantly. This way, my sea-level spiritual talent can be more useful euros. Su Yuan suddenly realized that summoning cards suited him well. Summoning card effects mainly depended on the card master's great realm, skill level, and spiritual strength. Unlike general skills like Gray Flame Strike that were based on self-exertion, the summoning card's skill level significantly impacted the summoning's strength, of course, except for T0 divine skills like elemental magnetism pressure. For instance now, his bronze early stage could summon 4 bronze high stage elite star beasts. And with the system, he could easily enhance the summoning card's skill level, thereby summoning powerful creaturesses euros. Collecting his thoughts, Su Yuan looked around. Since activating this altar and dealing with the summon resulted in obtaining a spiritual plant, there might be various stuff in other altars or halls as well as euros. After a brief thought, Su Yuan took the 4 netherfire steel bone wolves with him, exploring the buildings along the way while heading towards the White Bone Hall in the fortress's depths. Chapter 68, Chapter 63, Reaching the Depths. Chapter 68, Chapter 63, Reaching the Depths. Chapter 68, Chapter 63, reaching the depths before 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Deep in the fortress, not far from the massive white bone hall, a 6-member team from Shuzhou College was engaged in battle with over a dozen netherworld guards, netherworld mages, and other undead star beasts. The team's strength was impressive. 2 were at the bronze high stage, 1 at the bronze middle stage, and 3 at the bronze early stage. Among the 3 at the bronze early stage, 1 had bushy eyebrows, large eyes, and a burly physique, wielding a large sword with great vigor. Who else could it be but Fang Kun, who had been separated from Su Yuan and Zhuang Zun? Compared to the outside, all the star beasts in the undead fortress were at the bronze level, with nearly a third being elite star beasts. At this moment, Fang Kun's team was facing twice their number of undead creatures, yet maintained a slight upper hand and was steadily expanding their advantage. Besides their impressive strength, there was another reason. The team had a wood-type assistive magic technique performed by a tall, beautiful girl wielding an elf wood staff among the bronze early stage members. The girl swung her elf wood staff, casting natural guardian, living tree armor, entangled vines, and other skills at opportune moments, providing healing, shields, and control, significantly boosting the combat abilities of Fang Kun and the others. The leader of the group, Zhou Fenghua, a freshman from Qing province, dealt with several netherworld guards in front of him while shouting, "Don't advance rashly. Maintain formation and push forward slowly. Also, don't let these undead creatures break through to the back." Sensing their dire situation, the undead creatures suddenly erupted. The netherworld guards, powerful slashes, and the netherworld mages, netherworld blasts occurred one after another. Fang Kun and others at the front line immediately felt the increased pressure, their formation almost falling apart. Zhou Fenghua shouted loudly, "They're making their final struggle, hold on." Fang Kun and the others understood this, summoning their strength. Yet Omicron knew small-cap G0, Omicron. At this moment, a netherworld assassin shrouded in shadows, seizing the powerful offensive from the netherworld guards and mages, suddenly transformed into black smoke, bypassing Zhou Fenghua and rushing towards the assistive girl at the rear. Not good, his target is Little Yu. Little Yu, be careful. Yu Changle, block it quickly. The fighters at the front were alarmed and wanted to help. However, the numerous netherworld guards pressed in immediately, making it impossible to break away. By AI Xiaoyu's side at this time, only Yu Changle, a prospective freshman tasked with protecting her, was left. The black smoke transformed by the netherworld assassin quickly reformed behind the frontline fighters, wielding a short blade towards the assistive AI Xiaoyu. "Little Yu, get back." Yu Changle gritted his teeth and quickly stepped in front of AI Xiaoyu, wielding his sword with full star power against the netherworld assassin. With crossed swords, Yu Changle blocked the attack of the bronze middle stage elite netherworld assassin. But before Yu Changle could catch his breath, the assassin's vague, human-like face under the black smoke twisted into a sinister smile. With a shake of both shoulders, 2 dark clones veered off towards AI Xiaoyu from both sides. Green skill shadow-splitting slash, not good. Yu Changle was startled, quickly turning the netherworld assassin before him into black smoke with a forceful strike. But it was too late to pursue the 2 elusive clones. AI Xiaoyu, seeing the 2 clones approaching, remained calm despite her fear and waved her elf wood staff to cast a defensive skill. Elf Shield. Rich wood elements surged from the elf wood staff, quickly forming a light green energy shield around AI Xiaoyu. The 2 clones simultaneously struck the elf shield with black daggers, the right one dissipating immediately, while the left one revealed the true netherworld assassin. Netherfire blazed on the dagger, swiftly corroding the wood element shield, ready to break through in an instant. AI Xiaoyu's face turned pale. She immediately started channeling a new control skill. But it was too late, the elf shield shattered with a bang. "Hey, euros." The netherworld assassin let out an eerie laugh, bursting through the elf shield and thrusting towards AI Xiaoyu. Seeing the dagger tip mere inches from AI Xiaoyu, a silver flash appeared beside her, blocking the dagger and knocking the assassin away with a counter. Turning, AI Xiaoyu saw a calm young man with silver eyes beside her. Thank you." AI Xiaoyu, pale and with a heaving chest, thanked him, still shaken. Su Yuan nodded silently. AI Xiaoyu was about to ask his name when she saw Su Yuan walking towards the netherworld assassin. The assassin, after being stabilized, seeing Su Yuan had blocked the surprise attack, became furious. Arg! With a strange cry, the assassin charged Su Yuan again. Just then, a large bone wolf engulfed in black flame pounced from behind, pinning the assassin to the ground. The assassin, taken aback, began struggling with star power, only to see the fiery heads of 3 more bone wolves closing in. 4 netherfire steel bone wolves, eyes glowed with netherfire, staring down at the assassin, causing sheer terror. Arg! The scream stopped abruptly. Within seconds, the assassin was torn apart by the 4 netherfire steel bone wolves. AI Xiaoyu, seeing Su Yuan not only rescuing her but summoning creatures to easily dispatch the powerful assassin, was astonished. Su Yuan. This sudden change caught everyone's attention. Fang Kun, from a distance, recognized Su Yuan and showed a rare expression of delight. It's really you. I'm glad you're okay. Leading the group, Zhou Fenghua asked, Fang Kun, you know him. Fang Kun nodded. Yeah, we came together. Like Su Yuan and Zhuang Zun, Fang Kun had been worried about their safety due to the perilous molten lava cave. Though he had initially fallen into a ghoul's nest, his luck led him to encounter AI Xiaoyu, Zhou Fenghua, and other Shuzhou College students, forming a team. Besides Fang Kun, Yu Changle, and AI Xiaoyu, Zhou Fenghua and the 2 others were experienced freshmen with substantial strength. As a result, under Zhou Fenghua's leadership, the team had cautiously navigated the fortress, collecting valuable resources without significant incident. What about Su Yuan? AI Xiaoyu watched Su Yuan, who was retrieving a star core from the assassin's dismembered body. Su Yuan nodded to Fang Kun, raised his hand, ordering the netherfire steel bone wolves, which opened their mouths and charged netherfire cannons at the undead creatures in the distance. Boom, 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 boom. The black flame erupted almost simultaneously, with the raging netherfire annihilating 2 netherworld guards on the spot and severely injuring 4 others nearby. So strong. Zhou Fenghua, Fang Kun, and others were startled by the netherfire cannons exploding among the undead creatures. Sensing the powerful star power fluctuations, Zhou Fenghua and the others realized Su Yuan's 4 black fire bone wolves were at the bronze high stage. After firing, the netherfire steel bone wolves charged fearlessly into the undead star beasts like black shadows, their steel defenses and powerful netherfire steel claws wreaking havoc and breaking the enemy's formations. Well done, Zhou Fenghua shouted, his eyes brightening. With the situation reversed, everyone felt relieved. Damn, I've been cute to Euros. Little you, heal me quickly. I can't hold on. A pained cry came from the front. Huh, AI Xiaoyu gasped, quickly refocusing and waved her elf wood staff, casting a healing technique forward. Wood Elf's Blessing. Chapter 69, 64th Chapter, Labyrinth Corridor. Chapter 69, 64th Chapter, Labyrinth Corridor. Chapter 69, 64th Chapter, Labyrinth Corridor. After a while, the battle gradually ended. The addition of the 4 netherfire steel bone wolves directly broke the previously balanced battle situation. With the netherfire steel bone wolves fearlessly charging ahead and disrupting the formation, Zhou Fenghua and the others only needed to fight steadily, and the battle had no suspense. However, even with the strong defense of the netherfire steel bone wolves, in such a fierce charge, one was killed and one was severely injured. The remaining 2 also suffered significant depletion. After bringing the obtained star cores to Su Yuan, they were recalled to Hell to reduce the casting interval. Fang Kun took a few deep breaths before walking over to stand next to Su Yuan. That's great, Su Yuan. I was worried something happened to you. I didn't expect to meet you here. Su Yuan smiled. Me too. Zhou Fenghua and the others also walked over, all looking at the young man who could summon 4 bronze high-stage elite bone wolves with amazement. Fang Kun, aren't you going to introduce your friend to us? Zhou Fenghua said with a smile. Fang Kun nodded and began to introduce him to everyone. This is Su Yuan, a student from Guangchuan City, which is under Shuzhou. We originally entered the secret realm of the molten lava cave together this time. He then turned to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, these are all seniors or classmates from Shuzhou College. If I hadn't met senior Zhou Fenghua and joined their team on the way, I might not have even been able to enter the fortress, let alone get here. Guangchuan City? Pan Long, standing beside Zhou Fenghua, looked at Su Yuan with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Could it be you're the special recruit from Demon Capital? Special recruit from Demon Capital? Others were also slightly surprised upon hearing this. Zhou Fenghua asked, "Old Pan, you know him too?" "I don't know him, but have heard about him. I heard that a third-level city under Shuzhou had a special recruit for the Three Cities program recently, and today we are fortunate to see him in person. I didn't expect he would be a rare summoner. He hasn't even entered the college yet and can already summon 4 bronze high-stage elite star beasts. It's quite staggering. No wonder he passed the special recruitment exam of the Demon Capital Academy." When Fang Kun heard the words summoner, his expression turned a bit strange, but he didn't say much. However, Fang Kun was quite surprised that Su Yuan could suddenly summon 4 Netherfire Steel Bone Wolves. This guy was the warrior who killed an Earth Element beast with a hand chop when he was at the Star Apprentice 8th stage. How did he suddenly become such a powerful summoner? Moreover, wasn't his growth speed terrifying? It's been less than half a year since the joint trial. He was barely able to handle bronze early-stage Earth Element beasts, and now he could casually summon 4 bronze high-stage elite star beasts. Although every star card master's strength greatly increased after ascending to bronze level, they were just climbing a new peak. This guy directly soared to the sky. Fang Kun couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. Yeah, Omicron, Cyrillic letter 475, letter 1E5, Armenian, he aw, nus, S letter 1D11. Once they were all top geniuses at the Star Apprentice level. Although there were differences, the gap wasn't too wide, and at least they could match each other. Now, having just stepped into the bronze level, the gap between them had become an insurmountable chasm. Comparing oneself to others can only invite anger. At this time, the others had also gained some understanding of Su Yuan after hearing Fang Kun and Pan Long's conversation. Zhou Fenghua said, "Student Su, we really owe you this time. Not only did you save little you, but you also helped us deal with these undead creatures." Ai Xiaoyu clutched her elfwood staff tightly and hurriedly bowed to Su Yuan upon hearing this, thanking him politely. Su Yuan waved his hand with a smile. "No need to be so polite. With Fang Kun in the team, I couldn't sit by idly. Besides, I also took the star cores of the star beasts I killed, so it's a win-win." Zhou Fenghua nodded, and after chatting a bit more, led the team to collect the star cores and process some corpse materials. Ai Xiaoyu gave Su Yuan a glance, hesitated slightly, and then also went to help. Fang Kun took the opportunity to lead Su Yuan a bit off to the side. "Su Yuan, do you have any news about Zhuang Zun?" "No, I haven't run into him." Fang Kun frowned slightly, a bit worried. Could something have happened to him? "Speaking of which," Su Yuan said solemnly, "remember the 3 young men and women we met in the hotel lobby the day we set off?" "Those 3 people?" "Yes, I remember. It had only been a few days, and Du Xiao and his companions had certain star power fluctuations back then, so Fang Kun remembered them after a brief thought. What about those 3? "Those 3 should all be evil card masters." "What?" Fang Kun couldn't help but exclaim, his expression darkening. "They're evil card masters." The threat posed by evil card masters needed no explanation. Even in a secret realm where life and death were matters of destiny, people from the Great Flame country typically wouldn't kill unless there was a deep-seated grudge. But evil card masters were different. They regarded others' lives as worthless. Even if it didn't benefit them, they would kill without hesitation. They were extremely dangerous. Su Yuan nodded. "I was attacked by one of them, a thin youth with a ruddy complexion." Fang Kun quickly asked, "Are you okay?" "Nothing serious. I critically wounded him, but his magic was sinister. He escaped in the end." Su Yuan's voice deepened. "However, he killed someone else, and according to him, the manner of death was quite cruel." Chapter 70, Chapter 64, Labyrinth Corridor 2. Chapter 70, Chapter 64, Labyrinth Corridor 2, Chapter 70. Chapter 64, Labyrinth Corridor 2. Fang Kun snorted coldly. "These damn evil card masters." Su Yuan cautioned, "Later, you should relay this information to your team. Those 3 are likely all at bronze high stage and are ruthless and cunning. Be very careful." "Okay, I understand." Fang Kun looked at Su Yuan and asked, "What about you? Small Capen Omicron U letter 1E5 letter 1D11. He nus. What are you planning to do?" Su Yuan looked ahead at the immense white bone hall not too far away and smiled. "I'm planning to check out that hall. Our team is also heading to that white bone hall. Why don't you consider joining our team, or I can go with you alone?" Su Yuan shook his head. You guys are from Shuzhou College, so I won't interfere. You don't need to come with me either. It's more suitable for you to stay here. This team has complementary tactics and can progress steadily and surely, which should yield significant rewards. Besides, I have instant movement. It's very convenient for solo actions. If I encounter any danger, I can escape. Fang Kun pondered for a while and sighed. You're right. Your current strength far exceeds ours. Following you wouldn't be of much help to you anyway. Su Yuan nodded. Then I'll be on my way. All right, take care of yourself. Su Yuan responded and dashed towards the front alone. Fang Kun, did student Su go alone? Zhou Fenghua and the others had almost finished packing. Seeing Su Yuan leave alone in such a short time, they hurried over to ask. Yes, he left first. Zhou Fenghua shook his head and sighed. What a pity. I originally wanted to invite him to join us. With his summoning technique, our team's strength would significantly increase. Fang Kun didn't say much more. Remembering Su Yuan's information about the evil card masters, he quickly relayed it to Zhou Fenghua and the others. Su Yuan advanced at high speed, casually cutting down the star beasts along the way. Before long, he arrived in front of the White Bone Hall. This was a vast hall, built with a structure that widened at the base and narrowed higher up. It looked more like a broad-based bone tower rather than a hall. The ground floor of the hall had numerous small, sieve-like entrances. Above each entrance was a faint energy curtain obscuring the view inside. Su Yuan took out the dragon armor saber and tightly gripped it. After carefully observing for a moment, he decisively stepped inside. The scene suddenly brightened. Su Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. A maze, huh? Su Yuan examined his surroundings. The interior of the White Bone Hall was indeed like a maze. In front of him were crisscrossing corridors. The walls, emitting a faint white glow, soared up to a ceiling over a dozen meters high. Even if Su Yuan flew, he couldn't see the whole structure. Unlike the dark, cold, and dilapidated exterior, the inside was bright, intricately designed, and exuded a touch of noble mystery. However, the obstructed view due to the maze walls, combined with the monotonous color palette, could easily make anyone feel suffocated and mentally exhausted over time. Su Yuan raised his hand, and teal flames surged in his palm. Gray flame strike quickly charged up and was released toward the wall in front of him. Boom! With a loud explosion, the gray flame strike burst out. As the flames gradually subsided, a faint blue glow lingered on the wall where the gray flame strike had hit. Numerous runes appeared and disappeared until they eventually vanished,